Chapter 1, not to mention 600,000, I can even afford 6 million. My girlfriend's home. The future mother-in-law stared at Lu Fei with a mean look on her face. Lu Fei, add another 200,000 yuan to the betrothal gift to make a total of 600,000 yuan, otherwise there will be no marriage. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the so-called future mother-in-law in front of me, Lu Fei's face was solemn. He came here today to discuss marriage matters, but he didn't expect to be talked about by many people online. Originally, 400,000 was already his limit. As an orphan, he simply couldn't come up with more money. But he had a good relationship with his girlfriend, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. I didn't expect that just when we were about to get married, this old witch suddenly raised the price. Why? Why did it suddenly increase again? Lu Fei asked with a frown. Before the future mother-in-law could speak, the girlfriend said Jiang Yumei took over the conversation and said, Xiaowei recently got his driver's license and is planning to buy a car for a blind date. But my parents can only afford 200,000 yuan, and Xiaowei insisted on buying a BMW 5 Series, so they were still short of 200,000 yuan, so. Lu Fei asked with a gloomy face. Didn't I promise you a betrothal gift of 400,000 yuan? Isn't that enough for you to buy a car? The future mother-in-law added, then the banquet will cost money? Yumei's dowry will cost money? After spending 400,000, there will only be about 200,000 left, right? Grass. Lu Fei laughed angrily. Is this family here to suck my blood alone? He raised his head and asked Jiang Yumei, what do you mean? Jiang Yumei frowned and said, Lu Fei, it's not like you can't get a loan. It's just an extra 200,000. Isn't our love worth 200,000? Besides, after Xiaowei bought a car, you, as his brother-in-law, can drive it occasionally, and you will have face when you go out. Lu Fei's expression became even colder. Xiaowei, and Uncle Jiang, what do you think? Aside. The future brother-in-law Jiang Wei and the head of the family Jiang Nang were playing on the computer and smoking respectively, neither of them said a word. The future mother-in-law snorted coldly and yelled, why are you asking them? I say what I mean. If you want to marry our Yumei, you can't afford to pay less than 600,000 yuan. Oh. Lu Fei smiled coldly. Slowly stood up. Sudden. Ding. Host D11's Earth clone died. You get physical fitness plus 10, money plus 50 million, a Lamborghini sports car, and 10 CBD office buildings in Tianhe Plaza in Magic City. A special person will deliver the relevant documents to you. A cold voice sounded in my ears. A warm current rises in the body. Lu Fei could clearly feel that his body seemed to have been strengthened. The feeling is indescribable, but it feels great. While he was stunned, his cell phone rang again. I took out my cell phone and saw it was a text message about a money transfer. Your card with the last digit 6442 received 50 million.00 remitted from other banks from ICBC at 1522 on July 20th, and the current balance is 50,005,684.56 yuan. Look at this text message. Lu Fei quickly opened the mobile banking app again. Open it and take a look. There really is a balance of 50 million. He smiled. He raised his head, touched the car key that suddenly appeared in his trouser pocket, and handed the phone to his future mother-in-law. Don't even mention 600,000, I can even afford 6 million. The future mother-in-law was stunned. A contemptuous smile. Tens, hundreds, millions, tens of millions. You have 50 million in savings? This. Lu Fei laughed and said, yes, I sold an app one made before and made tens of millions. Suddenly, the future mother-in-law was beaming with joy. Xiao Lu, you already have so much money, why don't you add a little more to make it a round number? How about 1 million? How about lending your brother another 20 million yuan to help him start a company? The whole family's eyes turned green. Lu Fei laughed unrestrainedly. Ha ha ha. Roll. His face was cold, and he said, I really don't know what you eat, why are you so shameless? I can afford 600,000, and even 6 million, but I won't give you a penny. Because you garbage don't deserve it. After saying, turn around and walk outside. Jiang Waiting, who was sitting and playing on the computer, stood up suddenly. Who are you talking about? Explain it to me clearly, otherwise today you. Bang. Lu Fei, who was already furious, punched him in the stomach. Suddenly, The internet-addicted teenager who had been playing games for a long time bent over like a shrimp. Lu Fei turned around and smiled coldly. You guys can have fun by yourselves. I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Bang! Amidst the trembling sound, Jiang Yumei and her family were left stunned. A long time. The former future mother-in-law jumped up and cursed. Little red man. You bastard. I'm not done with you. Jiang Yumei. You are a dead person. Your brother was beaten and you didn't even make a sound? Why don't you get out and call that bastard back? Bang! The door is closed. Jiang Yumei and her family rushed out. Chase downstairs. Downstairs. Lu Fei took out the key in his hand and pressed it casually. Aside. The Lamborghini that was listening flashed its lights and unlocked. Oh my god, this is amazing. Although he didn't understand how all this happened, he didn't care about the process. Open the car door. Close. Open the hardtop convertible. Looking at the family rushing downstairs. Waved. I won't get married, you and your family can enjoy it slowly. Jiang Yumei, the money I spent on you before is now considered prostitution money. After saying. He put on his sunglasses. The Jiang family walked away amidst the confusion and pointing fingers of the neighbors. Marry? Love whoever you want. Chapter 2, It's a pity that you are not worthy. The neighbors around pointed and talked at the Jiang family. TSK, I heard what they said just now. At first they asked the young man to give a betrothal gift of 400,000 yuan, but suddenly the price increased to 600,000 yuan. Oh, you're bullying Xiao Lu because he has no relatives at home. You have no conscience. Now it's interesting. Xiao Lu is actually a hidden rich second generation. He angered the future son-in-law and left. Now he is dumbfounded, right? Serves her right. Xu Meilian has been obsessed with money all her life. Jiang Yumei is a brainless girl. Pointing and talking. Xu Meilin, the former future mother-in-law, turned pale. All she could think about was the balance in Lu Yan's phone and the image of him driving away in that obviously expensive sports car. Ah! She screamed, fell backwards and fainted. Aside. The Jiang family father and son screamed in surprise. Mei Lian. Mom! Jiang Yumei lowered her head blankly. A double image appeared before my eyes and I fainted. The Jiang family father and son were completely panicked and quickly dialed 120. Not long. The ambulance arrived. The doctor first looked at Jiang Yumei's condition and said, it's not a big problem. She just fainted due to anger. After saying that, he immediately went to check on Xu Meilin's condition. But just one look and the emergency doctor's face changed drastically. No. She must have had a cerebral hemorrhage. It's very serious. If we're not careful, her life could be in danger. Send her to the hospital. Suddenly. The Jiang family father and son stared with wide eyes. His face turned pale. It's over. Not long after, Xu Meilian was taken to the ambulance. Woo wah wah. The bell rang. The ambulance left as quickly as possible. After receiving first aid, Jiang Yumei woke up slowly. Her brother stayed at home with her waiting for news. But 2 hours later, some bad news came. Although Xu Meilian did not die from the acute cerebral hemorrhage, she was paralyzed. The Jiang family suddenly fell into despair. The news soon spread in the community. Residents of the community were talking about it. You deserve it, I would say. You are so narrow-minded. Xiao Lu is such a nice guy. He fixed the air conditioner and cleared the toilet for them on a hot day. She should shut up and never quarrel with us again. Jiang family. It was all gloomy and sad. Sudden. Jiang Wei stood up with a look of dejection and despair on his face. Dad, call the police. I want to sue that bastard Lu Fei. If it wasn't for him, how could Mom have a cerebral hemorrhage? How could Sister go crazy? Jiang Nong was stunned. He nodded vigorously again and murmured, yes. We must sue him. At least we must make him compensate us for the future nursing expenses. Otherwise, how can we support this family? After saying. Jiang Wei simply called the police. Not long. The police came over, asked for their statements, and visited the neighbors around them. Finally, he said to the Zhang family father and son, "I'm sorry, the person named Lu Fei did not have any substantial conflict with you. Xu Meilian suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, which has no substantial connection with the other party, so we cannot file a case, sorry." After saying that, he left. The Zhang family father and son were completely stunned. How could this happen? He must be thinking that he's rich, so he won't help us. The father and son fell into paranoia. Jiang Yumei fell into endless regret. Oh, how can you be so stupid? But Lu Fei had already driven back to his home. Just sat down not long ago. The phone started ringing. As soon as the call was connected, a shrill voice came from the other end. "Lu Fei! You scumbag! How could you do this? Yumei loves you so much. You broke up with her just for 200,000. Besides, you pissed her mother off so much that she became paralyzed. Lu Fei! Come out immediately. Come to Tianhe Square. Otherwise, don't blame us sisters for coming to your house and making you lose all your dignity." After a series of outbursts, the other party hung up the phone. Lu Fei put down his phone. There was a cold smile in his eyes. The person who called him was Jiang Yumei's best friend. In the past, he suffered a lot from those girlfriends. Whenever there was a disagreement, those girlfriends would gang up on Lu Fei. Lu Fei was not good at talking and could not win over them in an argument, so he was often very angry. Unexpectedly. It has only been a short while since I broke off the engagement, and these monsters have appeared again. I'm going to fuck you moms. Lu Fei stood up. Today I want to see what else you can come up with. After muttering something, he picked up the keys to the Lamborghini. Once again left home. Chapter 3, Get Back Together? Fuck you. Driving. Come to Tianhe Square. I got on the elevator and walked into the cold drink shop that the women mentioned. At a glance, Lu Fei saw those monsters and demons. None of these women are good looking. They just sit in the cold drink shop, doing nothing but taking selfies with their phones. They thought they were all as beautiful as angels, and a handsome waiter passed by. One of them was a pig demon who was over 1.5 meters tall, weighed 110 to 120 kilograms, and was wearing makeup and thought she looked exquisite. Suddenly, she winked at the waiter. Little brother, I'll give you something, do you want it?" The waiter was confused. "What?" The pig demon smiled. "Put your hand over here." The waiter held out his hand blankly. The pig demon put his hand in the other's palm. "Little brother, do you want me?" Pooh. Lu Fei, who was walking next to him, almost vomited. "Nima, don't you have any idea what you look like? He is tall but not thick. His only feature is his waist. He is about 1.78 meters tall and weighs about the same as you. The point is that you are so fat, but you still have sex with people can't afford it even if they want it." Lu Fei started to attack directly without showing any mercy. He had already been displeased with these monsters. The confused young man retracted his hand and secretly gave Lu Fei a thumbs up. "Man, that's awesome. There's a strong evil spirit here, I'll run away first." The waiter ran away with a clatter. The pig demon's face changed, and he glared at Lu Fei and roared, "Lu Fei! You don't want to get along, do you? Yumei is so angry this time, you dare to offend us, but there is no hope of reconciliation." "Damn it!" Lu Fei laughed at that time. "I was right when I said you are a pig demon. Not only do you look like a pig demon, but you also have a pig brain." "I'm still in agreement with her? What? Am I that cheap? At the beginning, I agreed with you that you would give me 400,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Okay. I, a fatherless and motherless person, will try my best to collect 400,000 yuan. But today she told me she wanted another 200,000, making it 600,000. Why? Because her brother wants to buy a BMW worth over 400,000. Her mother said she would also buy her a dowry worth tens of thousands. And she even wants me to pay for their wedding banquet. Are you stupid, you pig demon, or do you think I'm stupid?" The pig demon was stunned by his spray. His eyes were wide open. First blood. After saying, Lu Fei didn't even take a break. He then looked at the fat woman next to him who was a little over 1.7 meters tall, weighed at least 170 or 180 pounds, and had a clearly visible beard on her mouth. And you're looking more and more like a pig. You post a selfie on your moments every time you go out. And the caption says, "You, a fairy, are going out, keep an eye on your boyfriend." What? Are you going to kill someone's boyfriend? Also, if a celestial being really grows up to look like you, I'm afraid the south gate of heaven will collapse. The voice fell. The fat woman with a big beard also sat down. The chair creaked and shook. Double kill. But that's not all. Lu Fei looked at the last so-called best friend again. This woman looks normal and not ugly. But Lu Fei continued to criticize. And you? Are you going to die if you don't act cool? I finally saved enough money to travel to Nihon, but when I got to the hotel you posted on WeChat moments about jet lag. What a time difference to you. There is only 1 hour time difference between you and us. Also, a few days ago, you posted a circle of friends again, doing yoga in a swimsuit in Melbourne. She also wrote that she would work hard to exercise every day and be a healthy and fit girl. Fuck you. I want to ask you now, how did you manage to wear a bikini and do yoga when the locals in Melbourne are wearing thick cotton padded jackets and cotton padded pants in July and August? Bang. The last woman leaned back in her chair, dumbfounded. Triple kill. It was quiet inside the cold drink shop. Everyone stared at Lu Fei blankly with dull expressions. At this time, the guy who had just been teased by the pig demon came over with a cup of lemon tea. He handed it to Lu Fei with both hands. Brother, have some tea. This cup is on me. The voice was low and respectful. Broke the silence of the milk tea shop. Pa. There was warm applause. All the male compatriots present stood up. Brother is awesome. Brother, you're awesome. I support you. Nema. This scolding feels so good. Dude. I have a little sister at home, let me introduce her to you. Inside the milk tea shop, the atmosphere is completely boiling. Chapter 4, the angry video went viral on the internet. Lu Fei held the lemon tea and took a big gulp. It took a long time before he exhaled a breath of foul air. Opposite. The three monsters were completely dumbfounded by his retort. His face turned red. I just can't find a word to refute. The pig demon girl pointed at Lu Fei and said tremblingly, Lu Fei. You just wait for me. Tank also stood up, breathing heavily, his beard trembling. Lu Fei. You are not a man. How dare you yell at a woman like that? Finally, the pretentious girl stood up and shouted, asshole. July is summer, what should more wear if not a bikini? Lu Fei hasn't spoken yet. Another girl spoke up. Well, Melbourne is in the southern hemisphere, and the seasons are opposite to ours. So from June to August it is summer for us and winter for them. After saying, everyone else in the milk tea shop began to agree. The pretentious girl was confused. His face turned red. Then, the three women left the store dejectedly. Applause broke out in the milk tea shop again. Lu Fei smiled indifferently and simply sat down. Brother, another drink. After being angry for a while, he was really thirsty. Not long. The video of Lu Fei angrily scolding the three pig girls was uploaded to the internet by someone in the milk tea shop. That guy is a relatively famous up host on Bilibili. After he made this video a ghost, it spread like a virus. It quickly attracted many comments and onlookers online. Oh my god, this guy is so domineering. I'm dying of laughter. Wearing a swimsuit in Melbourne in July. Traveling to Nihon requires jet lag. What this guy said is absolutely right. This kind of woman is so fucking disgusting. I heard there's a pig demon here, so I came here to subdue it. The three women became famous on the spot. They walked out of Tianhe Square. As soon as they got into the taxi, the three people's prestige cars started beeping. At Chenton, you are famous now. This is so funny. Come and watch this video, you look so ugly in it, don't you? At Johon, I didn't expect you to be such a person, tisk tsk. I saw similar messages popping up on my WeChat account. The three people were stunned. Click on the mobile link. Finish watching the video. The three monsters were all confused. His face turned blue and red. Fuck you. Lu Fei, you bastard. I won't forgive him. What? Are you going to hit him to death or crush him to death? Nima. How can you talk like that? Talking and talking. These three monsters actually started fighting each other in the taxi. And the fight became more and more intense, exposing each other's shortcomings and constantly attacking each other. Finally, they started fighting in the back seat of a taxi. If you tickle me, I will spit in your face. As they fought, they started punching and kicking each other, and blood spurted from their noses. The taxi driver saw that something was wrong. I quickly drove to the nearest police station. Soon, the three monsters were taken to the police station. After understanding what happened, several police officers almost laughed out loud. Are you laughing? The pig demon girl asked with a gloomy expression. Several police officers rubbed their chins and shook their heads, saying, No, how could we laugh? Tank then continued to talk about the process. Laugh. Several police officers couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're just laughing. Tank was angry. The JC uncles shook their heads firmly. No. We definitely didn't laugh. After that, one of the police officers said, Okay, you can go now. Don't do this again in the future. The three monsters got up and left. Ha ha ha. Laughter broke out, unable to be suppressed any longer. The three monsters turned around, their faces turning blue with anger. Stomp your feet. The ground shook, and then the three monsters who were fighting just now became as good as friends wearing the same pants. Left the police station. I want revenge. Me too. We must make that bastard Lu Fei taste our pain. The three monsters swore. Got into the taxi again. Milk tea shop. Lu Fei received a call. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Fei? I am the person in charge of the Tianhe Plaza project department. May I ask where you are now? I will bring you the property certificate and other documents that have been processed. Lu Fei was stunned. Real estate procedures? Then I understood. Is this person talking about those 10 buildings? I'm at Tianhe Square. How about this, I'll come down and wait for you by the fountain. Okay Mr. Lu, I'll be there right away. A few minutes later Lu Fei walked out of the milk tea shop. As soon as I arrived at the fountain, I ran into a skinny woman. Seeing him, the woman was startled, then shouted, Lu Fei. Stop right there. After saying that, she ran to Lu Fei in her high heels. What's wrong with you? Why don't you go to work? Don't you want to do this anymore? Lu Fei frowned and said, Boss Zhou, I'm taking a day off today. I have something to deal with. Opposite. Zhou Qing looked grim, as if her husband had died, and asked, Why, you want to leave? What's the matter? Or you want to leave to go out and have fun? Lu Fei. If you don't want to do this anymore, I will help you right away. Lu Fei glanced at her calmly and said, First of all, my performance this month is enough and far exceeds that of others. Secondly, I am asking for leave because I really have something to deal with. If you want me to leave, it's okay, N+1. Zhou Qing was stunned and sneered, Lu Fei. Just because you have good performance, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you. The company is most in need of people like you. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man came over holding a large document bag. Mr. Lu? I am Chi Kai-Huai, the general manager of the Tianhe Plaza project department. Aside. Seeing Chi Kai-Huai, Zhou Qing was stunned. Then he smiled flatteringly. Boss Chi, I'm Xiao Zhou from Shenyang Real Estate. Is this guy causing trouble? It's okay. I'll fire him right now. Let him pay the compensation he deserves. Chapter 5, It seems you have to pack up and leave. Chi Kai-Huai was stunned. Is Mr. Lu an employee of your company? Zhou Qing nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Chi, but why do you call him Mr. Lu? Just call him Little Lu. She said it carelessly, not realizing anything was wrong. Chi Kai-Huai glanced at her, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He turned around and bowed slightly to Lu Fei, saying, Mr. Lu is not only young and promising, but also very low-key. Speaking of. In front of Zhou Qing's confused look, he handed the file bag to him with both hands. Mr. Lu, this is all the information about the 10 office buildings you purchased in our Tianhe Plaza. Everything has been done for you, what do you want? Lu Fei glanced at Zhou Qing, who was already stunned. Said, "Is the leasing of the office building entrusted to Shangyang Company?" Chi Kaihui nodded and said, "Normally speaking, yes." Lu Fei nodded and said, "Okay, I have no other requests, just tell her to get out of here." Chi Kaihui said with a smile, "Okay, Mr. Lu, I will personally negotiate this matter with Lao Zhou from Shangyang Real Estate." Lu Fei nodded and held the ID card, looking at Zhou Qing, who was still a little confused. Waved. He said, "Manager Zhou, it seems that I don't need N+1 anymore, but you may have to pack up and leave." After saying that, he walked away. Zhou Qing was stunned. She slowly turned around and looked at Chi Kaihui. "Boss Chi, what's going on?" Chi Kai looked at her with pity and said, "Boss Zhou, get ready to leave the Magic City. If you offend someone like Mr. Lu, it will be difficult for you to survive in the real estate industry in Shanghai. As for other industries, I think it will be difficult as well." After saying, he just turned and left. A long time. Zhou Qing fell to the ground. His face was full of despair. Lu Fei owns 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza. These 10 office buildings are worth more than 30 billion, but she had offended him as a senior executive of a real estate agency. Shangyang Real Estate and even other real estate brokerage companies would never want to offend such a financial sponsor. So, because of a domineering remark, she ruined her bright future. Ah! Zhou Qing screamed, his heart filled with despair. I returned to the car with the documents. Lu Fei took out his cell phone. In terms of prestige, he was tagged by many people. Open the high school class group. At Lu Fei, this person seems to be you? Lu Fei. Well done. Are you in need of a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one? I closed the high school class group and reopened the university class group. Lu Fei, you are so domineering. Some women nowadays really have no self-awareness at all. Brother, I support you. At last. He opened the work group. Lu Fei, you are so awesome. Manager Zhou was fired just now. Did you know about this? Fei, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Introduce a girlfriend? Lu Fei chatted privately, Brother Jun, I can have dinner, but forget about my girlfriend. Opposite. He Jun, who had just got off work, said as he walked downstairs, Okay, brother, stop staring at your ex-fiancée. I'm inviting my girlfriend to dinner tonight, and her cousin is coming over too, so even if you're just being my wingman, you still have to come out for dinner with me. It was hard to refuse such a kind invitation, and He Jun was also quite caring towards him and the company. Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Nodding, okay then, where shall we eat? He Jun said, let's go to Tianhe Square. See you at the usual place. Okay, I'm also in Tianhe now. I'll come up directly. A few minutes later, at a Shilla barbecue restaurant, Lu Fei met He Jun. After saying hello, the two started chatting. Zhou Qing left, and He Jun's face was full of joy. Brother, I will definitely be promoted this time, so you must support me when the time comes. Lu Fei nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I will definitely support you. He Jun nodded. They started talking about what changes would happen to the company after Zhou Qing left. Lu Fei agreed with a smile. Not long. He Jun's girlfriend Zhu Ting wears black framed glasses. A weird 2D style girl with long straight black hair and a very plump figure walked over. Hi Lu Fei, this is my sister Lin Shi. Lin Shi, this is your brother-in-law's colleague Lu Fei. You two are about the same age, so chat more. Although it is not stated explicitly. But Lin Shi knew very well that this was a blind date arranged by her cousin. Lin Shi felt a little resistant. He was also a little indifferent to Lu Fei. Lu Fei is now very confident and has no interest in being a bootlicker. He lowered his head and ate calmly. The atmosphere is a bit weird. He Jun kicked Lu Fei. Lu Fei smacked his lips. Suddenly he said, Beauty, how about we eat somewhere else? Lin Shi was stunned, then nodded and said, okay. After saying, he stood up and walked out with Lu Fei. Behind, He Jun and his girlfriend were stunned. Damn it. Are young people nowadays so direct? Chapter 6, Do you have a house? All 10 buildings across the street are mine. Leaving Shilla Barbecue Restaurant. Go outside. Lu Fei then carefully looked at this 2.5-dimensional beauty. She has a cute appearance, and if I were to give her a score, I'd probably get around 95. Her figure is a bit weird, which doesn't match her cute style at all. It's too shocking. At least 97 points. Her temperament is that of a petite girl, but it is a bit contradictory to her figure. Anyway, she is a beautiful woman with an overall score of over 95 points, but she is full of contradictions. Okay, beautiful lady, if you have anything to do, you can leave first. Lu Fei said indifferently. Lin Shi turned around. Suddenly she pouted and said, "Do I disgust you so much?" Lu Fei shook his head calmly and said, "No, I'm probably not the type you can accept, so don't waste your time." After saying this, he sneered in his heart. We are all adults. Who takes who seriously? A look of interest flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. But I'm suddenly interested in you now, so let's go eat. As he said that, he suddenly pulled up Lu Fei's sleeve and walked towards a Nihon restaurant across the street. Lu Fei's eyes flashed, he glanced back and understood everything. Oh. He Jun and his wife were watching through the glass. TSK, young people nowadays really know how to have fun, they get the hang of it so quickly. He Jun muttered quietly. His girlfriend frowned and said, "Isn't this a bad idea?" Sosie. He Jun rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, that devil girl, I'm worried that Lu Fei might get ruined by her." Why does this sound a bit weird? In the private room of the Nihon restaurant, Lu Fei and Lin Shi sat opposite each other. After ordering the food, Lin Shi's expression suddenly became serious. Said, "It seems that my cousin wants me to go on a blind date, so let's go through the process online." After saying, she asked carefully, "Do you have a room?" Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes." Lin Shi was stunned. This approach was not right. She patiently asked, "Where is it?" Lu Fei pointed to the completed office building opposite the glass window. "Yes, buildings 1 to 10 across the street are all mine." Lin Shi rolled her eyes. "Brother, you can brag." Lu Fei didn't explain either. "You continue." Lin Shi sniffed. "Do you have a car?" Lu Fei casually took out the key to the Lamborghini. "Yes, Rambo." "Phew." Lin Shi laughed out loud. "Brother, you are well prepared. This lighter is not cheap, right?" Lu Fei laughed and nodded. "It's not that cheap, maybe a few million." Chuckle, chuckle. Lin Shi laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. "You are quite interesting. You don't seem as dull as my brother-in-law said." "Rich. Makes me confident." Lu Fei smiled lightly and took a sip of tea. Lin Shi gathered his emotions and said, "Let's continue the process. How much money do you have in savings?" Lu Fei said honestly, 8 digits. Lin Shi counted on his fingers. "Tens of millions in deposits? You make it sound like the truth." Lu Fei shook his head and asked with interest, "Are you a virgin?" Lin Shi smiled proudly. "Certainly. I'll go. You don't really play by the rules." Lu Fei originally wanted to retort with a joke from the internet, but he didn't expect to be cracked by the other party. The two of you chatted back and forth, asking questions one after another, and the atmosphere was surprisingly good. But no one took it seriously. Finished the meal. Lu Fei and Lin Shi walked out of the restaurant together. At the door, He Jun was already winking at Lu Fei, and even his girlfriend looked at Lu Fei with admiration. "I didn't realize you were so good. My sister-in-law is no pushover. You can make her laugh like this, you're amazing." He Jun walked behind and gave Lu Fei a thumbs up. Lu Fei waved his hand and said nothing. "Funny. People are probably laughing at me for being so serious even when I'm bragging." Walked to the entrance of Tianhe Square. Lin Shi suddenly turned around and said, "Lu Fei, I'm planning to open a cosplay club across the street. I'll come find you when I want to rent a house." Lu Fei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you a cheaper price." Lin Shi pursed her lips and smiled. This guy is really into the role. He is still bragging at this moment. "Lu Fei, do you want to come with us?" "I'll take you back." He Jun asked. Lu Fei shook his head and said, "No, you guys go back first, I have my own car." He Jun was stunned. Then he nodded in understanding and said, "Okay, be careful on the road." A few minutes later, He Jun drove away with his girlfriend and Lin Shi. Lu Fei hummed a song and arrived at the underground garage in a good mood. Go home. After washing up, I threw myself on the sofa. Lu Fei found that he seemed to have been tagged again. Lu Fei, come out quickly. You've been posted online. Lu Fei was stunned. Click on the link. Enter the news. He found that an account belonging to a female fighter with the ID Binglan had posted a video of him and himself scolding 3 monsters online. And they also changed the storyline by saying that Lu Fei suddenly became rich and immediately dumped his fiancée who was about to get married. He even angered his future mother-in-law so much that she suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and became paralyzed. He is simply the modern-day Chin Shimmy. Below this newsletter, countless rural feminists appeared, almost blowing Lu Fei to pieces. Chapter 7, Angry at the Bitch, the whole network is boiling. Ha, those straight male chauvinists, come and have a look. This is the nature of you scumbags. He dumped his wife when he got rich. He is the epitome of a scumbag. Women, open your eyes and see, this kind of man is simply a maggot. The modern Chen Shimmy. Human flesh, this bastard. This kind of rubbish doesn't deserve to live in this world. It's a waste of food. Look at this trash talk. Lu Fei's face darkened. Ding. Your clone on Earth D45 dies. You will gain the following skills: God-level hacking skills, neural reflexes +10, money +100 million, and a first-class Thompson mansion. A cold reminder sounded. Lu Fei felt another warm current rising in his body. It made him more alert and his reactions became much faster. At the same time, there are also countless computer technologies surging in his mind. A few seconds later, his cell phone rang again. Another 100 million has arrived. He took a deep breath. But he didn't check his phone. Instead, he stood up and turned on his computer. Crackle. After a while of operation, he successfully hacked into the computer of a female boxer with the ID of Binglan. And I found a lot of strange videos and pictures in my computer. In these videos, a woman who had plastic surgery to create a cone-shaped face and wore heavy makeup checked into different hotels with different men. And those photos were of this woman traveling with different men. Oh, that's interesting. A man who was admired by countless idyllic female dogs online is actually so unbearable in real life. Lu Fei hacked into Binglan's female boxing news account again, which happened to contain a lot of her photos. The captions of these photos are all inspirational and encourage people to rely on themselves. Lu Fei almost vomited after seeing this. Damn it. What the hell? Make you famous. He grinned. Start working quickly on your computer. Not long. X-Flutter, X-Pedal, X-Call. Various photos and short videos of this young woman named Chen Binglan appeared on all online platforms. At the same time, Lu Fei hacked into Binglan's female fist news account again. Quickly edited a news flash. I have no shame, I am a female watcher, I live off different men. Without men I am nothing. My name is Chen Binglan, and I am the female boxer of Binglan. I speak for women's rights in China, and I am a beacon of women's rights. After editing this news, Lu Fei threw it onto the photo. A few minutes later, the breaking news went viral. Fuck. This is fucking ridiculous. Fuck this woman. Hiss. Is this what Chinese women's rights are? It's so horrifying. Ah, he was just scolding Lu Fei, and now he's acting like this? Pastoral feminists, come and watch the feminist fighters you support. Everyone who saw these pictures and other things on other platforms went crazy. Damn it. It really refreshed my worldview. This is a frame up. This must be a frame up. It has been reported, and the Express News must give a reasonable explanation. It's disgusting. I used to adore her so much. Today is the darkest day for us feminists in China. Soon. The official news agency acted quickly. Directly banned Binglan's feminism ID. At the same time, several other major platforms also followed suit and banned the various videos and photos above. However, the seeds have been planted. Many people downloaded it quickly. Everything has been decided. The suburbs of Demon City. Inside a house that is still under construction. Chen Binglan held her phone and watched various photos of herself being forwarded in the group. Even those things have flowed into the family group. Her face turned pale. Binglan, is this you? I never thought that our Chen family would produce a bastard like you. Don't come home from now on. You have brought shame to both the Chen and Wen families. Bang! The phone fell to the ground. Chen Binglan was distraught. Sudden. There was a violent knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Binglan. Open the door for me. Open it quickly. What the hell? Open the door. There was a shrill roar from outside the door. Chen Binglan was so frightened that her whole body trembled. That's her current boyfriend, a second-generation rich man from Shanghai. Now. Chen Binglan knew. He is here. I'm going to be finished. Chapter 8, now I'm completely famous. Bang, bang, bang. The door was still being hammered. Not long. There was a knock on the door for hours. Chen Binglan breathed a sigh of relief. However, more than 10 minutes later. Suddenly, there was the sound of a key opening the door. A few seconds later. Bang! The door was kicked open with great force. Chen Binglan's boyfriend, a second-generation demolition tycoon, a short and fat man in his 30s, rushed in with a fruit knife in his hand. Gani! You actually cheated on me so many times. Damn you! I can't even hold my head up when I go out now. The man cursed. He grabbed Chen Binglan's hair. Ah! Hubby, let go. It hurts. It hurts so much. Whoa whoa whoa. Xu Hongchang. You bastard. You are not a man. Those are all my ex-boyfriends. I didn't put a hat on you. Chen Binglan sobbed wildly. Xu Hongchang's face flushed. He grabbed her hair and slammed her head hard onto the coffee table. Bang! Chen Binglan fainted. More than 10 minutes later. She was tied up and carried downstairs. Then. Xu Hongchang tied him up and fixed him on the seat of the convertible sports car. Do all this. Xu Hongchang took out a few more monitors from the front trunk of the sports car. Hanging around the sports car, it started playing Chen Binglan's video. At the same time, there are many billboards on the car. However, there was not an advertisement on the billboard, but a photo of Chen Binglan. Buzz. Finish these things. Xu Hongchang finally picked up a scrap trumpet. Open directly. Take a look, the modern Pan Jinlian. I bought you a house and a car, but you were hanging out with other men. This is rubbish, and you still have the nerve to promote feminist ideas online. Everyone has come to see it. A voice sounded. Soon, many neighbors gathered in the community. Pointing at Chen Binglan, who was tied to the car and had regained consciousness. TSK, so that woman on the internet is her. How shameless. Look at this boyfriend, he's quite rich. She must be born that way if she's so promiscuous. Her parents must be so embarrassed, right? Pointing and talking. Chen Binglan broke down and cried. It's not me. I didn't. Woo woo woo. Hongchang, let me go. Let me go. Xu Hongchang. You bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Amidst the shrill wails, Xu Hongchang started the car. Leave the community and broadcast along the way. Soon. He drove onto the national highway and headed north. Looking at the road that was becoming more and more familiar, Chen Binglan was stunned. Where are you taking me, Xu Hongchang? Let me go. You are breaking the law. Xu Hongchang sneered. Don't you like to play and are good at it? Today I will send you back to your hometown and let all your family members and people living near your home come and see it. What kind of person are you? I want to see what kind of person you and your parents are. Suddenly, Chen Binglan's face turned pale. Hongchang, please don't. I will agree to whatever you ask for. I will never mess around again. I will stay with you and follow you every day. Hongchang, don't do this, how can I face people in the future? Chen Binglan broke down and cried. Xu Hongchang has a heart of stone. 1 point faster. An hour later, Xu Hongchang drove the car to Chen Binglan's hometown. Then, start broadcasting along the way. Soon, it caused a sensation in the entire city. In the circle of friends, there are forwarded videos everywhere. Oh my god, this looks like the daughter of the Chun family, right? Wow, there really are women like this. They are even more hateful than Pan Jinlian. It really broadens my horizons. The key point is that this kind of rubbish woman dares to shout online about relying on herself for everything and wanting to be a modern woman. I know this woman. She drove a Porsche home last year. So this is how she got the car. Is this Chen Wen's daughter? Old Chen, your daughter has become famous. Chen Binglan's father Chen Wen received the news at work. He was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Not long. Chen Binglan's mother Wen Xian also fainted and was sent to the hospital. All the relatives of the Chen and Wen families were so angry about this video that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Chapter 9, This guy is a real man. After Zhu Hongcheng drove Chen Binglan around the street for more than 10 minutes, he was finally arrested by the police who arrived after hearing the news. It will only take a few minutes at most. The video of Zhu Hongcheng dragging Chen Binglan in the parade is everywhere. And it directly occupied the hot searches on various online platforms. This dude is a man. Although I envy the second generation of demolition workers, now I only have sympathy for this guy. The grass growing on your head can feed 100,000 cows and sheep. This is how you should treat a woman like this. I can accept that your private life is messy, but you are obviously a prostitute, but you have to pretend to be a feminist on the internet. This is disgusting. After the video was exposed, more people knew about this incident. Basically, no one supports Chen Binglan anymore. Even most women say that Zhu Hongcheng did a great job in this matter. I am a woman too, and I support the guy in the video. It's women like this who ruin our reputation. I was penniless when I married my husband, but now I have a villa and a luxury car. You have the right to pursue what you like, but you can't be so shameless. Before. The feminists who supported Chen Binglan have no idea where to hide now. I just silently felt the feeling of being slapped in the face. More than half an hour later. After finishing the statement, Chen Binglan rushed to the hospital. Where's my dad? Where's my mom? She asked a group of relatives in a panic. You still have the nerve to ask your dad? Ask your mom? They have been so angry at you that they have fainted. People like you bring shame to our two families. Now I don't dare to talk to people when I go out. When I start chatting, they ask me if I am my niece. Chen Binglan, why don't you just die? All the relatives who had tried to curry favor with Chen Binglan because she was rich have now turned against her. He pointed at her and started scolding her. Inside the hospital. The other patients' families also pointed at Chen Binglan. They had strange expressions and talked in low voices. Chen Binglan looked unhappy. Sudden. She left the hospital. 10 minutes later. She rushed in with a fruit knife. Puff. Laugh. She waved a fruit knife, her expression as gloomy and ferocious as a female ghost in the movies. Every knife cut left a wound on her relatives. He. You bastards are scolding me now? Why don't you scold me when I give you big red envelopes every Chinese New Year? Why didn't you scold me when your family needed me to do something? Why didn't you scold me when your family traveled to Shanghai and ate and stayed at my place? Pooh. Scold me? You are worse than me. At least I make money with my body. What about you? You are trash who would steal all the disposable slippers in a hotel even when you are staying there. What qualifications do you have to scold me? Chen Binglan screamed miserably. The fruit knife brought up bloodstains. Wait until JC arrives. The hospital corridor was covered in blood. The relatives of the Chen and Wen families, including the women who cursed Chen Binglan the most harshly, all fell in a pool of blood and wailed. Some have even gone into complete shock. The police quickly took Chen Binglan under control and arranged for hospital staff to provide emergency treatment. Fortunately, the first aid was provided in a timely manner, and although several women were seriously injured, some were even seriously injured. But no one's life was in danger. The moment the sterling silver bracelet is put on, Chen Binglan suddenly burst into tears. Woo-woo. But soon, she raised her head again. The moment she was taken away, she stared viciously at her relatives on both her parents' sides. I only regret that I didn't buy a bigger knife to chop all of you blood-sucking bastards to death. After saying, he was escorted out of the hospital by the police amidst the grief-stricken and hateful looks of his relatives at home, leaving blood all over the ground. There was wailing everywhere. as well as a legend. Not long. The video of Chen Binglan beating her relatives in the hospital was spread by some patients' families. Soon, she once again became a hot topic. Even though I hate this woman, her relatives are all weird. Most of the time, people still need a little morality. I think this is a perfect outcome. Chen Binglan will pay the price for what she did, and her weird relatives will also pay the price for their verbal violence. In fact, when it comes down to it, I think Chen Binglan's parents are more responsible. Of course. Do her parents really not know what their daughter is doing outside? Even if they don't know, at least they can guess from her words and actions and her sudden wealth. The comments from netizens are still very fair and just. At the same time, the previously shrunken feminist watch has started to show up again. Chapter 10, You Are Not Honest Enough. I don't want to play with you anymore. Breaking news, in the encrypted super topic where feminists gather. This man is so disgusting. He said it was all in the past. Since you are her boyfriend, you should accept everything about her, including her past. Exactly. Who hasn't clicked on it yet? And they've already promised to change it, okay? All men are pigs, none of them are good. Now it's all over. She's asking for trouble. Even a good woman like Chen Binglan is finished. Friends, you must be careful when looking for a boyfriend in the future. You must not marry a scumbag like this. Lu Fei, who hacked into this encrypted super topic, was disgusted by these guys. After a while of operation, sizzle. The cell phones and computers of all the active female users in this super topic were instantly overloaded. Soon, the computer screen is black and the mobile phone screen is black. Can't restart, it's terribly hot. Ah! My phone! What's going on? What's wrong? Lu Fei heard clearly that there were several sharp female voices coming from the community where he rented a house. He chuckled. Network. This is not the place where you can just randomly make such weird remarks. This super chat circle doesn't need to exist anymore. He muttered something under his breath, his hands rapidly tapping the keyboard. 3 seconds later, this super topic exploded directly. All data are cleared. The programmers behind the news were so frightened that they screamed in fear. Here it comes. That guy is doing it again. This time he deleted the database of one of our feminist super topics. Beside, the members of the Red Hacker Alliance invited by Kwaisun looked solemn. A young woman wearing a butterfly mask said indifferently, "Everyone, move, and do your best to track him down. We must find the real IP address of that guy." Although she only showed her mouth and half of her nose. But you can already tell that she is a super beauty. And her figure is the type that countless women envy. The only regret is that she exudes a cold temperament, too cold. 10 seconds later. Captain. I lost him. 1 minute later. Captain, I lost him too. 3 minutes later, Captain, I'm lost. In front of the computer. After Lu Fei got rid of everyone, he tapped the keyboard with one hand with interest and played a game of hide and seek with the other party. What level are people of this level considered now? While playing, Lu Fei became a little curious. Simply. While playing hide and seek with the other party, he asked through code words, "What level does your level belong to in our Zhuxia Express Company?" The woman with the butterfly mask looked unhappy. He actually still has some energy left. A cold voice came out of her mouth, filled with disbelief. The other hackers nearby and the top executives of Kuaishou were also shocked. He still has strength to spare in front of the top 3 Rakshasa women in the Honker Alliance. Hiss. This guy is amazing. Rakshasa, don't hold back, you must help us catch him. The masked Rakshasa woman's face darkened. Hold back? I've already tried my best. When we faced KJR from the United Empire, we didn't have such troubles. Speaking of. She quickly tapped the keyboard with both hands and found the time to respond with 2 words. Third rate. Look at the code words on the screen. Lu Fei grinned. When I was a kid. If this level is only third rate, then my hacking skills cannot be called God-level hacking skills. You're not very honest. I don't want to play with you anymore. Type in a code word. Lu Fei moved his hands quickly and instantly threw the Rakshasa woman away, disappearing into the online world. Bang! The Rakshasa woman leaned back in her chair. He ran away. The voice remained indifferent. But there was already a slight tremor. So horrible. I have been with him for so long, and I thought that the level of our two people was about the same. Unexpectedly, in just a blink of an eye, the other party disappeared without a trace. The Rakshasa woman stood up. He said, "Since I didn't help you catch anyone this time, I don't want the money. But you still have to pay for their money." After saying, he just stood up and left the express company. "ZZ, I'm going to catch you sooner or later." Got everything done. Lu Fei stood up and stretched. Look outside. It was getting dark. Wash yourself and go to bed. We'll talk about other things tomorrow. I had a tiring day today. Not long after taking a bath, he fell into a deep sleep. He fell asleep. Many people can't sleep at all. Hospital. Chen Binglan's parents have woken up, but they might as well remain unconscious. From time to time, I could hear the curses of my relatives. Chen Binglan huddled behind the iron cage, shivering. The face that had been made delicate by plastic surgery was distorted and looked like a ghost in the dim light and shadow. A sleepless night. In heart. I already regret it. Chapter 11. Didn't people on the internet say that you drive a Lambo? 2 days early in the morning. Lu Fei got up and went to work on time. When he arrived at the company, his male colleagues all gave him a thumbs up. Fuck Lu Fei, he's awesome. I watched your video, it was beautiful. By the way, did you really break off the engagement? Lu Fei nodded and said, "Well, I'll quit. That family is so disgusting, I don't want to have anything to do with them in my life." In the crowd, Q, the company's most beautiful receptionist, suddenly blinked her big eyes. I asked, "Brother Fei, it said on the internet that you dumped your ex-fiancé after you became rich and had tens of millions of dollars and drove a Lamborghini sports car. Is that true?" Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. "If I say yes, will you believe it?" Ha ha. A group of people laughed dryly. "If you really had that much money, you definitely wouldn't work here with us." That's right, if you had that much money, could you still be so frugal? Don't tease me, Brother Fei. Go to work and strive to make further progress. Then you can find a beautiful new girlfriend in the future. Amidst the noisy sounds, Lu Fei sighed. Why? This honest man is so good, why does no one believe what he says? Not long. The company boss has arrived. The office became busy. Lu Fei sat in front of the computer, methodically merging all his work materials. I am planning to resign in 2 days and hand over my job. A full day's work is over. Before leaving, get off work in the afternoon. Lu Fei received a call. Brother Fei, tomorrow is the weekend and our classmates are going to get together tonight. You must come. Everyone wants to hear about what happened to you. On the phone, the monitor of his former college class called Lu Fei. Lu Fei frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. Okay, just send me the time and place, and I'll come over after work. When Lu Fei was in college, this female class monitor helped him a lot. Help him apply for poverty subsidies, help him apply for scholarships, etc. So when the other party invited him, Lu Fei didn't want to refuse. After work, he June winked at Lu Fei and said, Xiaolu, are you okay tonight? Do you want me to help you get to the creek? You two can go play together? This big brother is really enthusiastic. Lu Fei was too embarrassed to refuse directly, and said, Brother June, my college classmates are having a party tonight, so. He June was stunned. Then he clapped his hands vigorously. Said, that's the best. It's a good reason to ask Xiaoxi out. Wait for me to make the call for you. Speaking of. Without waiting for Lu Fei to refuse, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number. 10 seconds later. Xiaoxi, I am your brother-in-law. Here's the thing, Lu Fei and his college classmates are having a party tonight. You also know that he encountered that kind of thing yesterday, and he will definitely be pointed at by others when he goes to the party this time. How about you accompany him there, to give your brother-in-law some face and help him support the place? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Shi finally agreed. Hang up the phone. He June turned around with a proud look on his face. Done. Lu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on? But he still thank you, June brother, but you really don't have to do this. June waved his hand and said, we are two brothers, what is there to say thank you for? In this way, it will be inconvenient for you to take a taxi there tonight. I'll take you to pick up Xiaoxi first, then I'll get off the car, and you can drive my car with Xiaoxi to the party. Lu Fei opened his mouth. I really want to say that I have a Lamborghini and it would be so cool to drive it out. But he didn't say it in the end. After all, it is Big Brother's good intention and we cannot offend him. Go down to the underground garage. Sitting in June's old BMW 3 Series, we drove at lightning speed. After picking up Linshi, Lu Fei sat in the driver's seat and skillfully drove the two old BMWs out. Lu Fei, let me make this clear. I can accompany you to the party, but I definitely won't drink. Linshi shook her long black hair and said lightly. Lu Fei nodded and said, don't worry, I won't let you drink. Linshi felt relieved and nodded, that's good. Driving an old 3 Series. We drove for over an hour into the sunset. Finally arrived at the gathering place. Just got off the bus. Several college classmates who were standing at the entrance of the hotel came over. Fuck Lu Fei, you are so domineering. Didn't the internet say you drive a Lamborghini? How come it's a crappy 3 Series? Lu Fei, tell me how you felt at that time. Look at these classmates. Lu Fei said calmly, what can I feel? It's just like that. As for Rambo and the like, you guys believe what they say on the internet. A few classmates smiled and didn't ask any more questions. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. This guy Lu Fei is not really a rich man. Otherwise, wouldn't we have to kneel down and lick his ass? To flatter a person who worked part-time every day while in school. Their mentality must have exploded. Sudden. Linshi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, finally finished putting on her makeup, opened the car door and walked out in high heels. Today. She wore a plain white dress, which highlighted her figure even more eye-catching. Coupled with her good looks, she looks like she came out of a comic book. A moment. It attracts all the light. Chapter 12, sorry. I'm a bad mouth. Fuck. Lu Fei, do you have a mistress in your house? Oh my god, this girl. Lu Fei, why don't you introduce yourself quickly? Amid the noise, Linshi smiled and took the initiative to say, hello, my name is Linshi, and I'm Lu Fei's friend. Damn it. The smile is so warm. Ah. Several men's eyes almost popped out. A pair of eyes stared at Linshi, then looked at Lu Fei, his face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Fei couldn't stand the looks from the guys and said, okay, let's go in. After saying that, several people walked into the restaurant together. Immediately following. Inside the hotel box, the students who were already sitting there exclaimed in amazement again. I'll go, Lu Fei, you can do it. Lu Fei, I now kind of believe what people on the internet say about you being a scumbag. You just broke off the engagement, and now you're finding someone else? Lu Fei spread his hands. There was no explanation and no conversation. One after another. More students came in. When I saw Lu Fei, I thought he was awesome from the beginning. But Lu Fei could feel that the first look these people gave him was pity. But when they saw Linshi sitting next to him, his eyes changed. This guy is a bit wild. You just broke off the engagement yesterday, and you found a new one today? She's so fucking beautiful. Damn. This world is unfair. Not long. Zhang Yanlong, a rich second-generation student from the last class, also arrived. See Lu Fei. He couldn't help laughing. Lu Fei, you are quite manly. You are very famous on the internet now. I have a friend who runs a live broadcast guild. Do you want to be a host there? Lu Fei glanced at him and shook his head. No, I'm doing well in my current company. Zhang Yanlong curled his lips and asked, what company are you from? I haven't heard you mention it for a long time. Lu Fei said calmly, it's a small company, Shenyang Real Estate, just a real estate agency. Zhang Yanlong was stunned for a moment, then he revealed a weird smile. Ha! What a coincidence. A vice president of Shenyang was fired yesterday. Shenyang's general manager asked me to go there to replace the deputy general manager. You will be my subordinate from now on. Call me Mr. Zhang first. Lu Fei gave him a sidelong glance. No time to speak. Lin Shi, who was sitting next to Lu Fei and playing with her mobile phone with her head down, suddenly raised her head. Look at Zhang Yinlong. He sneered, "Oh, Zhang Yinlong, why are you an idiot everywhere? Do you remember what you said some time ago? Wherever I am, get out of here." The sound is very faint and light. But it was like a thunderclap. It instantly reached everyone's ears, shocking everyone. Lu Fei's classmates knew that Zhang Yinlong's family was not simple and had assets worth at least tens of billions. Although he can't rank high in Shanghai, he is definitely a wealthy second generation if he is in other places. But this beautiful lady brought by Lu Fei actually spoke to Zhang Yinlong like this. Sight. All of them were focused on Zhang Yinlong. Zhang Yinlong was stunned and finally saw Lin Shi beside Lu Fei. His expression changed drastically. "Ms. Lin, why are you here?" Lin Shi sneered. "Lu Fei is my friend." Suddenly, Zhang Yinlong shuddered all over. Look at Lu Fei. Suddenly he did something that no one expected. Call. He bent over hard. A gust of wind blew up, and he bowed deeply to Lin Shi. "Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm such a bad mouth. Just pretend I wasn't here today. I'm leaving first." After a strong 90-degree bow, Zhang Yinlong turned around and left. Lu Fei slowly turned around and looked at Lin Shi. Blinking. This girl. What's the origin? Because of Lin Shi. These college classmates stopped teasing Lu Fei. On the contrary, the look he gave him was full of envy and jealousy. While eating, Lu Fei finally enjoyed the treatment of being the protagonist. All the classmates, both male and female, toasted him. He drank tea and drinks, and no one said anything else. Finished the meal. Female squad leader Zhaoying sent Lu Fei and Lin Shi out. "Lu Fei, you are finally getting better now." Her face was full of emotion. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "No, but if you need any help in the future, please feel free to ask." Zhaoying glanced at Lin Shi and nodded, "Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. After all, we are brothers, right?" Lu Fei raised his fist. "How about a farewell gift, buddy?" Pooh. Zhaoying rolled her eyes. "Let's go, be careful on the road." Lu Fei nodded. "You should slow down too." After saying, he turned around and said, "Come on, I'll take you home." Lin Shi nodded silently. Got on the co-pilot seat. Start and slide out smoothly. More than half an hour later, Lin Shi finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Aren't you curious about my identity?" She turned her head and asked. Chapter 13, Let you be vice president for 20 minutes. Lu Fei pursed his lips. He said, "I'm a little curious, but it's okay. Besides, June asked you to come and meet me, which shows that you don't care much about your status. At least, ordinary people can be treated equally, so it doesn't matter whether they know your specific identity or not. All you need to know is that you are a white, rich and beautiful woman." Lin Shi was stunned. Nod silently. "What you said makes sense, but I still want to say it. Moto Linsen Group belongs to my family, and my father is very rich." Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Linsen Group's market value should be around 30 to 50 billion. But I'm not a bad guy either. I own 10 office buildings now. Then you are indeed white, rich and beautiful. The tone is very flat. It doesn't seem like the normal reaction of an ordinary person when he finds out that his friend is a super rich second generation. Lin Shi was stunned. Suddenly, he asked, "You said before that you have 10 office buildings in Tianhao Plaza, is that true?" Lu Fei said, "When your cosplay club is ready to open, come to me and rent a house and you'll know." Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Play mysterious. We drove for about another half an hour. Lu Fei sent Lin Shi to the high-end residential area where he had picked her up before. Jun's girlfriend Zhu Ting was waiting for him downstairs. "Xiao Lu, just drive the car back and return it to your brother Jun tomorrow." Lu Fei nodded. He waved and said, "Xing Ting sister, I'll go first." "Goodbye, Lin Shi." "Goodbye." Lin Shi waved. Watch the tail lights go away. Xu Ting asked, "Why, are you interested in Xiao Lu?" Lin Shi shook her head and said, "He is just a strange person. I told him that Linsen Group is owned by my father, and his expression was very calm." Zhu Ting was stunned for a while. Said, "His reaction?" Then either he has something to rely on and doesn't think he is worse than you, or he is very cunning. Lin Shi shook his head and said nothing. The two people followed the streetlights and walked into the community. Lu Fei didn't go anywhere on the weekend. I just stayed at home for 2 days. Even. During this time, the female manager from Thomson Epine called and told him in a sweet voice. All the paperwork for his house had been completed and he could go to take possession of it, but he didn't even go. It's the weekend. It's better to lie at home for 2 days. He was lying comfortably in the rental house. However, the online Red Hacker Alliance and some related organizations are very busy. They wanted to find Lu Fei, the big boss behind the scenes, from some clues. But it is obvious that Lu Fei's god-level hacking skills are truly god-level. I worked hard for 2 days and sacrificed the entire weekend. They didn't find anything. On Monday, Lu Fei drove his own Danish SUV to work. He Jun's expression was a little solemn. Xiao Lu, I may not be able to get promoted this time. He frowned and said, I got the news that a young man will be promoted to vice president through the back door. Lu Fei patted his shoulder. Said, don't worry, Jun brother, you will definitely be promoted. If someone takes your place, I will help you get it back. He Jun's face changed. Xiao Lu, don't mess around. Lu Fei smiled and shook his head, don't worry, am I a messy person? As soon as the words fell, the company's general manager Pei Wenqing walked in with Zhang Yinlong, whom Lu Fei had just met on Friday night. Pa. Pei Wenqing clapped his hands. Everyone, this Zhang Yinlong is a top student who graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University. From today on, he will be your new vice president. He will replace the former vice president Zhou and be in charge of the company's personnel issues. Everyone applauds and welcomes him. As soon as the words fell. But Lu Fei had already walked out. Wait. I don't agree with him being the deputy general manager. Pei Wenqing's face changed. Xiao Lu. You are just a division supervisor. What qualifications do you have to disagree? Go back to work. Aside. Zhang Yinlong sneered, oh, how bizarre, Lu Fei, do you think you are awesome just because you know Miss Lin? No matter how powerful Miss Lin is, she cannot control the affairs of other people's companies. I tell you. I will definitely be the vice president today. Lu Fei shook his head, took out his phone and said, you can't be the vice president. After saying, I called the company boss directly. A few seconds later. Hello, I'm Zhu Hong from Shenyang. The tone is flat. Lu Fei paused and said, hello, Mr. Zhu, I'm Lu Fei. Mr. Qi from Tianhe should have mentioned me to you. A sentence. Xu Heng's attitude on the opposite side suddenly changed. Hello, Mr. Lu. What can I do for you? Lu Fei said calmly, Mr. Zhu, I am in Shenyang now. There is something that I need you to come and handle in person. Please come as soon as possible. Opposite. Zhu Hong quickly climbed up from the club. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll be right there. Please wait for me for half an hour. Oh no. Please wait for me for 20 minutes. Hang up the phone. Lu Fei said calmly, I'll let you be the vice president for 20 minutes first. Zhang Yinlong frowned and sneered. I want to see what you are going to pretend to be. Speaking of. I just pulled a chair and sat down. Chapter 14, if I say I will help you to the top, you will definitely be able to do so. Xiao Lu, forget it, it's not worth it. He Jun pulled Lu Fei and whispered. Lu Fei shook his head and said, Brother Jun, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Just wait. He Jun gritted his teeth and said, okay. Since you support me so much, if you leave later, I will leave with you. Lu Fei turned his head and glanced at the old fellow. Hey. It seems that he doesn't know the identity of his girlfriend Zhu Ting, let alone Lin Shi's true identity. Quite interesting. He pulled He Jun to sit down. He said, Brother Jun, be patient. If I say I will take your place, then you will definitely be able to take your place. He Jun smiled bitterly. This brother, I never thought you were so boastful before. It seems that the incident dealt him a heavy blow and changed his temperament drastically. He Jun simply stopped thinking about anything and started gossiping about what happened at the party he and Lin Shi went to yesterday. Lu Fei mumbled a few words casually. More than 10 minutes later. Xu Hong, the boss of Shenyang, rushed in. See him. General Manager Pei Wenqing was stunned. Hurrying to meet him. Mr. Zhu, why are you here? Xu Hong pushed him away and asked anxiously, where is Mr. Liu? Where is Mr. Liu? What, Mr. Liu? Pei Wenqing asked blankly. Xu Hong said anxiously, it's Mr. Liu Fei, who bought the 10 office buildings opposite Tianhe. Suddenly, Pei Wenqing's face fell. Liu Fei? Liu Fei. Aside. Zhang Yanlan's expression also changed slightly. Damn. No way. Then, amid the bewildered looks of everyone in the office, Liu Fei suddenly stood up. Hello, Mr. Zhu, I'm Liu Fei. His voice was very recognizable and Xu Hong recognized it immediately. A bright smile instantly appeared on his face. He strode forward and held Liu Fei's hands with both. Hello, Mr. Liu. Sorry, I'm late. If you have any questions today, I will help you solve them personally. Liu Fei pursed his lips and smiled. Said, Mr. Zhu, I am also an employee of Shenyang. A sentence. Xu Hong was stunned. Mr. Liu, you are joking. How could a person like you be an employee of Shenyang? Liu Fei pointed at Pei Wenqing and said, you can ask President Pei. Xu Hong turned around. Pei Wenqing forced an ugly smile. She nodded with a smile and tears in her eyes, yes, Mr. Liu is indeed an employee of our Shenyang, and his performance has always been very good. Xu Hong was stunned. Liu Fei said directly, Mr. Zhu, as an employee of Shenyang, I know very well who is capable and who is not in the company. Normally I shouldn't interfere in matters like senior management changes, but some people's behavior is just disgusting, so I'd like to make a request now. Let Zhang Yanlan get out of here, and let He Jun take over as the vice president. As soon as the words fell, Xu Hong turned around and said without hesitation, okay. Mr. Liu, whatever you say is what it is. Old Pei, I don't care what this person has to do with you. Shenyang doesn't need an airborne vice president. From now on, He Jun is the new vice president of human resources. The voice is sonorous and powerful. Pei Wenqing nodded with cold sweat. Zhang Yanlan's face looked extremely ugly. Liu Fei glanced at him and said calmly, Zhang Yanlan, I told you that you can only be the vice president for 20 minutes. Keep your word. Zhang Yanlan lowered his head and said nothing. Zhu Hang acted as if nothing had happened. He turned around and said to Liu Fei, Mr. Liu, do you have time? Let's go to Tianhe Square across the street to play bowling. Liu Fei nodded and said, okay, Mr. Zhu. After saying, he waved to He Jun again and said, Brother Jun, let's go. Director Zhu invites you to play bowling. He Jun was a little hesitant. Xu Hong hurriedly said, Boss a proper rest is also for better work. Go relax first, and then come back to hand over the work. Have to. The big boss had spoken, so He Jun gritted his teeth and followed in a daze. Wait until the 3 people leave. There was a lot of noise in the office. What the hell? Is this true? On Friday, I was still asking him if he had tens of millions in assets. It turned out that he had tens of millions. He also had 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza, which was definitely worth 20 to 30 billion. I'm impressed. Liu Fei works so hard even though he's so rich. Sharp. Chapter 15, Brother Fei, when can I ride in a Rambo? Played bowling with Xu Hong for more than an hour. Mr. Liu, there is a high-end club nearby. A group of black girls have come here recently. They are of good quality. Do you want to go over and have some fun? Zhu Hang's smile was as obscene as Zhu Beiji's. However, Liu Fei was not very interested in this thing, mainly because he was afraid of getting sick. Mr. Zhu, please find other friends to hang out with. We won't go. Liu Fei refused. Xu Hong didn't force it. Okay, you youngsters like to play the innocent role, but I, old pig, like this. If you have any problem in the future, you can call me anytime and I will definitely help you with it. Liu Fei nodded. Said, okay, Mr. Zhu, you go ahead. Brother Jun and I will go back to the company. Xu Hong left with a smile. Liu Fei and He Jun left Tianhe Plaza and walked towards the company's office building not far away. Walking and walking. He Jun suddenly stopped. Pointing to the office building in front, he asked, I'm still a little confused. Mr. Zhu said that the 10 buildings across the street are yours? Lu Fei shrugged and said, yes, a distant uncle of mine died abroad, and I am his only legal heir. And then his trust fund bought these 10 buildings for me, and you know what happened next? He Jun took a breath. Slap your trouser legs hard. Nah. I never thought that one day I would be able to make a rich friend. Lu Fei smiled strangely. Your girlfriend's family probably has quite a bit of wealth. After learning that Lu Fei owned 10 office buildings, He Jun had no other ideas. After going back and handing over the work. At noon, I invited Lu Fei and a few other colleagues who I was on good terms with to have a seafood buffet at Daotian Square. After noon, Lu Fei completed the work handover. Officially resigned from Shenyang. Holding his personal belongings, Lu Fei left the office under the gaze of all his colleagues. The girl at the front desk saw him, showing a sweet smile. Brother Fei, you seem to have a lot of stuff, do you want me to help you carry it? Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Nodding, okay, thank you for your help. The girl showed a look of delight. He hurriedly helped Lu Fei lift the 2 bags. Then she followed Lu Fei in small steps like a lady, walking towards Tianhe Square. About 10 minutes later, she carefully placed the bag into the front trunk of the Danube. Touching the shiny paint, he said enviously, Brother Fei's car is so cool, I wonder when I can ride in a car like this. Lu Fei looked at her carefully. The girl at the front desk is pretty good looking, and with makeup on she'd score above 90 points. Her figure is pretty good, with long legs and a C-cup curve, but her temperament is a flaw. After all, her background is not very good, otherwise she wouldn't be the receptionist. But if she were to go out into the world, she would definitely be a goddess. Never mind. When I go to pick up the house later, I can ask her to help me check if there are any defects in it. After all, women are more careful. Having made up his mind, Lu Fei said with a smile, if you want to sit, you can do it now. Suddenly, the girl at the front desk was full of excitement. Is it really possible? Lu Fei nodded and said, as long as you are not afraid of being punished, you can accompany me to a place now and help me. The girl at the front desk nodded vigorously. He said, I just need to say hello. Brother Fei, you are the one that everyone in our company wants to curry favor with. If I say I will accompany you to do something, the leader won't say anything. Lu Fei nodded. Okay then, get in the car. The girl at the front desk got in the car excitedly, then took out her cell phone and started taking all kinds of photos. Lu Fei said, you can take pictures, but don't take pictures of me. The girl nodded vigorously and deleted the 2 photos of Lu Fei. Okay Phineas, I got it. The car moved neither fast nor slow in the traffic. Heading towards Thompson First Class. At the entrance of Thompson First Class, Jiang Yumei was wearing a uniform and was listening to instructions from other colleagues. Our Thompson one is the top luxury residence, and even for cleaners we only hire young and decent-looking people. It is your honor to pass the interview and become our employee. Even, maybe some of you may be noticed by some wealthy people. So you must work hard to satisfy customers and reassure the company. Listening to the supervisor's lecture, Jiang Yumei, who had barely recovered from the storm, began to daydream. Although my appearance is not top-notch, I have a good figure. Who knows, maybe a boss will really take a fancy to you. As long as he could hook up with a rich man, he would be able to turn the tide and slap that bastard Lu Fei in the face. Think of this. Her depressed mood soon turned into high spirits. All right. A big client will be coming to take over the room soon, so everyone disperse. Go back to your duties. Remember to show the best of us and you to your customers. Chapter 16, Jiang Yumei, one day I will become a wealthy wife. Inside Thompson Epine, Jiang Yumei was mopping the floor diligently. Sweat was pouring down. But she is full of energy. I fantasize that one day I will be noticed by a rich man. However, these cleaners are inside. But many people pointed at her. Ha, did you recognize her? That woman is Jiang Yumei who went viral online a few days ago. What Jiang Yumei? That woman who asked for a sky-high bride price and was dumped by her fiancé on the spot. Oh, it's her. How could someone like her get in? Colleagues around me were pointing and talking. The sound came into Jiang Yumei's ears from time to time. It made her feel very emotional and she wiped the floor even harder. Just wait, you gossipers. One day I will marry a rich man and become his wife. Not only will I crush that bastard Lu Fei to death, I will also make you bastards lick my shoes. She swore secretly in her heart. Mopped the floor more vigorously. Wait a minute, that rich man is coming, I must be the prettiest girl. About an hour later. Lu Fei's car stopped in front of Thompson Epine. Manager Yu, who had contacted Lu Fei before, walked out wearing high heels. When Lu Fei got out of the car and took a look, his eyebrows raised immediately. Although Manager Yu only looks to be in his 80s or less than 90 points, his temperament and exaggerated figure are enough to make men feel excited at first sight. Pity. A woman of this status has been taken advantage of by countless men. Lu Fei shook his head with a little regret. Mr. Lu, you are here. I am Yu Weiwei, a senior real estate manager at Thompson. Nice to meet you. Yu Weiwei bowed slightly, her heart surging. Lu Fei nodded and said calmly, Hello, Manager Yu, please take me to see the house first. Yu Weiwei was stunned. I have been working as a real estate consultant at Tangchen for a long time. Any man will be attracted to her at first sight. I didn't expect that this handsome young man in front of me was immune to me. Yu Weiwei felt a little unconvinced. At the same time, I had some other thoughts in my mind. Especially after taking a look at the receptionist girl Jean Xie next to her. I pushed my ex hard. Oh. How can a pair of CS be a match for my pair of FS? However, Lu Fei was too lazy to even take a look. Said, Why, Manager Yu, do you have anything else to say? Yu Weiwei was stunned, and quickly shook her head and said, No, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Let's go to the office first, and I will give you all the information. Lu Fei nodded and said, Okay. After that, he said to Jean Xie beside him, Let's go, Xie. Jean Xie was a little unable to move. Brother Fei, this is Thompson First Class, what are you doing? Lu Fei glanced at her and said, I bought a house here some time ago and came to pick it up today. Hiss. Jean Xie took a breath of cold air. Although Thompson 1 is not as stunning as those 10 buildings, people in Shanghai have all heard of its fame. Even many people's dream is to stay here for a night. Now, the dream is about to come true. I must find a way to stay here for a night. Jean Xie looked at Lu Fei and clenched her fists. Following behind Yu Weiwei and watching her move like a wave, Lu Fei seemed to be showing respect. Enter the office. Yu Weiwei came to her desk. He deliberately bent down and searched for Lu Fei's information in the desk drawer. While searching, he was shaking slightly. Ha? Where did it go? Why can't I find it? She shook her head deliberately and muttered. However, Lu Fei saw through her tricks. He picked up a stack of documents on the desk. He said calmly, Manager Yu, here. Yu Weiwei was stunned. His face turned dark. There's something wrong with this super second generation. He actually pretended not to see me like this. Lu Fei picked up the information and took a look at it. Is everything here? Yu Weiwei took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions surging in her heart. After flipping through the information, he nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Lu, it's all here. Okay, let's go look at the house. After saying, Turn around directly. Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth and quickly walked to the front to lead the way. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Lu Fei casually handed the information to Jean Xie and said, Take it and follow me. Jean Xie carefully held the information in her arms and followed. After leaving the office, the three people walked into the luxurious mansion of Thompson Epine under the salute of the security guard. Catch the eye. Cleaners were busy cleaning up everywhere. Yu Weiwei introduced as she walked, Mr. Lu, our Thompson Epine is the top wealthy community in Shanghai. Our greening uses various precious trees, which are naturally mosquito-proof. In addition, we clean about 3 times a day, striving to provide customers with the cleanest environment. She was introducing. When the cleaners saw Lu Fei, they were shocked. Wow! Is that the new owner? So young. He's tall and handsome, probably close to 1.9 meters tall. But why do I feel like he looks familiar? Amidst the discussion, Zhang Yumei, who was trying hard to wipe the railing and posing at the same time, turned around and saw Lu Fei. Then, she was stunned. Chapter 17, Lu Fei. You are so rich. Lu Fei? Zhang Yumei's face suddenly turned pale. All the longings, all the ambitions. At this moment, everything turned into cholesterol. Bang! The bucket she was carrying fell to the ground. The dirty water splashed all over her. Lu Fei turned around. I saw her at first sight. Hey, Jiang Yumei? He smiled coldly. This woman, the one he once cared for with all his heart, and then the one who tore his heart into pieces. Now he has become a cleaner. Moreover, he was a cleaner in the residential complex where he was about to move in. The circumstances of life are truly amazing. He turned around and said to Yu Weiwei, Mr. Yu, did you see that woman? Her name is Jiang Yumei, and I hope she can continue to sweep the floor in the community, of course in accordance with your contract. Yu Weiwei was stunned. Nodding, he said, okay Mr. Lu, I know what to do. The cleaners in this batch signed a formal contract directly without a probation period. If she violates the contract terms without permission, she will need to pay us a penalty of 600,000 yuan. Dan ran, if she wants to resign voluntarily, she needs to work here for a full month. Another 600,000? The number of 600,000 really has something to do with your family. Lu Fei smiled lightly and nodded, very good, I'll trouble manager you with this matter. Yu Weiwei nodded with a smile and made a note of Jiang Yumei. Let's go and look at the house. Lu Fei waved and continued walking forward. Yu Weiwei called the head of the Human Resources Department and directly conveyed Lu Fei's request. Mr. Lu, it has been done. Lu Fei remained non-committal. Together with Jin Xie and Yu Weiwei, I walked into Building A. Under the pavilion. Jiang Yumei sat down dejectedly. Lu Fei. You are so rich. She murmured. A look of resentment appeared on his face. You can even afford a house in Thompson first class, but you dumped me for 600,000 yuan. I want to accept it. I want to obey it. She growled under her breath. Aside. The supervisor yelled, Jiang Yumei. What are you doing? Hurry up and do your work. Jiang Yumei raised her head. He glared at the supervisor fiercely. Mr. Lu. I have tolerated you for a long time. Do you know who the last owner was? That's the man who almost married me. You'd better be polite to me. Even if I'm down and out. But I used to have feelings for him. He would never watch me being bullied. Supervisor Lu Heping was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Ha, I saw you just now, why didn't I say hello to you? Also, don't take yourself too seriously. Look at yourself, and then look at the people around Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu still takes you seriously? You are nothing. Also, a few days ago, it was your family that pissed off Mr. Lu and left, and now TSK. Lu Heping has already received hints from the Human Resources Department. He didn't take Jiang Yumei seriously at all. Mr. Lu really has you in his heart, but it's a pity that he doesn't remember your good points. Jiang Yumei looked grim, staring at Lu Heping fiercely. He smiled and said, just wait. Just wait. A night of love is worth 100 days of kindness. Even if Lu Fei hates me, he will definitely help me vent my anger. You. Think about the consequences yourself. Look at her expression. Lu Heping suddenly became a little timid. Damn. God knows what those rich people think. If this woman goes to kneel down and lick him, Mr. Lu will be soft-hearted. Wouldn't I have to take the blame? Never mind. Before Mr. Lu's attitude became unclear. Don't mess with this crazy woman for now. Humph. Then I'll wait and see how you finish. Lu Heping snorted angrily, turned around, and vented his anger on the other cleaners, assholes. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. A group of female cleaners' faces turned pale. This bastard, why is he taking his anger out on us? He complained in his heart and at the same time hated Jiang Yumei, who was sitting in the pavilion and sorting out her clothes. It's all because of you, woman, you're causing trouble every day. Sooner or later you will kill yourself. These women secretly remembered Jiang Yumei. When doing things, I always put in some effort. Chapter 18, The Luxury of Thompson First Class. Building A of Thompson 1. Lu Fei and two others took the elevator to the 28th floor. Yu Weiwei took out the key and opened the door. Suddenly, a breath of luxury came to my face. Even though Lu Fei now has tens of billions of assets, after seeing the interior furnishings of this 597 square meter mansion, they all showed expressions of amazement. Very nice. He nodded. Yu Weiwei said, Mr. Lu, this house was renovated at the end of last year. We have done a special formaldehyde removal process, and there is almost no residual formaldehyde and other harmful substances in the room. At the same time, all the furniture and appliances inside are from international first-line brands, and we provide lifetime maintenance for Thomson Epine. After saying, she handed over a form and said, Mr. Lu, you can check the options on the form. Lu Fei took the form casually and handed it to Jean Xie. Xie, please help me check it out. Jean Xie didn't look like she was doing any hard labor at all and took the form excitedly. Don't worry, Brother Fei, I will definitely check it out. Lu Fei nodded. Smile at her. Thank you for your hard work. A smile. Thank you for your hard work. It makes Jean Xie full of energy. Taking the form, I began to check it item by item. Yu Weiwei on the side curled her lips implicitly. He muttered in his heart, it seems that this girl is not Mr. Lu's girlfriend, but he just called her over to help him do something. Then here comes my chance. Yu Weiwei raised her head and smiled coquettishly. Mr. Lu, we've been walking for so long and the sun is so strong, why don't we go sit in the lounge for a while? Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Nodding, okay, go sit for a while. The two of them walked into the lounge. Yu Weiwei is a very capable woman. She didn't make any direct or explicit suggestion. After Lu Fei sat down, she slowly knelt in front of the coffee table and said, Mr. Lu, let me make you some tea. After saying, he bent down and took out a small jar of premium tea from under the coffee table. In process, the willow waist seems to be swaying in the wind. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Oh. This woman really never lets go of any opportunity. He leaned back on the sofa, watching Yu Weiwei's performance with great interest. Without saying a word, Yu Weiwei performed for a while and found that there was no sound. When she looked up, she saw Lu Fei's teasing eyes, and her face froze slightly. Then he stood up and said, Mr. Lu, wait a moment. I'll go wash the tea set. After saying, she left the lounge reluctantly, swaying her waist. A few minutes later, she returned with the clean tea tray. Then, kneeled down again. I just don't believe that a young man like you, full of vigor and vitality, can hold on for long. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. It was not until more than half an hour later that Jean Xie finished checking all the items. Lu Fei was not moved at all. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Jean Xie walked into the lounge. Brother Fei, I checked everything. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that two of the kitchen cabinet doors seem to be installed crookedly. Lu Fei said lazily, then take manager Yu to have a look. After Yu Weiwei finished reading it. Mr. Lu, we will send someone to take care of this cabinet tomorrow, please rest assured. Lu Fei shook his head and said, let's see when I can come and deal with it. I'll talk to you when I have time. Yu Weiwei nodded and said, okay, Mr. Lu. Lu Fei waved. Signed the inspection form. Then he returned 2 copies of the form to Yu Weiwei and said, okay, manager Yu, you can leave first. Yu Weiwei secretly resented it. This bastard. How can you be so patient? She glanced at Jean Xie, then at Lu Fei. I felt even more uncomfortable. I've been busy for a long time, but now it seems like this woman is going to get the advantage. It's so fucking annoying. Yu Weiwei was furious, but she kept a professional smile on her face. Okay, then I won't bother you, Mr. Lu. If you need anything, you can call me. I'm on call 24 hours a day. Before leaving, he did not forget to give a hint. Pity. Lu Fei really didn't want to do anything to a woman like her. Click. Close the door. Yu Weiwei stamped her feet. He entered the elevator angrily. Inside the room, Lu Fei suddenly turned around. Asked, Xie, the sofa in the lounge is pretty nice, let's go sit over there for a while. After saying that, he put his arm around Jean Xie's shoulders. Jean Xie was slightly stunned. Then a blush appeared on her face. Ah! The feeling that dreams are about to come true. So exciting. Chapter 19, Want to leave? You can't leave. Downstairs. Zhang Yumei was still sitting in the pavilion waiting. Yu Weiwei went downstairs. She rushed over quickly. Where's Lu Fei? Where's Lu Fei? She screamed. Yu Weiwei frowned. Then he recognized her. Oh, it's you. You really are blind. Yu Weiwei sneered. You pushed away a young talent like Mr. Lu who was rich and talented, and now he has fallen into the hands of another woman. I really don't understand what has kept a woman like you alive to this age. Jiang Yumei was stunned. Then his face turned slightly pale. Yu Weiwei's meaning was very clear. Jiang Yumei's face changed for a moment, and suddenly she ran towards Building A. Get out of the way. I want to go find him. Yu Weiwei's face changed. He turned around and yelled at the security guard, You are dead. Drag this woman out now. Jiang Yumei howled angrily, and Yu Weiwei simply picked up a rag and stuffed it into her mouth. Look back. He said to Lu Heping, the director of the engineering department, from today on, Jiang Yumei is not allowed to enter the community. Let her handle matters outside. Also, she is not allowed to resign. If she insists on leaving, then make her pay compensation according to the contract. Including being late, leaving early, and even absenteeism, all are handled according to the contract. Lu Heping nodded vigorously. Okay, manager Yu, I'll take note of it. A few minutes later, Jiang Yumei was kicked out of this high-end and luxurious community. After being beaten up by a few other female cleaners, the group finally quieted down. Shrinking in the corner, Jiang Yumei's face was gloomy. Suddenly, she stood up. I want to quit. She yelled at Lu Heping. Lu Heping smiled coldly. You can resign if you want, but you can either resign automatically after working for a month, or pay a penalty of 600,000 yuan as per the contract. Of course, you can choose to be absent from work, but our Thompson Group has a very complete legal system that will let you know the consequences of not abiding by the law. Jiang Yumei was completely stunned. Yesterday, she thought she had found a great job. After all, working as a cleaner here, you can earn more than 20,000 yuan a month, or even close to 30,000 yuan. This income has already exceeded that of most white-collar workers. With this job, she can also buy a BMW for her younger brother Jiang Wei. She felt relieved that her younger brother could find a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, she encountered so many things in such a short period of time. Even if I want to leave now, I can't. Woo-woo. She squatted on the ground, collapsing in pain. Lu Heping smiled coldly. He casually threw a wet rag in front of her. Don't be lazy, get to work right away. Otherwise, we will let you know how strict the rules and laws are. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lu Fei, who was growling with hunger, finally took the limping Jin Siya downstairs. The moon is already high in the sky. Brother Fei, I'm hungry. Jin Siya pouted and said pitifully. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Why, it's your first meal, and you're not full yet. Jin Siya was stunned. Then he punched him in the chest with his little fist. You are so bad, Brother Fei, but I like it so much. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Said, let's go, I'll take you to a big dinner. Holding Jin Siya's slender waist, he walked out of the gate of Thompson Epine. At this time, many wealthy people have appeared in this luxurious community one after another. See Lu Fei. They all subconsciously showed surprise. Another Guxiaoxi? Well, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. We have to make friends when we have a chance. These wealthy people were calculating in their hearts. When passing by, they all nodded to Lu Fei in a friendly manner. Aside, Jin Siya exclaimed repeatedly. Wow! This is Guxiaoxi. This seems to be Mr. Wang from Jinting Real Estate. This should be Ms. Guo from Huimai Foods. Wow, they are all big shots and wealthy people. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. You know them all? Jin Siya nodded vigorously and said, I can't play with my phone at the front desk, so I just read the newspaper every day, and most of the newspapers the company subscribes to are financial newspapers. I've seen them so many times that I can barely recognize some of them. Lu Fei nodded. I see. No further investigation, just moving forward. After leaving Thompson Epine, I took Jin Siya to the nearby Yulong seafood restaurant to eat. Chapter 20, you said those 10 buildings really belong to Xiaolu? Lu Fei and Jin Siya were having a feast at Yulong seafood restaurant. Jiang Yumei returned home in a disheveled state. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel so lost? Jiang Wei asked while playing games. Look at him. A look of pity and sadness flashed across Jiang Yumei's face. Said, "Today I met Lu Fei." "Jump up." Jiang Wei stood up. "Did you meet that bastard? Did you beat him up?" Jiang Yumei glanced at him. A sad smile. "I even went up to beat him up. He was surrounded by people and I didn't even dare to get close to him." Jiang Wei and his father Jiang Nang were both stunned. "What's going on?" Jiang Yumei sighed and slowly recounted in detail what had happened in the afternoon. Suddenly, the Jiang family father and son both fell silent. Thompson First Class. A house costing 200 million. For them, this is an existence that they need to look up to for the rest of their lives. Now. But that person became their future son-in-law. Jiang Nang took out a cigarette and lit it. Surrounded by smoke, his eyes became dull and lifeless. Aside, Jiang Nong was excited. "Sister, go find him. Ask him for money. He's so rich, you'll definitely be able to get a lot. This way I can buy a car and find a girlfriend. The Jiang family will have a successor." Jiang Yumei was stunned. "Look at my brother." A chill suddenly rose in my heart. This? Or is he her beloved younger brother? He doesn't even consider my feelings and only cares about money? Jiang Yumei hesitated and said, "But I want to resign." "What?" Jiang Wei was stunned and became furious. "Sister, the whole family depends on you now. Mom is still lying in bed. How can you resign? Not only can you not resign, you have to stay there and ask that bastard Lu Fei for more money." Aside, Jiang Nang also nodded and said, "Yumei, you really can't quit this job, otherwise how will you get the money to care for your mother? Your brother is still counting on you to get married, and this family still depends on you to support it." Jiang Yumei nodded blankly. My mind was blank. Yes. This family still depends on me to support it. I also have to help Xiao Wei get married and earn the nursing fees. She murmured in her heart. It's like supporting two idlers and a paralyzed mother at home. It's her natural responsibility. After having dinner at Yulong Seafood Restaurant, Lu Fei hugged Jin Siye and returned to the community. That night, the two of them lived there. The next day, Jin Siye went to the company to resign. After she resigned, Lu Fei planned to let her be his personal assistant. The kind that helps him solve all of life's problems. Lu Fei went to Tianhe Plaza and met He Jun's girlfriend Zhu Ting and two beautiful women, Lin Shi, in a cafe. "Lu Fei, Xiaoxi's cosplay club is almost formed. She wants to talk to you about renting a site today." Zhu Ting finished speaking. I complained, "Be careful, you really believe this kid's lies." Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. He Jun is a very tight-lipped person and he didn't even tell Zhu Ting about his own affairs. He nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, why did you come to me for this kind of thing? You should have come to June." Lin Shi frowned. "Didn't you tell me to look for you?" Lu Fei spread his hands and said, "I have already resigned from Shenyang." After saying, he took out his cell phone and called He Jun. "Brother Jun, come to the Cubbies Cafe quickly. Xiaoxi wants to rent a place, and Sister Ting is also here." On the other side of the phone, He Jun frowned and said, "Why don't you just do it? You have 10 buildings over there anyway, so just mark out a piece of it." Lu Fei said with a smile, "No, you should do this. It's more troublesome for me to do it." He Jun thought about it and it made sense. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come right over." Hang up the phone. Lu Fei said with a smile, "Brother Jun will be here soon, Sister Ting and Xiaoxi, what do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." Zhu Ting picked up the menu and politely ordered a cup of mocha. Lin Shi also only ordered a cup of mocha. Lu Fei shrugged and ordered a hot drink. If others are willing to save him money, what else can he say? Not long. He Jun arrived at the coffee shop. As soon as arrived, he said bluntly, "I say, kid, now that you are rich, you are afraid of trouble? Anyway, those 10 buildings are yours, you can just mark out a space for the creek. Why do you insist on asking me to come here all this time?" He Jun just sat down. Puff. His girlfriend Zhu Ting sprayed coffee all over his face. "Money. Money." He Jun was so anxious that he even spoke in his hometown dialect. Zhu Ting stared with wide eyes. He stared at He Jun and asked, what did you just say? He Jun was stunned. He said weakly, I said that the 10 office buildings across the street all belong to Lu Fei, so just ask him to allocate a piece to Xiaoxi. Hiss. Shu Ting took a breath of cold air. You said those 10 buildings across the street really belong to Xiaolu? Her voice had changed, becoming shrill. Lin Shi also looked over and looked at Lu Fei, who looked calm. Chapter 21, Don't talk, I want to be quiet. I now realize that you were not joking the day we first met. Lin Shi said faintly. Lu Fei took a sip of the hot drink. He said with a smile, I am a very honest person. I will answer whatever you say. But if you don't believe me, I can't force you to prove anything, right? That's too low. Lin Shi nodded silently. Thinking back to that night, Lu Fei answered his question and his reaction. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Now that I think about it, I must have looked ridiculous in his eyes at that time, right? As if he could hear her thoughts, Lu Fei said with a smile, you were not funny at all that day, on the contrary you were very cute. Lin Shi rolled her eyes at him. Stop talking, I want to be quiet. Lu Fei shrugged. Shu Ting finally came to her senses. Gave him a thumbs up. I didn't realize you were a hidden rich man, but aren't you an orphan? Lu Fei repeated what he had said to He Jun. Shu Ting was so hot that she exclaimed. The four of them sat for a while. After drinking coffee, wait for the sun to get a little smaller. After leaving the cafe, I simply went to the office building opposite. Pointing to the office building. Lu Fei said, Xiaoxi, just tell Jun which floor you want. I will definitely still charge you for the rent, but I'll give you a 50% discount. Lin Shi comes from a wealthy family and is not short of money. She definitely won't agree if you don't charge her a penny. 50% off. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. After walking for a while, she pointed to the second floor of Building B. I'll take this floor. He Jun wrote it down with a smile. Okay, I'll help you get the paperwork done tomorrow, and you can find someone to start decorating. Lin Shi nodded. My mood also became very happy. The four people were talking and laughing. Okay, now that the matter is resolved, I'm going to go to work first. He Jun waved his hand and walked away in a very casual manner. Shu Ting asked, Lu Fei, Xiaoxi and I are going to buy some daily necessities for the cosplay club. Do you want to come with us? After saying. He looked at Lu Fei with anticipation. Two women shopping for daily necessities. Together? Just go and do the hard labor. Lu Fei shook his head and said, then you guys go, I still have some things to take care of. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shu Ting's eyes, but Lin Shi felt nothing. Said, then you go, Sister Ting and I will go shopping. The two left hand in hand. On the way. Shu Ting complained, this little Lu really doesn't understand romance at all. After asking this, why doesn't he come over and help carry the bag? Lin Shi shook her head and said, Sister Ting, it's normal for them to have their own things, and it's not like we can't do it ourselves. Shu Ting was still muttering. Lin Shi had already walked away. Looking at their backs, Lu Fei laughed. Carry a bag? If Lin Shi is sure that she is my girlfriend, then it's okay. Now. Sorry, I can't tolerate your bad behavior. Lu Fei curled his lips and turned to go downstairs. Just arrived at the garage. Jean Xie called. Brother Fei, I have completed the resignation procedures. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, then come to the garage. 20 minutes later. He drove a Lamborghini and left Tianhe Square with Jean Xie. Brother Fei, where are we going now? Lu Fei rubbed his nose. Said, go buy you a car first. Jean Xie was stunned. Then he showed a look of joy. Brother Fei, am I yours? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Jean Xie giggled. That's my pleasure too. It took more than an hour to drive. Came to the largest car trading market in Shanghai. Which brand do you like? Jean Xie holds her heart with both hands. Said, I like Mercedes-Benz the most, because it was the first car I saw when I was a child. Lu Fei nodded and drove the Danube directly into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I didn't encounter any dramatic problems when buying a car. I got Jean Xie and AMG GT very smoothly. Sitting in the cockpit. Holding the steering wheel, his fingertips passed over the Mercedes-Benz three-pointed star logo. Jean Xie turned around, her eyes full of tenderness and sweetness. Brother Fei, I want to try it. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Then you try it. Chapter 22, it turns out that he is here to ask for money. More than half an hour later. Jean Xie opened the window and spat. I tidied my clothes, touched up my makeup, and put on some lipstick. Then he started the car with a smile. The car moved slowly and left the 4S shop's garage. I didn't realize you're such a good driver. Lu Fei began to look at Jean Xie with a new respect. This woman doesn't drive like those female drivers. Jean Xie tilted her head. He said with a grin, it's okay, but definitely not as good as your driving skills, Brother Fei. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. You are great, little girl. You have learned to say such rude words. Jean Xie smiled and said nothing. I drove to the door of the 4S shop. Lu Fei got out of the car. Let's go, drive your new car, go to Como supermarket to buy some daily necessities, and then go back to Thompson Epine. Jean Xie nodded vigorously. More than half an hour later. The two men drove their cars and parked them in the supermarket garage. I spent half an hour in the supermarket and bought a lot of things. The two of them drove their own cars and headed towards Thompson First Class. Thompson 1 Property Management Office. Jiang Yumei is collecting garbage. Sudden. A low roar was heard. A familiar Lamborghini arrives. There was also a Mercedes sports car following behind. Jiang Yumei was stunned. He threw away the garbage, threw off his gloves and rushed towards Lu Fei, who had just got off the car. Running and shouting. Lu Fei! Lu Fei! It's me! It's me! I'm Yumei! Lu Fei glanced at her and frowned slightly. Thump! Jiang Yumei knelt on the ground. He opened his arms and was about to hug Lu Fei's legs. Lu Fei smiled coldly. He held her head. He said to the female security guard standing nearby, come here and take her away. Jiang Yumei knelt on the ground and shouted, Lu Fei, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Let's make peace. I will listen to you in the future. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. Bow your head. Look at Jiang Yumei. He said lightly, a woman like you is ridiculous. Once upon a time, Lu Fei wanted to give her everything. But she wanted to give a large portion of Lu Fei's wealth to her younger brother. And now, Lu Fei refused to give it to him. She cried and begged for reconciliation again. Isn't this cheap? Jiang Yumei nodded frantically. Yes. I am ridiculous, but we have been together for more than a year after all. Don't you have any feelings for me at all? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Lu Fei shook his head and said, there used to be, but since last week there has been none at all. Jiang Yumei sobbed for a while. He looked up and said, I have followed you for more than a year, and you left just like that. You have to compensate me for my youth. And because of you, my mom is paralyzed. How could you just walk away like this? How could you do this? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. So what? Jiang Yumei lowered her head and said, I just want you to give me 1 million, no give me 5 million, and I will never bother you again. Lu Fei smiled. It turned out that he came to ask for money. Roll. A flick of the hand. Jiang Yumei just sat down on the ground. Aside. The two pretty female security guards at the door finally rushed over. He grabbed Jiang Yumei. Lu Fei said indifferently, go back and tell your leader to control this woman and don't let her go outside in broad daylight to disturb others. After saying, carrying the bag, he turned around and waved to Jean Xie. Come on, let's go in. Jean Xie smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Yumei with contempt. She quickly caught up with Lu Fei and took his arm. Jiang Yumei roared miserably behind him. Back home. In the new house, Jean Xie cooked a pretty good dinner. This made Lu Fei look at him with a new eye. This life assistant is quite capable in daily life work. Had dinner. Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa and played with his phone. And on Douyin. A short video suddenly became popular. In the video, Jiang Yumei squatted in a dark corner. There were stains and scratches on his face, and he looked disheveled in his work clothes. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yumei, who became autistic after being scolded by you last week. I'm a cleaner at Thompson first floor now, and I met my ex-fiancée Lu Fei again yesterday. He brought his new love and bought a 597 square meter luxury house in Thompson 1. Today he bought a Mercedes-Benz sports car for his new love. When he saw me, he was deadly cold. My mother got so angry about what happened between us that she suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and became paralyzed in bed. I am the only one who supports the whole family. I found him, hoping to borrow some money to help me get through the difficult times. But I didn't expect him to be so cold and indifferent that he pushed me away, and even asked the head of Tension Property Department to send me to work in the dirtiest and worst place. He ruined my life, ruined everything I had, and left me like that mercilessly. Chapter 23, Women's Rights Fighters Are Not Afraid of Any Difficulties. John Yume went home after secretly posting this short video. This weird family sat on the sofa, huddled around a cell phone. Brush the comments above. Oh my god, is that really the case? This guy is kind of disgusting. Oh, don't be so mean, you just stick to him because he's rich so you want some money. There are too many women like you, who try their best to squeeze others when they don't say they are rich second generations. Now that he's rich and wealthy, you're making trouble again. I am a woman too, and I sympathize with you. Look at the comments below, which are divided into two camps. And the clicks keep growing. John Yume's family was so excited that they were about to explode. John Wei clenched his fists tightly. Sister, you are finally smart for once. Just wait, those rich people are very concerned about their reputation. That bastard Lu Fei will definitely contact us as soon as possible. This time we don't want 5 million, we'll just ask him for 100 million. If he doesn't give it to us, we will stick to him and won't let go. Aside. John Nung was also puffing on his cigarette. Smiling eyes. Yume, listen to your brother. You must not be soft-hearted this time. John Yume nodded and said, Don't worry, Dad. I will never let Lu Fei off easily for what he did to me. The family of three talked and talked. I started to look forward to it after I extorted 100 million from Lu Fei. What kind of life are they going to start? Luxury cars and luxury houses. Young model club. Yet they didn't notice. There seems to be something wrong with the camera of that phone. Sudden. Beep, beep. John Yume's phone rang again. She took out her cell phone and called the strange number. Hello, are you Miss John Yume? John Yume was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, Yes, I am John Yume. The other party said kindly with a smile in his tone, Ms. Zhang, I am a big V on the news, my ID is Mokiki, I don't buy it. I have seen the short video you posted on Douyin. Have you ever thought about joining forces with the feminists on our newsletter to fight for your legal rights? John Yume was stunned. I remembered the feminist who supported me in the news 2 days ago and was then criticized by the whole network. Certainly. There is also Binglan's female fist, who has already been imprisoned, but whose short videos and photos are still circulating around the world. Are you not afraid of being exposed? John Yume asked. The other party was silent for a moment. Said, as a feminist fighter, I am not afraid of any difficulties. Of course, there are certain risks in helping you, so I need to charge some fees. John Yume was silent for a moment, then asked, How much do you want? The other party said calmly, One price, 500,000. Give me $500,000 and I will support you on the express. Then wait a minute, I'll discuss it with my family. After saying. John Yume hung up the phone temporarily. She told her father Jiang Nang and her brother Jiang Wei what the call had said. Jiang Nang said hesitantly, Could it be a scam? After all, it's 500,000 yuan. This is the only savings we have. We can't be careless. Jiang Wei had already started searching on his mobile phone. Soon, I received the ID. With 16.8 million followers, it's unlikely that she is a scammer, but you can ask her to post a backstage video to prove it. If it's true, I think we should pay the 500,000. Otherwise, given the current situation with the fishing boats, not many people will support us, and we will have to do more to get the money. As long as it is done properly, 500,000 is nothing. 5 million is nothing. Jiang Wei plays games every day and thinks he is very knowledgeable about the internet. After a word of persuasion, the whole family passed. Jiang Yume called back. Soon. Added the other party's prestige. Then the other party sent a series of pictures. In addition to the ID Mokiki doesn't buy it, there are 2 other IDs that also have 3 to 5 million fans. See this backstage evidence. Jiang Yumei felt relieved. Start speaking into the phone. Okay, if you can really help us, I agree that you can help me run it. The other party's voice soon rang out. Okay, then you can transfer 300,000 first, and you can pay the remaining 200,000 after the matter is completed. Make a decision. Jiang Nine immediately took out the card from home. Jiang Wei took the card to the bank and transferred 300,000 yuan to the other party's designated account. The money has been received. We will start immediately. Wait for the good news. After the other party sent a voice message. Jiang Yumei held the phone in both hands, and Jiang Wei quickly scrolled through the messages, waiting for the other party to make a move. Thompson First Class. In front of the computer. Lu Fei tapped quickly. Through Jiang Wei's mobile phone camera, he looked at the ugly faces of this family. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh. The plan is good, but the IQ is really a flaw. He smiled coldly. On the computer screen, this family of three looked particularly ridiculous. Chapter 24, the slap in the face comes so fast like a tornado. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the study door. Lu Fei switched off the computer screen. Shouted, come in. Jean Siye walked in cautiously, holding a cup of hot tea. Put down the tea. She whispered, Brother Fei, I have something here, please listen to it. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started playing a recording. I only want you to give me 1 million, no give me 5 million, and I will never bother you again. This recording started just when Jiang Yumei appeared. Until the end. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Of course you can. He was a little surprised that Jean Siye was so excited. I just heard someone say this on the internet, so. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, your recording is very useful to me. After saying that, he put down Jean Siye's phone and waved his hand, saying, you go and have a rest first. I will deal with these clowns myself. Jean Siye giggled. Said, Brother Fei, hurry up, I'm going to the gym to heat up some food for you. Gym? Hot dishes? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and smiled strangely. This woman. There are so many jokes. But. I like this. Okay, heat it up and wash the vegetables. Jean Siye giggled. Turned and left the study. Sit in front of the computer. Lu Fei was scrolling through the news. Soon. Mokiki didn't buy it, and 2 other Big V accounts all forwarded the news and videos released by Jiang Yumei. This man named Lu Fei has once again refreshed my perception of the men of Zhuxia. You are very rich, but your morals and spirit are really too poor. A super rich man who can afford a mansion worth 200 million yuan, but broke up with his fiancée for 600,000 yuan, and even angered the girl's mother to the point of having a cerebral hemorrhage and becoming paralyzed. Is this kind of man still a man? It's natural for a man to spend money on a woman. You're a billionaire, but you're not even willing to spend $600,000 on your girlfriend. You're simply a scumbag. 3 newsflashes came down. Soon a large number of feminist bitches gathered. Leave a message below. Fuck. Can such a top-notch person become a billionaire? The most stingy second-generation rich man in history. How can a man like this deserve to live in this world? It is because there are too many men like this that the women of Zhuxia live such unhappy lives. Other people's girlfriends are pregnant with their lovers' children, and their boyfriends still take good care of them. Men, how can they be so heartless? I support you, Coco. You must stand for justice and judge this rubbish man. Feminist bitches are out there. He keeps criticizing me. Not only was Lu Fei, the protagonist, criticized, but all the men in Zhuxia were implicated. Looking at the comments from these feminist bitches, many male netizens were so angry that their faces turned blue. Mad, these rural bitches. Bitch, you're so awesome, don't rely on men for your whole life. Your father is a man too. Tell him what you are saying and see if he beats you to death. MDZZ. Even Lu Fei couldn't help but curse. These women are really sick in the brain. Lu Fei smiled coldly. After editing the last sentence of the recording made by Jean Siye. The video he recorded of the Jiang family saying they wanted to blackmail him was directly posted on the dozen or so Big V accounts he hacked. Soon. The breaking news hot search was directly ignited. Once the recording and video are released, don't even mention being a man. Even many women with normal values couldn't help but criticize her. How can such a person be so shameless? If I were that woman, I would definitely be self-reliant and live a beautiful life instead of begging for help like a dog. This is ridiculous. Just now he was playing the victim, but now the situation has been reversed. This family is so weird, the top beam is not straight and the bottom beam is crooked, and they still want to blackmail others for 100 million. Isn't this considered blackmail? And that big V, didn't he say he was defending women's rights? Why did he take money? Many people flocked to Mokiki's big V accounts. Crazy rant. Rubbish. Being a whore and still wanting to be a virtuous woman. Why don't you just die? The feminists who were celebrating under this news were stunned. What's going on? How come things turned around so quickly? It's so embarrassing. Chapter 25, Beat Him. Beat the bastard. Jiang family. The lights are on. After hearing the recording online, Jiang Yumei froze. He actually recorded it. She whispered in a distraught voice. Aside. Jiang Wei's face also turned pale. Sister. What's wrong with you? How could you let someone record your conversation? Now the matter is ruined. That 300,000 yuan advance payment might just be wasted. Jiang Wei roared. Aside. Jiang Neng stood up silently. Bang! A slap hit Jiang Yumei's face. Death Star. After cursing, the old man turned and went into the house, his face ashen. Jiang Yumei covered her face. His face was full of despair. No! You all agreed to this, why are you blaming me now? She shouted in grievance. Jiang Wei sneered. Who else should I blame if not you? It's all your fault that you're not pretty enough, your figure isn't good enough, and your life isn't good enough. Otherwise, how could Lu Fei leave so easily? If it weren't for you, Mom wouldn't be paralyzed, and our family wouldn't be pointed at by those people every day. Jiang Yumei was stunned. Everything. Is it all my fault? She stood up suddenly. Then he sat down again dejectedly. Jiang Wei sat nearby and cursed. Fuck. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call that woman and ask her to return the money to you. Jiang Yumei was stunned. He quickly took out his cell phone and started making a call. But she found that the other party's phone was no longer reachable. I can't get through. Grass. Jiang Wei was so angry that he kicked over the coffee table. Fuck it. 300,000. That's a full 300,000. It's all in vain. Call the police. No way. Jiang Yumei finally chose to call the police. When the police arrived, they took a statement and took away all the information. Just wait at home and we will help you get your money back. After a few words of comfort, JC is gone. However, the problem arises. They found that after the money had been circulated several times, it was impossible to trace it. JC said it was tricky. When Jiang Yumei got the news, she learned that there was a high possibility that she would not get the money back. She completely broke down. What made her even more devastated was her beloved younger brother. After learning that the family had lost another 300,000 of the only 500,000 left, he suddenly exploded and punched and kicked her. Jiang Yumei. You stinky bitch. Why the hell don't you just die? Go out and sell it. Other people's sisters buy houses and cars for their brothers, but you can't do anything. Tomorrow I will send you to Dongguan. Go make money for me. Jiang Wei roared angrily. Every punch hits the flesh. Jiang Yumei was lying on the ground, being beaten savagely by her beloved brother. A shrill scream. But her father Jiang Neng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, watched the scene blankly. There was no intention of trying to stop the fight. Roars and screams. It came from far away in the darkness. A neighbor heard the news and couldn't bear it, so he called the police. Not long. JC arrived. Jiang Yumei was beaten to the point of being on the verge of death. What makes police and neighbors even more angry is that after the beating, Jiang Yumei's mental state was obviously problematic. He was clearly dying, but he would let out strange laughs from time to time. Cuff these father and son. The police officer snorted coldly. You two are suspected of intentional injury resulting in injury or even disability. We will arrest you according to the law now. Faced with the dazzling bracelets, Jiang Neng and Jiang Wei finally panicked. Jiang Neng opened his mouth and suddenly shouted, I hit him. I hit him. My son just cursed at me. You can arrest me, not him. Jiang Wei was also frightened and quickly backed down, shouting, Yes. It was my dad who beat me. I didn't beat my sister, I just cursed at her. However, a resident from the building opposite suddenly came up. He raised his cell phone. He said angrily, Comrades, I live in the building opposite. I recorded it clearly how that bastard beat his sister. The entire process of Jiang Wei beating Jiang Yume was played on the mobile phone. After watching the video, the neighbors around started to curse loudly. What a piece of shit. Because of you, your sister's marriage is ruined, and you actually beat her like this. We have all watched the video online. People like you deserve to be killed 1,000 times. What the hell, how can there be a piece of trash like you in this world? Amidst the scolding, a big brother suddenly jumped up. Beat him, bastard. With a roar, a punch landed hard on Jiang Wei's cheek. Bang! The neighbor's emotions finally exploded. Beat him. Beat the bastard. This kind of person deserves death. Beat him to death. Everyone rushed forward. Chapter 26, The feminist fighter turns out to be a mama-san. All the police were pushed away. Neighbors, uncles, and aunts. They all rushed forward and started hammering and kicking. Just a few tens of seconds. By the time the police pulled the men away, Jiang Wei had been knocked unconscious, with his face swollen like a pig's head. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Jiang Wei murmured as he was dying. Jiang Neng was trembling all over and couldn't utter a word. He looked so cowardly, just like the day when Lu Fei came to discuss the bride price. Neighbors left in droves. The police acted as if nothing had happened and escorted Jiang Wei downstairs. Soon the ambulance arrived and took the unconscious Jiang Yume to the hospital. Jiang Wei also went to the hospital with JC. A few minutes later, the news that Jiang Wei beat his sister, causing her to become incontinent and suspected of being mentally ill, began to be widely circulated in the circle of friends. And it spread to the internet at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a large amount of information reported by Jiang's neighbors about Jiang Yume's family was also posted on various platforms. It attracted countless people to watch. What the hell? This bastard is worse than an animal. I used to think Jiang Yume was a disgusting woman, but now after watching the video I actually feel sorry for her. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. If Jiang Yume knew how to resist, she might be a wealthy lady now. Why didn't Lu Fei save him at the critical moment? All kinds of remarks have aroused heated discussions among the public. Thompson First Class. Inside the study. Lu Fei shook his head after reading the news. He doesn't have many emotions. His feelings for Jiang Yume had long been gradually worn away by her repeated attempts to support her brother. When her family insisted on increasing the bride price by 200,000 yuan last week, the interest completely dissipated. Lu Fei rubbed his eyebrows. Your family is basically finished, but there are still people at large. He muttered something under his breath. By quickly tapping the keyboard, he hacked into Mo Keek's computer. Soon, he found some incredible things on the other person's computer. Oh my god. The feminist fighter who is admired by countless feminists on the news is actually a brothel owner? Lu Fei was stunned by this reversal of identity. How divided is this person? Being a feminist fighter while harming other women? It's so fucking ridiculous. I don't know what you feminists will think after reading these things. Lu Fei smiled coldly. There are a lot of data evidence in the computer, as well as some records of relationships and communications between people. There were also some photos and videos, all of which were taken out. Then, hacked into Mo Kiki and 2 other accounts. A message was posted. My name is Chunlina, I am a mama-san, and sometimes people call me a brothel owner. I run 3 newsletter accounts online, and as a feminist fighter, I promote the idea of women's supremacy. But in private, I am a woman who forces young girls to sell Y. Relying on online and offline businesses, I made a fortune every day, and often went to black bars in Guangzhou, living a life of luxury. A paragraph of text. Then add a 9-grid picture. Then, Lu Fei then threw all the other information onto other popular online platforms. Soon, the internet completely exploded. Fuck. What a reversal. Feminist fighter equals mama-san? This character's setting. Hiss, I took a breath of cold air, and it was so terrifying. Where are the feminists? Come out and get slapped in the face. Netizens who had previously argued with feminist groups and were very angry about their weird values are now proud of themselves, constantly tagging various feminist groups. However, all these feminist groups started playing dead. No one dared to speak out. But the netizens who have finally made a comeback will not let them off so easily. Countless men and women with normal values flocked to the newsletter account of the Feminist Watch that had appeared before. The Mokiki you support is actually a brothel owner. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Your spiritual leader is actually harming women. Pastoral feminist cancer, it's because there are too many people like you that many people on the internet are prejudiced against women. Come out and take a walk. Feminist cancer. Chapter 27, Open the Door. The feminists who were partying a few minutes ago. Soon I got a taste of cyberbullying. They hold their mobile phones or sit in front of computers. Seeing the sudden news, my mind almost exploded. Mokiki is actually a mama-san? I actually supported her. You bastards, go ahead and curse me. Curse me. My newsletter gained followers even though you cursed me. Many feminist activists were shocked by the news. However, more people are shameless and act very happy when they find that their fan base has increased after being scolded. People who have no shame are truly invincible. And after Lu Fei leaked those pictures and videos, the internet has started to appear again. At the same time, Rakshasa from the Red Hacker Alliance led her team to search for Lu Fei's whereabouts. But, with Lu Fei's god-level hacking skills, they couldn't find any clues at all. And the other side. After her identity was revealed, Chenlina panicked. She quickly packed her things and prepared to run. Finally, there was a knock on the door. Open the door and check the water meter. Check your water meter. Chenlina cursed inwardly, packed up tens of thousands of cash, changed her clothes, and slipped out the back door. Not long. The door was violently kicked open. A group of police rushed in. The person just left not long ago, chase him immediately. The police chased after him. Chenlina ran wildly in the alleys of Yangchang and soon reached the entrance of the alley. Sudden. A van stopped in front of her. The van door opened. Chenlina was dragged in directly. "Oui, brother, oui? Thank you for coming to save me." She spoke with a bright smile. Bang! Brother Hui, who was wearing a big gold chain, used all his strength and slapped her so hard that she fainted. Drive! Brother Hui spoke with a gloomy expression. The van started. Keep moving forward. Soon, we arrived at a small village that was about to be demolished and had almost no people. Wow! A basin of cold water was poured on Chenlina's face. Under dim light, she slowly opened her eyes. Brother Hui, what are you doing? Chenlina spoke with difficulty. Under the light, Brother Hui's face looked gloomy. Took out a photo. Remember this little girl? In the photo, she is a little girl with a bright smile. Chenlina was stunned and asked blankly, Brother Hui, what do you mean? I have never seen this little girl before. Brother Hui's face turned cold and he waved his hand. Soon, two young men came in. Bang, bang, bang. Just a round of punching and kicking. After a while, Brother Hui bent down again. Do you remember now? Chenlina was covered in bruises. She struggled to sit up and nodded vigorously, I remember. I remember Brother Hui. Brother Hui had a gloomy face. Heh, then do you know that this is my only sister? Chenlina's face changed drastically. If she remembered correctly, the little girl was taken to Sawadika by her. Brother Hui. Listen to me. She is not dead. She is not dead yet. She is in Sawadi Kanaktu. I swear. She is still alive. Brother Hui was stunned, then turned around and said to his men, notify our ship immediately to change its course to Sawadika. The subordinate nodded immediately and said, okay, Brother Hui. I'll contact them right away. A few minutes later, the subordinate leaned over and said, Brother Hui, it has been arranged. Brother Hui turned around. He gave a cold smile. Then it's time to go. After saying, he smiled coldly. He waved his hand and said, call in those people who sneaked in. A few minutes later, Brother Hui lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Snapped his fingers. Locked the door and poured gasoline on it. Several men nodded immediately and poured all the prepared gasoline on it. Brother Hui casually placed 2 timing devices under the straw that was doused with gasoline. He turned around and said, let's go to Sawadika. Several people got into the van and drove away in the darkness. About half an hour later, the timing device under the straw flashed sparks and the gasoline was ignited directly. Boom! A raging fire rose into the sky. Chapter 28, Siya, is the food ready? Quick! Put out the fire. Look! Look for the basin. Find water. This place is going to be demolished, there's no water. Think of a solution quickly. Amidst the exclamations. Facing the raging fire. After all, the JC uncles were powerless. When firefighters arrived, the fire was slowly extinguished. The police uncles walked into the ruins. I was shocked by the situation inside. There were more than a dozen dark figures lying in all directions inside the house. It's not the kind that is burned black by fire, but it is black in itself. Why are there so many black people here? Uncle JC was confused. But soon, the forensic doctor arrived and gave a result. Chanlina is here. She has serious burns, but she's not dead yet. Because when the fire started, there were black people standing in front of her. Call an ambulance. The ambulance arrived at the scene shortly afterwards. After detailed inspection, it was announced that the dozen or so black people died on the spot. At the same time, Chanlina suffered severe burns. He was sent to the hospital for treatment. At the same time, news about Brother Hui was also quickly disclosed. Maritime containment has been notified. Not long. The news was reported. Chanlina's identity was also reported in detail. Once again in the middle of the night, the entire country was shocked. Fuck, Chanlina really deserves it. Why don't the feminists come out and take a walk? A dozen black people were burned to death. Why am I so happy? To be honest, Brother Hui is definitely a hero. I hope Brother Hui doesn't get caught. It was as if I had heard the voices of many people. The radars of patrol ships at sea suddenly failed at the same time. On the black sponge, a smuggling boat sailed quickly and passed by them without being discovered. At last, the ship sailed into the waters of Sawadika and disappeared. Thompson First Class. Do all this. Lu Fei stretched. Turned off the computer. Leave the study. Siya, is the food ready? Inside the gym, Jean Siya wiped the sweat off her face and walked out smiling. It's already heated up, but you still need to rinse it with cold water first. Lu Fei nodded and said, just rinse and eat over there, it will be cold if you eat it after rinsing. Jean Siya giggled and followed him into the bathroom. Bang! Inside an office, a Rakshasa woman wearing a butterfly mask slammed the keyboard hard. That bastard disappeared again. She stood up angrily. He left with a gloomy face. Behind, several members of the Red Hacker Alliance shook their heads and sighed. This ZZ is really too difficult to deal with. Not only us, but the internet also didn't find anything. Could it be that Lu Fei? I don't know. You know that to catch hackers online, you need evidence. The hackers dispersed one after another. The webmasters also finished their work. Although I didn't catch that ZZ. But that ZZ helped them crack down on a large-scale drug trafficking den and the related chain of relationships. This is also a very good thing. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Lu Fei turned on his cell phone. His prestige is about to explode. Fuck. Brother Fei is awesome. Brother Fei, have you bought a house in Thompson First Floor? Brother Fei, I brought some local specialties from home. When will I come to play with you? Brother Fei. The screen is full of licking messages. After Lu Fei finished reading it. Shake your head. Get up and wash up. It's a new day again. Just finished washing up. Lin, she sent a message. Lu Fei, a friend of mine is coming to Shanghai today, but I have an appointment with my cousin to go to a decoration company to choose decoration materials. Could you please help me pick up a female friend at the airport? His tone was very polite and he never mentioned what happened online yesterday. She's a very sensible girl. Lu Fei still admires Lin Shi very much. Since there was nothing else to do, I just said, sure, when is the flight? Soon Lin Shi replied, around 11 a.m., please pick me up and go directly to Chong'an Square. I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay. After a few more pleasantries, Lu Fei put his phone in his pocket. He said to Jean Siya, let's go and buy you a small apartment nearby. Jean Siya was stunned. A little surprised, but also a little disappointed. But she quickly calmed down and followed Lu Fei out. She put herself in a very correct position, that of a kept assistant who helped with daily chores. As for the rest, don't think too much about it. This is exactly what Lu Fei admires most about her. Chapter 29, Buying a House to Keep a Beautiful Girl. Go downstairs. Lu Fei directly dialed Yu Weiwei's number. Manager Yu, I want to buy a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house within 20 kilometers of here. Do you have any recommendations? Yu Weiwei on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then she understood. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. I will contact you right away. 5 minutes later. Lu Fei arrived at the Thompson property office. Yu Weiwei hurried over, took out her phone, pointed at the map and said, Mr. Lu, I'll help you find 3 houses, all of which have been renovated but not occupied or have only been occupied occasionally or twice. They are located here, and they are all high-end neighborhoods. These 3 houses all have 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with an area of about 70 square meters. In terms of price, the cheapest one is about 6 million, and the most expensive one is 11 million. Lu Fei took a casual look. He waved his hand and said, the one worth 11 million is closer to here. Manager Yu, please contact her and take her to see the house. Turning back, he said to Jean Siye, who was full of surprise, I'll transfer 11 million to your card. You can take a look at it yourself. If you are satisfied, you can make the purchase. You don't have to wait for me for lunch. I have other plans. After saying, just pull out your phone and call your bank to arrange the transfer. Yu Weiwei standing by was truly envious and jealous. This Mr. Lu is really generous. She has seen many wealthy men keeping mistresses. But for someone like Lu Fei, a mansion worth tens of millions is enough. It's really rare. Watching Lu Fei drive away in his car, Yu Weiwei suddenly sighed, I really envy you. Jean Siye was stunned, then shook her head and said, why should I be envious? I also envy your carefree attitude. Yu Weiwei sighed. This woman must have some tricks to get to the top. Come on, I'll take you to see the house. Soon. Jean Siye drove her AMG GT, left Tangchenipin and headed towards the target community. Magic City Airport. Lu Fei parked the car in the garage. Then we arrived at the boarding gate. A few minutes later. Lin Shi sent a message. Lu Fei, have you arrived? My friend got off the plane. Lu Fei responded, I'm already here, at the boarding gate. I am wearing a white t-shirt and blue shorts today. Okay, I'll tell her. A few minutes later. A beautiful woman with extremely long legs, fashionable clothes and headphones walked to Lu Fei, pushing a suitcase and carrying a bag. Mr. Lu? The sound is clear, like the wind blowing down from the snow-capped mountains. Lu Fei looked up and took off his sunglasses. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. The woman in front of him was even more beautiful than Lin Shi, with delicate features and fair skin, and there was not a single flaw on her face. The key point is that even when she wears flat shoes, she is not much shorter than Lu Fei. Judging from the visual aspect, he is about 1.75 meters tall. And the curves are round and the figure is very, very good. An absolute beauty with a perfect body. Perfect. Hello Miss Lu, I'm Lu Fei. Lu Fei nodded at her. Lu Ruoxin smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Lu, for picking me up. Lu Fei shook his head and said, it's okay, let's go. He spoke briefly, offered to help her lift the suitcase, and turned forward. Lu Ruoxin followed behind. Looking at his back, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. This handsome guy. Could it be Xiao Xi's boyfriend? He seems to be a nice person, but I don't know about other aspects of him. But why does this person seem familiar to me? I seem to have seen you somewhere? Two people came to the garage one after another. Lu Fei threw the suitcase into the front trunk and waited for Lu Ruoxin to get in the car. Start the car and drive towards Chong'an Square. A little after 12 o'clock. The car drove into the garage. The luggage was thrown on Lu Fei's car, and the two went upstairs together. Come to the third floor of the mall. Lin Shi and Zhu Ting were already waiting at the elevator entrance. Lu Ruoxin just walked out. Lin Shi gave him a bear hug. Ruoxin, you are finally here. Happy as a child. Aside. Zhu Ting nodded and said, Ruoxin, welcome. Lu Ruoxin shook hands with her again. Said, I still have to thank Mr. Lu for picking me up. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. This woman has higher emotional intelligence than Zhu Ting. It's okay, we are all friends. He waved his hand casually. On the side, Zhu Ting suddenly asked, Lu Fei, what happened last night? Lu Fei? A light flashed in Lu Ruoxin's mind. Ah. So you are that Lu Fei. No wonder you looked familiar to me the first time I saw you. He shrugged and frowned slightly. He said frankly, yes, I am the modern Chen Shimi Lu Fei. Puff. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin laughed out loud at that time. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you, but it's rare to find someone as frank as you. Lu Ruoxin apologized to Lu Fei, looking at him while still thinking in her heart. Could that ZZ be him? We need to observe carefully. Chapter 30, My sister is right, money is a man's courage. Lu Ruoxin developed some interest in Lu Fei. Zhu Ting asked inappropriately, what is your relationship with that woman? Female? Lu Fei said calmly, you mean Jean Siet? She is my personal assistant now. Zhu Ting frowned. Glanced at Lin Shi. In the end, I didn't ask any further questions. Never mind. Let the creek take care of itself. And it is still unclear whether Ren Xiaoxi likes Lu Fei or not. What are you going to eat for lunch today? Lu Fei asked. Zhu Ting said, Ruoxin, what do you want to eat? We will listen to you. Lu Ruoxin said indifferently, I'm not familiar with this place, Xiaoxi, you decide. Lin Shi smiled faintly. Then let's go have a barbecue. Lu Fei had no objection. No one else matters. 3 women and 1 man walked into a high-end barbecue restaurant. After entering, Lu Ruoxin attracted countless gazes. But she was already used to it and sat down with Lin Shi calmly. Zhu Ting sat next to Lu Fei. 4 people were chatting while grilling. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. Eat and eat. Sudden. Ding. Your clone on Earth D33 died. Yubin skills, god-level driving skills, money plus 1 billion, and a luxury cruise ship, Shindu. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. Countless car driving techniques were surging in his mind. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses. All the skills were imprinted deep in his mind and even became instincts. What's wrong with Lu Fei? Eat? Zhu Ting greeted. Lu Fei nodded and said, it's okay, I suddenly remembered something. Ding dee. His phone rang, probably 1 billion in cash had arrived. He didn't look. Continue eating with the 3 women. This restaurant is quite high-end, although the 2 stunning beauties Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi attracted countless eyes. But with Lu Fei around, no blind men came to chat with her. After dinner. Standing in the mall. What are your plans next? Lu Fei asked. Lin Shi and Zhu Ting looked at each other. Zhu Ting said, I don't have any other arrangements, but I took Xiaoxi's car here today. So I have to trouble you to send Ruoxin to my place. The tone was quite polite. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, shall we leave now? Lin Shi said, yes, let's go now. Okay then, let's go. 3 women and 1 man got on the elevator. Sudden. Wait a moment. A young man reeking of alcohol rushed over and stopped the elevator. Go inside the appliance. He lowered his head, carefully glancing at Lu Ruoxin from time to time. The obsession in her eyes made Lu Fei feel sick. Lu Ruoxin is very beautiful, so beautiful that she doesn't seem like an ordinary person. But you don't have to treat the boy like this. But the young man might be timid, and he didn't dare to say anything after looking for a long time. out of the garage. He continued to follow. He followed until Lu Ruoxing got on Lu Fei's Lamborghini. After Zhu Ting got on Lin Shi's Ferrari. He then quietly got into another car. Wait until Lu Fei and Lin Shi drove away one after another. He also drove and followed quietly. While driving, he dialed a number. Sister, I met a girl when I was having dinner in Hushuan today. She is so beautiful. I feel I fell in love with her at first sight. Sister, can you teach me how to express my feelings to her? On the other side of the phone, a young woman with a pretty face was stunned. Said, is it beautiful? You just need to be bold and ask for prestige. Oh, is it that easy? But I'm a little scared. The young woman said directly, what are you afraid of? I will transfer 5 million to you later. If a man has money in his pocket, he has nothing to fear. After saying, hang up the phone. Then she took out her cell phone and transferred 5 million directly to her brother. SMS notification comes out. When the young man saw it, he showed excitement. I felt full of strength and driven by alcohol. I stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Sister is right, if a man has money in his pocket, he is not afraid of anything. So what if that man drives a Lambo? My brother-in-law's Panamera isn't bad either. Lu Fei drove his car through the traffic. Neither fast nor slow. The young man was drunk and caught up with him in a short while. He opened the window and kept shouting at Lu Fei. Brother! Stop the car. Pull over. Fuck. I told you to pull over. Lu Fei glanced at him and recognized the man's origin. No one cared about him. Suddenly, the young man's face turned livid. Fuck. Just because you're rich is so great. Just because you're rich you can ignore me? Damn it. Stop right there. Driven by alcohol. The young man turned the steering wheel hard to the right. It crashed straight into Lu Fei's car. Lu Fei was stunned. Subconsciously display God-level operations. But soon, he gave up again. Control the speed of the car and let the other party hit you. Bang! There was a loud bang. The Panamera was parked directly in front of Lu Fei's car. Inside the car, Lu Ruoxing screamed, then calmed down. Lu Fei said, just stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look. He opened the car door and got out. Chapter 31, I will divorce you if you don't save my brother. Inside the Panamera. After the crash, the young man finally sobered up a little. He looked at Lu Fei getting off the car and trembled with fear. He quickly took out his cell phone. Sister, I had a car accident. Opposite. The young woman said nonchalantly, car crash? It's okay, just call the police and ask for insurance repairs. I'll talk to your brother-in-law. The young man had a sad face and said, no, sister, I drank alcohol at noon. The other party was driving a Lamborghini. Sister, please save me. I don't want to go to jail. Suddenly, the glass in the young woman's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Xiao Guangyu. She yelled in frustration. Sister, you yelled at me. Xiao Guang felt aggrieved. The young woman was stunned. She immediately comforted him. No, sister is just anxious, don't worry. Don't get out of the car yet, I'll call your brother-in-law and ask him to help. After saying that, she hung up the phone and quickly called her husband. Honey, something happened to Xiaoguang. On the other side of the phone, a man in his 30s, wearing a formal suit, tie and gold-rimmed glasses, was stunned. A hint of unswerving expression flashed across his face. What did that loser do again? The man asked with a gloomy face. The young woman said weakly, he drove your car out and collided with a Lamborghini. The man frowned and said, why did you call me for such a small matter? Just call the police and ask the insurance company to assess the damage and repair the car. I'm still in a meeting here, so that's it. He was about to hang up the phone after saying that. The young woman's sharp voice rang out. Wait. Xiaoguang said he was drinking. Suddenly, the man paused. His face suddenly turned gloomy. He drank and drove my car? Then let him go to jail. The young woman quit. Zhang Jijia, are you still a man? Are you talking like a human being? Xiaoguang is my younger brother. You are his brother-in-law. How could you do this? Zhang Jijie's face turned cold. Dulele, haven't I wiped his butt enough in the past few years? Now he has learned to drive under the influence of alcohol. And the other party is also a rich second generation. How do you want me to deal with this kind of thing? Ha! Dulele threw a tantrum and said, I don't care. You have to handle this matter for me. Otherwise I will divorce you. Think it over carefully. Day. Her 4-year-old son ran over and hugged her legs. Mom, please don't divorce Dad, okay? Dulele was still angry and shouted, then tell your father to go save my uncle, or I will divorce your father. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jijie was shaking with anger. Dulele, are you still a human being? How dare you say such things in front of your son? Dulele sneered, you are the one who stopped being a human being first. Xiaoguang is my brother. Anyway, I've put my words here. Either you find a way to save Xiaoguang, or we get divorced. With a snap, she hung up the phone. He shook off his son's hand, picked up the car keys and went out. Her 4-year-old son was left crying and the nanny was at a loss. Grass. Zhang Jijie growled at the doctor. His expression changed instantly. After a while, he stood up and walked out of the office. Notify all departments to cancel the meeting. I have something urgent to do. After saying, he called his driver. Lao Lu, I have something to ask of you. My wife's brother got into trouble again, this time for drunk driving. I hope you can help me out. If you agree, I will transfer 2 million to you immediately. On the other side of the phone, the driver, Lao Lu, looked embarrassed. Boss sang, it's not that I don't want to. You know my wife is going to have a second child soon, and going in will have an impact on the political review of the next generation. So? Zhang Jijie frowned. 2 million. Old Lu is still hesitating. 3 million. Old Lu was finally defeated by money. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll go with you. A few minutes later, Zhang Jijie went downstairs and called Du Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, have the police arrived? Du Xiaoguang sat in the car and shook his head, they haven't arrived yet, but that guy called the police. Zhang Jijie took a deep breath and said, then drive away from the scene immediately and go to Luku Alley. I will send someone over there to pick you up, quick. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Du Xiaoguang put down his phone and took a deep breath. Started the car directly. Buzz. Throttle tremors. The Panamera started to reverse and then rushed forward madly. Lu Fei's eyes turned cold. Ha! You want to run? I want to see if you can run away today. He sneered and turned around to get in the car. He said to Lu Ruoxin, that guy is drunk and wants to run away, I want to follow him. Please inform Lin Shi and the others. After saying, he stepped on the accelerator. I chased him straight away. Chapter 32, sorry, I'm not short of money. Buzz buzz buzz. The engine sound of the Lambo Bull is low. Following behind Panamera slowly. Lu Ruoxin sat in the passenger seat, watching Lu Fei's easy operation, and took out her cell phone to notify Lin Shi over there. The chase lasted about half an hour. Panamera turned into a small alley. Lu Fei sneered and turned in as well. Then, he saw the drunk young man getting out of the car. Then another man in his 30s, who looked like a business elite, walked over with an honest man in his 30s. The elite man said a few words, and the honest man got into the Panamera. Prepare to drive away. Oh. This trick again. Lu Fei sneered. Boom. The engine roars. Just push it up directly. Bang. The Lamborghini Bull directly hit the waist of the Panamera. Laugh. The car was pushed directly into the corner of the wall and was stuck inside and unable to move. Stay in the car and call the police for me, he said to Lu Ruoxin. Then he opened the car door and walked out. Why, looking for someone to take the blame? You little bastard, you dare to follow me all the way and even deliberately hit my car. Why don't you have the courage to admit this? Lu Fei said with a cold face. Du Xiaoguang suddenly became timid. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lu Fei sneered. Pointing to the dashcam in the car, he said, I'm sorry, the dashcam and surveillance along the way will tell the police whether you did it on purpose or not. This was the kind of garbage he hated most in his life. They are very high profile when doing things, but when it comes to paying the price, they become cowardly. It's more annoying than those who pretend to be cool both before and after doing something. Aside. Zhang Jijie frowned. Stand up. Friends, I'm Zhang Jijie from Blue Charm Group, and this is my brother-in-law. We all live in Shanghai, we'll meet each other sooner or later, please give me some face, and let this matter go. How about I buy you a new car later? Brother-in-law again? Lu Fei frowned. Sorry, I'm not short of money, I just don't like this kind of scum, so there's no point in discussing this matter. Zhang Jijie's expression changed. Just about to speak. Another car rushed into the alley. Crunch. The car stopped in the middle of the road. The car door opened. Du Lele strode over. What's going on? Why is it blocked? She muttered and yelled at Lu Fei, friend, I'll compensate you for the car, and let's just forget about this matter today. After saying. She directly took out a card and said arrogantly, there is 8 million in this card, which should be enough for you to buy a new car. Let my brother go. Zhang Jijie's expression changed. Lu Fei sneered and took out a card. There is 1 billion in cash in this card. If you beat your brother to death here, I will give it to you. Du Lele's expression changed. Do you really have to fight to the death with my sisters? Zhang Jijie had a gloomy face and pulled her behind him. He growled, can you please stop making trouble? Du Lele was stunned and flew into a rage. Zhang Jijie, you have become so capable. How dare you yell at me like that? Zhang Jijie's face darkened. My fists clenched unconsciously. Du Lele was not willing to give in, he took Du Xiaoguang's hand and said, Zhang Jijie, I only have this one brother. Don't forget what you promised my dad when you married me. Now I just want a result. My brother must be fine today. Otherwise I will divorce you. Zhang Jijie clenched his fists even tighter. Aside. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched. Damn. How come I met another brother supporting demon? Brother, why do you still want to stay with your wife when she is in such a bad state? I see that you are in this state. If I scold you like this in front of outsiders, won't you be treated like a slave at home? The most important thing is that you have such a bad brother-in-law. Aren't you afraid that you will get yourself killed? He couldn't help but ask. Du Lele raised his eyebrows. Little punk. She was about to start scolding. At some point, Lu Ruoxin walked out of the car. He raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! The slap was crisp. Du Lele was stunned, and Lu Fei was also stunned. Why did this beautiful lady suddenly take action? It almost caused the inner energy that he was circulating to go astray. What's your name? Guang? You've been following us since we came down from the Hushuan barbecue restaurant. You provoked me on the road and even crashed my car on purpose. You were so arrogant at that time, but why are you so cowardly now? You only know how to hide behind your sister? Chapter 33, I have tolerated you for a long time, let us divorce if that is the case. Lu Ruoxin's voice was cold, and her face was full of dissatisfaction and frost. Du Xiaoguang lowered his head in shame and said nothing. Du Lele had already screamed. You dare to hit me? I'll fight you. With a roar, he rushed forward with fangs and claws bared. Bang! Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin kicked at the same time. He kicked her in the abdomen, one on the left and one on the right. Moment. She screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Jijie, you are a dead man. You just watched me get beaten up. Are you still a man? The voice was shrill. Zhang Jijie's clenched fist suddenly loosened. Look back. He stared at Du Lele with a cold expression. I've tolerated you for a long time. Divorce if you want. Also, my son is mine. You and your brother can live your whole life there. This is just right, as it will save him from causing trouble for other girls outside. Du Lele was stunned for 2 seconds. Furious. Zhang Jijie, are you talking like a human being? He is my brother. You beast. Zhang Jijie sneered. I'm just being honest. I haven't seen you being so close to my son at home. Since you love him, then spend your life with him. Anyway, for someone like you, incest doesn't matter. The voice was cold and full of paranoid arrogance. Aside. Du Xiaoguang was so angry that his face turned red. Brother-in-law, if you say that again I'm going to get angry. Zhang Jijia looked back suddenly. Bang! He kicked Du Xiaoguang in the stomach. Du Xiaoguang staggered back. Falling out? Bang! You're turning over. Bang! You eat from me, use my things, and cause trouble for me every day, and you dare to turn against me? Bang! Come on. Turn it over for me to see. Bang! Zhang Jijia kicked me for every word I said. After a few kicks, Du Xiaoguang collapsed to the ground, holding his stomach, like a shrimp. Bah, waste! Zhang Jijia spat. Du Lele was shocked. Seeing her husband, who was usually gentle and spoke softly, suddenly became like an angry lion. Her heart was beating violently. Zhang Jijia gave him one last kick. Useless. You can only act like a boss in front of your family. If it weren't for you always getting into trouble, your sister and I wouldn't have come to this point today. Du Lele. And Du Xiaoguang. I tell you, I'm going to divorce you today. Love whoever you want. After saying. He looked back at Du Lele. Du Lele, get ready to be sued for divorce. You have supported your younger brother and your mother's family over the years, and no matter how much money you have taken from me, you must return every penny to me. Also, don't think I don't know that you went out with your first love a few days ago. I have evidence in my hands. Suddenly, Du Lele's face turned pale. Husband, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Please, let's not get divorced, woo-woo. I will send Xiaoguang back to his hometown and I will never help him again. Please don't divorce me. She hugged Zhang Jijia's legs and cried. Zhang Jijia's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to relax a little. Lu Fei said, Brother, a dog will always eat shit, how can a brother supporting demon change? If she could change, she would have changed long ago. As for cheating, once it happened, there would be a second time. Don't wait until the cattle and sheep above your head have grown up before thinking about divorce. Zhang Jijie was stunned. He turned around and looked at Lu Fei carefully again, with a gleam in his eyes. I know you. You're the Lu Fei who's been very popular on the internet recently. Lu Fei shrugged. That's why I'm advising you as a person who has experienced this. A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has left. Zhang Jijie nodded vigorously, bowed to him and said, Thank you for the reminder, brother. Look back. He looked at Du Lele with a cold face. Kicked her away. Get lost. You are a rubbish, a brother-supporting demon who can even ignore the son you gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. If I believe you, there must be something wrong. After saying. He just took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Fong Lei, help me file for divorce. I want to divorce this Du Lele thing. Opposite. Zhang Jijie's brother, Barrister Fong Lei, was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Damn it, Lao Zhang, you finally figured it out. You should have divorced me a long time ago. I'll help you organize the information and then go to court to sue you. Zhang Jijie hung up the phone. Du Lele collapsed to the ground, and he and his brother Du Xiaoguang were at a loss. Chapter 34, All those who support their brothers will have a bad ending. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Jijie, and I'm the current CEO of Blue Charm Group. Zhang Jijie extended his hand to Lu Fei. Lu Fei shook his hand and said, Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, for escaping from the sea of suffering. Zhang Jijie pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. I also want to thank Mr. Lu for reminding me, otherwise with my personality, it might be difficult for me to make the right decision. Lu Fei shook his head and said, Mr. Zhang, this should be for the sake of the child. I don't believe you are an indecisive person to be in charge of a group company like Blue Charm with a market value of tens of billions. Zhang Jijie shook his head helplessly and said, Mr. Lu saw through it at a glance. After saying. He took a breath and said, Mr. Lu, I will compensate you for your car. If you are free sometime, why not come out and sit for a while? Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Suddenly asked, Mr. Zhang's Blue Charm Group seems to be an entertainment agency, right? Maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. He now owns a cruise ship called Shindu. Although we don't know where it is now on the sea, we will come to the Magic City to report to him sooner or later. When the time comes. Maybe we can cooperate with Blue Charm Group and work together to do something. Zhang Jijie was stunned and quickly nodded and said, Mr. Lu, if you have any acting needs, you can contact me at any time. After saying, he quickly took out his business card and handed it over with both hands. Lu Fei took the business card and nodded, okay, I will definitely contact you. Zhang Jijie nodded repeatedly. Although it is not clear how much money Lu Fei has, it is definitely a lot. After all, he is a man who can buy a luxury house in Thompson. Put the business card in your trouser pocket. Not long. JC has arrived. After briefly asking about the situation, Lu Fei submitted the dashcam. The police tested Du Xiaoguang's alcohol level and found that he had reached the level of drunk driving. The police officer said on the spot, Sir, you are now suspected of drunk driving and dangerous driving. I am now officially notifying you that you are under arrest. Du Xiaoguang collapsed to the ground all of a sudden. Drunk driving. And there is also dangerous driving. He knew that he would be sentenced to at least 1 or 2 years this time. The young man who wanted to chase the beautiful woman's face turned pale in an instant. Sister. Save me. Brother-in-law. Save me. Du Leilei's face turned pale. Begging, Jijie, I'm sorry, please save Xiaoguang, he is still a child. Zhang Jijie looked indifferent. Said, save you? Ha! Not only will you be charged with drunk driving and dangerous driving, I will also have someone sue you for illegally appropriating other people's lawful income. And Du Leilei, you will also be kicked out of the house with nothing. After saying, turn around ruthlessly. He said directly to the confused driver Lao Lu, let's go. He actually walked out of the alley. Walk outside and drive away. Inside the alley, brother and sister Du Leilei and Du Xiaoguang were completely dumbfounded. Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin looked at each other. A demon who supports his brother, TSK. The main thing is that I have a brother who has no idea what he is doing. The two people whispered a few words. I exchanged a few more words with the police, and waited for the people from the car shop to come and tow the car away. Lu Fei dragged Lu Ruoxin's suitcase and walked to the entrance of the alley with her. Lu Ruoxin tilted her head, looked at him and said, You faced this situation before. Lu Fei nodded and said, Almost, so now I'm single. Lu Ruoxin smiled. Congratulations indeed. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Congratulations. Why are you so happy? Congratulations to myself for being single, and to single beauties like you for having one more choice. Phew. Lu Ruoxin laughed out loud. You're quite humorous. By the way, how are your computer skills? Lu Fei's eyes flashed, and he said, I'm very good at Word. Really? I'm pretty good at the game. I'm not bad either, let's spar when we have time. Not long. Xu Ting drove over in a BMW 7 Series. Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin got in the car again. In the car. Xu Ting asked, what was the result? Lu Fei didn't say anything, but Lu Ruoxin narrated the whole process with great interest. Xu Ting was speechless. Is there really such a weird thing in the world? Lu Fei said, isn't that what my ex-fiancé did? Xu Ting was speechless. Then I must be careful in the future and never become a brother-supporting demon. Lu Fei didn't respond. Not long. The car stopped at the gate of the community. Get off. Xu Ting casually threw the key to Lu Fei and said, Lu Fei, your car is damaged. I'll lend it to you for a while. Lu Fei raised the key and said, thank you. After that, he waved to Lu Ruoxin and said, goodbye, Miss Lu. Goodbye, Sister Ting. Lu Ruoxin waved in response, call me Ruoxin from now on. Lu Fei waved his hand. Okay, Ruoxin. Open the car door. Leave with ease. This guy is really a very free and easy person. If it were someone else, seeing a pretty girl like you, he would have already licked his face and stuck to her. Xu Ting sighed and walked into this high-end residential area with Lu Ruoxin. Chapter 35, this scene is magnificent. When Lu Fei was driving to Thompson Epine, Jean Xia finally drove her Mercedes GT to the place where she used to share a house with others. The 2-bedroom apartment over there has already been bought. She was very obedient and spent all the 11 million to buy the most expensive one. Park the car in the garage. Jean Xia went upstairs and opened the door. Inside the room, her best friend who is a host is broadcasting live in front of the screen in a cute baby voice. Hear her come back. After her bestie finished playing a game, she said into the microphone, "Everyone, my bestie is back. She hasn't been home for 2 days. I have to go and ask her what happened. Tomorrow's live broadcast will still be the same as usual, see you next time." I hurriedly ended the live broadcast. The best friend swung her long legs and ran to Jean C's room. "Cia, did you go out and hang out with a man?" Jean Cia looked back. "Yeah, it's so fun to surf. Do you want to go out for a swim too?" My bestie rolled her eyes. "I don't believe you, you old woman are so bad." While Jean Cia was packing some clothes, she said, "Jean Shanshan, if you don't believe me, forget it, but I came back this time to take some things out." Jean Shanshan frowned. "You want to move out?" Jean Cia shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I won't give up the house here, you can just continue to live here. My sponsor gave me 11 million today and bought a second-hand house in Lou's house. I will move there to live." "Fuck." Jean Shanshan was shocked. "I have already packed the clothes I want to take with me. 2 small boxes." She looked up. Said, "Come on, Sisai, I'll take you to broaden your horizons." 10 minutes later. Jean Shanshan stood in the garage and watched Jean Cia skillfully open the trunk of the gray Mercedes-Benz GT and throw the box in. She was in a daze until she got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Until Jean Cia drove out of the garage. The female voice actress who became very popular on the internet finally came to her senses. "Fuck. Jean Cia. You're so fucking awesome. What rich guy are you hanging out with? This car is awesome. Ah." The entire way was filled with the screams of the voice actor Jean Shanshan. Every time the ghost screams, it changes the sound. As a result, Jean Cia couldn't even drive the car properly. I finally drove the car to Kayunyuan community. Carrying things upstairs, I entered my new home. Jean Shanshan screamed again. "Wow. This is the city center. Too rich. Does your sponsor still need a pendant on his leg? I want to curry favor with the rich man." Jean Cia rolled her eyes and raised her chin. "If you want to show your face during the live broadcast, that's all. With your looks, just act cute or lesbian, and you can easily attract the support of the rich." Jean Shanshan's face turned dark. "Get lost. I'm different from those slutty bitches. I'm famous because of my talent." Jean Cia put the box down and muttered, "Okay, you have talent. Besides voice changing, what else can you do?" Jean Shanshan was angry. He straightened his bear. "Press the F key. I can also do frog jumps." After saying, crouched on the ground and started jumping up. For a moment, Jean Cia's heart twitched. Rolling eyes in anger. Sudden. The door they forgot to close after entering was opened. Lu Fei, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, stood at the door. I was confused and looked at the woman who was doing frog jumps. Chapter 36, Buy Some Cars. "Ah!" Jean Shanshan screamed. "Stand up." He turned around and hid behind Jean Cia. "Your friend?" Lu Fei asked. Jean Cia nodded cautiously and said, "Yes, Brother Fei, I said I wanted to move here and she insisted on coming with me." Lu Fei said indifferently, "Oh, come if you want. Anyway, this house is bought for you, you can do whatever you want with it." After saying, he rubbed his nose. He glanced at the time and said, "My car was damaged. Come with me to buy a few more cars." Jean Cia nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, you are fine, right?" Lu Fei shook his head and said, "Nothing. Do you need to do anything? If there is nothing else, let's go." "Okay, we'll set off right away." A few minutes later, the three of them went to the garage again. "Let's go. I'll drive my friend's car over there." As he said that, he unlocked the 7 Series. "Get in the car." Jean Cia asked, "Brother Fei, what car are you going to buy?" Lu Fei said as he drove, "Let's go take a look first. Today's incident also reminded me that one car is not enough. It will be troublesome if an accident occurs. Moreover, Tangchen allocated 10 parking spaces for me, so I should at least fill half of them first. As for the rest, I will go to see them slowly when there are car shows in the future." Jean Cia nodded silently. Brother Fei is a super rich man worth tens of billions, so buying a few cars is nothing. Jean Shanshan, who was sitting next to her, already felt her scalp tingling. She grasped two key words. Thompson. There is still half to fill. This is a super rich man. The key point is that he is just as Jean Sia said, tall, handsome and young. Really? I still have to work outside. She is being kept now, maybe she can become your regular wife in the future? Qin Shanxian was actually a little envious. Driving. Lu Fei once came to the Magic City Auto Trade City. The first stop is the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The beautiful saleswoman at the door obviously remembered this rich man and smiled as soon as she saw him. Hello Mr. Lu, are you here to see the car again? Lu Fei nodded and said, yeah. He nodded lightly. Behind. Qin Shanxian couldn't help but take out her cell phone and asked in a low voice, Fei brother Fei, can I live broadcast you buying a car? Lu Fei frowned. Said, okay, but don't take pictures of us. Sia and I can't show our faces at all. Qin Shanxian suppressed her excitement and nodded, okay, brother Fei. Thank you, brother Fei. Lu Fei nodded. Under the respectful guidance of the beautiful saleswoman, I went directly into the store. How much does your G63 cost? Lu Fei asked directly. The saleswoman was stunned, but she suppressed her excitement and said, the price of our G63 is 10% lower than the official suggested price. How long will it take for the order to arrive? It just so happens that we have a new car in our warehouse. It arrived last month. Okay, give me a cheaper price. So 12% down? Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, let's sign the contract. Complete the formalities tomorrow and send it to the garage at 2801, Building A, Thompson 1. 2 minutes later, Lu Fei signed the contract and walked out of the 4S store with two still confused beauties. In Qin Shanxian's live broadcast room, many viewers were stunned. Oh my god, when did buying a car become so fast? Thompson first class, oh my god. This is a real rich man, he just bought a car worth more than 3 million yuan. But this is just the beginning. Lu Fei brought Jean Sia and Qin Shanxian with him. Just half an hour. I just went around and visited all the luxury brands in the auto trade city. In more than 30 minutes. In addition to the G63 he ordered at the beginning, he also ordered a Wrangler, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a McLaren 720s, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. 5 cars in total. Apart from the Wrangler, which is cheap at only a few $100,000, the cheapest car among all the others is the Mercedes-Benz G63, which costs more than 3 million. Fuck. So fucking rich. It cost more than 20 million in half an hour. Doesn't he have to draw lots? Drawing lots? Drawing lots is a restriction on ordinary people, but the rich have plenty of ways to deal with it. Xiao Shanxian, you are not being kept by a rich man, are you? Please see the real face of the rich man. However, Qin Shanxian looked at the barrage of comments floating across her phone and smiled. Sorry, our super rich man doesn't want to show his face. After saying that, he stopped the live broadcast. Although it was only a live broadcast of more than half an hour, the entire live broadcast platform, and even other live broadcast platforms, knew about it. A little sisai who never shows her face knows a super rich man. Chapter 37, the Chengdu cruise ship returned to the port. Bought a car. Lu Fei drove the BMW 7 Series back to Thompson First Hotel. The first time I saw his mansion. Even the host Qin Shanxian was stunned. Wow. This is so cool. Wow. What kind of leather is this? Oh, this is so smart. The whole room was filled with her exclamations. And there are all kinds of lowly and mature lady voice changes. Lu Fei was lying on the sofa while Jean Sia was kneeling on the ground making tea. Not long. His phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Lang Xiaoba, the general manager of Maya Travel Management Company. Your cruise ship Chengdu has completed its journey and will soon dock at the port of Modu. During the period, a total revenue of 1.121 billion yuan was generated. After deducting the company's operating expenses and related taxes, you will obtain a net income of approximately 568 million yuan. Would you like to deposit the money into your designated account? Oh my god. Cruise ships make money. Lu Fei rubbed his nose and said, okay, just deposit the money directly into the account. Okay, Mr. Lu, then may I ask if you have any plans for your next trip? Lu Fei pondered for a moment. I asked, what do you think about inviting a few celebrities on board and having a celebrity tour? Wang Xiaobo was stunned and said, Mr. Lu's idea is very good and worth implementing. However, our company lacks relevant resources, so we may need to contact them first. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, no need. I know Zhang Jijie from Blue Charm Group. I will invite him out for dinner in a couple of days. You can come along then. Wang Xiaobo nodded and said, okay, Mr. Lu, please let me know when you have made the arrangements. I will definitely attend. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Not long. There was another text message notification sound coming from his phone. Your card with the last digit 3342 received 568,201,000 renminbi from China Construction Bank at 1723 on July 28, remitted from other banks. The current balance is 568,201,000 renminbi. This CCB card brought in more than 500 million yuan. And in Lu Fei's other ICBC card, the balance is already over 1.2 billion. The cash flow in his card now is close to 2 billion. Besides, the 10 buildings he built in Tianhe Plaza were also gradually rented out. It won't be long before that place will bring him tens of millions of dollars in income every month. Jin Siye finished making tea for Lu Fei and stood up. Brother Fei, I'm going to cook. You take a rest first. Lu Fei nodded and said, go ahead. Not long. Qin Xianxian, who had just finished touring the mansion, ran in. Brother Fei, your house is so big. While running, it's like pressing the F key, magnificent. Lu Fei's eyes twitched. This female anchor's mind is even broader than Lin Shi's. Well, it's okay. This kind of house is only suitable for living when there are fewer people. If there are more people in the future, it would be more appropriate to build a manor. Qin Xianxian's face was full of envy. It's great to have money. The first thing you see is the manor. Brother Fei, can you tell me what you do? Qin Xianxian asked curiously. Lu Fei shrugged and said, I have 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza. Puff. Qin Xianxian suffered a critical hit. 10 buildings in Tianhe Plaza. Oh my god. Rich man. Bullshit. She gave a thumbs up. Lu Fei glanced at her and didn't like this meaningless flattery. Said, Siye is cooking in the kitchen, why don't you go and help? Qin Xianxian was stunned. Look at Lu Fei with new eyes. This man can actually resist his own extraordinary body. Sharp. Yeah, well, I'll go help then. After saying that, he happily jumped out of the lounge. About half an hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. They are all very ordinary home-cooked dishes. Qin Xianxian muttered to herself. I thought the rich people ate meat and fish every day, but I didn't expect they eat so simply. Lu Fei doesn't have high requirements for eating this stuff, and eating a lot of meat and fish every day can easily make him sick. Finished the meal. After Jin Siye drove Qin Xianxian home, she returned to the mansion. Heat up the food immediately. After heating up the dishes, Lu Fei prepared fried rice. A tacit understanding between partners. Chapter 38, Let us do something with the cruise ship. 2 days later, Lu Fei made an appointment with Zhang Jijie from Lanmei Group and Wang Xiaobo from AIU Travel to meet at a top club in Shanghai. Zhang Jijie arrived first. We exchanged a few words when we met. Lu Fei and Zhang Jijie sat down. Asked, Mr. Zhang, how did you handle that matter? Zhang Jijie said frankly, the case has been brought, my lawyer friend told me, based on the evidence I have provided so far. I will 100% get custody of my son, and Du Lele will 100% leave the house with nothing. Lu Fei smiled and nodded. This is a good ending. With your social status, it's easy for you to find a new wife, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, indeed, but I will think carefully this time. It should be. Lu Fei agreed and suddenly asked, Mr. Zhang said you have a friend who is a lawyer. I wonder if you can introduce one to me. I am planning to contact an accounting firm to monitor the accounts of my properties. His house and cruise ship are operated for other companies, which makes it easy, but it is still necessary to set up an accounting firm to serve him specifically. Zhang Jijie raised his eyebrows and agreed without hesitation, sure. My friend is a famous lawyer in Shanghai, and he has a law firm and an accounting firm under his name. Do you need me to notify him to come over right now? Lu Fei nodded and said, if it's convenient, please ask him to come over. Okay, I'll call him right away. After saying that, Zhang Jijie took out his cell phone and called Fong Lei. Finished the call. Wang Xiaobo from the American Asia Travel Company finally arrived. As soon as we got into the private room, he immediately bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. There was too much traffic on the road. I'm late." Lu Fei glanced at him calmly and said, "If Mr. Wang is late again next time, then don't come." The sound is very faint. Sweat suddenly broke out on Wang Xiaobo's face. Lu Fei's ship, the Chengdu, is America's biggest cash cow and must not be offended. Otherwise, those shareholders would want to kill him. He quickly bowed 90 degrees. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. There will definitely not be a next time." Lu Fei smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, sit down." After saying, he pointed at Zhang Jijie and said, "This is Mr. Zhang from the Blue Charm Group. You can discuss the details of this cooperation with Mr. Zhang. I will not interfere." Wang Xiaobo nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Lu." After that, he stood up and said to Zhang Jijie, "Then Mr. Zhang, let's sit over there and discuss a rough plan first." Zhang Jijie nodded and said, "Okay, then I won't bother Mr. Lu for now." Lu Fei nodded. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, please discuss this with Mr. Wang and come up with a win-win solution." "Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Lu." The two business elites greeted each other, turned around and sat at a table nearby, and began to discuss in a low voice. Professional people do professional things. Lu Fei didn't get involved. Not long. There was a knock on the door. Fong Lei walked in with a briefcase. When he saw Lu Fei, his eyes lit up. "You must be Mr. Lu. I am Fong Lei, Jijie's friend." Lu Fei shook hands with him. "Mr. Fong, please take a seat." Fong Lei sat down. "I heard from Jijie that Mr. Lu needs an office to help you supervise your industries?" Lu Fei nodded and said, "Yes." "So what industries do you have now?" Fong Lei asked curiously. There has been a lot of discussion online in recent days about how much money Lu Fei actually has. Lu Fei said casually, "There are only two industries under my management that need to be supervised. One is the 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza, which are currently entrusted to Shenyang Real Estate Agency to help me operate. In addition, there is a cruise ship called Chengdu, which is operated by the American International Travel Company. I don't have a single cent of loan at the moment, and all my assets are healthy assets. There are only two properties. But just these two properties were enough to blind Fong Lei's eyes. Those 10 office buildings are worth about 30 billion. And that cruise ship is worth nearly 10 billion. The key is that there is not a penny of loan." Mr. Lu really amazing. Fong Lei sighed sincerely. Chapter 39, Zhu Ting, Are You Mentally Ill? Mr. Lu is the most deserving rich man among all the rich men I have ever met. Fong Lei's face was full of admiration. Other wealthy people, no matter how rich they are, have large amounts of loans or non-performing assets under their businesses. As a result, Mr. Lu did not have a single penny of loan and did not have any bad assets. She is the envy of countless wealthy people. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "Nothing, just good luck." After saying, he asked, "How does Mr. Fong's firm operate specifically?" Fong Lei said, "Since Mr. Lu is Jijie's friend, he is also my friend. Generally in this situation, our firm charges a commission of 15% of the net profit based on the amount of net profit. However, Mr. Lu's assets are all healthy assets and are very easy to manage. So for these two properties, I will just take 0.5% of your net profit every year, and I will just consider it as making friends." 1,000. It is equivalent to saying that if Lu Fei's industries have a net income of 1 billion a year, he would need to pay 5 million in expenses. Compared to such a large industry, it is indeed very cheap. It's not like you're losing money to gain publicity, but you're definitely not making much money. Mr. Fong is a straightforward person, so I wish us a pleasant cooperation. From now on, all my businesses will be handed over to Mr. Fong's firm to help supervise them." Lu Fei stood up and shook hands with Fong Lei. Beside, after some discussion, Zhang Jijie and Wang Xiaobo came up with a preliminary plan. The party ended successfully. "If you don't have other plans, I'll treat you to lunch." Lu Fei took the initiative to speak. Several people said they had no other plans. Noon. Lu Fei took them to a high-end restaurant that claimed to be a place where chefs from the former imperial kitchen passed down their skills. We ate a table of royal cuisine. The atmosphere was good and everyone was talking and laughing. Had dinner. Several people exchanged business cards and then left. As soon as I got into the G63 he had just delivered, the phone rang. I took out my cell phone and took a look. It was a call from Zhu Ting. Lu Fei, where are you now? Have you eaten? If not, come to Taoyuan to eat. The voice on the phone was a bit noisy, but also seemed a bit deep. Lu Fei concluded. Zhu Ting called him in the bathroom. Eat? I just ate, he said with a smile. Zhu Ting paused. Said, I have eaten, come and eat some more. Lu Fei frowned. Sister Ting, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. We are all straightforward people, so don't beat around the bush. Zhu Ting was stunned and an embarrassed look appeared on her face. Well, that's it. I have a family dinner at home today. But my family arranged a blind date for me, and I didn't dare tell June. So I would like to trouble you to come and save the situation. Lu Fei frowned. Why are you women so troublesome? You just need to talk about this kind of thing directly. I save the day? Why the hell am I here to save you? Zhu Ting, you are mentally ill, your boyfriend is Jungu, okay? Lu Fei scolded. Zhu Ting was stunned by the criticism. After a while, he got angry and said, You think I don't want to? But Jun's family is too ordinary, our elders will definitely not agree. Lu Fei sneered and said, Why are you still talking to him? If you want to talk to him, you have to make a choice, either break up with him or break up with your family. It's that simple. Who gave you this bad advice by calling me today? Zhu Ting said weakly, I thought of it myself. Lu Fei snorted coldly, Fuck you. I'll call Brother Jun and ask him to go over there. Zhu Ting was stunned. He quickly stopped her, Don't do that. I'm not ready yet. Lu Fei frowned and said, I don't care whether you are ready or not. When you agreed to be with him, you should have been ready today. A short pain is worse than a long one. I will go find Jungu now. Whether you tell me or not is none of my business. After saying, he hung up the phone directly. Damn, you look so small, how come you are so stupid? Lu Fei muttered quietly. I called Jun. Chapter 40, You bring me into the industry, and I will help you get into it. Lu Fei started the car and called Jun. Brother Jun, are you in the company now? Jun said, Yes, I am in the company right now. Lu Fei nodded and said, Please take a leave and wait for me at Tianhe Square. Jun was stunned, but he agreed without hesitation, Okay, I'll tell you right away. Didn't ask what was the matter. About half an hour later, Lu Fei's car drove to Tianhe Square. Jun got in the car and exclaimed, You changed the car again? Lu Fei shrugged and said, Well, the previous one was damaged, so I bought a few more. Jun was stunned. Broken? What happened? Lu Fei casually recounted what happened in the previous 2 days. This made Jun frown. That woman is a freak, and that brother-in-law is even more of a freak. He sighed. Lu Fei asked, Brother Jun, how much do you know about Sister Ting's identity? Jun was stunned. Identity? What identity? It seems that he really doesn't know. Lu Fei sighed. Said, You two have been together for 2 years, and you haven't asked her what her family does? Jun smiled awkwardly and said, I asked her once, but she didn't say anything, so I didn't ask her again. Do you know something? Lu Fei pondered for a moment, and finally told him about Zhu Ting's call. Finally, he said, the chairman of Linsen Group is Lin Shi's father, and Lin Shi is Sister Ting's cousin, so I guess Sister Ting's family is not simple. You should be mentally prepared. Jun looked a little dazed sitting in the passenger seat. Jun finally woke up from his dream when he knew Lu Fei had arrived in Taoyuan by car. He took a deep breath and said to Lu Fei, Xiao Lu, I can go in alone. I will pass this level sooner or later. Lu Fei pondered for a moment. Nodding, Okay, call me if anything happens. This level. He really has to face it himself. Bang! Jun got out of the car and closed the door. Walked towards Taoyuan. This moment. There was actually a sense of tragedy and grandeur from his back, as if the wind was whistling and the river was cold. I hope there will be a good result. Lu Fei sniffed. Take out your phone and start playing. These 2 days. Because of Lu Fei's consecutive actions, all the feminist activists on the internet have quieted down. It looks like it's temporarily dormant. The online discussions about issues such as the brother supporting demon and the sky-high bride price are still very hot. While reading these discussions, Lu Fei would express his opinions from time to time. Basically, no man likes a creature like a brother supporting demon. Those who have older sisters at home said online that they would never rely on their sisters in the future. As for true or false, God knows. On the contrary, after Lu Fei made such a fuss, many people revealed some cases of brothers supporting women around them where they themselves had encountered. Everything has gotten better. Oh, I didn't expect that I would become a person who changes social trends. Lu Fei muttered quietly. There was a sudden sound from the cell phone. It was Lin Shi calling. Connected. Lu Fei, where are you? The voice is cold. Lu Fei was stunned. Said, I'm at the gate of Taoyuan. Lin Shi said, you'd better come in, the situation inside is a bit bad. Lu Fei took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll be in right away. Really? It's not that easy for Hee-jun to pass the test. He muttered something and jumped out of the G63. Walked towards the gate of Taoyuan. Sudden. Ding. Your clone on Earth D16 died. You received the following items: 1 rage card, 1 temperament value +5, 1 persuasion card. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. Lu Fei was slightly stunned. Somehow I feel like my mentality has become a little more overbearing. He rubbed his nose. He pulled out something that looked like a child's Ultraman card from his trouser pocket. Rage card, use it on yourself to burst into anger, and increase your strength by 100%. Use it on others, and all the negative emotions of the user will be transformed into anger, and the user will lose their mind due to the rage. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Persuasion card, after using it on yourself, your words will be extremely persuasive and the effect will last for 10 minutes. Nice one. Lu Fei knew how to break the deadlock. He tightened his clothes and strode into the peach orchard. June brother. When I first started working, you introduced me to the industry. Today, I will help you get into the Zhu family. Chapter 41. Do you have a hacker friend with excellent technical skills? Inside the high-end box in Taoyuan, the atmosphere has become a little tense. This time, Zhu Ting finally showed her dominance and pulled Hee-jun behind her. She glared at her father and said, Dad, I have been with Hee-jun for 2 years. I loved him before, and I will love him in the future. I will not marry anyone else in this life. Shu Ting's father Zhu Wenha had a gloomy face, holding a porcelain cup and trembling all over. Aside. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had a gloomy light in his eyes. But there was a generous smile on his face. Uncle Zhu, don't get so angry that you get yourself hurt. Tingting is just being willful for a moment. She will find out who is the one who really treats her well. Zhu Ting sneered. Madeline, stop being so sarcastic. I won't fall for it. Medlon was still smiling, and he looked very elegant as he said, Tingting, if you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk slowly, instead of shouting here, okay? Even if you don't like me, it doesn't matter, I can wait. But there are so many people here today, you should give Uncle Zhu some face. Shu Ting was so angry that her whole body was shaking. It was like a punch on cotton. The younger girls of the Zhu family stared at Medlon with infatuated looks on their faces. I feel like this is the gentleman in the novel, so elegant and graceful. Look at the uncle next to my cousin, it's so embarrassing. Sister, look how handsome Brother May is, just dump this old man. That's right. You and Brother May look like a perfect match for a prince and a princess. This uncle is just a groom at best. Big sister, don't hold on, Brother May is fine. Zhu Ting was furious. Beside her, Hee-jun's face was as hard as steel. Suddenly he said, Madeline, right? You don't have to act hypocritically here. To be honest, I have seen too many people like you. You appear to be very elegant on the surface, but you must be hating me to death right now, right? After saying, he suddenly smiled strangely. That's how you hate it? What about this? Speaking of. He suddenly grabbed the back of Zhu Ting's head. Then, in front of the Zhu family, he gave her a fierce kiss. On the spot. There was total silence in the box. Mei Yuangue unconsciously exerted force on Zhu Wenha's shoulders. His teeth were clacking. His face was extremely gloomy. Lu Fei, who had just walked into the box, saw this scene. He looked at Lin Shi, his eyes full of surprise. Oh my god, when did Yunga become so domineering? Damn, I feel like compared to him, he is the protagonist. Lu Fei muttered quietly. Lin Shi, what? She didn't quite hear it. Lu Fei shook his head, glanced at Medlan, turned back and asked in a low voice, do you have a friend who has great computer skills, like a hacker? If so, please ask him to help check the information of Mr. Metron. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't look like a good person. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shi showed a look of understanding. You are so clever. She patted Lu Fei and said, Ruoxin is an expert. I will ask her for help right away. Is Lu Ruoxin an expert? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and nodded, she is a master, right? Then you should call her and ask her to help check it out, and then send the information she found to me. Lin Shi nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll call right away. After saying, he turned around and walked out of the box and quietly made a phone call. Inside the box, He Jun and Zhu Ting finally broke up. Bad guy. Xu Ting patted He Jun lightly. The old man just grinned foolishly. Metron's face turned green and he trembled all over. Beside him, Zhu Wen's face was as gloomy as water. Xiaomei, take your hand away, it hurts my shoulder. Medlan was stunned. He suppressed his anger and quickly apologized to Zhu Wenhe. Looking at him, he seems to be very frustrated. Lu Fei couldn't help but mourn for him in silence. Zhu Wenhe let him go temporarily. She looked at He Jun with a gloomy face and said through gritted teeth, your name is He Jun, right? I just want to ask you, why do you think you can make Ting Ting happy? He Jun was stunned. I hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Zhu Ting also frowned and looked at him. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and walked out. Mr. Zhu, this matter is actually very easy to confirm, he said lightly. Without waiting for Zhu Wenhe and others to react, he asked directly, Sister Ting, do you feel happy now? Chapter 42, 10 buildings? Just a few broken bricks and tiles. Zhu Ting was stunned. He nodded and said, I feel very happy now. Lu Fei turned around and spread his hands and said, Mr. Zhu, the answer is obvious. Zhu Wen's face was as gloomy as water. Who are you? This is our Zhu family's internal affairs. It has nothing to do with you. Please get out. Lu Fei shook his head calmly and said, originally, I have no right to interfere in this matter, but this Medlan you like is not a good guy either. As for who I am just a friend of He Jun, but maybe I have a little more money. Metron's face darkened. Just about to speak, Zhu Wenhe had already laughed out loud. Young people nowadays are really more arrogant than each other. How much money can you have? Judging from the way you dress, you are definitely from the working class. Lu Fei has only recently become rich, and hasn't bought many clothes yet. So I still wear the same old clothes. Zhu Wenhe has sharp eyes. Pity. Useless. Lu Fei shrugged. He Jun couldn't help but speak. Oh, Mr. Zhu, I don't know how much assets you have, but my brother does have a lot of money. He has 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza, which are currently fully operated by our Shenyang Real Estate. Of course, I can become the current vice president, that is also the credit of my brother. Zhu Wenhe glanced at Zhu Ting who was nodding beside him, and his expression changed slightly. You really own 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza? Lu Fei shrugged. He said nonchalantly, it's just some broken bricks and tiles. Mr. Zhu is a big businessman, so it's simple for him to look down on a small family like me. The corner of Zhu Wenhe's mouth twitched. A few days ago I heard that a young man had bought all the office space in Tianhe Plaza, and I was wondering when I could meet this young talent, but I didn't expect to meet him today. His attitude is completely different from just now. Although the Zhu family is quite wealthy, the total assets of the entire family are only about 20 to 30 billion, and Zhu Wenhe only has a few billion. That's still an asset. Lu Fei is different. The 10 buildings were bought with real money. Metron's expression suddenly changed. The look he gave Lu Fei was full of fear. Fine. I didn't say anything just now. The younger generation of the Zhu family, especially the girls who are 17 or 18 years old or even older. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Fei was almost sparkling. Wow. This big brother looks more powerful. Lu Fei shrugged. No time to speak. Lin Shi had already walked up to him and handed him the phone. I found out that this guy does have problems, she whispered. Lu Fei took out his phone. Xu Wenhe raised his eyebrows again. This young man is so close to his niece? But Lu Fei didn't give him time to think. He raised his phone and said, Mr. Zhu, I think you need to see this. Xu Wenhe was stunned. He took the phone. Soon, his face changed. Madeleine, I think you need to explain to me what's going on. On mobile phone. There are pictures and even videos of Metron partying on a yacht with many internet celebrities and young models. In addition, there are many videos of him smoking with others. Uncle, you really don't have good taste. Lin Shi said lightly. Xu Wenhe's face turned red like a pig's liver. Medlan was sweating profusely, and when he looked up his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Kid! How dare you mess with me? This is definitely not me. Someone must have used AI face-changing technology to replace another person with my appearance. That's a good reason. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and said calmly, there is indeed such technology now. But looking at the pictures and videos inside, it seems that some of them were taken by Mr. Mei. You came back on the Chengdu cruise ship, right? Sorry, this boat happens to be mine. Maybe I can be a good citizen and report you. Boom. Medlan trembled with fear. His face turned extremely ugly. Lu Fei threw out the rage attack card at the right time. Moment. Medlan's emotions went from horror to rage. He snatched Lin Shi's phone and threw it to the ground. You dare to threaten me? I'll kill you. He grabbed the knife and fork on the table and rushed towards Lu Fei. Chapter 43, Medlan was arrested and the farce ended. Bang! Metron pounced quickly, but retreated even faster. Lu Fei kicked him directly in the abdomen. The dining table was knocked over in an instant. All the leftover soup on the table was poured over him. In an instant, the elegant young man who had studied abroad became like a homeless person. Metron fell to the ground, roaring in anger. Suddenly changed direction. Puff! The fork in his hand stabbed directly into Xu Wenhe's leg. Ouch! Xu Wenhe let out a scream. Lu Fei made a move at the right time and kicked Medlan on the back. Kick him to the ground. Then, the younger generation of the Zhu family finally reacted and rushed over to control Medlan. Aside, Lin Shi had picked up his cell phone that had fallen to the ground and called the police. Not long. JC arrived. Take control of Medlan. Furious, Xu Wenhe said to Lin Shi with a gloomy face, Xiaoxi, send me the evidence. Lin Shi nodded and said, okay, uncle. After sending the evidence to Xu Wenhe, Medlan knelt on the ground, his eyes panicking. Uncle Xu, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Xu Wenhe's face was gloomy. Not only did he lose face today, but he was also stabbed by his preferred son-in-law. Although it was not serious, it was like a hard slap in the face, making his eyes dizzy. He ignored Medlan and directly submitted the evidence to the police. Anyway, after this wave, his relationship with the Mei family has completely collapsed. Do all this. Although Xu Wenhe's eyes were still not friendly when he looked at He Jun. But nothing else was said. A banquet ended in a farce. As for what Medlan's parents will do after they get the news, it has nothing to do with Lu Fei. And because of Lu Fei, although Xu Wenhe still didn't give He Jun a good look, he didn't mention whether they were worthy of each other or whether they could be happy. Walk out of Taoyuan. Xu Ting and He Jun expressed their gratitude with gratitude on their faces. Xiaolu, thank you so much for today. I won't say any more words. If you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Yes, Lu Fei, if it weren't for you today, my dad might have forced me to jump into that fire pit. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. This level. It's over for now. Lu Fei exchanged a few pleasantries and said goodbye to Lin Shi, then left alone. The next morning, Lu Fei transferred 5 million to Jean Xie. Let her buy clothes for herself. Jean Xie and Qin Shanshan spent the whole morning shopping in the mall and bought some clothes from big brands for Lu Fei. I even made an appointment for him at a high-end custom-made suit shop and asked him to take his body measurement tomorrow. I invited the two women to have lunch at noon. Lu Fei went home and tried on a bunch of clothes that Jean Xie bought. Don't say. This woman is indeed very far away in life. Lu Ferren didn't go, but the clothes she bought were surprisingly well-fitting. And it looks pretty stylish when worn. Not bad. Lu Fei praised. Qin Shanxian spoke quickly and said, Xia has been studying clothing and food these past 2 days. Lu Fei nodded. How much money is left? Jin Xia immediately said, You gave me a total of 5 million, and I didn't spend much on these. Except for the watch, which cost more than 3 million, the other items were not too expensive. I still have more than 600,000 left. Lu Fei said casually, Oh, then consider it as a reward for both of you. Use it to buy clothes, bags, and delicious food. Qin Shanxian was immediately excited. Hooray! Brother Fei, you are so generous. While shouting, she suddenly hugged Lu Fei and bit his cheek. The air suddenly stagnated. The silence was broken only when a phone call came in. That I didn't mean to do that. Qin Shanxian lowered her head. Jin Xia's mouth twitched. He glanced at her 2 F keys, then at his own C key. Sighed. Well, I believe you. What if you don't believe it? If Lu Fei likes to press the F key, there is nothing she can do with just a small C. Lu Fei didn't think too much about it. I took out my cell phone and went to the balcony to answer the call. Hello, Xiaoxi. What's the matter? There was silence on the other side. After a while, she then said, My uncle told my mom about you, and today she told my dad. Now the couple insists that I call you and ask you to come over. They want to meet you. Lu Fei was stunned. So, this counts as meeting the parents? This is too fast. I'm not ready. Lin Shi snorted, Then are you coming? Lu Fei smiled. Come on, why not? Humph, don't talk nonsense when you come here. I've already explained to my parents that we are just ordinary friends. Lin Shi warned. Lu Fei smiled strangely and said, Okay, I'll remember that. Chapter 44, The longest road Lin Shi has walked is Lu Fei's routine. You guys can handle it yourselves tonight. I have something to go out for. Lu Fei said hello to Jin Xie and Qin Shanxian and left his mansion directly. Ha! We're going to have a big dinner tonight. Qin Shanxian smiled. Jin Xie nodded and said, Okay, what are we going to eat? How about hot pot? Qin Shanxian asked. Jin Xie's face turned dark. Is hot pot a feast? I guess so. After all, I only eat this thing 2 or 3 times a month at most. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Go, let's go eat hot pot. 2 beauties also followed him downstairs. Went to eat hot pot. Lu Fei turned on the navigation and drove the G63 towards Lin Shi's home. After driving for about an hour, he drove into an upscale villa area. Then, at the door of the mobile manor-style villa, Lin Shi was seen waiting. Crunch! G63 stopped in front of Lin Shi. Get in the car. Lin Shi climbed into the car with difficulty and complained, Why did you buy such a big car? Lu Fei said with a smile, Men just like to play big. After saying, Skim across the 2D keys. Lin Shi was stunned and puzzled. Enter the manor and park the car in the parking space. Lu Fei got out of the car. Then he walked into her house with Lin Shi. Come in. Lin Shi introduced, Dad, Mom, this is Lu Fei. Lu Fei put down the 2 gift boxes he bought on the way. Uncle and Aunt, a little gift. Both are high-end gift boxes, 1 box of high-end tea and famous wine, and the other is a Chanel perfume gift package. Lin Shi's mother Zhu Yuping took the gift box. He looked at Lu Fei with a smile and nodded repeatedly, Little Lu, come and sit down. Lu Fei sat down on the sofa. Lin Shi's father, Lin Sin, snorted. Zhu Yuping gave Lin Sin a look, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. After Lin Shi sat down, Zhu Yuping asked, Xiao Lu, how long have you known Xiao Shi? Lu Fei answered honestly, We've only known each other for a few days. Sister Ting introduced us to each other. Lin Shi said, Yes, we have only known each other for less than half a month. Zhu Yuping glanced at her and said, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Xiao Lu. After saying, looking at Lu Fei with a friendly expression, he asked, I heard that the 10 office buildings over at Tianhao Plaza are all yours? Did you buy these buildings or? Lu Fei said, No, I was originally an orphan, but some time ago, my uncle who lived abroad passed away. I am his only relative, so the fund under his name helped me buy those 10 buildings. Zhu Yuping nodded. This information was so crucial that even Lin Sin became much more serious. So what is your relationship with Xiaoxi? Lin Sin suddenly asked. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Shi and directly used the persuasion card in his trouser pocket, saying, "We are just friends, After saying that, he turned around and asked Lin Shi, "Xiaoxi, am I right?" Lin Shi was stunned. He saw his father's face suddenly darken, while Zhu Yuping's face suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Ha, this damn girl even warned you on purpose?" Zhu Yuping smiled and sat down directly. "Don't be afraid, Auntie is here. Tell Auntie if you two are in love." Lu Fei looked at Lin Shi again. Lin Shi's big eyes narrowed. Immediately, he lowered his head, pretending to be a bullied young wife. He whispered, No, we are just ordinary friends, ordinary friends." Zhu Yuping laughed even louder. "Haha, young man, you're quite interesting. Don't be afraid of that damn girl. Just tell me whether you like her or not." Lu Fei lowered his head. He hummed softly as if he was very nervous. Zhu Yuping's face was already full of smiles. This young man was born in poverty, but he had great luck. The key is that he has a very good personality and is bullied to death by his own precious daughter. Will there be any evil mother-in-law in the family? Absolutely perfect. The more Zhu Yuping looked at Lu Fei, the happier she became. She said, "Xiao Lu, don't be afraid of that damn girl. If she dares to bully you, tell your aunt any time and she will help you vent your anger." As he said this, he pinched Lin Shi lightly. "Did you hear me? Don't bully Xiao Lu anymore." Lin Shi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "This bastard. You definitely did it on purpose." She glared at Lu Fei fiercely, her eyes full of murderous intent. Lu Fei chuckled at her. "Yes. I did it on purpose." "What?" He returned a provocative look. Lin Shi was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "Lu Fei. You." Chapter 45, Invite Lin Shi's father to join the gang. "Lin Shi. Don't bully Xiao Lu." Zhu Yuping shouted in a deep voice. Lin Shi suddenly became timid. She lowered her head, looked at Lu Fei, and gritted her teeth. This bastard actually played this trick. Lu Fei shrugged inconspicuously. With a look in his eyes he said, "Sorry, I didn't say anything, but I do like your style. Long straight black hair and a baby face. She also has long legs and can do cosplay." Lin Shi gritted his teeth in anger. "But I don't feel very resistant in my heart." Obviously, deep down in her heart, she also has a good impression of Lu Fei. Aside. Lin Sin coughed lightly. "The more I looked at Lu Fei, the more I disliked him." "Xiao Lu, what are your plans for the future?" "Planning." Lin Shi was stunned and almost laughed out loud. This bastard does nothing all day long and has no plans at all. "Dad. You must give your best. Show this bastard his true colors." Lu Fei sat up straight. He said, "Today, in addition to meeting you two elders, I actually have another matter that I want to discuss with you, Uncle Lin." Lin Sin was stunned. "What's up?" Lu Fei organized his words and said carefully, "Uncle Lin, in addition to the 10 buildings, I also own a Shindu cruise ship. The cruise ship recently returned and is being inspected and repaired at the port. I contacted Zhang Jijie of the Blue Charm Group and Wang Xiaoba, general manager of the cruise ship management company American International Travel, and prepared to try to integrate tourism and entertainment resources to create a unique tourism model. The contract between the ship's catering company and me has expired. I would like to ask Uncle Lin if your Linson Catering Company is interested in moving in. The catering company on the cruise ship did have an expired contract. Fan Lei's accounting company went on the cruise ship to audit the accounts and pointed out that the catering company was not performing well and had some financial problems. So Lu Fei planned to kick out the previous company. Opposite. After hearing his words, Lin Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. Tourism resources plus entertainment resources? This is a very good combination. Even if he fails, it won't be much of a loss for Lu Fei. But once it succeeds, the benefits will be enormous. After all, the attention in the entertainment industry is very high now. The simple mention of this plan immediately changed Lin Sen's attitude towards Lu Fei. My daughter will get married eventually. It might not be a bad thing if you could fall in love with an outstanding young person whom you like. At least he doesn't have to be like his brother-in-law, who is still worried about his daughter Zhu Ting. Lin Sen didn't know why, but he suddenly figured it out. I asked with interest, then can I ask, what model are you going to adopt? Lu Fei said with a smile, I have not asked about this. Professional matters should be left to professionals. If you are interested, Uncle Lin, you can contact Mr. Zhang of Lanmei Group to ask. Lin Sen's interest was piqued. Lanmei Group is currently the leading large group in the entertainment industry. Now that they have entered the market, there will definitely be bigger moves. If his Linsen Catering Group could enter, not to mention anything else, the exposure alone would increase a lot. He took a deep breath. Looking at Lu Fei, he actually showed admiration. You have a great attitude, very suitable for doing business. Let professionals handle professional matters, and just let others supervise you. That's great. Lu Fei smiled and bowed. No, I'm just lazy. Compared to business giants like Uncle Lin, I still have a lot to learn. Linsen looked at Lu Fei with even greater admiration. It's good for young people to be modest, but if you are too modest, I will say you are hypocritical. After saying, he chuckled, stood up, and said, Can you play chess? Lu Fei nodded and said, A little, but not much. Come on, play the next round with me. Lu Fei turned around and smiled at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was so angry that she was dumbfounded and almost cried. This bastard. The routine is too complicated. She glared at Lu Fei fiercely. Linsen thought that she didn't want Lu Fei to go, and immediately frowned. Scolding, Xiaoxi, what did your mother teach you? Besides, I just asked Xiao Lu to play chess with me, so what's wrong with your expression? Lu Fei almost laughed out loud. Lin Shi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This bastard. Chapter 46, the trick was successful, Lin Shi was angry. Played a game of chess with Linsen. Lu Fei is indeed not good at playing chess, but Linsen is also average. The two of them felt like they were evenly matched. After the game of chess was over, Linsen admired Lu Fei even more. Plus I drank some wine while eating. Linsen simply put his arm around Lu Fei's shoulders and said drunkenly, Xiao Lu, be nice to Xiaoxi in the future. If you let him down, I won't forgive you. But Xiaoxi is stubborn. If you are wronged, tell your Uncle Lin and he will help you vent your anger. Aside. Zhu Yuping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Shi, however, had already covered his forehead in despair. It's over. This bastard got away with it. What should I do in the future? She uttered a series of groans. Finished the meal. Linsen also wanted Lu Fei to stay overnight. Zhu Yuping couldn't stop it either. However, Lu Fei said, seeing Lin Shi's angry expression, Uncle Lin, forget about it today. I will definitely stay next time and play a few more games with you. Linsen patted Lu Fei's shoulder and said drunkenly, Okay, Xiao Lu, be careful on the road. After saying, he shouted to Lin Shi, Xiaoxi, why don't you send Xiao Lu off quickly? Then, Lin Shi was kicked out. Standing in front of the car door. Lin Shi pursed his lips. Asshole, are you satisfied now? Lu Fei shrugged and said, I didn't say anything. Auntie asked me if I liked you. I do like you. After all, you are so beautiful. It would be hypocritical for me to say that I don't like you. Lin Shi gnashed his teeth. He patted Lu Fei. Then explain to me what that shy expression of yours means. Lu Fei grinned. No time to speak. Zhu Yuping stood at the door and shouted. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Don't let me wait for a moment and you start bullying Xiao Lu again. Lin Shi's mentality completely collapsed. Get in the car and go. She growled. Lu Fei shrugged. No kiss goodbye? Roll. Lin Shi's mentality exploded. Lu Fei smiled coquettishly and waved to her. Then he shouted to Zhu Yuping, Auntie, I'm leaving. Zhu Yuping smiled brightly. Okay, remember to report to Xiaoxi when you get back. After saying. Then she shouted to her driver, Old Zhou, drive carefully on the road. The driver, Lao Zhou, nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will. Soon. Start the engine. The G-Class slowly disappeared into the night sky. Return to your own boudoir. Lin Shi sent a video to Lu Ruoxin and told her what happened tonight. Ha 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 Xiaoxi, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You were actually tricked by Lu Fei? Lu Ruoxin felt that she was more interested in Lu Fei. Even someone like Lin Shi could suffer such a huge loss, and yet he couldn't even take revenge. This guy is really good. Lin Shi was almost depressed to death. Lu Ruoxin, are you my friend? Can't you help me think of a solution? Lu Ruoxin smiled and said, how can I think of a solution to this kind of thing? Uncle and aunt have already decided on that guy, so why don't you just give in? You don't have any brothers anyway. Lin Shi rolled her eyes in anger. Humph. This guy is trying to trick me. I will never give in so easily. She muttered through gritted teeth. Lu Ruoxin shrugged and said, then I look forward to your performance. The two beauties chatted for a while and talked about Lin Shi's cosplay club. It's already being renovated there, and it will be completed in about half a month. I used the best decoration materials. After the decoration is completed, I just remove the formaldehyde and then put it into use directly. But I'm still thinking about what to do for the first event and where to choose the venue. Lin Shi was a little distressed. Lu Ruoxin said, that's easy, just go to the comic convention. Lin Shi shook his head and said, the Magic City Comic Exhibition will be held on National Day, it's not good to wait too long. I think after the club is formed, it would be best to hold an activity every half a month or so. This will increase everyone's cohesion and make everyone more interested in playing. Lu Ruoxin thought about it and nodded, that seems to be the case. Then you can talk to Lu Fei and go on his cruise ship. With celebrities and tourists, the event will surely attract a lot of attention. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Then he gritted his teeth and said, humph. I don't want to go find that bastard. Lu Ruoxin shrugged. It's up to you then. Chapter 47, I have never touched money and I have no interest in money. 3 days later. Lin Sin took the initiative to contact Lu Fei. Lu Fei once again organized a party at the North Shore Club and invited Zheng Jijie, Fang Lei, and Wang Xiaoba to come along. After introducing Lin Sin to them, Lu Fei drank tea with Fang Lei. Zheng Jijie, Wang Xiaoba, and Lin Sin gathered together to discuss the specific plan. Mr. Lu is truly the smartest rich man I have ever met. In fact, many wealthy people live very tiring lives every day, running around for their companies and careers. Despite being rich, he actually lives worse than some poor people. But Mr. Lu was very wise and left the necessary tasks to professionals. What you pay is just a small amount of benefit that is not important to you, but what you get is a very leisurely life. I really envy you, Mr. Lu. Fang Lei said with a smile while making tea. Although there is a suspicion of flattery, most of it is indeed the truth. There are 5 people in this room. Everyone is a billionaire. But the one who lives the most carefree life is definitely Lu Fei. If Mr. Fang wants this kind of life, it's not impossible. Lu Fei said with a smile. Fang Lei smiled bitterly and said, I can't be as carefree as Mr. Lu, and I don't have as much capital as Mr. Lu. Lu Fei shrugged. Said, you are too obsessed. Money is something that you can't bring with you when you are born and you can't take with you when you die. So why make so much of it? I think money is enough as long as it can support one's life. Look at me, I'm not interested in money, and I haven't touched money for a long time. Fang Lei's mouth twitched. Asked, do Mr. Lu and Mr. Ma know each other? Lu Fei smiled and shook his head, saying, I really don't know a big shot like Mr. Ma. But if I have the chance, I would like to get to know him. After all, neither he nor I are interested in money and don't like to touch money. If we two get to know each other, we will definitely regret not meeting each other earlier. Fang Lei is almost becoming autistic. You can't mess with the boss. He sighed. Lying on the sofa with a look of pain on his face. It's really sad to see big guys showing off. Spent almost 2 hours at the North Shore Club. Lin Sin and the other 2 have come up with a preliminary plan. All 3 parties are relatively satisfied, and the final result will be a win-win result for all 3 parties. Mr. Lu, we have roughly decided on the plan. Would you like to take a look at it now or? Lu Fei shook his head and said, you are professionals. Please show me the draft of your plan when it comes out. Lu Fei is not good at things like looking at plans and is too lazy to care about it. Anyway, all 3 companies have invested tremendous effort and a lot of money in their cruise ships. They can't possibly be playing at a disadvantage on purpose. Anyway, you are just working for yourself. His attitude was unanimously praised by Lin Sin and the other 2. Fang Lei said, 3 CEOs, you don't know that Mr. Lu and Mr. Ma are at the same level. They have reached a point where they are not interested in money and have never touched money. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Lu, you. Mr. Lu is really interesting. I really want to see the scene after you meet Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma will definitely regret meeting you too late. Amidst the laughter, 5 people left the North Shore Club. Went to a high-end palace cuisine restaurant for dinner. After eating, they left. Everyone is busy with their own things. Before leaving, Linson whispered to Lu Fei, "Xiao Lu, isn't the cosplay club in Xiaoxi almost finished decorating? These days she has been worrying about where to hold the first event and what the theme should be. I think the travel plus entertainment theme we planned this time is good. You can go and talk to her about it, she will definitely like it." After saying, he even winked at Lu Fei. That expression. Those who don't know would think that Lin Sen is Lu Fei's brother and his wingman for picking up girls. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll make an appointment with her later." Lu Fei thanked him with a smile, and Lin Sen patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "Xiao Lu, come on. I'll go." This style of painting. Lu Fei was completely stunned by the effect of the persuasive card. So awesome. After seeing Lin Sen off, Lu Fei called Lin Shi. Chapter 48, Cost Theme, League of Legends. The call was connected. The person who answered the call was not Lin Shi, but Zhu Ting. "Hello, who are you?" Zhu Ting's very recognizable voice rang out. Lu Fei was stunned. "Is there no note for this number?" Zhu Ting grinned and said, "There is a note, but the note is the word bastard." Oh. It seems that the girl is very angry about her own routine. Lu Fei smiled. Said, "Sister Ting, I am Lu Fei." Zhu Ting was stunned. "Lu Fei? What about Xiaoxi?" "Oh, I understand. The little fun between lovers is something you young people know how to do." Lu Fei said that this was not the case at all. He changed the subject and asked, "Sister Ting, where are you now?" Zhu Ting said, "We are at Tianhe Square now, do you want to come over?" "Well, I'm fine, I came to take a look." "Okay, then come over directly. We are here to see the decoration site." Lu Fei nodded. "Okay, wait for me for a while." Hang up the phone. Start the engine. Ding. Your clone on Earth D21 died. You will get the game, League of Legends LOL, and get the game Professional Manager card 1. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. A mobile hard drive and a card appeared on the car's center console. League of Legends LOL, a super game on Earth D21 that has hundreds of millions of player fans and holds world-class gaming competitions every year. Game Professional Manager card. After use, you can randomly meet a planner in this world who has strong planning, promotion and operation capabilities for games within one day. Picking up the card and the mobile hard drive, Lu Fei frowned slightly. He simply turned off the engine, took out his tablet computer, and opened the mobile hard drive. There is nothing in the hard drive except a game file. There are also lots of pictures and videos. Lu Fei opened the pictures and video and started watching them. 10 minutes later, he closed the tablet. This game feels like it will be a big hit. Lu Fei rubbed his eyebrows. He glanced at the tablet again. He knew what the main theme of the first activity of Lin Shi's cosplay club was. League of Legends. Cosplay. Boom. He started the car and drove towards Tianhe Square. Half an hour later, he parked his car downstairs of a building that was under construction. I copied the videos and pictures to the tablet computer and put the mobile hard drive into the trunk. Then he got out of the car and went upstairs. This way. Office buildings are being renovated everywhere. Lu Fei went to the second floor and saw that the decoration was basically completed at a glance. You can see the general outline. Zhu Ting, Lin Shi, and Lu Ruoxin were all there. Lin Shi glanced at him, hummed, and said nothing. Lu Fei chuckled. "Xiaoxi, believe it or not, I will call Aunt Zhu right away and tell her that you are in a cold war with me." "Oh shit. Godly man." Zhu Ting and Lu Ruoxin were both stunned. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. "Now you know how shameless this guy is, right?" Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Thank you for the compliment. But I'm here to give you a cosplay theme this time, would you like to take a look?" Lin Shi rolled her eyes and said, "I admit that you are rich, but money can't buy creativity." Lu Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he just opened his tablet and took out the LOL pictures. "Sister Ting, Ruoxin, come and take a look." Zhu Ting and Lu Ruoxin were stunned. They walked over and just took a look, then they couldn't move their legs anymore. Hiss. This outfit is so gorgeous. Is this the nine-tailed demon fox? It's so beautiful. Ice shooter? So cool. Wow. This goddess of war is so cool. Exclamations rang out one after another, and Lin Shi was stunned. Your expressions are too exaggerated. What good 2D theme can this guy Lu Fei come up with? Cut. Lin Shi muttered as he walked over. Get close to Lu Fei. At a glance. I couldn't take my eyes away anymore. When had she ever seen such a gorgeous outfit? Every character, every piece of clothing. All with a strange beauty. The kind they had never seen before. Lu Fei, where are you from? Why have I never seen you before? Lin Shi asked in surprise. Can this be the theme of your cosplay club this time? Lu Fei asked with a smile. Lin Shi was silent for a while. After all, it can't beat the law of true fragrance. Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't have doubted you. Lu Fei waved generously. It's okay. Next time I go to your house and Aunt Shu wants to let me stay overnight, just don't look so scary. Chapter 49, This professional manager is so beautiful. Stay overnight? Lu Ruoxin and Zhu Ting were stunned. He looked at Lin Shi with strange eyes. Lin Shi's face was filled with danger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Do you want to do it again? Lu Fei shrugged. How about I call and ask if there will be a next time? Lin Shi gave in on the spot. Okay. You're awesome. She had given up on this world and her unreliable parents. If Lu Fei called, Zhu Yuping would dare to let him stay overnight today. TSK, Xiaoxi, you are too cowardly. You are no longer the Xiaoxi I knew. Zhu Ting and Lu Ruoxin whispered. Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Asked, Is this an anime or a game? Lu Fei said, Game. After saying. He clicked on the game video on the tablet again. Just watched for a few minutes. The three women were a little fascinated. After a while. Is this game okay? Lu Fei, where did you get this? It seems that this game is not available on the market. This game is very interesting to play. Although they are not entrepreneurs, they are game players. I have a pretty keen sense of gaming. Lu Fei shrugged and said, This is another legacy left to me by my great-uncle, but the development team of this game is from abroad and has now been disbanded. Now that I have the game, I plan to set up a game company and publish it myself. After saying. He asked, By the way, does anyone know a good professional manager who specializes in gaming? Zhu Ting and the other two shook their heads. I've never come into contact with anyone in this field. We really don't understand. Among my friends, there are some rich gamers, but no game managers. Okay. Lu Fei shrugged. It's okay, I'll find another connection to invite someone. However, you need to find a way to prepare the cosplay costumes yourself. Lin Shi waved and said, It's okay, we have a great designer here. Dang 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 dang. Lu Ruoxin makes a stunning appearance. Aren't you a computer expert? How come you're a designer? Lu Ruoxin smiled reservedly. She said, Playing computer is just my side job, my main job is still fashion design. You win. Lu Fei gave a thumbs up. Said, Then I will send you all the pictures, and you can choose the characters and styles yourself, but this game still needs to be kept secret for the time being. The game character pictures and some catchphrases were sent to Lin Shi. Lu Fei glanced at the time. Said, Okay, if there is nothing else, I will leave first, you can take your time to think about it. Lin Shi and three others have gathered together. They waved their hands. Okay, go slowly on the road. Thank you, Lu Fei. Slow down. Lu Fei picked up the tablet and went downstairs. Then I used that game manager card. Go downstairs. Get in the car. Park your car in the garage. Lu Fei began to wander around Tianhe Square. Sudden. Bang. Lu Fei passed by a tall woman and their shoulders touched. Oops. The cup in the woman's hand fell to the ground. The milk tea spilled all over the floor. Lu Fei quickly turned around. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. After saying that, he squatted down to clean up the mess. The woman also squatted down hurriedly. Amidst the faint fragrance, she stretched out her slender hands to help clean up. It's okay, sir, I was distracted while walking. The voice is slightly hoarse. Just listen to the sound. Lu Fei felt that this must be a queen with power above Diki. Look up. As expected. Unfathomable. For some unknown reason, he asked, "Beauty, did you work for a game company before?" The beauty raised her head, revealing a very charming face full of a hint of mature charm. I give this face 96 points. I give 98 points for the figure. But I give this temperament 99 points. Lu Fei muttered to himself. The young woman opposite looked up in surprise. Do you know me, sir? Lu Fei's eyes lit up and he shook his head. I don't know you. This is the first time I've seen you. But for some reason, when I first saw you, I felt that you must have worked in a gaming company, and you must be a senior manager. The mature beauty was completely stunned. Wait until Lu Fei finishes cleaning up. She woke up with a start. She took the initiative to extend her hand and said, "Hello, my name is Luo Qingcheng, former general manager of Mermaid Games Company." This first word is very good. Lu Fei smiled. Hello, Lu Fei. An unemployed vagrant who has a game but lacks a professional manager. Chapter 50. This woman is so damn strong. 10 minutes later. Lu Fei and Luo Qingcheng sat in the coffee shop. Luo Qingcheng held the tablet computer and watched the videos and pictures provided by Lu Fei. Lu Fei was stirring the coffee but drinking the water beside it. Coffee. He really doesn't like it. I watched it for a full half hour. Luo Qingcheng slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Mr. Lu, this game is great. From my perspective, I think it has the potential to become a huge hit. Lu Fei nodded and said, I think so too. Luo Qingcheng looked up. So Mr. Lu means that you hope to find a professional manager, build a game company, and then bring this game to the market? Lu Fei put down the cup of water. Said, of course, otherwise such an excellent game would be wasted. Luo Qingcheng was silent for a while. Suddenly he took out a stack of resumes from his bag. Mr. Lu, this is my resume. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. This beauty is very active. Okay, let me take a look. He opened the resume and read 10 lines at a glance. Finished reading. He discovered that Luo Qingcheng was indeed an extremely strong woman. Even if she is so beautiful. She took the college entrance examination at the age of 12 and successfully entered the University of Southport. She graduated from the University of Southport early at the age of 15. He went to the United Empire's Hall University to study business administration and obtained his doctorate degree at the age of 18. Then he worked for the United Empire Game Company for 3 years. He returned to China at the age of 21 and worked as the general manager of Mermaid Game Company. Resigned the day before yesterday. Only 24 years old now. But life experience has been enriched to the extreme. After reading Miss Luo's resume, I feel a little ashamed. Lu Fei rubbed his eyebrows. This woman is so strong. Luo Qingcheng pursed her lips and smiled. Past experiences only represent the past, and the glory is in the future. Her slightly hoarse voice pierced Lu Fei's eardrums, making him feel like he was electrocuted. This woman. Natural brow bones. Lu Fei nodded and said, You are very smart. Can you tell me why you left Mermaid? Luo Qingcheng pursed her lips and said, It's not inconvenient. The son of the Mermaid chairman wants to pursue me, but I don't like him. It's that simple. Very simple and crude. Okay, I understand. Lu Fei took a sip of water and said, Then I'll get to the point. This game can only be regarded as one of my industries if Miss Luo can help me. I invested 100 million yuan in the early stage and provided the game script. Miss Luo set up a game company and released the game. I will give you 5% of the shares and you will be in full control of the company. I will only send an accounting company to check the accounts. If Miss Luo agrees, we can sign the relevant contract right away. Luo Qingcheng frowned. After a moment's silence, he nodded and said, Okay. Okay, I'll contact a lawyer to draft a contract right away. After saying, he dialed Fong Lei's number directly. Lao Fong, I need you to help me draft a contract. After some communication, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Come on, a company need a Fong Lei law firm, and we'll go there to sign the contract. Luo Qingcheng stood up. He stretched out his long legs and followed Lu Fei. Soon, the two men arrived at the underground garage. We got on Lu Fei's G63 together. Half an hour later. Fong Lei Law Firm. The boss Fong Lei personally stood at the door to greet them. Mr. Lu, what big deal is this time? Lu Fei said with a smile, my uncle sent me a game, and I found a beautiful partner and plan to set up a game company. Fong Lei sighed, Mr. Lu is still so cool and generous. He has entrusted all his businesses to others. Mr. Ma is ashamed of his broad mind. Lu Fei shrugged. I'm just lazy. After saying, introduced, let me introduce you, this is my partner, Miss Luo Qingcheng. This is Mr. Fong Lei, the owner of Fong Lei Law Firm and a famous lawyer in Shanghai. Luo Qingcheng and Fong Lei greeted each other calmly. 3 people walked into the office. 20 minutes later. Fong Lei took the contract and handed it to Luo Qingcheng and Lu Fei. Please take a look and point out if there is anything wrong. Lu Fei took a look and found nothing wrong. Luo Qingcheng looked at it carefully. 10 minutes later. She looked up and said, it's a very fair contract, sign it. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, sign it. Brush, brush, brush. Sign your name. Then. He stood up. Thanks, Lao Fong. After saying. He looked at Luo Qingcheng again. Then Mr. Luo, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. A big hand and a small white hand held together. Chapter 51, I was dazzled by his smile. It only took about 10 days. Luo Qingcheng pulled the team together. The office location of the company named Super God Game by Lu Fei was directly rented in a 3-story building owned by him. I didn't expect that this building is also your property, Mr. Lu. This was the first time that Luo Qingcheng knew that these 10 office buildings actually belonged to him. Lu Fei shrugged and said, come on, Mr. Luo. I have already informed Shang Yang that this building will be reserved for Super God Games. I hope Mr. Luo will not let this building remain vacant for too long. Luo Qingcheng has already obtained the game script and has tried it out with the technical staff of the new company more than once. She said confidently, don't worry, Mr. Lu, the gameplay of this game is novel and it is definitely a groundbreaking game. I am confident that within 3 months, I can make it a popular game all over the world. Lu Fei nodded and said, well, there is no rush to officially launch the server for now. I have a cruise ship called Chengdu, and in about half a month, an entertainment tour plus event will be held. By then, there will be a cosplay team formed by my friends, who will cosplay the characters in our game. We will wait until the cosplay craze becomes popular and then release the game directly. Recently, Mr. Luo, your main focus has been on developing mobile games similar to LOL. Luo Qingcheng nodded vigorously. Mr. Lu, your vision is more far-sighted than mine. I will follow your instructions. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, I promised you before that I would not interfere with the company's operations. After the game is officially launched, I will not be involved in these matters. Luo Qingcheng said with a smile, don't worry, Mr. Lu, there will be no problem if you leave the company to me. Okay, there's nothing to do here, I'll leave first, you guys are busy. After saying. He left in style. Luo Qingcheng looked at his back, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. This man is quite interesting. She muttered quietly. Turned around and entered the company. Not long. The technical department of Super God Game Company began to operate at full capacity. Based on LOL, we will make every effort to conquer the mobile version of the fighting game. Qingxi Cosplay Club. The decoration is completely completed. Formaldehyde is also removed. There are already quite a few young girls walking around in the club. But the most beautiful ones are always Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi. After more than 10 days of design and production, the selected character costumes have begun to be put in place one after another. Lu Fei joined the cosplay club. This attracted the attention of the cosplay female classmates. Wow, who is this? So handsome. I've never seen this person before. Who are you looking for? Amidst the discussion, Lu Fei stopped a petite girl. Sister, where is Lin Shi? Or you can tell me where Lu Ruoxin is. The girl was stunned and pointed to the office in front. Sister Shi and Sister Ruoxin are both inside. Thank you. Lu Fei thanked him and knocked on the office door. Come in. Lin Shi's clear voice came from inside. Open the door. Lu Fei's eyes widened. Inside the office, Lin Shi was helping Lu Ruoxin zip up her back. A large amount of holy light burst out. At the same time, Lu Ruoxin, wearing the misfortune costume, almost blinded Lu Fei's eyes. Damn it! It's so explosive. Fuck! Lu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Ah! Screams were heard. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin immediately went into the temporary changing corner of the office. Lu Fei! When did you come here, you bastard? Lu Fei smacked his lips. Asked, you guys are not going to use this costume for cosplay, are you? Lu Ruoxin closed the door of the temporary changing room. He said in a muffled voice, what are you thinking about? This is just Xiaoxi and I entertaining ourselves. We only go to cosplay within the club, and when there are activities, other people go, so Xiaoxi and I have to do all the coordination work. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Dan. This dress looks good when worn. But it's not a good idea to wear it outside. 2 minutes later. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin changed into their daily clothes and walked out. Lin Shi's eyes were dangerous. Lu Fei, how did you get in? Lu Fei spread his hands and said, I knocked on the door, and you asked me to come in, so I came in. Lin Shi was so angry that he trembled. Open the door. He roared, you damn girls. Didn't I tell you that if a man comes, no matter who he is, you are not allowed to disturb me? The little girl who looked like a high school student lowered her head as she showed Lu Fei the way. Suddenly his face turned red. I'm sorry, Sister Shi, I was stunned by his smile. Chapter 52, The Inevitable Law of True Fragrance. This was the first time Lu Fei had received such treatment. Just a smile can make a little girl's heart flutter. It feels pretty good. Lin Shi was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and glared at the little girl viciously. The door slammed shut. Lu Ruoxin gave her an amused look. He looked at Lu Fei again. Said, okay Xiaoxi, it's not a big deal, and Lu Fei is not an outsider, right? Lin Shi looked up. I don't know why my heart skipped a beat. You mean you're having an affair with this guy? Lu Ruoxin's face suddenly turned red. What are you talking about? Even if you had an affair with him, it was you who had an affair with him. But deep down, she was powerless to refute. She did have a little fondness for Lu Fei. But this guy is too fickle. Lu Fei also looked at Lu Ruoxin with a bit of surprise. I didn't expect that I had secretly conquered such a goddess-like beauty without realizing it. I'm so fucking awesome. Lin Shi snorted twice, seeing that Lu Ruoxin didn't care much. Didn't say anything more. Asked, why did you have time to come here today? Lu Fei shrugged and said, I'm free every day, I just haven't come here. After saying this, his face turned serious. Xiaoxi, I have already arranged everything for the game. I hope your cosplay activities can be put on my cruise ship. This will not only bring attention to your community, but also increase the attention to my game through the concept of entertainment plus tourism, killing two birds with one stone. Lin Shi didn't hesitate at all. He nodded directly and said, okay. No problem at all. Is it so easy to agree? Lu Fei thought that this beauty was going to confront him. Really? No one can escape the law of true fragrance. Okay, then it's settled. If you dare to stand me up, I will go straight to your house and stay there forever. Lu Fei threatened with a sinister smile. Lin Shi's face turned dark. Lu Ruoxin already laughed out loud. Lu Fei, stop teasing Xiaoxi, or she'll be angry again. Lu Fei shrugged. He glanced at the time and said, it's almost time for dinner. Do you want me to treat you guys to a meal? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. That would be great. But if you're going to invite anyone, please invite all the members of our cosplay club. After saying, looking at Lu Fei with ill intention, Lu Fei smiled indifferently. Said, let's go, it's no big deal. Lu Ruoxin sighed. Looking at Lin Shi, who was not happy at all, he said, Xiaoxi, go out and announce the news. Lin Shi curled her lips and opened the office to announce the news. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers. A few minutes later, Lu Fei took the lead and stepped into Tianhe shopping mall. Behind him, Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin followed on his left and right. Behind them, there were more than 20 young and beautiful girls who all looked good. Such a landscape. It directly attracted the attention of countless people in the entire Tianhe shopping mall. Oh my god, who is that guy? Hi! So many pretty girls. Especially the two in the front, oh my god. Envious. Eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred swept over Lu Fei. Lu Fei seemed not to notice and went straight to the third floor with a group of girls. What to eat? Lu Fei asked. Lin Shi glanced. Enjoy a seafood feast. Lu Fei nodded indifferently and said, okay. I'll listen to you. After saying, he brought a total of 30 beauties and went straight into a high-end seafood restaurant. Such a big scene. Even the manager was alarmed. Hurrying to meet him. Sir, are you guys going to have separate tables or a shared table? Lu Fei waved his hand and said, let's just share the table. After saying. Then he asked, there are about 30 of us here. Bring up 10 servings of your top quality seafood. You can handle the rest. Generous. The manager almost knelt down to Lu Fei. He bent his waist and knees and nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it for you right away, please wait. After saying. Just wave your hand and arrange for the employees to share tables. Soon, various top-quality seafood were served. The girl's eyes began to light up. He took out his cell phone and started filming. In this kind of situation, why don't you take a photo or a video and post it on your moments? Chapter 53, It's cold, have something hot. Starting at 11:30 a.m. A series of pictures and videos began to circulate in the circle of friends in Shanghai. Shock. One man versus 30 women. What is a man? This is a man. Extremely generous and magnanimous. Soon. These pictures caused heated discussions on the news. A feminist influencer with the ID Weiwei just wants to fight for equal rights reposted these pictures. And delivered a so-called touching feminist speech. Look at this, straight men, what does it mean to be a man? This is what a man is. In fact, we women don't need much. We just need you men to remember that you have wives at home after you go out drinking with your friends, and take us out for a good meal. We will be satisfied. After you men have finished talking about brotherhood, you can also talk about loyalty to our sisters. When you take good care of your own parents, please also think about the parents of us women who also need care. When you guys are out socializing and having sex with other people and don't come home late at night, you can also understand the loneliness in our hearts as women. We just want to fight for the rights and care we want, but all you give us is a cold, indifferent response, we're busy at work. Us. A series of texts appeared on the news flash. Suddenly. A large number of women gathered under her newsletter. That's very well said. It really touched my heart. These stinky men just go home to sleep. Who can understand the pain in our hearts? My husband is always busy with social events, so I secretly bought a little puppy. All the straight male chauvinists out there, come out and see what it means to be a man. Because of the picture of Lu Fei treating a group of girls to dinner. The success of these female boxing watches. These replies. Many men were very angry. Fuck, where did you get the money to keep that little girl? Didn't it come from your husband's late-night social gatherings? Who the hell wants to drink until they throw up and wake up drunk in the middle of the night when you can make money comfortably? This group of female fighters is hopeless. When men don't work hard, you guys say they're not motivated. When men work hard, you guys say they don't have time to accompany you. So what did you guys do? You just went shopping and went to beauty salons during the day, and when the night came you were just empty, lonely, and cold? It's simply too shameless. Facing the rebuttal from straight men. Female boxers launched a counterattack. This is the first time I've heard someone speak of incompetence as if it were a matter of course. Then why can those handsome guys in the pictures do it? It all comes down to you guys being rubbish. A man can be incompetent, but don't be so stubborn. Straight male cancer, bah. Even. Some female boxers who hold grudges started tagging Lu Fei online. Look at them, are you ashamed? You drove your fiancé crazy. Are you living a good life now? Scumbag. Lu Fei is eating. The cell phone started beeping. He casually opened his mobile phone and found that his newsfeeds were occupied by female boxers. The otakus who support him obviously have no fighting power. Can't get enough of these women. Lu Fei frowned. Take a look at the process. He laughed out loud immediately. He stood up suddenly. Come on guys, let's take a selfie. Speaking of. He borrowed a girl's selfie stick, installed it and shot a video. After sitting down. He uploaded the video to his newsfeed and tagged the female boxer named Weiwei just wants to fight for equal rights. Sorry, it seems like you used my picture, and you female boxers please stop jumping up and down, okay? You are envious of the girls in the pictures, right? But you also need to have matching looks, temperament, and status, right? You guys are thick as a cylinder but not tall as a cylinder, and all you have is your butt and your waist. When you meet a wild boar, it will smile at you, thinking you are its grandmother's toy. What qualifications do you have to ask for this or that here? Before you say these words, take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You may find that not only your mind is irritated, but your body is also irritated. Finally, I would like to advise all female boxers that instead of expressing some unrealistic fantasies on the internet, it is better to save more money. After all, summer is almost over, so how far can winter be? Chapter 54, Watching a Large-Scale Face-Slapping Scene. Lu Fei finished sending the news. I put my phone down and continued eating. There are many beautiful girls in front of the table. The atmosphere is warm. On the internet. Lu Fei responded using his own news account. The entire news exploded. Soon. Hashtag the man who was set up as a role model for men by the feminist V turned out to be a scumbag in the past. Hashtag. A topic became a hot search topic at a terrifying speed. Below is Lu Fei's news. The amount of reply exploded. Haha, let us watch a massive face slapping scene. Dude, you're really awesome. And what kind of activity are you guys doing? I saw a few girls wearing what looked like cosplay costumes. Hiss. Female boxers? Where are you? Come out and take a walk. Oh my god, this slap in the face is so comfortable. Countless male compatriots were almost dying of laughter after being slapped in the face. Just now, that group of female boxers left a message under Lu Fei's news. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. And the beating was so loud that there was no mercy at all. The re-established feminist super topic is in full swing. The female boxers were furious at Lu Fei's news. This bastard. It's actually him. His words are so hurtful. What does it mean to be a poor person? Wild boar fuck wild boar. Let's go. Sisters, let's report it. There is nothing we can do about these female boxing watches. I can only report Lu Fei. It has been reported. The remarks were insulting to women and have been reported. Report completed. Just wait until your account is blocked. Female boxers left messages under Lu Fei's news. Caused a wave of ridicule. Brothers, this group of people are not polite. Let's also report that Weiwei to avenge Marshal Lu. Let's go. Report that Dogecoin. Ha, today we have one less representative of rural feminism. A large number of male compatriots flocked to the newsletter of this female boxing celebrity. Crazy reporting mode has been activated. 10 minutes later. This newsletter Big V account has been blocked. The reason is suspected infringement. On the contrary, it was Lu Fei's news, no matter how those female boxers reported it. They are all as solid as a rock and as strong as Mount Tai. Rubbish news. Is it so great to be rich? Why did you block our Weiwei's account but not this bastard's? This guy is suspected of insulting women. From now on, I will turn against QXAN fans. However, this is simply a joke to the news outlet. Go on, keep on jumping. The more joyful you jump, the better the PV data of our newsletter will be. The technician is also a straight man, and he has long been displeased with these female boxers. After banning that feminist influencer named Weiwei, they didn't pay any attention to the report against Lu Fei. The female boxers were furious. Especially the big verses whose accounts were blocked, they were complaining crazily in the WeChat groups. Damn, the news is so disgusting. My account was blocked, but that bastard Lu Fei is fine. Sisters, let's report the news. Go report to the XX department. Let's go. Under the instigation of this Big V, these female boxers started reporting again. What a pity. Like a stone sinking into the sea. They were so angry that they kept cursing. We finished our meal at Dingyan Seafood Restaurant. Lu Fei sent the girls back. I went down to the underground garage. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Wait about 2 more weeks. The Shindu will be launched, starting a journey combining entertainment and tourism. Hope. All the best. After starting the car, Lu Fei called Jean Xie. Xie, where are you? On the other side of the phone, Jean Xie was writing on Qin Shanshan's body. Said, I'm in Qiyun Garden. Oh, I'll come over now. Jean Xie said, okay brother Fei, do you need anything to prepare? Lu Fei raised the corner of his mouth. If you must prepare it, you can go and heat up the food first. Jean Xie's face turned red. Nodding, okay brother Fei, I got it. Wait until you hang up the phone. Qin Shanshan asked curiously, hot dishes? What is that? Is it some strange code? Jean Xie rolled her eyes. Go ahead and broadcast your live stream. I'm going to go exercise. After saying that, he left Qin Shanshan's room. More than half an hour later, Lu Fei came to Qiyun Garden. Opened the door. Jean Xie was wearing a cool sports suit and her whole body was covered with crystal sweat. Brother Fei, the food is ready, she said with a grin. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Really? Then let's go make fried rice. Simple and crude. Get straight to the point. A few minutes later, Qin Shanshan, who was hiding in her room, blushed. Damn it! So this is the hot dish. Fried rice turns out to be. Pooh. Almost 2 hours later. The sun is setting. Lu Fei changed his clothes and came out. Just as I went out, Qin Shanshan passed by with a cup of water and was startled. Fei brother Fei. She shouted nervously. Lu Fei glanced at her. Nodding, well, no live broadcast today? Qin Shanshan was depressed. Live streaming? You're making fried rice so deliciously, who can still live stream it? Well, I'm not feeling well today. Qin Shanshan didn't dare to tell the truth. Lu Fei glanced at her thermos cup. A look of understanding appeared on his face. Oh, so that's how it is. Although it's summer now, we still need to keep warm. Your belly-bearing outfit is stretched so high that it looks like a curtain, so drafty, he said with concern. Qin Shanshan was stunned. Glancing down. Can't see the toes. But he understood what Lu Fei meant. Her face turned red. He said thank you like a mosquito and ran back to the room. Bang! Closed the door. She was breathing heavily. His face turned red. Ah! What should I do? If Brother Fei comes and knocks on the door at night, I won't be able to open it. So annoying. Qin Shanshan muttered softly. Result. Not until the evening, right now, there was a knock on her door. Chapter 55, Foreigners really know how to play with Dogecoin. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Fei's voice sounded outside the door. By the way, Cici, open the door. I have something to tell you. Qin Shanshan was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. I was conflicted for just a moment, then turned around and opened the door. After opening the door, she stood there blankly, closed her eyes, and slowly raised her neck. Ha? Why are you closing your eyes? Lu Fei frowned. Qin Shanshan's heart, which was about to jump out of her chest, trembled. All the messy emotions in my body instantly turned into cholesterol. She opened her eyes and smiled awkwardly. I realized that I had misunderstood, and felt ashamed of the little thoughts I had just had in my mind. No, my eyes just suddenly felt a little dry. She explained awkwardly. Lu Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror. Nor expose it. He raised the USB flash drive in his hand. He said, I'll give you something good. Hiss. Qin Shanshan was shocked. Could this be? This is not good, she said weakly. A little scared. This guy is a chef who graduated from New Oriental, and he would be great if he could add some video teaching. That would be like turning the pot upside down. Qin Shanshan's mind was in a mess. Lu Fei walked straight in and turned on her computer. Connect the USB drive. Then install the LOL internal test installation file. Finally logged in to an internal test account. After doing all this, Lu Fei stood up. Said, Cici, this is a game produced by my company. In the next few days, you can play the beta version with the company's internal employees on live broadcast to help me warm up. In the future, you can transform into a game anchor of this game. For the specific live broadcast time, you can contact this WeChat account. The internal test account and password are all on this piece of paper. After saying, Lu Fei shared Luo Qingqing's prestige with Qin Xianxian. Then he left the room. Standing in front of the computer. Looking at the picture displayed on the screen, he turned back to look at Lu Fei, who had disappeared. Qin Xianxian was almost crying with anger. The next few days, Qin Xianxian was addicted to LOL and became a complete internet addict. Wow! Let me tell you, this game is so fun. What game is this? Remember that rich guy who bought several cars in a matter of minutes? This is a game produced by his game company. Why can't I find it? This is a beta version, not officially released yet. This game is so fun, you must try it next time. Qin Xianxian muttered while playing games. The live broadcast was entirely of game footage, and you couldn't see her in person at all. But it is just based on a game that has not even been publicly tested. Qin Xianxian's popularity directly rushed to the first place on the live broadcast platform. And it's unbreakable. The game LOL has become very popular in the live streaming circle. A lot of people are asking about this game. Even many anchors have seen business opportunities. After preparing for the game's public beta, give it a test run. Lu Fei was very satisfied with the result. After going to check out the progress of the cosplay club, he returned to his mansion, crossed his legs and read the news. Sudden. He was attracted by a piece of news. The British internet celebrity went on a wild hunt in continent Y and uploaded the video to the internet. He also made outrageous remarks that continent Y women are easy to seduce, sparking public outrage and being wanted worldwide. According to investigation, the suspect was last seen in Zhuxia. People who see this person are requested to report it actively. Anyone who provides effective clues will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash. Click on the video to watch it. Lu Fei frowned. This foreigner with Dogecoin is really good at playing. Chapter 56, My wife went to get her hair done. In the video, this foreigner doesn't look that good, and he's a little bald. But it is in different places in Silla, Nihon, Sawadee, and other places in China. Chat up different women, and even have some one-on-one videos. It can be said that he succeeds every time. At present, both Silla and Nihon have issued a global wanted order for this person. It looks cool. Lu Fei pondered for a moment. I simply logged into my own newsletter account. I reposted this video and added a paragraph at the end. Whoever can provide clues to catch this Dogecoin will be personally rewarded with another 2 million. Because of his quarrel with the female boxing champion, his newsletter account itself has millions of followers. In addition, this news was quite popular and quickly became a hot topic. Brother! Great! 2 million is like $10 to me. I'm so jealous. I heard that bastard showed up in Yangchang recently. I'm going to catch him. We must catch him. Once we catch him, we must beat him up first. These women are really enough. They pounce on a foreigner when they see him. Do they think he is rich and wealthy? A quick news from Lu Fei. This directly made the matter even more popular. Qin Yan is an internet anchor. The anchor is active in outdoor activities and has a pretty good number of fans. Although he is not as good as the big anchors, his monthly income is enough for him to support a family. When he saw Lu Fei's message in the news today, he became interested. I posted a message directly on WeChat Moments. This person is my friend from the British Empire. He got lost in Guangzhou recently. If you see him, please contact me immediately. I will reward you with a generous reward of 200,000 yuan. Finally, he attached a few photos of this white man named John on his moments. Soon, his circle of friends lit up. Fuck, brother, you're making a lot of money on the difference. Fuck you, do you think I don't know who this bitch is? Brother, you have great talent. Be my son. Pooh. Qin Yan spat. Ma Dan. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. It seems there is no shortcut. Brothers, let's go live and look for someone today. We must find this guy called John. Qin Yan rubbed his nose. Walk forward slowly and leisurely. Barrages began to appear in the live broadcast room. Where's my sister-in-law? Brother Qi, do you have any plans? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack without a plan. Actually, I just want to see my sister-in-law. Xin Yan said as he walked. There must be a plan. According to the information on the internet, this guy was last seen in Pengcheng district, Yancheng. It just so happened that my father-in-law and his family lived in Pengcheng district, so I made some friends there and also got to know many of the local small vendors. So if anyone can catch that John, I think it must be me. After saying. He paused. Then he said, as for my wife? She went out to get her hair done with her little sister. Xin Yan got in the car and started it. Brother Chi, let's go quickly. Find that bastard and help us beat him up first. Brother Chi, do you want to find 2 helpers first? That foreigner is really tall and strong. While driving, Xin Yan said, don't worry, brothers. Have you forgotten that I have also practiced Sanda for more than 10 years? Although that guy looks tall, his body has been hollowed out a long time ago, and he is just a silver-plated gun tip. When I find him, it won't take 10 moves to knock him down. After saying. The live broadcast room was filled with 666. Half an hour later. Xin Yan arrived in Pengcheng district. Although he kept saying how awesome he was after practicing Sanda. But after arriving in Pengcheng district, he still called 2 friends to join him. Then. He took his friend and John's photo and began to walk around places with large crowds, such as the vegetable market. Not long. He got some useful information. He learned from an old man that John had been in Shuxianjuan. He grabbed the old man's hand. I stuffed $200 into it. Uncle, I bought your vegetables. Thank you. After saying. Holding the phone, he said hello to 2 friends and went straight to Shuxianjuan. The old man waved his hand from behind and said, hey. You just gave the money but didn't take the food away. Xin Yan turned around and shouted, that dish is on me. After that, he met up with his 2 friends and ran forward. Chapter 57, Are the men from Juxia capable? 666, Brother Chi is going to get rich this time. Brother Chi, come on, catch that bastard and beat him up first. Awesome. You actually found it. Xin Yan ran while holding the live broadcast equipment and said, I am familiar with the Shuxianjuan community. My father-in-law has a house in this community that has been vacant for some time. Speaking of. The 3 of them got into the car again and drove directly into the Shuxianjuan community. After entering Shuxianjuan community, Xin Yan held up photos and began to ask questions of the elderly who were playing cards in the community to enjoy the cool air. Soon. He got some useful information again. Oh, this foreigner, I've seen him before, he seems to be in building 3. Yes, I've seen this guy too. He's been in and out with a woman these past few days. I've seen it twice, both in building 3. Xin Yan's face became even happier. Friends, hard work pays off. I think I have found it. It's in building 3. After saying. He muttered again, building 3? It seems that the house my father-in-law lives in is in building 3. Meng Arnold, when I find that guy and get the 2.1 million bonus, we'll split it equally among the 3 of us. So wait until that bastard comes downstairs, and then everyone should act together, and don't let him get away. Xin Yan and 2 friends squatted at the bottom of the building and said. Amin and Arnold nodded vigorously. He said excitedly, Brother Yan, don't worry, we brothers will definitely support you. We will never let that guy get away. Xin Yan nodded. Then he muttered to the camera, brothers, please give out some gifts. If there are friends who are still watching the live broadcast, please call them all over. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. I guess the Dogecoin will appear soon, after all, he also needs to eat. Suddenly, there was a response in the live broadcast room. Soon. Many people started promoting this matter on the news. One after another. A large number of netizens flocked to the live broadcast platform and rushed into the live broadcast room. As the number of onlookers increases, the number of people paying attention also increases. Xin Yan's face turned red with excitement. He didn't care too much about the bonus this time. If I could become a big anchor with this incident, that means it is really developed. Earning tens of millions a year is not a dream. Fuck. Anchor, don't wait, take the initiative. Are you an idiot? I only know who to look for in this building to help me. I really want to hear someone driving again. Look forward to it. Catch that bastard and beat him up first. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Xin Yan twisted his neck. I simply handed the phone to my companion. Xiao Ming, you will help me take the photos from now on. Xiao Nua, you will join me later. Not long. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened. A white man with a slightly high hairline walked out, being embraced by a young mixed-race woman who had a makeup-based appearance of about 85 points and a very good figure. While walking, this man's hands are a bit unruly. The mobile phone camera captured them the moment they appeared. Shit. It's out. That's it. Hurry up, anchor. What are you waiting for? However, after seeing these two people, Qin Yan was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Ming and Xiao Nua all set their eyes on Qin Yan. Full of pity. Qin Yan was trembling all over. Oh shit. The anchor, hurry up. Mad, I'm so anxious. Fuck. What is the anchor doing? The barrage is urging. Qin Yan stood up slowly. His eyes were wide open, and the corners of his eyes were almost broken. Looking at the man and woman getting closer and closer, his breathing gradually became rapid. He growled, "Go." After saying, "Take a big step forward," rushed out. Xiao Ming, who was taking pictures with his mobile phone, was stunned. Shouted, "Brother Nian, are you still shooting?" Qin Yan's face had turned ashen. Roaring, "Shoot. Why not shoot?" The voice just fell. The man and woman who walked into the entrance hall were stunned and looked at him subconsciously. The woman standing next to John was stunned. Scream out loud. "Qin Yan. Why are you here?" Qin Yan sneered. "Why am I here? You stinky bitch. My fist will tell you." After saying, he walked quickly forward. Rushed towards John. John was stunned and a sneer appeared on his face. "Shu Xia Men, no. Don't call it in the Xia language." He clenched his fist in contempt and punched Qin Yan on the head. Qin Yan's face was grim. He nimbly dodged his punch and rushed forward. Close. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds. Sun-shaped punch. It kept falling on John's chest. Bang, bang, bang. John kept backing away. Qin Yan continued to follow up. Every punch hits the flesh. After a few breaths. Bang. John fell straight to the ground. Eyes rolled back. Can a Zhu Xiao man do it? Qin Yan roared angrily. His wife Wei Kursen was stunned. He let out a scream and rushed forward. Qin Yan. You are crazy. Chapter 58, The Most Miserable Anchor in History. Wei Kursen rushed to Qin Yan and stood in front of John. Qin Yan. Are you crazy? Even if you beat him to death, nothing good will happen to you. Qin Yan's mouth twitched and his whole body was shaking. He stared at Wei Kursen without saying a word. Xiao Ming and Xiao Nua stood aside, shivering. Inside the live broadcast room, the barrage stagnated for a while. A sudden crazy increase. Fuck. This is Mrs. Qi. Nema. John was caught, but how come my sister-in-law was also caught? Oh my god, the most miserable anchor in history has appeared. Oh my god, this has to be the saddest story ever. Brother, hold on. One rocket is not a sign of respect. In the live broadcast room, many netizens began to spontaneously send rockets. This is the only way they can express their support for Qin Yan. Standing in front of Wei Kursen, looking at his beloved wife, Qin Yan's brain almost exploded. When did it happen? Wei Kursen played dumb. What when? John is just my English teacher. Qin Yan sneered. Bang. A slap hit Wei Kursen's face. Do you think I'm an idiot? This bastard is a wanted criminal worldwide. Wei Kursen fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands, looking furious. Qin Yan. You are a bastard. How dare you hit me? I will fight you. Bang. Qin Yan kicked again. He kicked her directly in the heart. You bastard, I've spoiled you to the heavens. You have the final say in everything at home, and I've given you my bank card. How the hell do you treat me like this? Are you worthy of me and my son? Qin Yan was so furious that he stepped on Wei Kursen's heart and roared angrily. Wei Kursen struggled hard but couldn't break free. Sudden. She smiled, laughing wildly. Are you worthy of your son? Xin Yan, do you really think your son is yours? Do you know why your son has such obvious mixed race features? Because he is not your blood at all. Xin Yan was stunned. It feels like all the energy has been drained out of the whole person. The originally straight back suddenly became hunched. He bent over. Arrest Wei Kurson. Are you really? Xin Yan's voice trembled. Wei Kurson laughed wildly. Yes. That's it. What can you do to me? Staring at Wei Kurson leisurely. Sudden. Bang. He suddenly kicked out with lightning speed. Suddenly. Wei Kurson was kicked and flew out. Kneeled on the ground. Then. Xin Yan rushed forward angrily. He kicked John in the crotch again and again. Bang. 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 One kick after another. John woke up from the pain, then quickly fell into coma again, and then woke up again. Over and over again. Amidst the shrill howls. Blood. It seeped out of his pants. Gradually spread. Watching this scene, Wei Kurson rushed over like crazy. John. Bang. Xin Yan kicked her directly in the face with a whip kick. Suddenly, Wei Kurson turned around twice on the ground, then fell to the ground and passed out. Do all this. Xin Yan sat on the ground, panting heavily. Inside the live broadcast room, the barrage continued to rise. Dude. You're a man. Good job, Mad. This kind of woman is such a fucking rubbish. Dude, even though you played well, I think you got yourself into trouble this time. Xin Yan took the phone. Force a smile. He said, brothers, I guess I have to go in now, so I won't be able to live stream for you anymore. Today I really am after this incident, I must be the most unlucky anchor on the entire internet. He laughed at himself. His face was filled with despair. Sudden. Lu Fei gave a reward to anchor Xin Yan X100. Don't worry, brother. I'll keep the 2 million reward for you. You can come to me in person to claim it. In addition, I have contacted the top law firms in Shanghai. They will form a top team of lawyers to defend you, and I will bear all the expenses. When you come out, not only will I give you the 2 million, but I will also give you another reward. Chapter 59, A first-class woman marries a beautiful woman. The barrage of comments sent out by Lu Fei floated across the entire screen. A few seconds later. Fuck. The rich are so awesome. Is it Lu Fei from the Demon City? The big guy is here, anchor, you are saved. Damn it, you're really awesome. I used to dislike you, but I support you on this matter. Barrages of comments continued to be sent out. Xin Yan was so excited that he almost cried. Thank you. Thank you, brother Lu Fei. Thank you for your support. Lie on the sofa. Let Jin Xia massage his legs. Lu Fei threw out another 100 rounds of superfire. It's a small matter. I have invited a team of lawyers to defend you. If you want to sue this woman, I will also contact them and file the lawsuit together with you. Xin Yan thanked him repeatedly. The other two boys also showed surprise. Brother Fei is so generous. This is the first time that the word Toheo has a positive connotation. Brother Chi, if you go in, we will also help you with housework. Xin Yan smiled. Although it was a bit sad to laugh. But he still smiled and bowed slightly towards the camera. Thank you everyone, thank you Brother Fei. Although today I may be the most miserable anchor on the entire internet. But he may also be the luckiest anchor on the entire network. Xin Yan was filled with gratitude. Not long. JC arrived. Xin Yan was handcuffed. Then John, who was already foaming at the mouth and in complete shock, was handed over. The unconscious Wei Kurson was taken to the ambulance and sent to the hospital. Live streaming. That's the end. Lu Fei exited the live broadcast interface. See ya, go get me a notebook and a pen. After watching Xin Yan's live broadcast, Lu Fei had a very cool idea in his mind. Jin Xia put the notebook and pen in his hands. Holding a pen and a notebook, Lu Fei wrote quickly. He wrote for several pages and finally put down his pen. Looking at your masterpiece. He smiled with satisfaction. Ha, this variety show is absolutely awesome. I admire myself. Lu Fei handed the pen and notebook to Jean Xia. Put it away. Jean Xia put away her pen and notebook obediently. Then I went to the kitchen to get busy. Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa. He took out his cell phone again. Logged into the newsletter. He needs to check the news first. On the news. Number 1 in trending searches. Suddenly, Xin Yan went to catch the wanted criminal John, but found out that his wife was having an affair with someone else, and it was revealed that his son was not his. I feel bad for this buddy. Brother, stay strong. Why didn't this woman beat her to death? Oh, you are just a piece of rubbish. Do you think you are rich just because you are a foreigner? Most people express support or understanding for Qin Yan's approach. But besides normal people, there are always a small number of freaks who are active on the news. Oh, this man is crazy. He only knows how to vent his anger on a woman. Doesn't he know how to think about his own problems? This kind of man is really useless. The uterus belongs to his wife. She can have children with whoever she wants. You are her husband and you only need to be responsible for raising the child and taking care of the family. Men always blame women for their failures. This kind of man is so disgusting. You can beat up that John if you want, but why do you beat up a woman casually? So, we women also have to be divided into grades when we marry. First grade is Omei, second grade is Silani Hong, third grade is Liang Dao, and the fourth grade is the local man. Look at these obvious female boxing remarks. Lu Fei walked directly into the study. Crackle. After a round of knocking, the information of those female boxers who made excessive remarks online was exposed on all platforms by him. Hotel room booking records. All are there. Chapter 60, I have an idea for a variety show that is sure to be a hit. Last night, Lu Fei went to eat calmly. But the internet has been stunned by this series of information. Fuck. It ruins my worldview. The guy whose name is hidden, please come out and see. I don't know how many of these women have boyfriends. I hope those brothers who stepped on the landmine can hold on. There was a lot of lamentation on the internet. It is indeed in these published materials that there is solid evidence. Several of them are so damn destructive to your worldview. One of the women is already engaged to her boyfriend. I am getting married on National Day this year. But after getting engaged, he started having sex like crazy. There were even cases where we had to attend several shows in one day. There is another woman whose husband is a company executive and earns a lot of money. But this woman was unwilling to be lonely. She often hung out in black bars and had secret abortions more than once. Besides, the woman whose information Lu Fei had seized. None of them are good. Either you have a boyfriend, but you hang out with a married man. Or they could just secretly get fucked without telling their boyfriends. There are also some who used to hang out in Dongguan, and went back to hide the fact and dated an honest boyfriend, but are still restless. Anyway. Just one word. Chaos. Shudu. Inside a rental house. Linny, who was watching the fun online, suddenly froze. After a moment's silence, he quietly went to the bedroom, gathered up all of his girlfriend's things, opened the door and threw them out to her. Linny, what are you crazy about? Where did you throw my things? The girlfriend roared angrily and slapped Linny in the face. Bang! With a crisp sound. The girl covered her face. Get out! Linny kicked her out directly. The girl stood outside the door, banging on the door like crazy. Linny! You bastard! Open the door for me! Are you fucking sick? It's raining so hard outside, what on earth do you want to do? Open the door! Open the door for me! No one paid any attention. Next door. Someone opened the door. Crack! Took a photo. Not long. On the internet. The female boxer with the ID Cola chicken wings has been kicked out by her boyfriend. The situation is similar to that of Shudulini. It is also happening in every corner of the country. On the news, people continued to reveal information. The female boxer with the ID jackfruit has been hospitalized after being beaten. What a pity for such a hardworking and good man. The female boxer with the ID Doraemon was just kicked out by her father. It's a great relief. A female boxer with the ID loves yogurt has just been broken off from engagement. The man has intercepted her information online and is preparing to sue her to get the betrothal gift back. Over time, there are a lot of female boxers who have posted comments online that make people angry and disgusted. Basically, all of them were exposed and received corresponding punishments. For a while, the female boxers on the newsflash were all trembling. At the same time, also shouting wildly behind. Are we just going to let that hacker do whatever he wants? Is there anyone who cares anymore? It's so scary that I'm a little afraid to speak. If you are upright, you have nothing to fear. Although there are still some women who are trying to be stubborn, they are just shouting in the WeChat group. They were all very afraid of Lu Fei's outrageous actions. The next afternoon, Lu Fei called Zhang Jijia, Lin Sen, and Wang Xiaobo in succession. It's time to talk to a few partners about the show he came up with on a whim. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Still at the North Shore Club, Lu Fei met Lin Sen and the other two. As soon as we meet, Lin Sen said, "Xiao Lu, your Aunt Zhu has been talking about you for a few times. Come to our house for dinner tonight." Lu Fei nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, then I'll pick up Xiaoxi after get off work and go with you." Lin Sen said with relief, "Okay, I'll call your Aunt Zhu first." After the call, Zhu Yuping went to buy groceries happily. "Okay, let's get down to business." Lin Sen hung up the phone and his face turned serious. He asked, "Xiao Lu, you said you have an idea that will be a hit. I think besides me, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhang must be very curious about what the idea is." Chapter 61, Online Variety Show, Who is the Father of the Child? Lu Fei said with a smile, "Let's go, let's sit down and talk." The four of them sat on the sofa, all very relaxed. Lu Fei organized his words and said directly, "Uncle Lin, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Wang, after watching the anchor Qin Yan searching for the wanted criminal John yesterday afternoon, and then being challenged by the woman on the spot that her son was not hers, I suddenly came up with an idea." After saying, he took out what he had roughly written last night. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "Based on yesterday's hot topics, I came up with an idea. We can definitely invite some couples who have doubts about their son's parentage. Or some single mothers and men who are suspected to be the fathers of their children come together to do a show. Then invite the most authoritative paternity testing agency to directly help these groups under the live broadcast to analyze and test the blood relationship of both parties. Finally, the results will be announced directly on the show, which will inevitably cause a huge amount of discussion and attention." Lu Fei finished speaking. Lin Sen slapped the table. "Fuck. Xiao Lu, you are such a genius." Not only him, but also Zhang Jijie and Wang Xiaobo were stunned by Lu Fei's so-called creativity. Damn it. This is so noisy. But how can you guarantee that these men and women will come to participate? Lin Sen raised a question. Lu Fei said with a smile, "I remember someone said that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved by money. If there is, it must be that you don't have enough money. My idea is to directly set up a prize. If it is confirmed that the child is not the man's, then our program team will give the man a consolation prize of 10 million. If it is confirmed that the child is the man's, then our program team will give the woman a consolation prize of 10 million. Believe me, there are very few ordinary people in this world who can resist this kind of temptation." Lu Fei finished speaking. Lin Sen and the other two were stunned. "Is this a bit too big?" Lin Sen asked in surprise. Wang Xiaobo was also shocked. Being a guest for each episode gets a bonus of 10 million. This is too exaggerated. However, Zhang Jijia has already stood up. His face flushed with excitement. "Mr. Lu. No. Brother Fei. You are my brother. This show is definitely a hit. The 10 million prize money is worth it. Because the program is not only funded by us, we can also find sponsors, advertisers, etc. Various advertising fees and channel fees. As long as this program can be produced for more than 5 episodes, it will definitely make a lot of money." Zhang Jijia has a keen sense of smell and said excitedly. Lin Sen and Wang Xiaobo felt relieved when they heard his words. As a professional, Mr. Zhang is so excited, so this show is going to be a big hit. Since Mr. Zhang has confirmed it, we must get this done. Both of them felt relieved. Let us not talk about how popular this variety show is. The advertising effect alone will be of huge benefit to both of them. Lu Fei nodded with a smile and said, "Since Mr. Zhang is optimistic about this, then I will just be responsible for coming up with ideas and venues. Mr. Zhang, your Blue May group is professional. I'll leave the production of this program to you. As for how to distribute the program's revenue, we will discuss it in detail later. Lu Fei said with a smile. Professional people do professional things. He had never thought of crossing the line, but he wanted to draw unnecessary attention. Let the Blue Charm group jump out to attract the firepower of those female boxers. For the next half hour, 4 people gathered in front of the desk. A detailed distribution of benefits was made. Without any investment, Lu Fei just provided an idea and a live broadcast venue and earned 30% of the profits. Huge profit. Not long. The cooperation contract drafted by the legal department of Blue Charm Group was sent to the club. 4 people signed the contract. Zheng Jijie asked, Brother Fei, do you have any suggestions on the name of the variety show? Lu Fei rubbed his nose and said casually, let's just call it Who is the Father of the Child? Okay. Let's call it this. Simple and straightforward, straight to the point. The 4 of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Then they left. Lu Fei drove to the cos club, ready to pick up Lin Shi and take him home for dinner. Ding. Your Earth clone D36 died. Reward, Super Domineering Card 1, Domineering CEO Temperament plus 20, Skill, Eyes like Knives. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. Lu Fei, who had just stopped the car, twitched his eyes. It felt like all kinds of strange changes were happening to my eyeballs. At the same time, a strong aura of a superior emanated from him. And in his hands, there is one more card. Super Domineering card. After using it, you will be extremely domineering. It has a huge pressure on ordinary people, and can even give them nightmares. The duration is 5 minutes. Nice one. Lu Fei got out of the car and closed the door. Heading towards the cosplay club. Haven't gone upstairs yet. He suddenly saw a shiny red sports car parked downstairs of the building next door that he had reserved for Super God Game. A young man wearing sunglasses, a floral suit, and looking extremely flashy was standing downstairs holding a bouquet of flowers. And his opposite. It was Luo Qingcheng with a cold expression. Oh, it seems that this guy is Lu Zitao, the son of the chairman of Mermaid Games who forced Luo Qingcheng to resign? Lu Fei muttered quietly. He crushed the Super Domineering card and walked over with big strides. Chapter 62, Lu Fei's Domineering Aura. Bang! He slapped the man in the floral suit on the shoulder. A good dog doesn't block the road. The sound is very faint. But the power is great. With one slap, the rich second generation staggered. Fuck! You! Bang! Lu Fei slapped him in the face. You have a dirty mouth, you deserve to be beaten. The voice was still faint. Lu Zitao was stunned by the slap. How can you hit someone? He stammered. Lu Fei smiled at him. But there is a kind of strange hideousness. Do I need a reason to hit you? His eyes are like knives. A moment. His image was imprinted in Lu Zitao's mind. His heart was suddenly filled with fear. You don't come over here. I'm telling you. My mother is Lu Wenwei, the chairman of Mermaid Entertainment. You. Bang. Lu Fei slapped him again. Roll. His eyes are extremely sharp. An inexplicable fear completely filled Lu Zitao's heart. He threw away the flowers in his hand, got into the sports car and started the car. He ran out directly. Bang. The car scraped against the curbstone of the flower bed. The rear surround was rubbed off without any retention. Lu Fei turned around. Look at Luo Qingcheng. Is this the first time he has come here? Luo Qingcheng said weakly under his aura, this is the 3rd time. Lu Fei frowned. Why didn't you tell me before? The voice is flat. But it made Luo Qingcheng feel tense all over. I'm sorry. The proud daughter of heaven lowered her head under Lu Fei's domineering aura. Lu Fei snorted coldly, next time if there is anything you can't solve, tell me. After saying. Without waiting for Luo Qingcheng to answer, he turned and walked into the lobby of the building next door. Call. Luo Qingcheng exhaled a breath of foul air. He muttered, hiss. Too domineering. Why didn't I see him like this when we met before? She clutched her heart. In my mind, the shadow of Lu Fei just now is already lingering. It stirred the sea of her heart, bringing up waves she had never experienced before. Go up to the second floor. Lu Fei strode into the cosplay club. Where are Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin? He asked succinctly. A pretty young girl cupped her hands to her chest and timidly pointed toward the office. Lu Fei turned around. Knock on the door and come in. Let's go home. Lu Fei looked at Lin Shi and said. Lin Shi was stunned. What? Lu Fei walked over, looked down at her, and said, Uncle Lin asked me to eat, come home with me. Looking down from above, Lin Shi was stunned. However, Lu Fei had already taken her little hand. Walk. After saying one word, he said to the confused Lu Ruoxin, Ruoxin, I'm taking her away. The club is in your hands. After saying, just leave. After a while. Oh my god. Why does Lu Fei feel so good today? Lu Ruoxin's face turned a little red. I actually really like this. Lin Shi, who was dragged out of the door by Lu Fei, was even more fooled by this. Along the way, she was like a puppet, being pulled downstairs by Lu Fei. Then he pulled it into the car. Until the car was almost reaching the door of their villa. She suddenly woke up from her dream. Lu Fei, do you want to have dinner at my house? The domineering card time has passed. Lu Fei turned around and smiled. Certainly. The sound is neither light nor heavy. Lin Shi exhaled a breath of foul air. He actually said openly, then you should eat more tonight. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Drive the car into the gate of the manor villa. Get off the car and go in. See Lu Fei again. Zhu Yuping smiled so hard that she almost turned into a flower. Xiao Lu is here, come and sit on the sofa. Xiaoxi, don't just stand there, go and pour tea for Xiao Lu. Lin Shi rolled her eyes and went to pour tea obediently. Zhu Yuping said, Xiao Lu, sit with your Uncle Lin for a while. Auntie will go cook. We can have dinner in about half an hour. Lu Fei nodded and said, Auntie, you are busy, don't worry about me. Zhu Yuping went to cook. Lin San asked him to play chess again. Dinner will be served soon. The meal was held in a harmonious atmosphere. Lu Fei was taken care of in various ways, while Lin Shi was scolded in various ways. My mentality almost exploded. Had dinner. Zhu Yuping stayed overnight again. Lu Fei drank a lot of wine with Lin San. I just stayed at the Lin family. Night. Lin Shi confided in the small group. Lu Fei is living in my house. I feel so desperate. No matter how I explain, my mom and dad don't believe me. I feel like I'm about to become an outsider. They are a family of 3. Shu Ting sent a smirking expression. Xiao Lu's tactics are too good, Xiao Shi, just follow them. Lu Ruoxin was laughing so hard that she could only send a few emojis. Lin Shi was desperate. What kind of besties are these? Chapter 63, Young man, don't be so crazy. Slept at Lin's house for one night. Get up in the morning. Looking at Lin Shi doing yoga on the balcony. Lu Fei felt a little regretful. I should have drunk less last night. He muttered. After admiring the beautiful woman doing yoga for a while, Lu Fei said goodbye to Zhu Yuping and left the villa with Lin Shi. After sending her to the cosplay club, Lu Fei received a strange phone call. Mr. Lu, I'm Lu Wenwei from Mermaid Entertainment. Do you have time to come out for a cup of tea? I want to talk to you about something, about Luo Qingcheng. The voice is hoarse and coquettish. Lu Fei's face turned cold. Aunt Lu, you are already in your 50s, can you speak like a human being? As for drinking tea, there is no need for that. You might as well use that time to teach your son well and stop him from hanging out outside all day long. By the way, I heard that your Mermaid Entertainment has been in the red for the past 2 quarters. If you can make a loss while making games, you are a talent. On the other side of the phone. After the failed plastic surgery, Lu Wenwei, whose face was as big as a millstone, suddenly looked gloomy. Young man, don't be so crazy. She hasn't finished yet. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone from the phone. Grass. She cursed angrily. The phone was smashed to pieces. Immediately check the background of the boss behind this super game. Send it to my office within half an hour. Half an hour later. A document was delivered to Lu Wenwei's office. The handsome male secretary held back his vomiting and left the office. Taking Lu Fei's information, Lu Wenwei quickly browsed through it. A few minutes later, she called the secretary again. Help me find the contact information of those female boxing influencers on the internet right now. I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, another stack of information was placed in front of Lu Wenwei. Look at this information. A ferocious smile appeared on Lu Wenwei's round face. Young man, although you have a lot of assets, I, Lu Wenwei, am not someone who can be bullied. She laughed sinisterly twice. The male secretary was called in again. He took out 2 of the documents and said, please help me contact these 2 big versus immediately and ask them to come to the company. I want to discuss cooperation with them. Tell them that the cooperation amount is more than 2 million. The secretary nodded respectfully. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll do it right away. Not long. 2 female boxing celebrities who were originally from Shanghai received the news. Drive to Mermaid Games Company immediately. Hung up the phone with Lu Wenwei. Lu Fei simply called Fong Lei. Hey, Mr. Fong, how is Qin Yan doing? Fong Lei said, we just got him out, he's fine now. Very good. Mr. Fong is indeed a top lawyer, he is amazing. After that, Lu Fei continued, please tell him to come to the Magic City to report to me after he has settled his family. I have a great fortune to give him. Fong Lei said, okay, no problem. Hang up the phone. Lu Fei called Zhang Jijie again. Mr. Zhang, I have already found the host of our online variety show for you. It's the most miserable anchor Qin Yan. Zhang Jijie was stunned, then overjoyed. Mr. Lu is awesome. How could I have forgotten about this person? He is a perfect host for this variety show. Lu Fei smiled and said, okay, Mr. Zhang, don't be so exaggerated. I've already called the person. I'll have him report to you directly after arriving in the Magic City. Zhang Jijie smiled. Okay. I also want to thank Mr. Lu for his meticulousness. After a few polite words, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Stretched. Cool. Exhale a breath of foul air. Lu Fei walked into the Super God game. He walked straight through the office area and entered Luo Qingqing's office. How is the development of mobile games going? Lu Fei asked. Luo Qingqing picked up the tablet and said, it has been initially developed, but there are still a lot of bugs. It will take some time to optimize it. Lu Fei took the tablet and glanced at it casually. Said, make the overall color tone warmer, and make the characters closer to the 2-dimensional style of Nihon. Luo Qingqing readily followed the advice. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll have someone follow up right away. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, I just came to take a look. There's nothing else to do. I'll leave first. Just get a batch. Luo Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, Mr. Lu, wait a minute, there is indeed a problem here. Our game procedures are stuck. Lu Fei frowned. Then he nodded and said, okay, I know about this, I will solve it. Chapter 64, Mermaid Game? No more. Lu Fei left Super God Game Company. After making a few phone calls. It is confirmed that the one behind this is Mermaid Game. Oh, old witch, that's interesting. He smiled coldly. I simply drove back to Thompson Epine. Enter the study. Turn on your computer. Crackle. After a while of operation, he found all the games under Mermaid. A cold look flashed across Lu Fei's face. If we want to play, then let's play big. He rubbed his wrist. Both hands began to operate quickly on the screen. 10 seconds. All data of the top 50 accounts in each region's combat power ranking of the popular game True Legend has been cleared. 30 seconds. All data of the top 100 accounts in terms of combat power in each region of the super popular game Super Journey to the West has been cleared. 3 minutes later. All the data of the accounts of the most important group of wealthy players in all Mermaid S games have been cleared. The kind that can't be recovered at all. After doing all this, Lu Fei smiled and exited the hacking tool. Mermaid Games Incorporated. President's Office. After Lu Wenwei signed the contract with 2 female boxing big names. He said coldly, once the contract is signed, do your job well. Teach me a lesson on Lu Fei online. The 2 female boxing big versus nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will do my best. I really don't like this person in the first place. Now that Mr. Lu is supporting me, I can definitely make him lose face online. Lu Wenhui nodded with satisfaction. Let the two female boxing big versus leave. The two women left happily. As soon as they got back to the car, they couldn't wait to take out their laptops. Fast landing news. Type quickly without thinking at all. Black Lu Fei? That's just too easy. This guy has a lot of dark history. Soon. 2 articles are freshly published. It directly pointed out that after Lu Fei became rich, he abandoned his ex-fiancée, forced his ex-fiancée's mother to become paralyzed, his brother to go to jail, and his ex-fiancée herself to go crazy. At the same time, a large amount of so-called evidence was also listed to prove that Lu Fei did it on purpose. Soon. A lot of netizens gathered under their news releases. Eat melon, eat melon. Looking at it this way, it seems to make some sense. Although he is a playboy, I still like his true nature. Seeing more and more comments. And under those specious so-called evidences, the pace gradually picked up. The two big verses were so excited that they almost jumped up. But soon, they realized that something seemed to be wrong. Fuck. Stop sitting here and watching the drama. Go check if your game account is still there. All the mermaid game servers are down. Damn it. My account that was ranked number 1 in the True Legend Iron Blood War Zone is gone. The official has no explanation. I've been training in the Waguishan area of Super God Journey to the West for 3 years, and my top 10 account is gone. Me too. My top 5 accounts are gone. The news soon revealed that all mermaid games were suspected to have been hacked. All data of the top-ranked game accounts has been lost. The key is that many players have no data, and game companies have no data either. As soon as such rumors appeared, this completely ignited the anger of the wealthy players. They all went to question the customer service. The customer service was hesitant and didn't know how to explain. Final. It triggered the anger of the local tyrants. I have driven to the court to sue mermaid games. Count me in, I'm going to sue it too. I spent over 10 million in the game, and now you've destroyed my account? I'm suing you. Just half an hour. The mermaid legal department has received hundreds of electronic subpoenas from the court. Bang! Lu Wenhui, who had spent money to slander Lu Fei not long ago, fell straight to the ground. He fainted on the spot. The situation inside the mermaid company has become a mess. All employees know. Company might go bankrupt. Not long after, Lu Wenhui was sent to the hospital. After some treatment, he regained consciousness, but he became insane due to the huge blow he suffered. Her son Lu Zitao, who took her surname, was drinking with someone in a bar when he got the news. How so? He murmured in dismay. However, he did not realize that all the friends who had flattered him in various ways had quietly left. A few minutes later, Lu Zitao is ready to leave. But he was asked to pay the bill, but when he took out his card to swipe it, all cards are blocked. He called all his friends, but was brushed off by everyone. At last, the rich second generation who once enjoyed great glory can only use his sports car to mortgage the money for wine. Chapter 65, Picking Tea Under the Eastern Fence. When Lu Fei went online again. It has been published online. Thousands of people have sued mermaid games. All assets of mermaid games have been frozen. Chairman Lu Wenhui was directly dismissed because the blow was so severe. The Crown Prince Lu Zitao was also restricted. But in a short period of time. Mermaid Game Company is the largest game company in China. It collapsed with a loud bang. There is a heated discussion online. I just want to know who did this. It's probably a competitor. It's not certain. It's also possible that its game is too hard and it angered the hacker master. But if you ask me, it's really gratifying. The way mermaids eat in the past 2 years is really ugly. Lu Fei looked through the comments and called Luo Qingcheng. Said, Qingcheng, the matter has been resolved. You can now poach people from the mermaid. Although I already had some guesses in my mind. But it came from Lu Fei's own mouth. Luo Qingcheng was still filled with shock. She calmed herself down and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I'm already following up and will do my best to recruit key talents from mermaid. Okay, you can think about this matter yourself. I won't delay your work. Hang up the phone. Sit down in front of your computer. Lu Fei looked at the two big V accounts displayed on the screen, each with millions of followers. Directly hack into the newsletter database and clear the number of fans to 0. Simple and crude. The two women looked at their accounts and found something unusual. Trembling with fear. This matter has nothing to do with us. We didn't do anything. The two women were terrified. Yet this is only the beginning. Less than half an hour after they discovered that their followers had been cleared, the police came to the door. Yu Fei, you are suspected of allowing others to take drugs and selling drugs. We will arrest you according to the law. Su Yunyun, you are suspected of blackmailing others, and the amount involved is huge. We are arresting you according to the law now. The two big verses were arrested directly. As for the evidence, of course it was sent by Lu Fei. Clean away any possible traces. Lu Fei turned off the computer. Just walked out of the study. Jin Xie and Qin Shanshan opened the door carrying large and small bags. Brother Fei, you're back. Lu Fei nodded and said, well, I'm back. How's your game practice going lately, CC? Qin Shanshan smiled proudly, tapped the two F keys and said, I am a gaming genius, I am already very good at it, and the other beta testers can only be bullied by me. Lu Fei was a little surprised. It seems I have good taste. Qin Shanshan giggled. He came over and asked carefully, Brother Fei, can you tell me when the game will be available for public testing? Many of my fans keep asking me this every day, and I just can't take it anymore. Lu Fei said, it will probably be officially launched next Saturday morning. Next Friday night is the day when Lin Xia's cosplay team will officially debut on the Shindu. It was launched on Saturday morning, which was just enough to ferment and attract more people to play the game. Get accurate information. Qin Shanshan was extremely excited. He glanced at Jin Xie, who was already carrying things to the kitchen. It jumped up and bit Lu Fei. Thank you, Brother Fei. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Is that a simple thank you? Qin Shanshan blushed. Another look at the kitchen. He whispered, well, shall I make you some tea? A smile flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. Okay. Speaking of. He walked into the lounge and leaned back on the sofa. Let us start tea picking. Chapter 66, If I could become famous, I would eat shit live. Night. Xin Yan arrived in the Magic City. Post the latest updates on your own newsletter account. I'm safe now. I'm in the Magic City. I'll go see Mr. Lu tomorrow. Below. Soon a large number of netizens gathered. Mr. Lu is awesome. Lawyer Fong is so domineering. Bullshit. Bless. The next day. Lu Fei gave Zhang Jijia's phone number to Qin Yan in the morning. Qin Yan, full of gratitude, took a taxi to Blue Charm Group. Meet Qin Yan. Zhang Jijia was very happy. After giving a brief account of the content of the online variety show Who Is Your Father? Qin Yan was excited on the spot. He signed the contract without hesitation and became the host of this online variety show. Zhang Jijia said, from now on you will be a contracted artist of our company. The company has dormitories and transportation vehicles, and will give you intensive training in hosting skills in the next few days. Next Saturday, the Shindu cruise ship will set sail. That will be your stage. Qin Yan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I will never let you and Mr. Lu down. That day, Lanmei Group, Maya Travel and Linson Catering jointly held a press conference. Participated in all years. The online variety show announcing who the child's father is has been officially launched and entered the production process. And Qin Yan, the most tragic internet celebrity in history, will become the host of this online variety show. This variety show will officially start live broadcast on the Shindu cruise ship next Saturday afternoon. In addition, it was announced that the Entertainment Tourism Plus of the Shindu cruise has officially started selling tickets. As soon as the news was announced. In addition, many artists under the Blue Charm Group helped to forward it. It topped the trending searches in just 10 minutes. Oh my god, this online variety show, oh my god. It's so exciting, isn't it? And there's a 10 million prize. Blue Charm Group is keeping up with the trend. I feel like this variety show is definitely great. Damn it, when is this variety show going to be online? I absolutely have to go and watch it. We'll go to the scene to identify whether he's the real father or the fake father. It also involves family ethics. Isn't it exciting? Who is your father? It has become popular even before it was produced. At the same time, the official announcement of this variety show. It also once again stimulated the fragile hearts of those small group of rural female boxers. Soon, these female boxing stars are gathered together from various artists under the Blue Charm Group. There are also various newsletters of Blue Charm Group below. He started to rant. Ha! If this variety show becomes popular, I'll eat shit live. Sacrificing other people's privacy is the worst of the worst. Report. This variety show is suspected of humiliating women. You can't just take advantage of every bit of popularity. Just sit back and watch you finish. Yet these female boxers seem to have forgotten. Who is the king in the news? It's those popular artists. After provoking several popular artists under Blue Charm, their fans were outraged. Where did this dog come from? It's barking here. Humiliating women? I think the one being humiliated is trash like you who don't know how to respect yourself. Do you really think you are the center of the world? Get out of here now. Let's go. Hunt down these old women and let them know that the world has changed. The fans of popular artists are extremely powerful. There is no need for male compatriots to take action at all. In a matter of minutes, the female boxers who were everywhere in provoking fights were criticized to the point of becoming autistic. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to go online. For the first time, I look at these fans whom I once looked down upon with a new perspective. Little sisters, your values are pretty good. The future is yours. I support you in fighting for your idol. Watching Linsen and the other two finish their performance on the stage. It has also caused a huge sensation on the internet. Lu Fei left from the backstage. The popularity of the Shindu has been completely aroused. There was no need for him to care anymore. Went downstairs and came to the underground garage. Lu Fei frowned slightly. He felt like he was being followed. When he turned a wall, he took out an anti-wolf stun baton from his bag that Jean Xie had stuffed in his bag at some point. Day. There were footsteps. It's the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Getting closer. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. The electric baton was swung. Sizzle, sizzle. Under the light. A woman wearing a one-piece skirt, long straight black hair and high heels fell straight to the ground. His eyes were straight and twitching constantly. Chapter 67, Lu Fei, does your mother eat people? Lu Fei walked up to the woman and looked down at her. Raise your eyebrows slightly. This woman has a very good appearance and figure. It's basically on the same level as Lin Shi. Why are you following me? Lu Fei helped her up. Looking at the man who was holding a stun gun and helping her up, Gu Hongzhuang almost burst into tears. Why did you electrocute me? Lu Fei shrugged and said, my friend told me that handsome men should protect themselves when they are outside, and you just followed me all the way from the press conference to here. Gu Hongzhuang was furious. MD. This man is poisonous. She shuddered twice more, shook her numb arms, and stood up straight. Look at Lu Fei. She took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lu, I am Gu Hongzhuang, a reporter from Guangming Daily. I came here just because I recognized you and wanted to interview you alone. Lu Fei shook his head. Sorry, I don't do interviews. After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Hongzhuang became anxious. Mr. Lu. Just because you gave me a call, can you let me interview you? Lu Fei shook his head. Not good. After saying that, he got in the car. Gu Hongzhuang was lying outside the car. Shouted loudly, Lu Fei, are you still a man? Lu Fei rolled down the car window. You ask me if I'm a man? Why don't you get in the car and try? After saying, he simply unlocked the car. Gu Hongzhuang's expression changed. Asshole. She grunted through clenched teeth. Just back off. Lu Fei started the car and shouted, Beauty, if you don't have a heart that is willing to sacrifice yourself for digging out news, you are not qualified to be a qualified media person. After saying, Lu Fei drove away. Gu Hongzhuang stamped her feet. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. We just drove out of the underground garage. Lu Ruoxin suddenly called. Hey, Ruoxin, what's going on? Lu Fei asked calmly. Lu Ruoxin's tone was anxious. Said, Lu Fei, my stepmother is coming to the Magic City. You have to save me. Little mother? Your father has a little wife? Lu Fei asked. Lu Ruoxin said anxiously, What are you talking about? My father disappeared a long time ago, and my mother died when I was very young. That's my aunt. She raised me since I was a child, so I usually call her stepmother. This time she and her friends came to Shanghai for a trip. But you know how busy the cosplay community is these days. I'm busy adjusting my costumes every day. So I really don't have time to pick her up at the airport today, so I'll have to trouble you to pick her up for me. Lu Fei was stunned. I'm sorry, I don't know this, but it's no problem to pick you up. I'll be right there. Lu Ruoxin was overjoyed and said quickly, Thank you so much. I'll send you the time and photos right away. Please help me connect. A few seconds later, Lu Fei's cell phone rang. Okay, leave it to me. Said something to Lu Ruoxin. Open the navigation and change the direction. Lu Fei set off. Magic City Airport. A woman who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, dressed fashionably and beautifully, at the most charming age, put down her phone. She complained to the women next to her who looked to be between 35 and 40 years old after putting on makeup, My daughter is really something. She told me she forgot about this matter when I got off the plane. The key is that I didn't come to pick us up myself, so I asked my friends to come and pick me up. Just tell me, I worry so much about her, but she does this. Is there any daughter like this? The voice is slightly hoarse, but full of charm. Aside. Her friends were grinning. She must be doing this because she knows that you are arranging blind dates for her and it annoys her. If you ask me, Menglan, instead of arranging a blind date for your niece, you should think about finding a partner for yourself. That's right. We sisters have been advising you for how many years? We have been advising you for how many years since Ruoxin was old. It's not a good idea for you to stay single forever. Besides, you still look so young now. Who would have known that you actually have a daughter in her 20s? Yu Menglan frowned and waved her hand, saying, What are you talking about? I have been here alone for so many years and have raised my niece. Now you want me to find a man? Go to hell, I don't like men. Several friends shook their heads. Never mind. This woman is as stubborn as a donkey. Can't persuade. Let's go, let's wait at the door, Ruoxin's friend should be here soon. Speaking of. This group of fashionable and charming women walked towards the airport entrance in a mighty procession. Along the way, attracted the attention of countless men. Especially the leader Yu Menglan. From men in their 50s and 60s to men in their teens and 20s. Kill all. Chapter 68, Lu Ruoxin's Evil Aunt. Airport Pickup Point. Lu Fei leaned against the car door, took out his cell phone and looked through the photos Lu Ruoxin sent him. Photo above. She looks to be in her 20s or early 30s, with fair and delicate skin, and looks about 70% similar to Lu Ruoxin. But it is full of mature charm. A beautiful woman whose temperament is a contradictory combination of strength and weakness. Look at this photo. Lu Fei was stunned at that time. He took out his cell phone and called Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin, are you mistaken? Are you sure that the person in the photo is your aunt, not your sister? Lu Ruoxin is very busy in the cosplay club. He spoke like a machine gun, that's my aunt. Don't be fooled by her young appearance. She is actually 35 years old this year. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Although she often likes to call herself my sister. Also, after you pick them up, please help me take them out to play. I'm really busy today, I'll cook for you after this period, thank you for your help. After saying. Then he hung up the phone. Lu Fei picked up the phone blankly. 35? This photo. What kind of monster is your stepmother, or your aunt? No. This is absolutely not true. This must be the effect of beauty. Lu Fei was confident. Not long. He saw several fashionably dressed women walking towards the airport entrance. The woman in the lead. She looks to be in her late 20s, with a mature charm. Key. Very familiar. Lu Fei looked down. My brain is about to explode. It's exactly the same as in the photo. He took a deep breath and walked over with his phone. Sister Yu Menglan? He couldn't bring himself to call such a young woman auntie. Yu Menglan was stunned, looking at Lu Fei, who suddenly appeared. I don't know why, but my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. There is a heart-pounding feeling. Who are you? Lu Fei showed him the screen of his mobile phone. He said, hello, my name is Lu Fei, I'm Lu Ruoxin's friend, I'm here to pick you up for her today. After saying this, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Sister Yu, it's hard to believe. Yu Menglan covered her mouth and chuckled. Aside. The other three women rolled their eyes. Handsome guy, don't ignore us. By the way, handsome guy, what is your relationship with Ruoxin? Are you her boyfriend? Handsome man, be careful. The reason why Yu Menglan is so young is because she eats a handsome young man every month. Grilled, steamed, boiled, especially someone like you who is handsome and elegant, is definitely his favorite. The three mature women were laughing and flirting. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not all women are so evil. Sisters, please stop making fun of me. I may not be good at other things, but I am quite courageous. After saying, he said to Yu Menglan, Sister Yu, Ruoxin is very busy today and may not have time to accompany you. So she asked me to accompany you to visit the Magic City. My car is over there, so I'll leave first. Yu Menglan nodded with a smile. Okay, but Xiao Lu, are you Ruoxin's boyfriend? Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, we are just friends. Yu Menglan's eyes flashed and she didn't ask any further questions. Said, okay, today we will leave these old bones to you. Old bones. Lu Fei almost spit it out. Your sister. With an old heart like yours, I wonder how many young people will say to you, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Under Lu Fei's guidance, 4 women got in the car. The 3 old onions sat in the back seat consciously, while Yu Menglan sat in the passenger seat. Fasten the seat belt. That feeling comes out. It looks like this is the D+ key. Lu Fei glanced at it inconspicuously. He turned around and started the car. It's past 11 now. Let's go eat first. Sister Yu and the 3 of you sisters, do you want to eat anything? One of the women said, I want to eat seafood. I heard there is a very good seafood restaurant in Magic City. Suddenly, the other 2 women became lively. Yes, it's called something like Long Seafood Restaurant. I went there once last time and it was really nice. Lu Fei ignored them and asked, Sister Yu, what about you? Yu Menglan pondered for a moment and said, I want to eat something lighter, Chinese food or something like that is fine. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, I know a good place that serves seafood, and it's great too. The 3 women in the back seat were a little unhappy. Ma Dan. Why do you listen to Yu Menglan? You just ignored us chattering for a long time. Yu Menglan felt a little strange. For so many years, she had never felt this kind of care. Chapter 69, I spent the whole afternoon shopping with her. Lu Fei was driving the car. He brought the 4 women directly to the plum garden. Lu Fei only knew about this place last time the Zhu family held a dinner here. The dishes here are mainly Cantonese style, and the seafood is also very good. I also brought Jin Xie and Qin Shanxian here to eat once before. Stop the car and open the door. Lu Fei just got off the car. The lobby manager of Meiyuan saw Lu Fei and hurried over to greet him. Mr. Lu, are you bringing friends to dinner again? Lu Fei nodded. Said, arrange a quieter box. The lobby manager nodded quickly. He took out the walkie-talkie and started making arrangements. Then, he led Lu Fei and the 4 women into the box. Finished ordering. Exit the box. The lobby manager exclaimed. This Mr. Lu is really an expert. The 2 girls he brought with him last time were so stunning. This time he actually brought a queen with him. But what do those 3 old onions mean? She complained in her heart for a while. He left to greet other guests. Inside the box, Lu Fei chatted with Yu Menglan. Occasionally, he would also chat with the other 3 old onions. Not long. The dishes were served. Several people started eating with a slurp. Finished the meal. Lu Fei asked, Sisters, is there any place you want to go? One of the old onions suddenly asked. Xiao Lu, we want to visit some scenic spots. Do you have any recommendations? Lu Fei didn't say anything. Asked, Sister Yu, what are your arrangements? Yu Menglan shook her head and said, I visited all the attractions in the Magic City, so I won't go with them. You can help them make the arrangements first. Lu Fei nodded. He took out his cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed Lin Sen's number. Uncle Lin, can you arrange a driver for me? I have a few guests who want to visit some tourist attractions and need a driver. Lin Sen was stunned, but said without hesitation, no problem, where are you? I will send someone over right away. Lu Fei gave the address and hung up the phone. Said, my friend will send someone to pick you up. Just tell the driver where you want to go. The three rich women looked at each other and nodded. Wait until the three women can't wait to leave. Yu Menglan stood up and said, Xiaolu, come with me to go shopping. I didn't bring any luggage with me to the Magic City, so I need to go buy some clothes. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, Chong'an Square is right next door, let's go straight there. Get up. Lu Fei paid the bill. I didn't drive, but walked to Chong'an Square next door with Yu Menglan. Go shopping with a woman like this, who is my friend's aunt. Lu Fei always had a strange feeling in his heart. Yu Menglan also felt a little strange. This young man was a friend of his daughter, and his words and actions made people feel very comfortable along the way. Moreover, his temperament and aura, which far surpassed those of his peers, actually caused a slight ripple in her heart, which had not been moved for 20 years. One afternoon. Lu Fei was always shopping with Yu Menglan. A little after 5 in the afternoon. Lu Ruoxin finally called. Lu Fei, where are you and my aunt? Lu Fei glanced at Yu Menglan and said, I've been shopping with sister Yu all afternoon. Shop. Lu Ruoxin's voice suddenly became louder. You spent the whole afternoon shopping with my aunt? She hates shopping. Tell me the truth, what did you take my aunt to do? Hate shopping? Lu Fei looked down at the bags he had placed on the ground. Is this what he calls disgusting? So what does it mean to like shopping? Does it mean to buy a commercial street to say that you like shopping? He rolled his eyes, not bothering to explain, and said, Are you off work? Come to Chong'an if you are off work. Lu Ruoxin's voice suddenly weakened, and she said, Okay, I'll be right there. Half an hour later. Lu Ruoxin drove her car to Chong'an Square. Where's Xiaoxi? Why didn't she come with you? Lu Fei asked. Lu Ruoxin said, Xiaoxi won't get off work until later, she's still busy in the club. As soon as the words fell, Yu Menglan came over. Grabbed Lu Ruoxin's ears. Chapter 70, They are just broken copper, iron, bricks and tiles. You stupid girl, how dare you say that here? I came all the way here to see you, but you refused to even come to see me. Lu Ruoxin frowned. He cried out Ah! Auntie, please stop it. My ears are about to fall off. I'm just busy with work. If you want to blame someone, just blame that bastard Lu Fei. If Xiaoxi hadn't agreed to make her debut on Ishindu cruise ship, why would I be so busy? Yu Menglan grasped a key word. The Divine Capital? That popular Shindu account on the internet, is it yours? She looked at Lu Fei with a confused look on her face. Aside. Lu Ruoxin said, Not only that, the building we are renting now also belongs to this guy. All 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza belong to him. Yu Menglan was even more surprised. I didn't expect you were a rich man. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, They are just broken copper, iron, bricks and tiles, not worth mentioning. After saying, he avoided the topic and said, Ruoxin, you must be tired after a busy day. Sister Yu, you have been shopping all afternoon. Let's go eat first. Lu Ruoxin frowned. What did you call me, aunt? You should call me. Bang. Yu Menglan knocked her on the head. Am I that old? If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you. And how many times have I told you to call me sister? Call me sister. Aunt. Sister. The two started fighting as soon as they met. Laughter and joy all the way. Had dinner. Lu Fei transferred all the things to Lu Ruoxin's car and said goodbye to them. He did not return to Thompson Epine today. Instead, he went to Chiyun Garden. After living in Tangchun for a long time, I feel that the house is still too big. It's meaningless. He took out the key and opened the door of Kaiyunyuan. I saw 2 girls, Jin Siyet and Qin Shanshan, sitting in front of the table, cooking hot pot at home. The taste is pretty good. Lu Fei ate a little more. Finished the meal. 3 people went out for a walk. I went to the gym to exercise. Go home after exercise. The hot dishes are ready. Lu Fei and Jean Xie went to make fried rice. Qin Shanshan held her head and hid in her bedroom, wearing headphones and turning up the volume of the music to the maximum. But in my heart, countless ripples were stirring. Fried rice. What does it taste like? I really want to try it. Finished cooking a pot of rice. Finally it became quiet. But Qin Shanshan became more and more tormented. The next day, Lu Ruoxin has to go to work again. He simply got rid of Lu Fei and went out to play with Yu Menglan. Anyway, Lu Fei has nothing to do. I changed a car and went to pick up Yu Menglan from the cosplay club. Sister Yu, have you ever been to an amusement park? Lu Fei asked. Yu Menglan was stunned and shook her head. I have never been to this place. Lu Fei smiled. That's great, let's go to Disneyland. Yu Menglan hesitated a little and said, I'm already this age, will it be bad? Lu Fei was stunned. Sister Yu, if you go out now and say you are only 26 or 27 years old, there will be a lot of people who will believe you. Yu Menglan smiled. Okay then. I'm also curious about what fun things there are in the amusement park. Lu Fei started the sports car with a smile and drove to the amusement park with Yu Menglan. A whole day. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan both spent time in Disney. Yu Menglan, an ageless beauty who is apparently in her early 40s but looks like she is in her 20s, had a lot of fun. Lu Fei accompanied her to experience all kinds of projects. The woman was very happy. The relationship with Lu Fei also became much closer. Night. Lu Ruoxin called and said that she had to work overtime in the evening. Ask Lu Fei to accompany Yu Menglan for dinner, and then send her back to Lang Xinyuan community after dinner. Looks like we'll have to figure it out on our own tonight. Lu Fei shrugged. Yu Menglan was stunned for a moment, then simply said, let's not eat out every day, let's just buy some groceries and go home to cook. Lu Fei was stunned. All right. After making the decision, I simply drove to Lang Xinyuan. After buying some vegetables and meat at the supermarket, Lu Fei carried the vegetables and walked in with Yu Menglan to Lu Ruoxin's home. Chapter 71, Tickets for the Chengdu ship are selling like hotcakes. Cook. Lu Fei felt embarrassed to let his friend's mother do it alone. I simply went into the kitchen to help. As an orphan, cooking is also a necessary skill. It's just that Lu Fei has been lazy recently and Jean Xie is around, so he hasn't used it. Soon. Lu Fei's action stunned Yu Menglan. Day. The knife flashed. The potato shreds are even and delicate. It was quickly cut up. Next comes cutting the meat. The food is ready. Lu Fei simply said, Sister Yu, why don't I cook the dishes, and you just help me get some garlic and ginger? Yu Menglan nodded and said, okay, I think I need to learn more about cooking. No, I just haven't cooked for a long time. Today I feel a little itchy. Sister Yu is really good at cooking. Come on, I only know how to cook simple home-cooked dishes, but I don't have your amazing knife skills. The two of them talked while cooking. Not long. The dish is ready. Serve. Yu Menglan called Lu Ruoxin, but she was still working overtime. Forget it, let's eat first. Okay, I'll serve the food. Serving the meal. Sit at the table. Eating food that tastes pretty good. Yu Menglan suddenly felt touched. She has been longing for such a scene for more than 20 years. But it never happened. Unexpectedly, now, her heart was touched. Only this young man. Yu Menglan sighed silently. After dinner, Yu Menglan went to wash the dishes. Not long. Lu Ruoxin is finally back. Lu Fei said goodbye. Left Lang Xinyuan. The next day, Yu Menglan didn't let Lu Fei accompany her anymore. I went wandering around the magic city. As for her so-called best friends, they didn't join her. I'm already enjoying myself so much at the Cowherd Club that I don't want to leave. Sitting in the cosplay club, Yu Menglan had just finished strolling around Tianhe Square and was looking at the busy young girls. She felt sad. It's great to be young. Speaking of, another person's shadow flashed through her mind. Lu Fei. No. Yu Menglan shook her head. But Lu Fei's shadow was in her mind. but it just one tea go away. I sat in the office and was bored for a while. Yu Menglan couldn't resist the surging emotions in her heart after all. Dial Lu Fei's number. Hey, Lu Fei, where are you? Lu Fei said, I'm at the North Shore Club. Yu Menglan asked, is there anything wrong? Lu Fei said, no, just a few friends got together and it will be over soon. Yu Menglan was silent for a long time before she said, then can you go out for a walk with me? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Said, okay, where are you? I'll come pick you up later. Yu Menglan quickly shook her head and said, no need, I can just take a taxi to your place. Well, be careful on your way. Hang up the phone. Yu Menglan's expression, which had seemed somewhat dull, suddenly became lively. She stood up. She opened the office door with a skipping motion like a young girl. She shouted to Lu Ruoxin, who was busy, Ruoxin, Xiaoxi, you guys are busy. I'm leaving first. Without even raising her head, Lu Ruoxin waved and said, okay, then drive slowly. Goodbye, sister Yu. Lin Shi also greeted him. Yu Menglan wore high heels and swayed her waist. With the envious eyes of countless young female cosplayers, she left the cosplay club. Go downstairs. I took a taxi and headed straight to the North Shore Club. North Shore Clubhouse. Lu Fei, Lin Xin and the other two drank tea leisurely. Mr. Lu, your idea is really amazing. In just 2 days, more than half of our tickets have been sold. Nearly 90% of the tickets, with the lowest price of 188,000 yuan per ticket, have been sold. Nearly 80% of the highest price tickets, priced at 688,000 yuan each, have been sold. Judging from the current situation, we should be able to sell out the cruise tickets in advance. Wang Xiaoba of Maya was filled with amazement. With admiration. Zhang Jijie also said with a smile, according to the analysis of our operations department. Currently, the expectations for the online variety show Who is the Father of the Child have reached an all-time high. As a result, the attention to our entertainment tourism plus concept journey has increased by 30%. All this is thanks to Fei Ge, who is truly a business genius. Lin Xin sat aside without saying anything. But the expression he showed when he looked at Lu Fei became even more satisfied. This son-in-law. I'm determined. No one can grab it. Chapter 72, Thank you all fighters for your strong support. Zhang Jijie added, however, there are a small number of people online who are opposed to the online variety show Who is the Dad? And these people seem to be planning something. I think this matter may need some attention. Lu Fei frowned and asked, are those female boxers again? Zhang Jijie nodded and said, yes, it's that group of weird female boxing watches on the internet. What did they do? These women are jumping up and down on the internet, saying they want to boycott us, Zing said. And what was the result? It goes without saying that it's useless. Lu Fei spread his hands, Boss Zhang, I actually think we should send them a thank you letter. Thank you for your help in promoting our event, otherwise our tickets may not have sold so well. Zhang Jijie was stunned. Suddenly laughed. Brother Fei, you really are. He gave a thumbs up. By sending a thank you letter, you can use this group of feminists to hype it up again. Without spending a penny, you can make Chengdu even more popular. Marketing genius. Lin Xin added. Wang Xiaoba also gave a thumbs up and said, then let's do it and send a joint thank you letter. Zhang Jijie nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll notify the company right away. 10 minutes later. The official accounts of Lanmei Group, Linson Catering and Maya Entertainment simultaneously sent out a message. Thank you to all the feminist fighters for your strong support for our work. Without the enthusiasm you brought, our tickets would definitely not sell as well as they do now. At present, 90% of our ferry tickets have been sold out within 3 days of going on sale. There are only 3 days left before sailing, and our ticket sales task will be completed ahead of schedule. Thank you so much. At a woman's fists must be hard, at Xiaonana's chest is so painful after being hit, at the woman in Xinxin's family. I tagged several feminist influencers in a row. Soon. The internet became lively. Haha, they're thanking you for helping them sell tickets. I roughly calculated that the Chengdu is a super large cruise ship and can sell a total of 9,000 tickets. If the average ticket price is calculated at 300,000, then MAD has an income of 2.7 billion just from selling boat tickets? Adding in the food and entertainment on board, this trip must have generated at least tens of billions in turnover. Worship the data emperor. Pfft, It hasn't even started yet and you've been slapped in the face? Suddenly someone tagged me and I was teased by many netizens. The female boxers who were previously complacent are now stunned. After all this time, these people are the ones who set the tone online every day. As a result, you helped them sell the tickets? Grass. Nima. What the hell? The female boxers were furious. In the feminist topic of Express News, a large number of female fighters began to gather, hoping to work out a plan that could deal a fatal blow to the Shindu. Let us put those female boxing watches aside for now. We must do our best to prepare and not make any jokes in the end. You three are experts in this area, so I want to teach you how to do this. My friend is coming over, you can continue the discussion, I will leave after you have checked all the gaps. Lu Fei said hello and left the North Shore Club directly. Go downstairs. Waited 2 minutes. A taxi stopped in front of us. Yu Menglan opened the car door, and her smooth long legs shone brightly in the sunlight. This woman. It's so fucking awesome. Lu Fei had to admit that he was attracted. Got off the car. Yu Menglan's face was all smiles. How long have you been waiting? Lu Fei shook his head and said, in a little while, where do you want to go today? Yu Menglan suddenly said, we'll go wherever you say. With a little bit of little girl-like coquettishness. I'll go. Who can withstand this? Lu Fei was a little overwhelmed. After thinking for a while. Then he said, I know there is a horse farm. Let's go and try horse riding. Lu Fei took time to go to that horse farm twice. Although he was not very skilled, he had no problem riding a horse now. I heard we were going horseback riding. Yu Menglan suddenly became interested. Let's go. More than an hour later. Shishan Racecourse. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan changed into special equestrian clothes. Riding on a horse. Can you ride a horse? Lu Fei was a little surprised. Yu Menglan smiled proudly. I studied with my friends for a while. Drive. Yu Menglan pulled the reins and leaned forward, as if she was lying on the horse's back. Behind. Lu Fei just took a look and felt a little overwhelmed. Chapter 73, Anchu, I seem to be attracted to you. I rode a horse with Yu Menglan and went archery. This sister seemed very happy all afternoon. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Fei sent Yu Menglan back. I don't really want to go back to Langsinyuan yet. Yu Menglan suddenly said before getting off the car. Lu Fei asked blankly, then where do you want to go? Yu Menglan said, I have been here for so long, but I haven't been to the beach yet. I want to go see the sea. Lu Fei sniffed. Forget it, she's my friend's mother after all. It's not easy for them to come here, so you can treat them a little difficultly. Okay, let's go to the beach. Lu Fei changed direction again and drove towards the seaside. As he drove, he asked, do you want to tell Ruoxin? Yu Menglan nodded and said, well, I'll tell her on Weixin. While talking. His expression seemed a little solemn. Driving. Lu Fei took Yu Menglan all the way to the beach. He did not go to the crowded commercial beach, but went to a small beach that Jean Xia had mentioned before, which few people knew about and had not yet been developed. Walking barefoot on the beach. Yu Menglan seemed to be picking up shells aimlessly. Lu Fei accompanied her in enjoying the sea breeze. They looked at each other in silence. I don't know how long I walked. Yu Menglan threw all the shells she picked up into the sea. He turned around and said, let's go, let's get in the car. Lu Fei was confused. What are you doing? He followed Yu Menglan and walked towards the car parked on the path. Today he drove the G-Class again. Walked to the car. Yu Menglan suddenly called him. You get in the back seat first. Lu Fei was at a loss. But I still got on the back seat. Yu Menglan followed closely. Then. Just knock him down. Lu Fei, I seem to be attracted to you. Yu Menglan's breath smells like orchid. What the hell? I will treat you as my aunt. You actually want to. Lu Fei was about to speak. Yu Menglan, who had made up her mind while picking up shells on the beach, had already used her ultimate move. A little after 9. Lu Fei sent Yu Menglan back to Langsinyuan. Before closing the car door, she blinked at Lu Fei. Said, don't be confused, I won't let anything happen to you. After that, he added, I am very happy today. I have never been so happy in my life. I hope I can be so happy often in the future. After saying, he closed the car door and waved to Lu Fei through the glass. She turned around, swinging her long legs, and walked into Lang Xinyuan in a somewhat unnatural manner. Lu Fei shook his head. Look in the rearview mirror. His face gradually darkened. Damn it! What the hell? I'm just a tour guide. Why did you end up compromising yourself? But this car is so fucking exciting to drive. Boom! Lu Fei stepped on the accelerator. G63 jumped out directly. Yu Menglan returned home. Lu Ruoxin has already taken a shower and is applying a facial mask. She pondered for a moment. Suddenly asked, Ruoxin, do you mind if I find you a little dad? Lu Ruoxin was stunned. Suddenly, he asked in surprise, Aunt, which uncle do you like? Yu Menglan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a while. He didn't immediately say that the person was Lu Fei. Instead, he asked, just tell me if you mind. Lu Ruoxin shook her head and said, why should I mind? I'm so happy. And the one you found for me wasn't my stepfather, but my uncle. Bang! Yu Menglan patted her. I have worked so hard to raise you all these years, and now that you have grown up, you don't recognize me? Lu Ruoxin smiled and said, admit it. Admit it. Admit it. Why don't you admit it? Just tell me if you met a man you like? Yu Menglan nodded and said, yes, I did. Who is it? How old are you? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to date someone younger than me. Yu Menglan recalled and felt that Lu Fei must be 2 years older than Lu Ruoxin. She nodded and said, he must be older than you, but a little younger than me. Lu Ruoxin became even more curious. Who is it? Do I know him? Yu Menglan felt very conflicted. Should I tell her? Chapter 74, What should I do if my friend suddenly becomes my elder? Yu Menglan was a little conflicted. Lu Ruoxin provoked, no way, auntie, you seem to be hesitating. Yu Menglan glanced at her. Call mom. Okay. Lu Ruoxin rubbed her head. Said, okay. Mom. What are you hesitating about? Is it because the man you like is too ugly? Or too old? Or just a little puppy? Or is there some other reason? It can't be because you're embarrassed, right? Mom, you are already this old, and although you have never been in a serious relationship because of me, it doesn't have to be like this, right? Lu Ruoxin kept on talking on and on. Finally, Yu Menglan got angry. Bang! She slapped the coffee table. She stiffened her neck and said, just say it. I'm not a coward. You know that person. He is younger than me but older than you. Guess it yourself. After saying, just stand up and walk towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. You can guess slowly. After saying that, he swung his long legs, limped a little, and went to take a shower in his pajamas. Outside. Lu Ruoxin was confused. Older than me, younger than her. Or someone I know? Who is it? She sat on the sofa and kept reminiscing. Then his expression became more and more strange. Bang, bang, bang. She patted on the bathroom door. He asked, Mom. Tell me. Is it that bastard Lu Fei? Is it him? The bathroom door opened. Yu Menglan poked her head out. Looks unhappy. Ruoxin, what are you talking about? How can you say that about your Uncle Lu? Looking at Yu Menglan, the person he called Mom, who was actually his aunt. Feeling the joy in her eyes that could no longer be hidden when she talked about Lu Fei. Lu Ruoxin's mentality collapsed. This bastard. She pulled the towel off her head and threw it on the ground. He rushed to the sofa with a frantic look on his face. He picked up the phone and dialed Lu Fei. Inside the bathroom. Yu Menglan was a little anxious and wanted to go out to stop Lu Ruoxin. But soon. Stopped again. Forget it, this level will have to be passed sooner or later. Let's see what Lu Fei has to say. Yu Menglan sighed. Closed the door. Feeling sorry for oneself. More than 30 years. I finally have a man. In the car. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly rang. Connected. Then Lu Ruoxin's roar was heard. Lu Fei, you bastard. That's my aunt. UTM. I'm going to chop you to death. Where are you? I'll come over and kill you right now. I'll go. So fierce. Lu Fei looked a little embarrassed. After all, she is also a friend of Lu Ruoxin. Results now. I have suddenly become someone's uncle, and maybe even have to call me little dad. It's indeed a bit unauthentic. While I'm driving it's not convenient to answer the phone, let's talk tomorrow if you have anything. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Lu Ruoxin continued dialing. Lu Fei still hung up. Made more than 10 calls in a row. Lu Fei didn't answer. Lu Ruoxin's mentality completely collapsed. I sent a series of voice messages to Lu Fei via WeChat. After a while, Yu Menglan finished washing up and came out wrapped in a bath towel. Okay, Ruoxin, don't be angry. There's nothing wrong with Lu Fei, and you know him inside out, so there's no need to worry. I finally found a man I like, can't you give me your blessing? Lu Ruoxin looked up. Looking at Yu Menglan, whose face was full of smiles and radiant light. My mentality is even worse. Lu Ruoxin grabbed her hair. Said, but I told you that Lu Fei and Xiaoxi have some clues. Yu Menglan was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, but you also said that it was only Xiaoxi's parents who were very enthusiastic. In fact, although the girl herself had a good impression of Lu Fei, it had not reached that level. Since they are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, then I am not interfering, right? That's true, but how can I face Xiaoxi and her family in the future? Lu Ruoxin asked in a crying voice. Yu Menglan was speechless. After a long while, he said, I just haven't met the right man in all these years, and I don't want to miss him. Is that wrong? Lu Ruoxin became even angrier. You're right. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let that bastard Lu Fei pick you up. I shouldn't let you go out with him every day. It's only been a few days. This bastard actually. Lu Ruoxin went berserk. He entered his bedroom and slammed the door. Lying on the bed. Her mind was in a mess. Living room. Yu Menglan sighed. Dial Lu Fei's number. Lu Fei just got off the car. He frowned and answered the call. Lu Fei, let's not meet again in the future, okay? Yu Menglan's voice was a little weak. Lu Fei frowned. What are you talking about? If Lu Ruoxin has any objections, tell her to come to me. Don't worry about these things, I will take care of them. You've been tired all day, and besides, go to bed early. Chapter 75, Then You'll Die Here. Lu Fei's voice was very light, but it gave people a very domineering and firm feeling. Yu Menglan's uneasiness gradually disappeared. Okay, then you handle this matter, I won't get involved. Lu Fei nodded and said, well, go and have a rest. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Hang up the phone. Lu Fei exhaled a breath of foul air. Damn it, this is embarrassing. He muttered something under his breath. Walked into the elevator. Return home. Jean Siye is not here today. Lu Fei enjoyed his leisure time. He took out his cell phone and listened to the voice message sent by Lu Ruoxin. Lu Fei smacked his lips. I don't know what to say. It is a fact that I had a relationship with the so-called stepmother. We were friends before, and now there's Lin Shi. Alas! This can't be entirely blamed on me. It's really because Yu Menglan, this woman, took the initiative, and I really couldn't resist it. Lu Fei sighed. I just sent a few words. I made a mistake that all men would make. I'm really sorry. This sentence by Big Brother Chang is very classic. After directly borrowing and replying a sentence, Lu Fei simply turned off his phone. After receiving this reply, Lu Ruoxin exploded. Son of a bitch. How dare you say such things to me? I will kill you tomorrow. Lu Ruoxin sat on the bed with a gloomy face. She opened the door and walked into the kitchen. He took a kitchen knife and stuffed it into his bag. I lay on the bed and began to daydream. When I see Lu Fei tomorrow, I must not let him go. I don't know how long it took. Lu Ruoxin fell into a drowsy sleep. In a dream, she found herself at a wedding. The bride is her stepmother, that is, her aunt. And the groom was Lu Fei with a big smile on his face. Lai Ruoxin, this is Lu Fei, come and call me daddy. In the dream, Yu Menglan said with a smile. Ah! Lu Ruoxin woke up with a scream. A touch of cold sweat covered my body. I glanced out the window and saw that the sun had already risen. It's already past 10 o'clock. 10 minutes later. She didn't even have breakfast and hurried downstairs with her bag. Drive straight to Thompson Epine. Yu Menglan was worried and called Lu Fei quickly. Hey, Lu Fei, Ruoxin has already gone out. She looks so angry, it seems like she is going to look for you. On the other side of the phone. Lu Fei, who was driving, had a twitching mouth. But still calm. Said, it's okay, let her come over, I will talk to her properly. Yu Menglan said, then you have to be careful, I'm afraid that girl will go to extremes. Where are you? If that doesn't work, I'll come over. Lu Fei frowned. He denied it, don't come over here. It will be even harder to end this if you come over here. Yu Menglan thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Okay, talk to her properly. Not long after I hung up the phone. Lu Ruoxin called in. Where are you? Let's talk. Her voice was light and a little cold. Lu Fei said, I'm going to Chaos Endgame Company now. You can sit in Tianhe Square after I finish my work. Good. After leaving a word, Lu Ruoxin hung up the phone. Hold the steering wheel with both hands. A sneer appeared on her face. Lu Fei. You bastard want to be my dad. I will chop you off today and see if you can still do it. Use force with your fingers. The phalanges are whitish. Today is already Thursday. The game LOL will be launched in Juxia the day after tomorrow. And tomorrow night Lu Fei will board the Shindu cruise ship with the people from the cosplay club and the stars of Lan Mei. So today he came over to check on the work. Park the car downstairs of the company. Lu Fei strode forward and walked into the company's gate. Result. I realized that the atmosphere in the company seemed a little off. Lu Fei waved to the security guard. Old Wei, what happened? The security guard Lao Wei hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, you are here, please go up and take a look. It seems that Mr. Luo's family has come and wants Mr. Luo to do something. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Okay, just keep doing your thing. Patted Lao Wei on the shoulder. Lu Fei strode into the elevator reserved for the president. Straight up. Just out of the elevator door. Then I heard a wailing coming from the office area. Luo Wenqing. We are your biological parents. And the Chen Beifan lying in the hospital is your biological brother. Blood is thicker than water. Although we were wrong to abandon you in the beginning. But your brother is in trouble now, how can you, as his sister, just stand by and watch? If you hadn't gone to the hospital with us today for a blood test, we would have died here. In the crowd. Luo Wenqing's face turned pale and he was about to collapse. Lu Fei's face turned cold. Walked over with big strides. Then you will die here. Chapter 76, Lu Ruoxin, I'll kill you, you bastard. The voice is cold. It echoed throughout this office area. Lu Fei walked over slowly. His face was cold. The middle-aged couple, who were well-dressed and obviously from a well-off family, turned around. Staring at Lu Fei with a grim expression. Young man, I advise you to be careful with your words. The man said word by word, I am. Lu Fei interrupted him directly. I don't care who you are. All I know is that you broke into my company illegally. It's enough that my company has suffered losses due to harassment of my employees. After saying. He frowned and asked, have you called the police? Luo Qingcheng's secretary Xiaoyu nodded quickly. The police have been called. Lu Fei nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, he said, for people like this, just call the police directly, and then let the company's legal department talk to them slowly. When Luo Qingcheng saw him, her solemn and pale face relaxed and a hint of color appeared. Yes, I understand. She whispered back. The middle-aged woman nearby was furious. This is our family affair. Lu Fei suddenly turned around. A pair of eyes stared at him indifferently. His eyes are like knives. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Or get out now. Or let the security ask you to leave. The middle-aged woman started to panic and then her neck became stiff. Little red man, do you know who our Laotian is? You. She didn't finish her words. He was interrupted directly by Lu Fei. Security, arrest them all and lock them up in the lounge. Several security guards heard the boss's words. He rushed forward without hesitation. Just hold down the man and woman. No matter how they acted, they were sent directly to the lounge and controlled. Asshole. Do you know who I am? I am. Kid. You better understand the consequences. But I. Amidst the sounds of cursing, Luo Qingqing's adoptive father said weakly, "This gentleman, his identity is not simple, he is from the Demon City." Lu Fei waved his hand and interrupted, "No matter how extraordinary a person is, he must be subject to legal supervision." He sneered. He took out his cell phone and called Fong Lei. "Hey, Lao Fong, send 2 good lawyers to the Chaos and Gaming Company in Tianhe Plaza." "Yes. It's my new company, and there are 2 people causing trouble here. Well, their identities are quite special, but I still want to sue them." Hang up the phone. Lu Fei turned around and said softly to Luo Qingqing, "Qingqing, go to the office and take a rest." "I'm here." Luo Qingqing nodded silently. I walked into the office with my adoptive father and adoptive mother, with whom I had hardly spoken. Not long. JC finally arrived. "Mr. Lu, who is causing trouble?" Lu Fei pointed to the lounge. Said, "It's locked inside." JC opened the door. The man and woman inside rushed out directly. "Asshole. I'm going to sue him." "Sue him for illegal detention." "You are the police, why don't you arrest him?" "He is illegally detained." "Do you still want to be a police officer?" "Believe it or not, I will find your captain right away." The middle-aged man and woman roared angrily. JC's dissuasion had no effect. The situation got a little out of control. At this time, the lawyers from Fong Lei law firm have arrived. "Mr. Lu." Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "These 2 people broke into my company without permission and made a lot of noise in the company. It has caused great harm to the normal operation of the company and its employees. So I need you to sue them on my behalf, is that okay?" The 2 lawyers looked at each other and nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. No matter who the other party is, as long as there is enough evidence to prove that they have indeed disrupted the normal operation of your company, the court will accept the case." Lu Fei nodded and said, "Okay, prepare the documents to file a lawsuit." After saying, he turned around and said to the leading police officer, "Now please take these 2 people away immediately. My lawyer will sue them later." JC was stunned. He turned around and gave a sympathetic smile to the man and woman who were already in a daze. "Oh. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a certain status? This Mr. Lu is no simple person. Provoke him? Oh. Go. Take them away." JC waved. A man and a woman finally panicked. "No. He is the one who illegally detained us." "That's right. Why can they sue us?" "I don't accept it. You are a nest of snakes and rats." JC finally exploded. "Oh, if you are so powerful, you can sue them. They didn't invite you here, and you broke into their company without permission. They didn't hurt anyone. We have the right to take necessary measures against those who disrupt normal business order." A man and a woman still refused to accept. The woman yelled, "Nonsense! We are not trespassing. The general manager of this company is our daughter." Lu Fei sneered and said nothing. JC ignored the woman. "They will take it away by force." Sudden. The elevator door opened. Lu Ruoxin suddenly rushed in holding a shiny kitchen knife. "Lu! You bastard! I treat you as a friend, and you still want to be my father. I will chop you to death today." She yelled angrily. "Raise the kitchen knife above your head." Majestic. The police who just detained the couple. All of them looked back suddenly. A pair of eyes were fixed on Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin froze when she saw so many people in uniform. Scene. 10 degrees of embarrassment. Chapter 77, Put down the knife. Hold your head with both hands. What are you doing? Put the knife down. Put down your weapons. Several police officers scolded him on the spot. Even the captain took out his cue and aimed it at Lu Ruoxin. It was dark and cold. Lu Ruoxin was stunned. Dang! The kitchen knife fell to the ground. She raised her hand stupidly. The surging momentum that had been brewing all morning disappeared in an instant. Hold your head with your hands. Don't move. Kick the kitchen knife over here. Lu Ruoxin was terrified. My mind went blank. At this time Lu Fei walked over. Sorry, this is my girlfriend. She and I had an argument last night and might be a little emotional. Lu Fei explained to the police. JC is still dignified. Said, you can't use a knife even if you're arguing. After saying, he walked over carefully. He said to Lu Ruoxin, put down your bag too. Lu Ruoxin obediently put her backpack on the ground. He said with a sad face, I didn't really want to kill anyone, I just wanted to scare him. JC's face was cold and stern. It's no use scaring him. The most important thing for a couple to live together is to tolerate each other. If you have any problems, sit down and talk it over slowly. If you really can't reach an agreement, you can call the police. You come looking for someone with a knife in your hand, and you say you don't want to kill anyone, but if you start arguing, can you control yourself? Lu Ruoxin was stunned. What a couple. No, he and I are not. JC interrupted her again. That's enough. Stop quibbling. Just remember what I said. Go over and hug him, and you two will be reconciled. Lu Ruoxin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. What the hell is going on? Lu Fei stood aside. He laughed and opened his arms. Come here and hug me, don't be so impulsive. Otherwise, the officer will arrest you and detain you for a few days. JC showed off his shining silver bracelet at the right moment. Lu Ruoxin was startled. He rushed over and hugged Lu Fei. Lu Fei grinned. Now that everything is alright, how about we give each other a kiss to prove it to JG? He said with a grin. Lu Ruoxin's face darkened. Just about to break out. But out of the corner of his eye he saw the policemen around him eyeing him eagerly. I became scared all of a sudden. Asshole. She growled. He turned around and broke free from Lu Fei's restraints. I'll forgive you this time, but if there's a next time. Lu Fei shrugged. No words. JC chuckled. He winked at Lu Fei. Turn around and wave. He said, take them away. The couple struggled hard. I'm going to sue you. Snakes and rats are of the same nest. I won't give up. Lu Fei sneered. If you are sued in your capacity, then it's not a question of whether you will let it go or not. Not long. JC leaves. Lu Ruoxin pushed Lu Fei away. With an ugly expression, he growled, Lu Fei. You bastard. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Do you want me to call them back? Lu Ruoxin has been gathering momentum for the whole morning. Completely shattered. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Fei. Said, asshole, you actually told me about my stepmother, you must give me an explanation. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, didn't you just say that you would forgive me this time? Also, something happened to an employee of my company. I'll go and ask what the situation is first. Lu Ruoxin's face was gloomy. He was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. Why did I lose my mind just now? Then I'll follow you. Lu Fei said indifferently, okay, follow me if you want. After saying, turned and walked into the president's office. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, who was sitting on the sofa, her complexion had returned to normal. Asked, tell me, what happened today? Luo Qingcheng raised her head and said, those two people are my biological parents, who abandoned me 20 years ago. 20 years later, their only son was diagnosed with leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. The purpose of their visit today is to ask me to go to the hospital for matching and donate bone marrow to their son. It's simple. Lu Fei said directly, so that's how it is, as long as you don't want to, just don't worry about it. I will arrange for someone to follow up on this matter, and I will deal with anyone who dares to cause trouble. Luo Qingcheng was silent for a while. He nodded and said, okay, then I won't care about this matter anymore. I don't want to see those two people again. Lu Fei nodded. He said, okay, let us get to work. Show me the progress of the game. Luo Qingcheng stood up. Okay, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Lu Fei and Luo Qingcheng walked out of the office. Lu Ruoxin hurriedly followed. After Luo Qingqing's biological mother and father were taken away, two lawyers from Fong Lei law firm directly extracted the surveillance video of Super God Game and the video shot by on-site employees with their mobile phones. A lawsuit was subsequently filed in court. The court accepted the case on the spot and sent out the relevant documents. The man and woman barely escaped being detained for deliberate provocation. Just walked out. Then I received a phone call. Shen Songbing, are you out of your mind? You actually went to someone else's company to cause trouble? We understand your desire to save your son. But can you guys use your brains? Can you just touch that Lu Fei? He is a super rich man with assets worth tens of billions. Even I have to be shorter than him when I see him. What gives you the right? Now people are serious and have sent two lawyers to sue you. The court documents have been sent to me. Do you want to leave on your own or make everyone look bad and then be kicked out? Shen Songbing was stunned. No, isn't he just the boss of a small internet company? What tens of billions of assets? The boss opposite sneered. Oh, that small internet company is nothing, but did you know that those 10 office buildings in Tianhe Plaza are all owned by someone else? Besides, the Shindu cruise ship also belongs to someone else. Old Shen, go online more often when you have nothing to do. It will be beneficial. After saying, just hung up the phone. Shen Songbing held the phone in his hand, completely stunned. What's the matter? Her wife asked. Bang! Shen Songbing slapped her hard on the face. I told you to stop making a scene, but you wouldn't listen. The current husband has already sued us. And just now Lao Zhao called and told me to pack up and leave by myself, otherwise it would be very ugly in the end. His wife was also stunned. Then a backhand slap. Get lost. Aren't you making a scene? Aren't you making a scene too? The couple started fighting in the street. Countless passers-by watched and took photos. Chapter 78, Listen to the Call. Super God Game Company. I learned about the current progress from Luo Qingcheng. Lu Fei asked, how many people can our server accommodate online at the same time? Luo Qingcheng said, at present, it is enough to accommodate 5 million people online at the same time. Lu Fei frowned. He shook his head and said, not enough. Far from enough. He pondered for a moment and said, how much additional investment is needed to expand the server capacity to accommodate 30 million people at the same time? Luo Qingcheng roughly calculated and said, at least 500 million. Lu Fei said directly, I will invest another 1 billion. Upgrade the server capacity to 30 million people, and add a backup server with a capacity of 10 million. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, okay, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it as soon as the funds are in place. Lu Fei took out his phone and called his bank's senior customer service manager. Not long. 1 billion funds were directly deposited into the account. Okay, you go ahead and expand the server capacity as quickly as possible. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu. I will contact the server supplier right away. We will try to expand the server capacity to at least 20 million people before the game is officially launched the day after tomorrow. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, hurry up. After saying, he waved his hand and said, I won't stay here anymore. If those two come to cause trouble again, remember to call me. He turned around and said to Lu Ruoxin, let's go, let's talk. Downstairs. Lu Ruoxin stood next to the car. Tell me what you want from me. Lu Fei asked. Lu Ruoxin's face darkened as she said, you and my aunt are my mother. How far have you two progressed? Lu Fei said honestly, I have everything I need. Lu Ruoxin was stunned. Then he sneered. Asshole. Do you think I will believe you? My mother is not that kind of person, how could she let you succeed so easily? Lu Fei blinked. Why? It happens again. No one believes what an honest person says. So where do you think we are? Lu Ruoxin sneered, I'm not looking down on you, you and her are just holding hands at best. After saying, she pointed at Lu Fei and said, I'm warning you, don't associate with her anymore. Otherwise I will tell Xiaoxi about this. You are done for. Lu Fei shook his head and said, you won't tell her. If you tell her, you won't even be friends anymore. Lu Ruoxin looked unhappy. Are you sure you can take me down? Lu Fei nodded and said, yes, I'm sure I'll have you. Lu Ruoxin's expression changed instantly. Finally, he leaned weakly against the back of the seat. Lu Fei, you are a complete bastard. Lu Fei grinned. Even if I'm a bastard, I'm still your aunt. No, it's your mother's boyfriend. So, call dad in advance to listen? Lu Ruoxin turned around. He threw a punch, but was caught by Lu Fei. One pull. Lu Ruoxin screamed and fell into Lu Fei's arms, subconsciously hugging his waist. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? What are you doing? I am your uncle-in-law. What do you want to do, little girl? I will never do anything to let your aunt down. Stand still. There was a loud roar. This attracted the pointing and talking of passers-by around. This little girl actually fell in love with my uncle? TSK, the world is going downhill, people's hearts are no longer the same as before. This guy is indeed handsome, but you can't be like this. Lu Ruoxin broke free. He stepped on Lu Fei's instep. Asshole. I really regret not killing you just now. Lu Fei avoided the kick. He said with a smile, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go to work quickly. Don't let all the hard work you put in go to waste. Lu Ruoxin glared at him fiercely, then glanced at the passers-by who were pointing and talking around. I was so angry that my brain almost exploded. Lu Fei, I'm not done with you. Lu Fei shook his head and said, okay, I get it, let's go to work. Lu Ruoxin felt powerless. What a bastard. She stamped her feet, turned and went upstairs. Take out your cell phone. Lu Fei called Yu Menglan. The problem has been solved. I admit that we did everything we should do. But she didn't believe it and thought we just held hands. Got this message. Yu Menglan was stunned. This girl, is she so easy to fool? Lu Fei shrugged and said, I can't help it, my IQ is not high. Do you want to go out and play again in the afternoon? Yu Menglan giggled. He said, come over then. There is a 5-star Carl's hotel nearby. I'll wait for you there. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Sigh in my heart. Ruoxin, it's not that I don't keep my promise, it's just that I really can't stand your aunt being like this. Maybe you will really have to call me dad from now on. Boom. The engine roars. The repaired Lamborghini rushed out. Half an hour later. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan walked into Carl's Hotel 3666 hand in hand. Special number. Everyone knows the properties of the room. Until a little after 1 o'clock. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan walked out of the hotel hungry. The two of them had a meal at an ordinary restaurant nearby. Dining room. Lu Fei's phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Jijie calling. Connected. Brother Fei, several female boxing big versus join forces with some so-called feminist fighters to declare war on us on the news. They want to bet with us on our number of views. Lu Fei was a little confused. Who gave them the courage? Zhang Jijie suppressed his laughter and said, it might be Liang Jing. Lu Fei said, then let's meet at the North Shore Club at 2:30 and see what these women are up to. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, okay, see you at 2:30. Hang up the phone. I finished my meal with Yu Menglan and then sent her back to Leng Sinuan Community. Lu Fei went straight to the North Shore Club. This time, there are only him and Zhang Jijie. As soon as I saw Lu Fei, Zhang Jijie couldn't help but laugh and said, people who don't know might think that we gave them money, so they worked so hard to promote us. Lu Fei also laughed out loud. Asked, what is the specific situation? Zhang Jijie picked up the tablet and searched for a while. Handed it to Lu Fei. When Lu Fei saw it, he burst out laughing on the spot. Chapter 79, Let the Female Boxers Sort the Garbage. Are these women trying to make me laugh to death? This group of female boxing celebrities issued a newsflash saying that the online variety show Who's Dad has seriously harmed the majority of women. They are willing to fight for the dignity of women and challenge the Blue Charm Group. As long as the number of people online for the first live broadcast is less than 20 million, it means that the program is simply sensational. Therefore, we demand that Lanmei Group, all related advertisers, and Lu Fei apologize to all women. As for the amount higher than 20 million, they did not say. Would you like to bet with them? Zhang Jijie asked. Lu Fei said, let's bet. Why not? It may be difficult to have 20 million online users, but it is not difficult for our program. After all, when Xinyan Live broadcasted the capture of the dead John, the peak number of viewers was close to 10 million. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, "We have made an internal estimate in our company. Based on the current popularity, we conservatively estimate that the number of people watching the live broadcast will exceed 25 million. So we are sure to win this bet. The question is what demands we should make after we win." Lu Fei said, "It's very simple. If we win, we will let all of them come to the Magic City to be garbage sorting volunteers for half a year." Don't they claim to be independent women? Don't they claim to be the ones who want to build a better future for women? Let them share some of the garbage. Let us do some charity work for our female friends first. Zhang Jijie smiled. Okay. Let's do it. I will immediately notify the company's legal department to make a sample contract, and then respond to them on the newsletter. Force them to come to Shanghai to sign the contract and treat them fairly, which will justify our show's popularity. A routine operation in the entertainment industry. Zhang Jijie is too familiar. Lu Fei stood up. This matter is too easy for you blue charms, just stir it up. By the way, have you chosen the live streaming platform? Zhang Jijie said, "I have already chosen it and have already agreed with the largest live streaming platform, Donyao. They will temporarily add 3 sets of servers and shut down other live broadcast rooms on the live broadcast platform that day to make room for our show. I trust you to do the job, so that's it. I'm a little tired today, go back and have a rest." After Lu Fei and Zhang Jijie broke up, I went back to Thomson First Class directly. The operation department of Lanmei Group has already tagged several big verses of the feminist movement, as well as the most vocal group of feminist activists, in the news release. Breaking news. A sensation. Oh my god, this bet is very interesting. Haha, female boxers, go to the Magic City and fight. Go sign the contract, don't just talk nonsense. They have already responded. Countless comments poured into the news flashes of those female boxing big verses. They and the group of women following them were directly picked up. Suddenly, several female boxing big names and those who danced the most enthusiastically were all stunned. We were just talking nonsense and never thought that we would be responded to? What now? There is no way out, just go for it. Fermenting on the fishing reel. Several big verses rushed to the Magic City first. Soon after, those active female boxers were also pushed forward by their so-called comrades. They arrived in the Magic City one after another. That night, the head of the Blue Charm Group's legal department took these women to the notary office that specially booked rooms for the Blue Charm Group and signed the relevant contracts directly. Don't even think about breaking the contract. You can't afford the consequences. Leave a few words. The head of the legal department left. A group of women chattered with contemptuous expressions. I never thought that this live broadcast could be watched by more than 10 million people. You should know that the current mainstream live broadcast hosts only have a few 100,000 real popularity at their peak. Even the top traffic stars only have 1 or 2 million fans. The female boxers said they felt no pressure. But when they saw the comments under the latest news from Blue Charm Group, they felt a little panicked. What the hell? Did they really sign the contract? In order to let these scumbags divide the garbage, I will definitely support them. This message received over 1 million likes in a short period of time. And this news was quickly reposted on Leopard, and the straight men there were all excited. Support. We must support. Awesome. Why didn't you sign it to make them eat shit? Smelling the stench of garbage for half a year is almost the same as making them eat shit. Look at the news online. Lu Fei shook his head. His fingers were pressing loudly. Quickly grab negative materials about Shen Songbing and his wife on the internet. Not long. He got a lot of negative material. Oh, you're dead. Lu Fei sneered. The large amount of negative materials that were seized were directly spread throughout the entire internet. It quickly attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god, this old guy knows how to have fun. I have 2 or 3 little bees. You hid so much money secretly? This guy is definitely finished. At home, Shen Songbing and his wife were in a cold war with each other. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Go open the door. He cried out. His wife snorted coldly and didn't move. He could only walk over and open the door himself. As soon as it is opened, he was stunned. Shin Songbing, your materials are all over the internet. If the evidence is solid, come with us. Speaking of, some of the evidence was shown to Shin Songbing. Shin Songbing's whole body went limp, collapsed to the ground. Not long. Then the sound of his wife crying and wailing was heard. Shin Songbing was taken away directly. The neighbors all started talking about it. Oh, you deserve it. You threw your daughter away to raise your son. This is retribution for your bad conscience. We should have arrested him a long time ago. Let's see how awesome his wife can be in the future. There is a God above your head. So many people. No one sympathized with him. Chapter 80, Lu Ruoxin. Finish everything. Lu Fei stretched. Brother Fei, do you want to have a midnight snack? Jean Xie asked. Lu Fei nodded and said, let's have a midnight snack. Go heat up the food. Jean Xie giggled. Get up and go to the gym to start exercising. Half an hour later. The dishes are heated up, and I start making my daily fried rice. I ate fried rice, watched TV for a while, and then went to sleep. Before going to bed. Ding! Your Earth clone on D38 died, physical fitness plus 10, nerve reflexes plus 10, endurance plus 10, 70% of the shares of the Doniel Life broadcast platform. Shares of Doniel platform? And they have absolute controlling stake. Lu Fei was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Shares are shares. The key is that your body becomes stronger. The two women have been working non-stop these past 2 days, and Lu Fei is a little worried that he might suffer from kidney deficiency. As a result, whatever you want will come true. If you are in good health, the W12 engine can keep up. Had a good night's sleep. August 25th. Friday night at 8 p.m. Lu Fei, Lingxi, Lu Ruoxin and the girls from the cosplay club arrived at the dock in several cars. Here. Lan Mei made a big fuss about it. It's like a film festival. The long red carpet stretched from the port to the Shindu cruise ship. And on both sides of the red carpet, there are a large number of media reporters. The flash was almost blinding. Ah! Blue Star! Blue Star! Look over here. Yang Fei! Yang Fei! You are stunningly beautiful tonight. Oh, Wu Gu! Wu Gu! You're so handsome. Hi! Even Ming Yan is here? It's going to be a big deal this time. The media was shocked. One after another, star singers boarded the cruise ship, causing screams everywhere. Inside the nanny car. Lu Fei, do you have a chance of winning the bet you made with those people? Lin Shi asked a little worriedly. Lu Ruoxin also looked over. Lu Fei pursed his lips and smiled. Said, who knows, just wait until the results come out. Lin Shi frowned. Didn't ask any further. Based on her understanding of Lu Fei, this guy must be completely confident now that he is so relaxed. Lu Ruoxin looked at him with a hint of confusion. A guess flashed through my mind. But Lu Fei didn't care that much. I saw the staff outside the car waving. Opened the car door. Come on, girls, it's our turn. Lu Fei also played some cosplay tonight. He cosplayed as the D Renjie in his memory. Your character doesn't exist in that game. Lin Shi asked. Lu Fei said, mobile games are available. All right. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully. Lu Fei jumped out of the car. Reach out. Come on down. Today is the first time your cosplay club will appear. It will surely amaze everyone. Lin Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Said, your game is the biggest beneficiary of this amazing game. Lu Fei chuckled. No denial. Soon, Lin Shi, who was cosplaying as an ice archer, jumped out of the car. Grabbed his left hand. Immediately following, Lu Ruoxin, who cosplayed as a fairy playing the zither, also jumped down. Grabbed Lu Fei's right hand. Lu Fei held the hands of two stunning beauties and stepped onto the red carpet step by step. Immediately following, the other girls in the club behind. They all wore the costumes from the game and followed Lu Fei with steps and postures that matched their characters. Step forward. As soon as such a group appeared, it immediately caught the attention of countless reporters at the scene. Oh my god, look over there. Who is this guy? He's so handsome in this outfit. The two beauties beside her are like fairies walking out of a painting. The clothes are so unique. So pretty. Hiss. The flashbulbs flashed in a burst. Whether it is reporters or fans of the stars around them, everyone's attention was caught by the costume led by Lu Fei. Everyone is curious. Where exactly do these clothes come from? And what is the name of this cos group? However, they got nothing. Curiosity was gnawing at them madly. Soon, the finale, Lu Fei walked the red carpet with the girls. Stepped into the Shindu. What are the origins of these people? Why are they the last to perform? Oh, she's pretty, but she's a bit flashy. I don't accept it. Why should these unknown women be the finale? Several female stars discussed in low voices. A feeling of dissatisfaction spread among these female stars. Lin Shi turned around and said to the girls, "Okay, now you can move around freely for a while. Remember, you can chase stars but don't disturb them casually and don't disrupt the order of the party. Alright, go have fun, and take whatever you want to eat and drink." The girls cheered. They went into the huge banquet hall in groups of 3 or 5. Lu Fei took Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin into the box next to the banquet hall. "It's still comfortable here." Lu Fei lay on the sofa and waved to Lu Ruoxin. "Ruoxin, my legs are a little numb, help me rub them." Lu Ruoxin raised her eyebrows. "Mr. Lu, you want to die, right?" Lu Fei shrugged and said, "I don't want to die, but sometimes I really can't control my mouth." Reverse threat. Lu Ruoxin's face turned dark. This bastard, who gave him the courage? If you can't control it, then just say it. Lu Fei chuckled. Said, "This afternoon I accompanied Sister Yu to visit the aquarium. She said she had bought a boat ticket and would be boarding the ship tomorrow." Lu Ruoxin exploded on the spot. "Lu Fei, you bastard. How dare you?" Lin Shi frowned. "Ruoxin, isn't it nice for Sister Yu to come aboard to play?" The voice was puzzled. Lu Ruoxin's anger was immediately extinguished. Looking at Lin Shi's appearance, Lu Ruoxin sighed. "A stream. Do you know how much this bastard spends money? The key is that he really wants to be my dad." Chapter 81, Kneel down and apologize to me. "Lu Fei, you are awesome." Lu Ruoxin gritted her teeth and came over to massage Lu Fei's legs. "Use your best efforts." However, Lu Fei's physical fitness has long surpassed that of many Special Forces soldiers. The amount of strength she put in was just enough to press down. Aside. Lin Shi shook his head. "I always feel that the relationship between Lu Fei and Lu Ruoxin seems a little subtle today." "Hey, when did you offend her?" Lin Shi asked in a low voice. Lu Fei muttered, "I don't know, maybe she had her period recently." "Pooh." Lin Shi made a sound of pooh. "She's not available these days." Lu Ruoxin exploded. "Can you two speak louder when you whisper?" Lu Fei nodded and said, "Okay." Turning back, he asked, "Those were the days so I could avoid them." Lin Shi chuckled and said casually, "Next week." Lu Ruoxin's mentality was completely blown up, and she said, "Lin Shi, you just arrived today, are you unhappy with me?" Lin Shi blushed. But he grinned foolishly. "Yeah, so I did it on purpose to piss you off to death, Lulialu." She made faces with a relaxed expression. Lu Ruoxin was not willing to be outdone. Chat to the end. The two stunning beauties simply drew out their respective characters' weapons and started fighting in the box. Lu Fei was very satisfied with what he saw. Online. The process of the stars landing on the Shindu was broadcast live. Many people were stunned by the cosplay club members who made the final appearance. "Oh my god, these cosplayers are so pretty. Especially the two who follow Brother Fei, they are just like fairies. Look at Fei Ge's style, and then look at other rich second generations. Wow, the difference is really huge. I just want to know what this game is called." The game you asked for is here. In the Donyao live broadcast room, a female anchor is broadcasting live. It's confirmed. The rich man CC knows his Brother Fei. Hotly discussed on the internet. A large number of visitors began to pour into Qin Shanxian's live broadcast room. She took the opportunity to advertise Lu Fei. This game is called League of Legends, also known as LOL, and is produced by Fei Go's Chaos Endgame Company. The game is fun. You can watch how I play it tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. This game will be officially launched soon. You can save the official website address I typed in the lower right corner of the screen and download the client first. You can play it when the server is officially launched at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Qin Shanqian finished speaking in a very queenly voice. Many passers-by began to copy the official website address of the game. Then rush into the official website of Super God Game and start downloading the game. Super God Game. Luo Qingchang and all the employees are working overtime. Boss Luo. Our game downloads are starting to soar. The official website had been online for 2 hours and the number of downloads was less than 100,000, but in just a few minutes, the number of downloads reached 300,000. Moreover, the number of players downloading the game is increasing at an increasingly faster rate. Our game is going to be a hit. The head of the technical department was a bald uncle when he was reporting. The few sparse hairs on top of his head stood up out of excitement. Luo Qingchang stood up. Very good. Keep watching and make sure our server can provide sufficient download speed. The technical lead left. The head of the operations department came in again, holding a stack of information. Boss Luo, this is the information we just collected. Our game is completely popular. Just now, the number of searches for our game on the internet has already entered the top 10 in the same period. And it is still rising. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, okay. It's time to release what we have been planning for a while to increase the popularity. The head of the operations department nodded vigorously. Okay, Mr. Luo. I'll do it right away. After saying that, he left the office. Immediately following, the heads of various departments of the company came into the office one after another and reported their work to Luo Qingcheng. After coordinating all the work, Luo Qingcheng sat on the chair, rubbed her eyebrows and exhaled. After taking 2 sips of the almost cold coffee, dial Lu Fei's number. Boss Lu, our game is a blast. Her voice was filled with excitement. Lu Fei said calmly, well, I understand. It makes sense. Looks very calm. Luo Qingcheng's excitement suddenly subsided a lot. That's right. This gentleman is the core planner of the publicity plan. Well, Mr. Lu should be on board, right? Then I won't bother you anymore. Lu Fei said, okay, don't stay up too late. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, don't worry, after we have arranged everything, we can leave work as long as the staff on duty. Hang up the phone. Lin Shi came over. Your game exploded? Lu Fei nodded and said, of course it's a hit. After all, your cosplay promotion is very powerful. With the added popularity of the Shendu account, it's hard not to be a hit. Very nice. Lin Shi nodded with a smile. Happy for Lu Fei. I sat in the box for a while. Suddenly the door was pushed open with force. 2 little girls from the cosplay club rushed in breathlessly. Sister Xiaoxi, Sister Ruoxin, and Mr. Lu, something happened outside. Xiaoyu was beaten. He spoke quickly and his face was full of panic. Suddenly, Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin's faces changed. Lu Fei had already stood up. Go out and take a look. Several people walked out of the box. Came into the banquet hall. I saw several members of the cosplay club standing with their heads bowed, and a female star was hurling sarcastic insults in a strange Zhuxia dialect. Who are you? Do you really think that you are a big shot just because you walked the red carpet as the finale? Who do you think you are? Who among us isn't a star? Kneel down and apologize to me right now, and compensate me for this dress, or you can't leave today. Chapter 82, Jump and Get 2 Slaps. Look at this female celebrity who had plastic surgery. Listen to the cause and effect. Lu Fei's face darkened. It's simple. There were just a few little girls who were fans of their idol and asked this first-line female star for her autograph. As a result, the female star who came from Scylla threw her hand impatiently and knocked over the champagne in her glass. The champagne spilled on herself, and then the female star, who was already jealous of the cosplay club members who made the final appearance and stole her limelight, exploded. He waved his hand and slapped a few little girls. Then there was a scene where Lu Fei came out and forced the little girls to kneel down and apologize. Let's go and take a look. Lu Fei said softly. Walked over. See him coming. The more discerning stars all bent down slightly. Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Lu Fei nodded as he walked, as a response. When the female star saw him coming, she felt scared. Then a charming smile appeared on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Song Lingfei." After saying that, he leaned forward slightly and extended his hand. Lu Fei glanced around. "I'm sorry, I can't afford it. But then again, your Silla's plastic surgery technology is so great. Miss Song, have you ever thought of making 2 more moves to turn your pair of A into a pair of C and D or something like that?" Lu Fei said lightly. Suddenly, all the female stars around pursed their lips. I want to laugh, but I dare not. The other male stars also tried to hold back their laughter. The eyes are always exclusive. Song Lingfei's face flushed. He suppressed his anger and said, "Mr. Lu's suggestion is good. Maybe I should seriously consider it." Lu Fei laughed twice with inexplicable meaning. "Miss Song, your dress is very expensive, right? How much is it?" Song Lingfei withdrew her hand slightly embarrassedly. Said, "This is a custom-made Chanel dress, the price is over 300,000. Lu Fei turned around and waved to Lin Shi. "Xiaoxi, transfer 300,000 yuan to Miss Song." Lin Shi's face was cold and he took out his cell phone. "Miss Song, please give me your card number." Song Lingfei's face slightly turned pale, and she said with a wry smile, No need." Lu Fei said calmly, "Yes, no matter from which aspect, Miss Song is my guest. As the host, it is my duty to compensate the guest for the loss she suffered." Song Lingfei's expression became more and more unnatural. After refusing twice, he obediently told Lin Shi the card number. Lin Shi directly transferred 500,000 yuan. "Why is it 500,000? That's too much. Too much." Song Lingfei felt more and more unsure. Lin Shi smiled sweetly. "It's okay. The extra hundreds of thousands will be my compensation for your medical expenses." As soon as the words fell, her right hand had already swung out fiercely. Bang! Falling on Song Lingfei's face. 5 fingerprints were left behind. Song Lingfei covered her face and looked at Lin Shi in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Aside. Lu Ruoxin, who was full of anger, went up and slapped him again. "Not only does she dare to hit you, I dare to do it too." Both sides of the face. They were all swollen from being beaten. Even the nose she had done was twisted crooked. You. Song Lingfei covered her face, her eyes full of fear. Lu Fei glanced at her and said with a smile, "Miss Song Lingfei, these are the rules of the game you set. Now it's your turn to kneel down and apologize to them." The voice was soft and the face was smiling. Song Lingfei felt cold all over. She said weakly, "Mr. Lu, please kneel down, right?" Lu Fei shook his head and said, "Ms. Song, I don't like people who break the rules of the game." His eyes narrowed. His eyes are like knives. Suddenly, Song Lingfei trembled all over. I glanced around and found that all my former best friends were lowering their heads. Moreover, they all stood aside. These people just instigated her to take action. But now he drew a line between himself and her without hesitation. Lu Fei looked at her. His eyes were cold. Then he waved his hand and said, "Xiaoyu, hit her back the way she hit you. This is the territory of Zhuxia, not a place where a Silla person can run wild." The little girl named Xiaoyu stammered, "Brother Fei, I don't dare." Beside, the girl, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, cosplayed as a runaway loli, suddenly walked out. "I'll do it." After saying, "Jump up and slap twice." Song Lingfei was beaten so hard that her nose started bleeding. Song Lingfei's face was full of resentment. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, "Call the security guard to send Miss Song from Silla off the boat. There is no room for people like you on my ship." Soon, security arrives. He took Song Lingfei out of the banquet hall directly. Lu Fei stood in the middle of the banquet hall, holding a wine glass. He raised his glass to the stars around him. Said, "In the future, I don't want this to happen again." The voice is flat, but it carries a huge pressure. The stars around nodded. The look he gave Lu Fei was full of fear. Song Lingfei. He is a big star in Silla and has many fans in Zhuxia. Now this Mr. Lu did not give her any face at all. Not only did he slap her, he also drove her off the boat without giving her any face at all. So tough. Not long. Zhang Jijia called Lu Fei. "Brother Fei, I didn't handle this matter well. I'm really sorry that your people have been wronged. His apology was sincere. Lu Fei said, "It's okay. No one is perfect. It's impossible for you to be perfect in a company as big as Lanmei Group." Zhang Jiji apologized again and said, "Boss Lu, Song Lingfei has a cooperative relationship with our company. The reason she was able to get on board this time was entirely because of her relationship with Yang Hake from the Hake Group. I don't know if you know Yang Hake well enough, but he has a rough and tumble vibe. And he will also board the ship tomorrow, so you should make preparations. I'm afraid this guy might make trouble in public." Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Nodding, "Okay, I got it, thanks for the reminder." Chapter 83, Apologize to My Godfather. Chatted with Zhang Jijie for a few more words. Lu Fei hung up the phone. The little girls who were about to cry just now were once again happily moving among the crowd. As for the celebrities around them, no one dared to embarrass them anymore. The banquet lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. The banquet was over and everyone left to rest. Song Lingfei was taken off the boat. Standing on the shore looking at the huge Shindu in the night. His face was full of viciousness. She made a phone call. She said in a sweet voice, "Hello, Godfather? I'm Ling Fei. I was kicked off the boat and beaten. Woo woo woo. I reported my godfather's name, but he didn't give me any respect at all. I'm at the port now, please send someone to pick me up." An hour. Inside a beach villa. Song Lingfei, whose nose had been corrected, leaned in the arms of a burly, fat middle-aged man. She said in a tender voice, "Godfather, that Lu Fei is really arrogant. I told him your name, but he didn't even give me the slightest bit of respect. Look, the handprints are still on my face." Yang Hake took a puff of his cigar. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He smiled innocently and said, "Hey, I'm young and haven't seen much of the world. I don't know that it's normal for a person like me to behave like this. Come with me on board tomorrow, and I will speak to him myself." While talking, there was a cold light flashing in his eyes. He is not at all as honest as his face shows. Song Lingfei's eyes flashed. She said coquettishly, "Then Godfather, you must help me vent my anger. Tonight you can do whatever you want." Yang Hake gave a strange smile. "That's great." Early the next morning, Song Lingfei's face was pale and she limped as she hugged Yang Hake's arm. "Take a step and take a breath. It's just like what northerners look like after eating super spicy hot pot for the first time. Get on." Yang Hake's Bentley. The two men headed towards the Shindu port. There was already a huge crowd of people in front of the Shindu. 10 o'clock. Ticket checking officially begins. A large number of tourists and wealthy people entered this huge and luxurious cruise ship through different ticket gates. Standing on the deck, Lu Fei was holding a glass of boiled water. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin stood on the left and right. Sudden, Lu Ruoxin's expression changed slightly. "No. Why is my mom on the boat? Didn't she say she was going on a trip?" She pointed at Yu Menglan, who was slowly walking up the crowd pushing a small suitcase, her face full of surprise. Lu Fei chuckled. "Isn't it just tourism? Our ship is going to Malfoy Island, which is a tourist destination." Lu Ruoxin's face turned pale. He growled, "Asshole, you're still in contact with her." Lu Fei shrugged. Said, "No, I don't know about this." Lu Ruoxin's face was as cold as frost. Staring at Lu Fei, Lin Shi on the side was a little confused. "Ruoxin, wouldn't it be nice for Sister Yu to go on a trip together? You can go around together. I wanted my mom to come with me, but she refused and insisted that she wanted to stay at home to look after my dad. Poor old Lin. Being a billionaire. As a result, there was no chance to go out and have fun. Being watched closely by the tigress at home." Lu Fei sighed. Said, "Let's go, Sister Yu is here, let's go down to greet her." Lu Ruoxin's face was cold. "I'll go." "You don't have to go." Lin Shi advised, "Okay Ruoxin, don't be like this. We are all friends, although I don't know what happened. But we clearly saw Sister Yu coming, it would be bad if we didn't go down to greet her." Lu Fei smiled. Lu Ruoxin was so angry that her eyes turned green. "What a bastard." She glared at Lu Fei viciously. He turned around and said angrily, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go down to the upper deck. All the way down." Soon I met Yu Menglan, who was dragging a suitcase. The moment I saw Lu Fei, a brilliant smile broke out on her exquisite face. Lu Ruoxin's heart skipped a beat. It's sour. Auntie, this is for real. Aunt, why are you here? Lu Ruoxin asked. Yu Menglan glanced at Lu Fei. He said, why, it's such a big ship, why can't I come? Lu Fei smiled slightly and winked at her. Yu Menglan's smile became more and more bright. Lu Ruoxin's mentality exploded. Can't you two just cover it up a little? I am such a big living person and still breathing here. Lin, she didn't find anything unusual. Said, there are a lot of people in the corridor, why don't we go to the room and put our things down first? Lu Ruoxin couldn't wait to get over there. Nodded quickly. Then let's go quickly, there will be more and more people coming. The four men walked forward. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding. Answer the phone. Mr. Lu, there is a man named Yang Hake who wants to see you. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Okay, take him to the lounge on the 3rd floor and wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Get a reply. Yang Hake was still smiling foolishly. But there was a cold light in his eyes. Ha ha ha, he is indeed a young hero. He sighed, put his arm around Song Lingfei, who still walked unnaturally, and walked towards the 3rd floor under the guidance of the waiter. I sat in the lounge and waited for half an hour. The door was finally opened. Come in. Lu Fei looked at Song Lingfei, who was lying next to Yang Hake and smiling at him provocatively. Started laughing. Oh. Boss Yang, you're a rare guest. Why did you think of looking for me as soon as you got on board? Lu Fei sat down casually. He said as if nothing happened. Yang Hake smiled innocently and said, isn't this Ling Fei? She told me that there was a misunderstanding between her and you, the newly rich man. So please ask me to be a middleman and reconcile with you. After saying, Song Lingfei stood up. He walked in front of Lu Fei with an awkward posture. Said, Mr. Lu, I was wrong last night, I apologize to you here. Although I am just a small star, my godfather is a well-known figure. Although those girls hit me, those slaps also landed on my godfather's face. So I have no other request, just call those girls over, ask them to bow to my godfather and apologize, and drink a glass of wine, and the matter will be over. Chapter 84, LOL goes online, data explodes. Looking at Song Lingfei, who looked confident of winning, Lu Fei suddenly smiled. Then, stand up. Bang. A slap. It hit Song Lingfei directly in the face. Director Yang, although I, Lu Fei, am not a celebrity. But I am also a person who cares about my reputation. How dare a little star talk nonsense in front of me? If this gets out, people won't say that I, Lu Fei, don't know how to behave. They will only say that you, a big boss, have been around for decades but still haven't figured it out. Yang Hake's face darkened. Then he laughed again. Haha, Mr. Lu is indeed a hero at a young age. This slap was a good one. It made me, old Yang, look at him with new eyes. But the mountains are high and the rivers are long, Mr. Lu should be more low-key. Speaking of. There was a cold light in his eyes. Lu Fei also laughed. He said calmly, thank you, Director Yang, for reminding me. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. After saying. He cupped his hands and said, Director Yang, there are strong winds and waves on the boat, please be careful when you are on the boat. Don't fall into the water in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Yang Hake's expression changed. The silly expression disappeared completely, and became extremely solemn. We are all civilized people, and I am a very careful person, so I shouldn't fall off the boat. Lu Fei smiled coldly. With high winds and rough seas, who knows? After saying. Turned and walked towards the door. President Yang, take your time. This lounge costs 30,000 yuan an hour. Remember to pay when you leave. The voice disappeared, and his figure also completely disappeared. Song Lingfei covered her face and moved closer to Yang Hake. Godfather, he threatened you. Bang. Yang Hake slapped her in the face. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You can't even hear that. He sat down slowly. His face was as gloomy as water. But this boat is full of this bastard's people. I really acted recklessly this time. No one who can get to this level is stupid. After pondering for a moment, Yang Hake started laughing again. Come on, get out. Keep a low profile on the ship for the next few days. After saying, he left the lounge as if nothing had happened. Paid 30,000 yuan in fees. Go back to your room. Yang Hake made a phone call. Lao Shuang, take your men to Malfoy Island and wait. I have something very important for you to do. After saying a few words, he hung up the phone. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ha, Lu Fei, once you get to Malfoy Island, you won't be able to fly anymore. After leaving the lounge, Lu Fei moved forward. Walked towards Yu Menglan's room. Sudden. Ding. Your clone on Earth D15 died. You will get the financial company, Feek Finance, Skill, Photographic Memory, and Capital plus 5 billion. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. Lu Fei felt his mind suddenly become clear, and he discovered that his memory seemed to become extraordinary. Just take a quick look at something and you can remember all its features. Blinked. Lu Fei took a deep breath and looked at the tourist instructions posted on the wall. Just a glance. But it's already lingering in my mind. Too evil. He muttered something under his breath. In the eyes, a hint of cold light emerged. Oh, Yang Hake is just worried about how to deal with you. He casually put the purchase card in his trouser pocket. Keep moving forward. A few seconds later, there was a text message notification sound from the phone. 5 billion yuan of funds were directly deposited into the account. Lu Fei took a casual look and continued forward. Super God Game Company. 10 o'clock in the morning. LOL League of Legends is officially launched. Luo Wenqing stayed directly in the technical department. Keep a close eye on the game's online player curve. 10:01. The number of online users directly exceeded 1 million. 10:05. The number of online users exceeds 5 million. 10:15. The number of online users exceeds 8 million. 10:30. The number of online users exceeds 10 million. And the number of registered people. It directly broke through 15 million. An instant hit. Inside the technical department, there were bursts of cheers. It's a hit. Our game is a hit. Awesome. This is the coolest game I've ever seen. Oh my god. This is so scary. Open the server for half an hour. The number of people online directly exceeded 15 million. This has never been done in any game before. Even the most popular game, Super Journey to the West, produced by Mermaid Games, had a peak number of online users of only 6 million. Moreover, it took half a year to get the data. Soon, the data is transmitted from the technical department. The entire Super God Game Company was in an uproar. Luo Qingchang was still sober. Amid the cheers, he gave the order, immediately asked the data company to send someone over to expand the server capacity. I'll go tell Mr. Lu the good news. In addition, everyone's base salary will be increased by 20% and the bonus ratio will be increased by 10%. After giving instructions to the secretary, Luo Qingcheng walked quickly back to her office. Dial Lu Fei's number. Mr. Lu, League of Legends is a huge success. The peak number of online users in half an hour exceeded 10 million. And this number is still rising. It is expected that during the peak period tonight, the number of people online at the same time will exceed 20 million. The voice is excited. Full of excitement. Inside Yu Menglan's room, Lu Fei sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, "Keep working hard, the potential of this game is far more than this. I hope your operations can be more powerful and make this game a game for everyone. As for the gaming competition I mentioned earlier, you can slowly start preparing for it." Luo Qingcheng nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will follow up as soon as possible. We will try to organize the first LPL League of Legends Professional League in December." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just follow the normal process." Luo Qingcheng pursed her lips. "Okay, I understand." Hang up the phone. But my heart is full of determination. We must make this game a real hit. Yu Menglan's room. After Lu Fei hung up the phone, Lin she asked out loud, "Lu Fei, how is your game going?" Chapter 85, Take Action. Hake Group's stock price plummets. After Lin Shi asked, Lu Ruoxin and Yu Menglan both turned their eyes over. Lu Fei shrugged and said, half an hour after the server was opened, the number of online users has exceeded 10 million. It is estimated that the peak time at 8 or 9 o'clock tonight will exceed 20 million. The three women had no idea what the game was. Yu Menglan asked, how is this data? High or low? Lu Ruoxin curled her lips and said, there are more than 1 billion people in Zhuxia, and your number of online users is only 10 to 20 million. You must have failed. Lin Shi looked at Lu Fei with some concern. Lu Fei shrugged. Looking at Lu Ruoxin, he said, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. As far as I know, among all the online games in Zhuxia, the record holder for the highest number of concurrent online users is Super God Journey to the West, formerly owned by Mermaid Games. Half a year after it went online, the number of concurrent online users exceeded 6 million, causing a sensation. As for my game, which surpassed 20 million online users in half a day, it's just a drop in the bucket, only 3 times higher than that. Looking at Lu Fei's nonchalant look, Lu Ruoxin became autistic. Lin Shi exclaimed in amazement. Doesn't that mean you're going to make money again? Lu Fei waved his hand and said, keep a low profile. How much money can this game make? With all the peripherals, it can only make a few billion a year at most. Just spend some money. Lin Shi also became autistic. One game makes more than 10 billion a year. Are you still sprinkling water? This bastard. I really want to hit him. Yu Menglan pursed her lips and smiled slightly. I don't think Lu Fei is frivolous at all. Instead, I think Lu Fei is very real. I stayed in Yu Menglan's room for an hour. The embarkation was finally over. 11:30 a.m. Following the sound of a whistle, the Shendu slowly left the port, sailing into the boundless ocean. On board, people from all regions of the Xia dynasty and with different professional identities cheered. The atmosphere is warm. Not long. These people walked into the restaurant one after another. Start eating. Well, the food on this ship tastes really good. I heard it was made by the chef of Linson Catering. It's really good. This mud bomb cuisine is also very authentic. The diners were very satisfied with the food on board. Inside the small private room of the restaurant reserved for staff, Lu Fei and a few others sat in a circle. Eat and chat. Finished lunch. Lu Fei, Yu Menglan, and the other two separated. Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi are going to meet up with the members of the cosplay club. There will be a cosplay theme party tomorrow night. They need to go to rehearsal. Lu Fei returned to his room. Turn on the computer in the room and do some operations. A lot of information about Yang Hake was collected. This Yang Hake is also a heroic figure. His identity was not very clean in the past, but he went ashore and founded the Hake Group a few years ago. He jumped from an unknown figure to a famous entrepreneur in Shanghai. The main business of Hake Group is shipping and fishery. It can be said that the seafood markets in Shanghai and nearby provinces are basically monopolized by the Hake Group. Yang Hake's net worth is much higher than Lin Sen's. The valuation of Hake Group is close to 100 billion yuan. He holds 35% of the shares and his net worth is almost 30 billion yuan. He is quite a character. Lu Fei muttered. Her hands fluttered like butterflies. Quickly operate the keyboard to collect all the information about Hake Group and Yang Hake. Half an hour later. Look at the information you have collected. A smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. Oh. Yang Hake, even if you come ashore, you still won't change those wild habits. His fingers danced again. Soon. I posted one of the evidences and information on the internet. A few minutes later. It shocked the financial world. The seafood breeding base under the Moto Hake Group is suspected of using banned drugs. Someone exposed a series of evidence online. It's basically confirmed. The group's seafood breeding base is suspected of violating the law. Shit. Hake Group's stock price has started to fall. The drop is huge. I bought a lot. Sell them off. Sell them off. Just because of the news and related evidence exposed by Lu Fei, Hake Group's stock price began to fall wildly. Countless stock investors found that in the blink of an eye, the value of the stocks they held was falling. In less than half an hour, Hake Group's stock price fell 10% and hit the limit. The stock market is wailing. Shundu. Inside the luxurious room, Yang Hake was smoking a cigar and Song Lingfei was kneeling on the ground. Sudden. His cell phone rang. Crooked. He answered the phone lazily. On the other side of the phone, the CEO of Hake Group had a sharp voice, as if someone was pinching his eggs. Shouted, "Director Yang. Things are not good. Someone is messing with us. More than 20 minutes ago, someone found evidence that our seafood farming base was using banned drugs. Now the relevant departments have arrived at the breeding base and launched a comprehensive investigation. At the same time, our stock price has hit the limit down, and the market value has evaporated by nearly 10 billion. Director Yang. You have to come back immediately to take charge of the situation." Snap. The cigar that Yang Hake was about to hold in his mouth fell out. It fell right on top of Song Lingfei's head. Suddenly, a burning pain swept over me. Ah! Song Lingfei screamed subconsciously. Ouch! Yang Hake also started howling. After a moment of panic, Yang Hake got up and kicked Song Lingfei in the face. "Get lost! Are you looking for death?" Song Lingfei fell backwards. The face was kicked into a flatbread. Yang Hake picked up the phone again. He roared, "Investigate! Investigate for me right now! Who the hell is behind this? When will you be back, Director Yang?" The CEO asked carefully. Yang Hake said with a gloomy face, "I will go find someone right away and come back as soon as possible." After saying, I hurriedly left the room, wanting to ask for Lu Fei. Chapter 86, Mr. Lu, do you have to be so ruthless? Inside the room, Lu Fei casually cleared away any information he might have left behind. He walked out the door carrying his laptop. Not long. Yang Hake came up to him with a smile on his face. "Mr. Lu, you are here to enjoy the fresh air." Lu Fei turned around. An inexplicable smile. "Yes, feel the sea breeze and look at the magnificent waves of the ocean." Yang Hake took a deep breath and smiled naively. He said, "Mr. Lu, I want to discuss something with you. My mother passed away suddenly, so could I trouble you? Give me a lifeboat and a crew, I want to get on board right away." Lu Fei smiled. Director Yang is really trying hard. If you just say it directly, there is something wrong with the company. Then I will definitely help you with this. But now you are using your mother as an excuse, which makes me very disgusted. What I hate most in my life is people like you, so there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Yang Hake's face darkened. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Lu. It's really an emergency, so I resorted to this desperate measure." Lu Fei had already turned around. He said, "If Director Yang wants to get off the ship, I won't stop you, but I can't give you the lifeboat because it belongs to all the passengers. Either Director Yang, you go get the consent of all the passengers on the ship, or you figure out a solution yourself. Leave a message." Lu Fei slapped Yang Hake on the back of his head. Yang Hake's face turned completely gloomy. "Shame on you." He cursed under his breath. I thought about it for a while. He licked his face and chased after him. "Mr. Lu, if you don't give us a lifeboat, can you ask the crew to report the current coordinates? Mr. Lu, please help me this time. I will pretend that the previous incident never happened, and I will definitely reward you handsomely." Lu Fei didn't stop and continued to move forward. Yang Hake jogged after him, extremely embarrassed. It was totally different from the domineering attitude he showed when he first boarded the ship and asked Lu Fei to support Song Lingfei. Lu Fei said as he walked, "Sorry, except for the relevant units, the coordinates of our ship must be kept confidential. Otherwise, if we encounter pirates or some other organizations, we cannot guarantee the safety of the passengers on board. I say the same thing again, Mr. Yang, if you need my help, I can help you as long as you can get the consent of all the tourists on the ship. Otherwise, please go back." Yang Hake gritted his teeth. He growled, "Mr. Lu, do you have to be so ruthless?" Lu Fei pursed his lips. You said, "Why do you say that, Mr. Yang? Helping you is a favor, and not helping you is also my duty. Instead of continuing to talk nonsense with me here, you might as well think about how to deal with the difficulties that Hake Group will face next." After saying, in front of Yang Hake, Lu Fei said to the first mate on the ship who had rushed over after hearing the news, "Give orders to have someone keep an eye on Mr. Yang. If he dares to mess around on the ship, take him under control. The first mate nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, Mr. Liu. We know what to do." After saying, he glanced at young Hake, who was completely stunned. The first mate pulled out his intercom. After some communication, 2 crew members came over. "Always keep an eye on Yang Hake." Yang Hake was furious. "I'm a passenger, not your prisoner." The first mate smiled and said, "As long as Mr. Yang abides by the rules of a passenger, we will not and dare not do anything to you. But if what you did is beyond the scope of a normal passenger, don't blame us for being ruthless." Yang Hai was extremely polite. Pointed a finger. Resist the urge to get angry. Turn around and go back to the room. Return to the room. Song Lingfei has woken up. Begging, "Godfather, my nose is collapsed, I want to see a doctor." Yang Hake was filled with anger and had no place to vent. Then he slapped her again. Then he rode on Song Lingfei and beat her violently. After a while, Song Lingfei held her head and fell to the ground, trembling. Yang Hake stood up. He took out his cell phone and called the CEO of Hake Group. "Xiao Yu, how is the company doing now?" "Opposite." Hake CEO Yu Kexing said urgently, "Our people are more alert and destroyed the banned drugs in time. But people from relevant units have already collected our seawater for testing, and I feel like we can't contain it this time." Yang Hake shuddered all over. "How so?" Yu Kexing said, "There is no way, the news that was exposed this time was overwhelming, and many people knew about it in a short period of time. All those netizens on the internet are putting pressure on us, and we can't do anything about it." Yang Hake's face turned gloomy. After a few seconds, he said with a sinister look on his face, "Push Zhang Dutsuan out to take the blame, send a sincere apology letter, and stop the loss in time. As for Zhang Dutsuan, I will call him personally to tell him." Yu Kexing nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll get ready right away." Hang up the phone. Yang Hake then called Zhang Dutsuan, the head of Hake Group's Marine Biological Breeding Branch. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Zhang Dutsuan's voice was hoarse and full of obvious fatigue. Yang Hake said directly, "Lao Jiang, if you help me with this matter, I will personally give you 1% of the group's shares." Zhang Dutsuan was stunned and refused. "Boss Yang, no, this matter will most likely lead to jail time." Yang Hake said coldly, 1% of the shares, plus 20 million in cash. If you agree, I will arrange for someone to transfer the money to your wife immediately. If you refuse, you know what the consequences will be." Zhang Dutsuan was helpless. He knew very well what Yang Hake did before. After thinking for a while, I could only agree reluctantly. "Okay, Director Yang, I'll take care of this matter." Yang Hake hung up the phone with satisfaction. Yu Kexing was then notified and a press conference was arranged immediately. Half an hour later, Yu Kexing and Zhang Dutsuan walked onto the stage of the press conference together. Zhang Dutsuan took charge of this matter. In the corner of the rehearsal site, Lu Fei held the notebook and typed quickly. I clicked on an audio clip and heard a phone conversation between Yang Hake and Zhang Dutsuan. "Mr. Yang, times have changed. You really don't know anything about your opponent." Chapter 87, Who is the father of the child? Lu Fei smiled coldly. "Save the audio. Look up and start watching the rehearsal. I have to say, the quality of the girls Lin Shi found is really high. The cosplayed characters are all very beautiful. In addition, there is a stage play compiled by Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin based on the background of the game. Even Lu Fei, who was not interested in this stuff, watched it with great interest." Not long. Lu Fei probably finished watching the rehearsal. Restart the computer. Open the trending search and take a look. As expected, the information about Hake Group's apology has become a hot topic. Below the information, there are a lot of Water Army comments. A responsible large company. If you know you're wrong, you have to admit it. Who hasn't made mistakes? Besides, although the drugs they used were banned, the harm they caused would not be that great. Wild ones have parasites. Hake Group is very socially responsible and will immediately find a way to solve problems when they arise. Look at these comments. Lu Fei hacked into an account and released the audio. Then, he worked quickly and uploaded the audio to all mainstream media platforms on the internet. Just a few minutes. Another hot search pushed the hot search about Hake Group's apology to the top. Hashtag Haika Group Chairman Yang Haika threatens senior executives to take the blame. Hashtag. The news went straight to the top. There was a lot of cursing below. TSK, the boat capsized so soon? Interesting, there are indeed more righteous people. I have something to report. I am an employee of Hake. Before the surprise inspection today, all the banned drugs in the company's warehouse were destroyed. Eat a melon. Melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water are sold in the front row. The Hake Group is a huge melon. It was so big that young Hake almost ate himself to death after eating his own melon. Draft it? Jang Dutsuan, you are trying to trick me. Yang Hake roared in anger. The call was made to Jang Dutsuan. Jang Dutsuan. You are very good. Just 6 short words. But it sounded like a ghost's cry coming from the underworld. Jang Dutsuan's face was filled with horror. No. Mr. Yang, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I didn't record it. I definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Yang Hake sneered. It doesn't matter anymore. Leave 4 words and hang up the phone. Opposite. A look of fear appeared on Jang Dutsuan's face. 3 minutes later. A call came to his cell phone. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of our conditions? According to my guess, Yang Hake should have talked to you. The voice on the other end of the line was mysterious. Jang Dutsuan hesitated for a while, then nodded and said, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my wife and children, I will agree to help you testify in court and accuse Yang Hake. Okay. Don't worry. I can arrange for your wife and children to go to the United Empire right away. At the same time, I promised you 100 million, and I will advance you 50 million first. Jang Dutsuan said, okay, it's settled. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Magic City. The undercurrent is turbulent. Yang Hake was restless on the boat. I always feel that things are not that simple. But he offended Lu Fei and couldn't get off the boat. Time passes. After finishing the meal, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Now, banquet hall number 3 of the Shindu has been transformed into a huge studio. The studio was almost full. Many tourists are interested in the program which is about to start live broadcast. Full of curiosity. They were whispering to each other and talking in low voices. This show is quite interesting. I just don't understand why these people want to publicize this family scandal for everyone to know. People die for money and birds die for food. Modern people are willing to do anything for money, and it's not against the law. I wonder how many families have been torn apart tonight. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. It has also become a hot topic on the internet. Haha, feminists, come out and get beaten. I've already opened Douyin. Waiting for the live broadcast. The green grassland is my home. The live broadcast has not started yet, but the live broadcast platform is currently under the supervision of the notary office, and the real popularity has exceeded 10 million. Female boxers, tremble. Looking at the data on the Douyin live broadcast platform. All the female boxers who had made a bet with the Blue Charm Group had livid faces. Don't be scared, sisters. Breaking 10 million is already the highest peak. Just wait to be slapped in the face. Although people nowadays have a curiosity mentality, I believe in the restraint of our female compatriots. Haha, they apologized. Although these feminists are still shouting. But my heart sank. Originally, I just wanted to take advantage of the popularity and talk a little. Unexpectedly, the other party took it seriously and put their own people in trouble. Privately. It's over. This time I have to go to the garbage sorting center to pick up garbage for half a year. Woo woo woo, picking up trash is so smelly, I don't want to go. It's not the last second yet, don't panic, sister. Soon. The time came to exactly 8 o'clock. Douyin live broadcast platform. Connect to the live broadcast directly on the homepage. The picture flashed. The camera was focused on Qin Yan, who had not appeared in public for a long time. Hi everyone, I'm Qin Yan, the most miserable anchor in history who went to catch the internationally wanted criminal John, but unexpectedly ran into his wife with him, and was also told that the son he had raised for 2 years was not his own. After a self-introduction. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room soared instantly. 6,666. A true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life. Rockets are coming. Barrages are flying everywhere and gifts are sent continuously. After Qin Yan briefly introduced himself, he said directly, I don't need to explain the program rules in detail. Now let's welcome our first group of guests. The music started. Beautiful grassland, my home. The wind blows the green grass and the flowers everywhere. The first group of guests appeared. Chapter 88, Anchu, you really know how to have fun. Step to the music. The first group of guests appeared. The ones who came were a young couple born in the 1990s. Please introduce yourself. Qin Yan spoke with a smile. The young man took the microphone and said, Hello everyone, my name is Zhu Hongcheng, and I'm from Qianzhou. The mother holding the child, who had a score of over 80 after putting on makeup, introduced herself, Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mohan, from Mahai. The young man interrupted directly, Your name is Lin Mohan, your real name is Lin Bingmei, why are you pretending to be such a fool? Lin Bingmei got angry on the spot. Before you got married, you said you were 180 centimeters tall. What happened? You were 180 centimeters tall except for your height. Why the hell do you still have 180? The remaining two items are only half of 180. On the spot. The effect is explosive. Fuck. Are they going to make such a big deal at the beginning? That guy's face turned green. Hush, hold on bro. Zhu Hongcheng's face flushed. He retorted sarcastically, then I didn't do anything wrong. Every inch of my body is real, what about you? Apart from your eyeballs, is there anything else real? Lin Bingmei cursed, get lost. What's wrong with me? After arguing for a while, Qin Yan interrupted them. You two, please sit down first and don't get too excited. Zhu Hongcheng and Lin Bingmei exchanged a few more words. Finally, they sat down on the sofas on both sides. Qin Yan asked Lin Bingmei, Ms. Lin, are you sure the child is your husband's? Lin Bingmei nodded vigorously and said, I am sure and certain. Qin Yan asked Zhu Hongcheng again, so, Mr. Zhu, do you think this child is yours? Zhu Hongcheng was excited again. As long as everyone is not blind, they can see that this thing has nothing in common with me at all. The key is to look at his eyes. Lin Bingmei, tell me how two yellow people can give birth to a blue-eyed child with such white skin. Lin Bingmei stretched her neck and shouted, I've explained this to you many times. I come from a single-parent family. My mom and an Asian gave birth to me. So I have the recessive gene of an Asian in my body, and now it has been passed on to my son. Zhu Hongcheng laughed angrily. Get lost. I've been a fool for 3 years, and all my friends have been laughing at me. And you're still teasing me today? Lin Bingmei hugged the bear with both hands. He stood with his neck stiff and said nothing. Qin Yan stood up at the right time, holding a card. Ms. Lin and Mr. Zhu, what I have in my hand is the DNA identification information. Now I have the notarized DNA comparison results to give you and Mr. Zhu a fair explanation. After saying, he holds up the card and looks into the camera. According to the DNA comparison results, Mr. Zhu Hongcheng plus. Zhu Hongcheng and Lin Bingmei both held their breath. Mr. Zhu Hongcheng, you are not my father. After a moment of silence. Yeah. Zhu Hongcheng did a backflip right on the stage. Even though he didn't succeed and landed on his face, he still cheered excitedly. The BGM sounded at the right time. Looking forward to a lucky and a shock. What a wonderful encounter. Climb over the top of the mountain ahead. And layers of white clouds. Where is the green light? Zhu Hongcheng ran frantically on the field holding a bonus of 10 million yuan. Finally he ran to Lin Bingmei. Crazy but twisting. Ha ha ha. 10 million. 10 million. Lin Bingmei, congratulations, you are single now. I'm single too. I'm going to buy you a sports car with 10 million and hang out in front of your house every day. Lin Bingmei lay on the sofa and broke down crying. The scene was filled with jubilation. Online comments started flying. Ha, this guy is obviously cuckolded, why is he so happy? Oh my god, women nowadays. Oh my god, this scene is so joyful. If it were me, I would probably do the same. The barrage is soaring. The second group of guests came on stage. But this time it was weird. There were 5 men on stage in total, but only 1 woman. Can I ask what this is about? Qin Yan handed the microphone to the female guest. The female guest said calmly, I am an unmarried single mother and my son is 3 years old. I don't know who my son's father is, so I can only find all the men I had relationships with during that period. I hope to find the child's father and take responsibility for the child together. As soon as the words fell, there was another round of boiling excitement. I'll go. Awesome. Yellow. Even Lu Fei, who was sitting in the audience, was stunned. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Lu Ruoxin glanced at her stepmother and then at Lu Fei. He sneered, no matter how good others are at playing, they are not as good as you. Lu Fei smiled. Of course, I am better at playing. Yu Menglan turned around and gave him a faint smile. Lu Ruoxin, who was caught in the middle, rolled her eyes in anger. This bastard. Auntie, watch the show and don't look around. Lu Ruoxin stared at Yu Menglan. Yu Menglan shrugged. No response. He took the opportunity to hug Lu Ruoxin's slender waist. Then you should watch the show obediently. While talking. Beside. Lin Shi asked quietly, Lu Fei, what happened between you and Ruoxin in the past few days? Lu Fei smacked his lips and said, I don't know, maybe she has endocrine disorders. Lin Shi curled her lips. Forget it. Lu Fei chuckled twice and said, watch the show, watch the show. While talking. The previous live broadcast program is almost coming to an end. On the sofa. 5 men are blaming each other. The child is definitely not mine. I wear it whenever I'm with her. That's not mine either. I'm outside. I don't know anything. Get lost. The child is definitely not mine. The 5 men argued until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. Children are their words. Not only do they not get a dime, they also have to pay child support. If it wasn't theirs, they could still share the 10 million. Soon. Xin Yan took out a stack of DNA test reports. Everyone. Is this child one of these 5 men? After the commercial, the answer will be announced. Chapter 89, Let these scumbag girls collect the garbage. Fuck. There are ads in the live broadcast. Yellow. What the hell? I really want to hit someone. I guess there's someone who is. The advertisement will end soon. Xin Yan stood up again. Holding a stack of DNA identification reports. Start sentencing right away. This is our notarized DNA comparison report. I hold in my hand the thing that determines your fate, how do you feel now? Xin Yan asked the single mother. The single mother said confidently, one of the 5 of them is definitely the father of the child, so I will definitely take the 10 million. Xin Yan gave a mysterious smile. Start announcing. First of all, Lu Zhiqing, you are not the child's father. Then, Wenle, you are not the father of the child either. Zhang Yu, you are not the child's father either. Each one is excluded. Those who were excluded cheered. Then he high-fived a stranger sitting next to him, whom he didn't even know, but whom he also suspected was the child's father. The single mother's face became increasingly gloomy. At last. I'm sorry, Zhang Ji is not the child's father either. That is to say, none of the 5 men you found is the father of the child. Bang! The single mother sat down in a daze. The 5 men opposite excitedly formed a circle and started tap dancing. Hai shua shua, hai shua shua. On the live screen. The barrage is so stuck that I can't even see it. Everyone was stunned by the result. What a mess this woman is. 5 men, not one of them is the child's father. Blind dates are risky, so be careful when accepting them. Female boxers, come out and take a walk. The feminists who were cute stiffened their necks and roared online. The uterus is ours, we can give birth to the baby with whoever we want. You won't raise the child if it's not yours? You scumbag. Look at the behavior of these scumbags. They have absolutely no sense of responsibility. Men like this should stay single for the rest of their lives. Face the consequences of being slapped in the face. These feminist watches are still sticking their necks out. But soon. Someone took a screenshot to slap his face. The number of people watching the live broadcast has exceeded 22 million. Stop jumping, you old woman. Just wait to sort the garbage. TSK, if you want to destroy someone, you must drive him crazy. As screenshots spread across the internet. Soon, Blume Group released an official announcement. Everyone, the bet has been fulfilled. The live broadcast data of our program, who was the father of the child, reached its peak 1 hour after the broadcast. The live broadcast had more than 22 million online viewers and was notarized by relevant authorities to be in compliance with the contract. Now, please ask all those who have signed the contract with us to report to the Magic City Waste Sorting Center early tomorrow morning. In the next 6 months, you will contribute your efforts to the beautiful appearance of Shanghai. Congratulations! You will shed all your glory and pride and return to being simple working people. Of course, if anyone dares to breach the contract, in addition to paying a penalty of 10 million, we will also sue you. So here is a piece of advice: don't think about running away. We are all adults, we should take responsibility. A notification was sent out. It aroused the excitement of countless male compatriots. Well done. I've been disliking them for a long time. Don't you call yourselves feminists? If you're not willing to do this, how can you be called a feminist? Congratulations, you are now a garbage sorter in Shanghai. It's hot, ladies, don't get heatstroke from the stench. I can buy you a mask privately. Online. Except for a few feminist representatives, basically no one sympathizes with these people. They all say that they deserve to live as long as they can. And those more than 30 people signed a gambling agreement with the Blue Charm Group. The feminist representatives who had received the notice from the Blue Charm Group were already in mourning in the hotel. Wow, I don't want to be a cleaner. Garbage sorting? I'm going to sort garbage with my hands? I shouldn't have listened to your instigation in the first place. I was wrong. I don't want to be a garbage woman. A group of female boxers cried. Life feels bleak. Soon they started crying out online. But he was scolded badly. No one sympathized with them at all. Even those who criticize these feminist groups the most. They are women with normal values. You deserve it. If you don't go, you'll have to pay the money. You felt so good when you were giving a blowjob, why are you crying now? What's wrong with collecting garbage? It's also a contribution to society, it's glorious. I feel ashamed to be a woman like you. If I pay you 1 million for collecting garbage for a day, I bet every one of you will rush to do it. The female boxers were desperate. Hiding in the hotel, I was on the verge of mental breakdown. Shundu. The first live broadcast of the program, who was the father of the child, was successfully completed. There was constant applause and whistles at the scene. Lu Fei left with a few beauties. Found the person in charge of the program. You can be bolder and come up with some bigger highlights. The conflicts in the show could be sharper. In the future, you can also get your relatives and friends to come up and criticize each other. You are a professional, you should know better than me. The program director nodded vigorously. He said, don't worry, Mr. Liu. The conflict is not as sharp this time because there are not many places on the cruise ship. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, this episode has already played a role in promoting the cruise. You can go ashore tomorrow, and you can make more explosive things after you go ashore. The program director nodded vigorously and said, okay, Mr. Liu, don't worry. Lu Fei nodded. Left the backstage of the show. Not long. Zhang Jijie called. Brother Fei, the show was a huge success, and we made tens of millions just from tips during this live broadcast. Add in the advertisements, and the profit from one show is tens of millions. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, it's just a small amount of money. The main purpose of this thing is to hype up our Shindu cruise ship. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, that is true, but apart from us, the Dongyao platform should be the biggest beneficiary. I did some research on today's 1-hour live broadcast and found that they have gained at least 1 million new paying users. Lu Fei shrugged. Didn't he tell Zhang Jijie that he now owns 70% of the shares of the Dongyao platform? Otherwise, this guy must be mentally devastated. This is a good thing. You can consider cooperating with Dongyao. Zhang Jijie nodded and said, indeed, live streaming is very popular now. I plan to let the company's 3rd and 4th tier celebrities try live streaming. It's a good idea, you can try it. Chatted with Zhang Jijie for a few more sentences. Lu Fei hung up the phone. Sleep. Night. He is sleeping. The cell phone suddenly rang. It's Yu Menglan. Hey, open the door. Yu Menglan's voice is cunning. Chapter 90, Yang Hake kneels down and begs for mercy. Lu Fei suddenly became alert. I'll go. It turns out that the caring big sister knows how to have fun. He got up quickly. Opened the door a crack. Yu Menglan came in. No words were spoken that night. In the early morning, Yu Menglan quietly returned to her room. Get up in the morning. Lu Fei exercised for a while. After breakfast we went on deck. The who is the father of the child production team has packed up their things. Getting ready to disembark. It has completed its mission for the Shindu and it is time to go ashore and do a show. Before leaving, Xin Yan found Lu Fei. Thank you, Mr. Lu, thank you for helping me find the value of my existence. Lu Fei shrugged and said, it's okay, it's your own chance. Work hard after you get off the boat, maybe you can even enter the entertainment industry in the future. Xin Yan bowed again and turned to leave. On the sea, a small boat was approaching. Yang Hake found Lu Fei again. Mr. Lu, please help me get off the boat. Yang Hake's eyes were red and his face was full of fatigue. Last night. He didn't sleep all night. Got up early this morning. Zhang Dutsuan revealed many inside stories of Hake Group on the internet. Less than half an hour after the opening of the market, the share price of Hake Group fell to the limit again. The entire Hake Group is now in chaos. The shareholders put frantic pressure on him. If he doesn't go back to take charge of the situation, the entire Hake Group will collapse. So, even if he had to beg, he asked Lu Fei to let him go ashore. Lu Fei turned around and looked at him. Said, Director Yang, I am a very principled person. I sympathize with you, but I am truly sorry. Yang Hake's face flushed. Staring at Lu Fei. Sudden. Thump. He knelt on the ground. Mr. Lu. I, Yang Hake, admit defeat. Please show mercy and let me go this time. Yang Hake lowered his head. No expression can be seen. But Lu Fei could guess it. His expression now feels horrible. A business tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions knelt before him without hesitation. This person. It's so flexible, so scary. Lu Fei admitted that he couldn't do this. So, he would never let Yang Hake go ashore. Let the tiger return to the mountain. Director Yang, you're making it even harder for me. Get up quickly and don't let people misunderstand you. Lu Fei said with a smile. Neither fast nor slow. Yang Hake's expression gradually became ferocious. Mr. Lu, are you determined to embarrass me, Yang? Lu Fei shook his head and said, Director Yang, we are all adults now. There is no such thing as difficult or not difficult, but I am a principled person. Again, I will never stop you from getting off the boat, but how you get ashore is up to you. Yang Hake gritted his teeth and asked word by word, then why can they get off the ship? Now all I have to do is follow them off the boat and take their boat ashore. Lu. Don't force me. When I was a gangster, you were still wearing open crotch pants. His business became fierce. A murderous aura bloomed. Lu Fei smiled. Walk closer to him. He said word by word, yes, I am forcing you. Mr. Yang is so powerful, he can try out the consequences of not following the rules. Yang Hake's expression became more and more ferocious, and he suddenly attacked with lightning speed. Then I'll give it a try. His hand created a gust of wind and swung towards Lu Fei's neck. Lu Fei sneered. The attack is as fast as lightning. He blocked his arm directly, pressed the back of his head, and kneed him in the face. Suddenly, her face is full of peach blossoms. I fainted instantly. Pa. Lu Fei clapped his hands. Send Mr. Yang back. 2 crew members came over, picked up Yang Hake, whose face was as red as a rose, and sent him back to his room. Yang Hake was sent to the door of the room. The crew just opened the room. His face was covered in clotted blood and his clothes were torn into pieces. Song Lingfei, who looked neither human nor ghost, rushed out. Help me. Help me. Song Lingfei hugged the crew member's legs. The 2 crew members were frightened by her ghostly appearance. Fuck. Hiss. They looked at each other. Directly control the unconscious Yang Hake and tie him up. Then he took out the intercom and called the control room. A few minutes later, several crew members rushed over with the ship's doctor. After some inspection, it was discovered that Song Lingfei had a broken nose, a shattered heart prosthesis, and her body was covered with scars. It's beyond the scope of minor injuries. Boss Lu, what should we do now? The captain asked, looking at Song Lingfei, who looked so miserable and even mentally ill. Lu Fei frowned. Yang Hake is a really ruthless guy. But it's better this way. The chairman was arrested on suspicion of intentional injury, which could deal a more fatal blow to Hake Group. He turned around and said, Yang Hake is suspected of intentional injury. Call the police. 2 hours later. The Coast Guard quietly connected with the Shindu. Mr. Lu, thank you for your cooperation. JC shook hands with Lu Fei very politely. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, this is what we should do. The Coast Guard shook hands with Lu Fei again. Afterwards, Yang Hake and the seriously injured Song Lingfei were taken to the Coast Guard ship. After a moment, it disappeared into the vast sea. Chapter 91, Board Meeting. It wasn't long before Yang Hake was taken away. The news of his arrest has already spread like wildfire. Haiku Group Chairman Yang Haiku has been arrested. Yes. I heard it wasn't because of the company's business, but because he tortured that Scylla female star to death on the Shindu cruise ship. I just found a picture of Song Lingfei being taken to an ambulance. Oh my god, is this still the Scylla female star? Are people so cruel to others nowadays? There was an uproar on the internet. The situation within the Hake Group is in complete chaos. Shareholders attack each other and pass the buck. There are also constant disputes among the various subsidiaries. And in the stock market, Hake Group's stock price simply couldn't stop falling to the limit. Lu Fei just paid a little attention to it and put the matter aside for the time being. For now, it is not the best time to acquire Hake Group. The entire Hake Group has become a hot potato that no one dares to take over. That's when he takes action. Also this morning, Zhang Jijie, president of Blue Charm Group, personally took action. He went to work at the Magic City Garbage Collection Center with dozens of female boxers who lost a bet with the Blue Charm Group. These women's boxing watches will start the 6-month garbage sorting work starting this morning. Along the way, there are constant complaints. I'm a garbage collector. I'm dressed so elegantly, with a $2,000 t-shirt and $3,000 shoes. How can I be a garbage collector? Honestly, if I had a choice, I would rather sell than do this kind of work. It's disgusting. If I could do it again, I would never make this bet. The female boxers grumbled in low voices. But they didn't know that there was a clause in the contract. Everything they said and did was recorded on camera. Not long. These female fists formed the entry completion. I put on my work clothes and came to the garbage sorting station. The stench was overwhelming, and all kinds of soups and water were everywhere. It made those female boxers completely collapse. At the same time, they finally experienced the beatings from society. Division of labor. Divide the tasks. Several people in a group. Don't eat if you can't finish your work. Their workload is only 1/3 of that of normal sanitation workers. There are constant complaints. Heaving from time to time. But no one sympathized. Finally they can smell the stench on themselves. People like this deserve it. I have a feeling that those who can hold on for the next 6 months will be reborn from the ashes. As long as you can hold on for half a year, I won't say a word about women's rights no matter how much you talk about it. Lu Fei returned to the room. Turn on your computer. After searching for a while, a wave of negative information about Hake Group was thrown out. There was a crew mutiny at the Hake Group. Several members hijacked a large ocean-going fishing vessel just because the Hake Group did not fulfill its promise. Ultimately, this incident caused more than 30 crew members to die in despair at sea. To this day, Hake Group's compensation has still not arrived. Release this information and related evidence to the entire internet. Hake Group suffered trauma once again on a fishing boat. Home of stockholders. This wave of Hake is really a ripoff. I've blown up my account. I can't withdraw. I can't sell Hake shares at all. Based on the current situation, the final outcome for Hake may be delisting. Now Yang Hake has also gone in. This is a time of great trouble. Less than half an hour after the market opened, Hake Group's stock price hit the limit down again. Investors who bought Hake Group's stocks were heartbroken. Hiker Group. The interior is in chaos. Yu Kexing stood in the conference room. He roared angrily, "Check! Check it for me immediately! Invite the people from the Red Hacker Alliance to check it for me. At all costs, we must find out who released this information. Inside the conference room, the head of the operations department quickly stood up. Start making a call. Not long. A task emerged within the Red Hacker Alliance. Looking for the hacker who spread information online and maliciously targeted the hate group? A reward of 50 million? I'll take this mission. 50 million. I'll take it too. We must find this guy. Inside the Red Hacker Alliance, a large number of hacker experts led their teams to take on this task. I began to search non-stop on the internet for any clues. Inside hate group. Boss Yu. Now that the chairman has been arrested, what should we do? Yu Kexing's face was gloomy. Said, the chairman was arrested, that is the chairman's personal matter. You should appease the employees immediately and the company will continue to operate. We are a physical enterprise, not a financial company. Our ability to resist is very strong as long as we have ships, breeding bases, and customers. Our company will not go bankrupt. The senior executives in the conference room felt much more at ease. After the meeting, everyone arranged their work and appeased their subordinates and workers. Hate group seems to have stabilized again. After Yu Kexing returned to the president's office, his face turned completely gloomy. Who is behind this? Yu Kexing hummed. We don't want to care who is causing the trouble right now. We just want to know what measures you have taken in the face of this situation. A voice came. The president's office was pushed open with great force. A group of shareholders of Hate Group walked in. Boss Yu, the company's stock has hit the daily limit for 2 consecutive days. The company's market value has evaporated by nearly 20 billion. We need an explanation. At this critical juncture, Yang Hake, as the chairman, has been exposed to such a scandal. I think he is no longer suitable to be the chairman of the company. So I propose to hold a board meeting. In a series of sounds, all shareholders responded. Hake Group held a shareholders meeting. Chapter 92, Yang Hake was kicked out. Yu Kexing serves as shareholder and CEO. Also participated in the Antiques Conference. The meeting is over. Yang Hake was removed from his position as chairman of Hake Group and replaced by another man named Zhou Xicheng. Yu Kexing continues to serve as executive president. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xicheng, the new chairman of Hake Group, held a press conference. On behalf of Hake Group, he apologized to the general public and put all the blame on Yang Hake. In addition, Hake Group also stated that it will actively compensate the families of the deceased crew members. There will also be a 3-day price reduction promotion for all products under Hake Group. After the news was announced, the situation of Hake Group has improved slightly. Although the stock is still at the limit down, investors' confidence has been activated again. The crisis PR was pretty good. Hake Group's reaction did not surprise Lu Fei. After all, such a large group company should have a few capable people. But this is exactly what I want. Lu Fei tapped on the keyboard. A quick search for information about Zhou Xicheng and all his relatives. A few minutes later, he collected a criminal report on Zhou Xicheng's son. They also found the old news that Yang Hake's son died accidentally while sailing with Zhou Xicheng. So, the death of Yang Hake's son might be related to Zhou Xicheng? Lu Fei smiled. Immediately following, he continued to search on the internet. A lot of criminal information of other major shareholders of Hake Group was found one after another. Nice one. He smiled softly, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Qin Shihan, the general manager of Feek Finance. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. She is the general manager of the financial company that Lu Fei obtained. Boss Qin, how much money can Feek use now? Qin Shihan replied, Mr. Lu, the company currently has 1 billion in funds available for use. Lu Fei thought about it. Currently, he has a total of about 7 billion in funds available. Add this 1 billion. There are already 8 billion, so there may be a chance to buy the stocks held by Yang Hake. But we must have absolute control over Hake Group. Not enough yet. He paused for a moment. Lu Fei said, in this way, I will give you another 6 billion funds. Then you will take the 10 buildings I own in Tianhe Plaza to the bank as collateral for a loan. Borrow 20 to 30 billion yuan and prepare to acquire the shares held by Yang Hake and his Hake Group shareholders. In addition, I will give you some black information about almost all the major shareholders of Hake Group later. Use this information to poach Hake Group for me. Shin Shihan is quick to follow advice. Okay, Mr. Liu, I'll do it right away. Hang up the phone. Lu Fei stretched. The layout has been successful. This time, he wanted to make a small investment for a big gain and swallow up the giant Hake Group. Yang Hake was released on bail from Yangcheng. Look up at the sun in the sky. His face was gloomy. How is the company doing now? He asked the secretary who came to bail him out. The secretary looked unhappy. Said, Director Yang, the company held a shareholders meeting and a board meeting this morning. Your position as chairman has been removed and the chairman has now become Zhou Shiqing. And I have been fired from the company. Director Yang, you must return to Shanghai immediately to turn the tide. Yang Hake's face was gloomy. Said, book a ticket immediately and go back to the Magic City. The secretary hurriedly booked a plane ticket on her phone. Prepare to return to the Magic City immediately. Turn the tide. More than 2 hours later, Yang Hake arrived in the Magic City. Go directly to Hake Group. When he arrived at the gate of Hake Group, he was stopped by security guards. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, the chairman has ordered that you can't go in. Yang Hake's face darkened. Bang! A slap hit the security guard in the face. He kicked him over. Roll! He strode into the headquarters building of Hake Group. A few minutes later. Chairman's office. Bang! Yang Hake kicked the door open. Looking at Zhou Shiqing, who was sitting inside drinking tea, he sneered, Zhou Shiqing, do you want to die? Zhou Shiqing stood up with a smile. Old Yang, nowadays everyone is a person of status and position, so there is no need to talk about life and death. If I die, you will definitely be miserable. Yang Hake looked gloomy. Look at Zhou Shiqing. Are you sure you can defeat me? Zhou Shiqing shrugged and said, of course, I'm actually very grateful to the person who moved you behind your back. If not for this, how could I have taken over Hake Group so easily? Come to think of it, I also want to thank you for kicking me out of Haiku, otherwise how could I have achieved what I have now? Yang Hake's face became increasingly gloomy. Zhou Shiqing. He used to be his best brother, and together they built the Hake Group. But later, because of different opinions on the development of the company, the two parted ways. Zhou Shiqing sold most of his shares in Hake Group, leaving only 8%. After leaving the core management of Hake Group, Zhou Shiqing founded Baiyue Mansion. It is currently the largest catering, food, hotel and other chain group company in Shanghai, with a market value of over 50 billion. Looking at Zhou Shiqing, Yang Hake sneered and said, don't be so hypocritical here. I don't believe that those things on the internet are not your work. And Jiang Duzuan's betrayal was also your doing, Zhou Shiqing, your methods have improved compared to those days. Zhou Shiqing smiled reservedly. He shook his head and said, of course. After all, I have an enemy like you. If I don't make any progress, how can I have the right to let you worry about me for so many years? After saying, Zhou Shiqing sneered and said, Yang Hake, the entire Hake board of directors is already mine. If you transfer the shares to me now, you can exit with dignity. But if you insist on me digging up old grudges and getting serious with you, then you will be in more than just a mess. Not only will you not have a penny, but you will also have to spend 10 or 20 years in jail. When you come out, your entire Yang family will be ruined. Yang Hake's eyes flickered. Looking at Zhou Shiqing, he suddenly burst into laughter. Even if I have to throw my shares into the sea, I will never sell them to you. After saying, he turned around and strode away from Hake Group. Given the current situation of Hake Group, and the fact that Zhou Shiqing has already turned all shareholders against him, it is no longer possible for him to continue to stay in the company. Chapter 93, This sister is really awesome. In the car. The secretary asked, Director Yang, what should we do now? Yang Hake lit a cigar. After taking 2 puffs, a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. The situation is over. He sighed. There was no longer the temperament that a hero should have in his eyes. Looks extremely decadent. What went wrong? Why? In just one day, I have become like this? The secretary hesitated for a while and asked, so, Director Yang, what are you going to do? Yang Hake shook his head and said, send me home first. Return home. Yang Hake looked at her and saw that she had no regrets following him all these years, even though he had many mistresses outside. The wife who still supports her parents-in-law without any regrets, and the two daughters who sit on the sofa and dare not even breathe. A cold light flashed in Yang Hake's eyes. Ah oui, prepare to take your two children abroad. After saying, turned and entered the study. Yang Hake's original wife, Ahui, was stunned. Then he nodded silently. He said to his two daughters, get ready and get your visas. We will go to the United Empire this afternoon. Yang Hake's daughters all nodded silently. No one objected. Because they knew that they could not disobey the decision made by Yang Hake. Inside the study, Yang Hake sat quietly. His etc. waiting for someone other than Zhou Shiqing to come and buy his shares. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A phone call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Yang from Hake Group? I am Qin Shihan, the general manager of Fake Financial Company. Yang Hake's brows twitched. He asked directly, you want to buy my shares in Hake Group? Qin Shihan was stunned, then nodded and said, yes, Mr. Yang. 35% of the shares, one price of 10 billion. Yang Hake directly called out an extremely low price. Although Hake Group has hit the daily limit twice, its current market value is still 80 billion. His 35% stake is worth more than 25 billion. Qin Shihan said subconsciously, Mr. Yang, although Hake Group has barely managed to gain a foothold, it is inevitable that it will continue to fall to the limit tomorrow. Based on our company's assessment of Hake Group, the most we can give you to buy your shares is 8 billion. And Mr. Yang, as far as I know, Hake's chairman Zhou Shiqing is now buying a large number of shares. You don't want to be kicked out by Zhou Shiqing, right? I will buy your 35% shares for 8 billion, and also give you some criminal evidence of Zhou Shiqing, his son, and other relatives. The price is very fair. Yang Hake's eyes became increasingly cold. There was a cold light in his eyes. Zhou Shiqing. If you want to bring up old issues, I'll kill you first. Yang Hake gritted his teeth. He nodded and said, okay. 8 billion. Transfer it to my account at Ruishi Bank. Qin Shihan didn't expect the negotiations to go so smoothly. It was done with just one phone call. The price was agreed upon and the location for signing the contract was determined. Qin Shihan immediately called Lu Fei. Boss Lu, the price has already been negotiated with Yang Hake. 8 billion to buy 35% of his shares. Directly through the international account. Lu Fei was stunned. Where is our company registered? Qin Shihan said with a smile, we are registered in the Newman Islands and are an offshore company. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, go ahead and do it. Get Yang Hake's shares first, and then wait for my next instructions. Qin Shihan said, okay, Mr. Lu, I will go and handle the equity transaction right away. Hang up the phone. Lu Fei exhaled a breath of foul air. The first step in acquiring Hake Group has been completed. Next. Yang Hake sold Hake's shares so straightforwardly. Lu Fei didn't believe that he would give up just like that. Wait until he takes action. Now is the time to take action yourself. 5:30. Yang Hake and Qin Shihan signed the equity transfer agreement. Then transfer. From Yang Hake, it was transferred to Fake Finance. And his account in Ruishi Bank also had an additional cash flow equivalent to 8 billion Juxia coins. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. After a brief greeting, Qin Shihan left the transaction location with all the equity information and certificates. Yang Hake asked people to help transfer most of the money out of Ruishi Bank. After several twists and turns, it was thrown to his family. He left himself 2 billion. Lao Shuang, come back from Malfoy. Yang Hake called Lao Shuang. Plans don't change as fast as they should. He now wants to abandon Lu Fei and attack Zhou Shiqing. Inside the room, Lu Fei arranged everything and turned off the computer. Sudden. Ding. Your Earth clone D19 dies, and you will receive Ocean Shipwreck Map 1, 3 rare marine fish traps. Money plus 1 billion. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. The next moment, a map of an ocean shipwreck and 3 things that looked like Bluetooth receivers appeared in front of him. Precious marine fish trapping device, a technological product from 2050, it is powered by nuclear power and can be installed anywhere on the ship. After activation, it can trap precious marine fish within a radius of 10 kilometers. Nice one. With it. After acquiring Hake, we no longer have to worry about not being able to catch precious marine fish. After watching this stuff, Lu Fei opened the picture of the ocean shipwreck again. Just took a look. An even greater look of surprise appeared on his face. There are a lot of points densely marked on it. The larger the dot, the greater the value of the shipwreck. Lu Fei just took a quick glance at the marked points. I found that there were at least more than 200. After acquiring Hake, I will immediately form a shipwreck salvage team. Lu Fei chuckled. He put both items away and put them in his bag. At the same time, the text messages on my cell phone also started ringing. I just picked up the phone and Han T had time to experience the joy of having 1 billion in funds arrive in my account. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Open the door. It's Yu Menglan, the intimate elder sister. As soon as you enter the door, the sister hugged him tightly. After a while, then let him go. Why didn't you sneak up on me today? Yu Menglan is a bit like a little girl who has just fallen in love and behaves a little clingy. Lu Fei held her hair. Said, I just dealt with some things, so I didn't go out. Why, you can't stand not seeing you for just a while? Yu Menglan rolled her eyes. Who can't stand it? I'm just a little worried since you haven't shown up since this morning. After saying, she added with a smile, are you interested in having a candlelight dinner with me? Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Ruoxin? Yu Menglan said with a smile, don't worry, she and Xiaoxi are coordinating the club's performance tonight. There is no time to take care of us now. Chapter 94, Anchu. I followed Yu Menglan into the Western restaurant on the ship. Many people greeted Lu Fei. At the same time, he glanced at Yu Menglan with a strange look. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Lu Fei asked in a low voice. Yu Menglan shrugged nonchalantly and said, what are you afraid of? What's coming will come. Oh. This girl isn't afraid, so why should I be afraid of anything? Lu Fei took her directly into the Western restaurant. Then order your food. After finishing the meal, Yu Menglan's eyes were blurry. Come with me to get some fresh air. Lu Fei paid the bill and left. The two people walked slowly along the corridor. The sea breeze blows, bringing with it a light salty smell. I want to eat something. Yu Menglan sniffed and suddenly spoke. Lu Fei was a little confused. Didn't you just eat? Yu Menglan blinked and said, smell the sea breeze. Lu Fei was stunned. It was like an epiphany. You have a good appetite. Lu Fei muttered. Together with Yu Menglan, he walked into her room. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. It was just after 6 o'clock when we finished our meal. When Lu Fei and Yu Menglan walked out of the room, it was almost 8 o'clock. Hurry up! Hurry up! It's almost 8 o'clock, don't miss Ruoxin and the others' performance. Yu Menglan urged in a hoarse voice. Lu Fei sighed. He and Yu Menglan quickly ran towards banquet hall number 3. Not long. The two people have arrived at banquet hall number 3. Just sat down. The lights on the stage came on. Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin began their performance with a stage play adapted from part of the background story of League of Legends. The girls from the cosplay club performed very hard. The effect is surprisingly good. The performance of more than 40 minutes ended. The whole audience stood up. Pa, pa, pa. There was thunderous applause. So beautiful. Youth is full of energy. The key is the costumes, and the lighting effects are amazing. A stage play without special effects is surprisingly so amazing. Everyone is praising me sincerely. Certainly. Those beautiful cosplayers also added a lot of points to the performance. At the final curtain call, the two stunning beauties, Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi, finally appeared on stage to take their bows. They were hosting the event in the back all day today, even though they were still wearing ordinary clothes. But once he came on stage, he easily overshadowed all the other cosplayers. These two girls are so beautiful. Why didn't they participate in the show when they are so beautiful? 5 minutes, I want their contact information. Amidst the chaos, the King's Cosplay Club was jointly established by Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin. Completed a stunning debut. This debut is not like those cosplayers at comic conventions. Such a grand scene will definitely cause a huge sensation. After the curtain call, Lu Fei and Yu Menglan went backstage together. Ruoxin, congratulations to Xiaoxi. Congratulations to you too. Girls, you are so beautiful on the stage. Yu Menglan said hoarsely. Lu Ruoxin frowned and asked, Little mom, why is your voice hoarse? Yu Menglan glared at Lu Fei imperceptibly. Said, maybe I caught a cold from the sea breeze today. I'll go back home tonight and take some cold medicine and have a good sleep. I'll be fine. Speaking of. He coughed a few more times. Lin, she said on the side, caught a cold? Then you have to take medicine early, otherwise it will be bad if you get seasick. Yu Menglan nodded and said, well, thank you Xiaoxi for your concern. I will take medicine when I get back. Cough cough cough. He covered his mouth and coughed twice. Come on, girls. Boss Lu has prepared a grand celebration banquet for you. Let's go and have a feast. After saying, a group of people left the backstage in a mighty manner. Under the attention of many people, he entered banquet hall number 2. Here. This is where the Cosplay Club's celebration party will be held tonight. In addition to members of the Cosplay Club, other tourists can also buy tickets to enter. Not long after Lu Fei and the others came in. One after another, some young tourists bought tickets and entered the celebration banquet. Soon, the atmosphere began to become lively. At the celebration banquet, many young talents approached Lu Ruoxin and Lin Shi. But these two beauties have no time for them. Let all these people return empty-handed. There are also many wealthy young men gathered around other cosplayers. These people may be holding roses. Or holding a glass of red wine. All kinds of courtesy. Pity. These people have no idea at all. Every cozer in the club has some assets at home. There are even some rich and beautiful ladies worth billions or even hundreds of billions. They don't bring birds at all. A group of rich young men gathered together and talked a lot. Fuck. These women are so damn good at pretending. I've deliberately revealed my Patek Philippe several times, but people just roll their eyes at me. That's nothing. I told you my family has assets worth over 1 billion, but that little girl just snorted and walked away with contempt. Damn it, the point is that their attitude makes me even more excited. The rich young men murmured to each other. One of them had a relatively high hairline and wore his hair in a side-back style. He was a rich young man of decent height and average looks, but he was not reconciled to this. He walked up to a cosplayer holding a glass of red wine. Beauty, my name is Zhang Chengming. I have a party tonight. Are you interested in joining us? The little girl named Hanin looked up, glancing at him indifferently. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Oh shit. Shame on you. Zhang Chengming looked back at his other friends and found that they all had disdainful smiles on their faces. His face suddenly turned gloomy. He stretched out his hand and touched Hanin's face. Ha, little sister, don't be so repulsive. There's a big party tonight. Before his fingers touched that smooth little face, Hanin looked up suddenly. He grabbed the bottle of red wine next to him. It hit Zhang Chengming directly on the head. Bang! The dick popped in an instant. Suddenly, inside the banquet hall, everything froze for a moment. Chapter 95, The Son of a Shipping Tycoon? Get lost. Ah! Amidst the wailing, Zhang Chengming fell to the ground holding his head. Bang! Hanin was still not satisfied, so she kicked Zhang Chengming. He snorted, little bastard. Did I give you face? Get lost. Suddenly, several of Zhang Chengming's friends came over. Little beauty, that's too much. Now I'll give you a chance to apologize. You hit my buddy on the head with a bottle of wine. You don't need to do anything. Just drink this bottle of wine and admit your mistake to my buddy. Then come to our party tonight and this matter will be over. A few rich young men tilted their heads and started yelling. The two little girls next to Hanin were frightened by this scene. Sister Hanin, what should we do? One of the little girls asked carefully. Hanin's face turned cold. He directly took the wine bottle from one of the rich young men. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The bottle exploded above the head of the man who asked Hanin to drink. Fuck! You little bastard! Are you looking for death? Nima! How dare you! The remaining 4 men exploded on the spot. He rolled up his sleeves, raised his fist and punched the little girl Hanin. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. There were several muffled sounds in succession. With a gloomy face, Lu Fei kicked all 4 attackers to the ground. Looking down at them. I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself. Lu Fei looked indifferent. Several rich second generations looked grim. Fuck you. Why are you trying to act so cool in front of me? Fuck. He's just pretending to be a fool. Cut him. Dry. 4 rich second generations rushed up again. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled sounds, they all fell to the ground again. Hanin walked to Lu Fei. He bent down and said, "Thank you, Brother Fei." Lu Fei waved his hand, staring at the 6 people lying on the ground wailing. Indifferently, he said, "Tell me your name and let the adults in your family talk to me." The 6 rich second generations were all stunned. Grass. Is this bastard so fierce? And for such a thing, he actually had to report it to his family? In the crowd, a young man was watching this scene while hugging a supermodel with a nice figure. Frowned. He strode up to Lu Fei. "Mr. Lu, I'm Mo Chiyun from the Nanao family. How about you just give me some face and let this matter go?" Looking at the young man in front of him, Lu Fei smiled. "Little friend, you have no face in front of me." Lu Fei knew about the Mo family in Nanao. The shipping tycoon family. It owns the largest shipping group in Africa and ranks among the top 5 in the world. Compared with the Nanao Mo family, the Hake group is nothing. But he didn't care at all. Don't say that he is just a bastard of the Nanao Mo family. Even if the eldest son of the Mo family was in front of him, he might not give him face. Mo Chiyun's face turned gloomy. "Mr. Lu, are you sure you want to make everyone look bad and refuse to end this?" Lu Fei didn't say anything. Hanin on the side was furious. "Mo Chiyun, who do you think you are? I haven't settled the score with you for giving my cousin a fake painting on his birthday last month. Why are you acting so arrogant here today? Get out of here right now." Suddenly, Mo Chiyun's face changed drastically. The look he gave Hanin was full of surprise. "Who are you?" However, Hanin simply pushed Mo Chiyun away. He stepped on Zhang Chengming's face. "Little bastard. Tell me your father's name. Otherwise I'll crush your face with my foot." Speaking of, he kicked Zhang Chengming in the face. Zhang Chengming's mouth was full of blood. He looked at Hanin with fear on his face, howling for mercy. Hanin was unmoved. He kicked again. Zhang Mingcheng didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. He opened his mouth and told all his ancestors for 18 generations. Immediately following, the remaining 5 rich second generations also explained the situation of their families. These people are all middle to lower class rich second generation in Shanghai. The family has assets worth 20 to 30 billion. Hanin took out her cell phone and called her father. "Dad, I was bullied." "Yes. On the boat, they have dirty mouths." "It's okay, Brother Fei is next to us and has already knocked them all down." The answer is Zhang Chengming. His father is Zhang Kaixue, and his family runs a supermarket chain. The other one is called Du Tianming, and his father's name is. Hanin's phone call was as childish as a primary school student suing his parents. However, the few people lying on the ground all showed expressions of fear. But this is just the beginning. As Hanin finished the call, several little girls took out their cell phones and called their parents at home. Not long, Zhang Chengming's cell phone rang. "Dad." The sound was horrified. On the phone, there was an angry roar. "Zhang Chengming, what the hell did you do? Apologize to Miss Wei right now. If she doesn't forgive you, don't come back. Just jump into the sea and drown. I'll just pretend you're not my son." After the roar, Zhang Chengming fell to the ground in despair. Immediately following, several other second-generation members received calls one after another. The 6 so-called second generations bowed to Hanin in unison. Hanin's face was cold. "Get out." The 6 second generations all rolled out of the banquet hall. Mo Chiyun and his supermodel girlfriend came over again. Miss Wei, I'm really sorry that I didn't recognize you. Wei Han, also known as Hanin, glanced at him coldly. He uttered a word lightly. Roll. Mo Chi-yun's face suddenly turned green. Immediately following. In the cosplay club. Several girls gave him the middle finger. Roll. Mo Chi-yun's face immediately turned the color of liver. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer and turned around and left the banquet hall. Lu Fei looked at the little girls with admiration. I didn't realize you were all second-generation rich. Chapter 96, Yang He killed someone. Wei Han smiled reservedly. He said, no, actually our family doesn't have much money, it's about the same as Sister Xiaoxi's family. The other little girls who shouted to get out also nodded. Yes, our family just builds houses. I don't know exactly how much money they have, but it's probably about the same as Sister Hanin's family. The richest one is still Brother Fei. We all have rich families, but you have your own money. The little girls chirped. Soon he dumped out all the secrets of his family. Lu Fei didn't care much about it before. Just discovered it now. Every one of these little girls' families is a billionaire. There are 7 or 8 people with assets worth tens of billions. And it covers all industries. It's simply a small gathering of wealthy people. You guys really are very secretive. Lu Fei sighed. The little girls were grinning. His attitude did not change at all because his family was rich. Still calling Fei Gu in front and Fei Gu behind. The look he gave Lu Fei was still the same as before, full of curiosity. The celebration banquet continues. The girls became more unrestrained after drinking. Brother Fei, when are you and Sister Xiaoxi getting married? I want to be the bridesmaid. Brother Fei, do you like Sister Xiaoxi more or Sister Ruoxin more? He, Brother Fei, Sister Menglan is actually very pretty too. The drunk cats were all smiling happily. In the end, it was Lu Fei and Yu Menglan who came, and they arranged for a few female crew members to come. Only then did I settle these drunk cats into the room. Wait until they are all settled. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan smiled at each other. Are you coming tonight? Lu Fei asked. Yu Menglan shook her head and said, look at these 2 drunk cats. I can't leave. Lu Fei suddenly laughed loudly. Then I'll go find you. Yu Menglan raised her eyebrows. Wink at him. Then come on, I'll hold the door open for you. Don't worry, I will definitely come tonight. Night. Lu Fei kept his promise. Sneaking into Yu Menglan's suite. We didn't leave until after 5 in the morning. Early the next morning. Lu Ruoxin walked into Yu Menglan's bedroom. Sniffed. What's that smell? Why is it weird? Yu Menglan's eyes flickered. She said calmly, the scent of my new perfume, a trial pack. Lu Ruoxin sniffed again. This perfume, it smells a little strange. After saying. Then he said excitedly, little mom, let's go see the sea in the morning. Yu Menglan looked at the time and saw that it was just past 6 o'clock. I sighed in my heart. That bastard Lu Fei didn't leave until after 5 o'clock, and I just finished taking a shower and haven't fallen asleep yet. Being dragged out to see the sea again? Ruoxin, go get Xiaoxi or another girl. I'm old and in poor health. I need to sleep a little longer. Speaking of. I covered myself with the quilt and closed my eyes. Too tired. If I play with you guys for a while longer, I'll be exhausted. Lu Ruoxin had no choice but to ask Lin Shi and others to go see the sea. 9:30 in the morning. The stock market opens. Countless investors are eyeing the stocks of Hake Group. It's stable for now. It's stable. Investors felt relieved. Start checking out the latest news. The new chairman of Hake Group, Zhou Xiqing, took office and carried out drastic reforms. In addition to Hake Group, Zhou Xiqing also owns Hengji Group, which covers catering, food, hotels and other industries. Strong Alliance, Hake Group and Hengji Group start joint venture mode. Under a series of information bombardment, investors' confidence has increased. Hake Group's stock price began to rise. Office of the chairman of Hake. Zhou Xiqing held a cigar in his mouth and looked down at the port ahead. Full of ambition and pride. And outside the door of Hake Group, Yang Hake was sitting in a Rolls-Royce. Looking up at the office that once belonged to him, he sneered, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. We can release all the information now. Soon. Many of Zhou Shiqing's dark histories appeared on the internet. There was even various evidence that his son Zhou Wengang was suspected of drunkenly killing several people, fleeing the scene and taking the blame, and even intentional homicide. There is also evidence of various crimes committed by his family members. Besides, Yang Hake also exposed his own shortcomings and shared the dark history and a lot of information he knew about the Hake Group. All of them were thrown onto various news platforms. Soon, the stock market exploded. Green. 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 The share price of Hake Group has been falling all the way. Bang. Zhou Shiqing smashed the jade pendant that he had obtained from Sawadee-ka, which had always been his favorite. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Who did it? After roaring, he then instructed his secretary, quick. Tell Wengang to take a plane to the United Empire immediately. The secretary quickly took out his cell phone. Bang. The door to the chairman's office was once kicked open. Yang Hake strode in. Old Zhou, it seems like it's too late. Your son should have been arrested by now. The voice is feminine. Just like Yu Buchuan in the smiling, proud wanderer. Zhou Shiqing's face suddenly darkened. Yang Hake. It's actually you. He had a gloomy face. With a roar, he rushed towards Yang Hake. Bang. A muffled sound. Yang Hake kicked Zhou Shiqing to the ground. Looking down at him. Zhou Shiqing, you can't beat me. It was like this back then, and it is still like this now. You can't take Heiko away, and your Hongzhi will die with you. Zhou Shiqing covered his stomach. His face was full of resentment. Yang Hake, do you think I don't have any dirt on you? Don't go too far, or I'll die with you in a minute. Yang Hake smiled, laughing wildly. Die together? I came here today just to die together with you. Anyway, I have already lost Hake, my wife and children are settled, and the money from selling the shares is enough for them to live a carefree life. Not only will I kill you, I will also take all of your Zhou family into custody. The voice fell. A cold light flashed in Yang Hake's eyes, and a dagger stabbed straight into Zhou Shiqing's heart. Why? Zhou Shiqing was dazed and his voice was weak. Yang Hake lit his cigar. He said, Old Zhou, don't think I don't know how my Xiaoli died. I have endured for so many years, and finally helped him get revenge. Chapter 97, The Truth. Yang Hake died suddenly. When Zhou Shiqing died, I finally understood why Yang Hake was so desperate. He swallowed his breath. Not long. Zhou Shiqing's eldest son Zhou Wengang was arrested on suspicion of murder and other crimes. At the same time, when Zhou Wengang was arrested, Lao Shuang and others who rushed back overnight took action. Zhou Shiqing's other two sons were hit and killed by a truck on the road. The current chairman of Hake Group, Zhou Shiqing, was killed in his office by the previous chairman, Yang Hake. Finally, I couldn't hide it anymore. On the internet, not only stock investors but even ordinary netizens were stunned by this explosive news. As the mastermind behind all this, Lu Fei was the first to get the news. So he called Qin Shihan. Hello, Mr. Qin, have you got the funds? On the other side of the phone, Qin Shihan's cold voice came, Mr. Lu, the funds have all been in place, and the acquisition plan can be started. Lu Fei nodded and said, okay, then swallow up as much of Hake Group's shares as possible. Qin Shihan hung up the phone. Take action now. Contact the major shareholders of each Hake Group company. Quoted a very low price. These major shareholders are now eager to make a move, and now everyone feels that Hake Group is a hot potato and is being targeted madly. In the absence of any other bids, Qin Shihan's acquisition work went very smoothly. One day, Qin Shihan has completed the acquisition of almost all shares of Hake Group. When Lu Fei learned the news, I couldn't help but smile. He spent less than 20 billion. It acquired 85.8% of the shares of Hake Group. The remaining shares are held by retail investors in the market. Mr. Lu, now that we have completed the acquisition, what should we do next? Qin Shihan asked over the phone. Lu Fei took a deep breath. He said, send someone to check the assets immediately, recruit a professional manager first, and stabilize the group. Then apply to the CSRC for delisting and buy back all the shares. I will arrange other things right away. Obtaining shares in Hake Group is just the first step. How to revitalize this group that is about to be destroyed by Lu Fei and gradually expanded is the next top priority. After receiving the order, Qin Shihan immediately sent a working group to Hake Group. First, he removed Yu Kexing from his position as president, and then he calmed people's hearts. Then a team of professional managers will be temporarily put in place to take over the group company's business. At the same time, at Lu Fei's instruction, Hake Group directly repurchased the equity and then announced its delisting to everyone's astonishment. Until this time, the capital tycoons who were eyeing the opportunity covetously from all sides found out that the piece of fat meat they were targeting had been swallowed up by someone else. And there was no chance for them to snatch back their face. Flying Financial Investment Company completed 100% holding of Hake Group. Hiss. This flyer. His methods are too cruel. I now strongly suspect that the company behind this leak is Fake Company. This company is an offshore company, and its behavior is so aggressive. But why would they delist? The capital tycoons simply don't understand the purpose of doing this. Shouldn't the purpose be to raise money through listing? At the same time, the capital giants who failed to swallow this piece of fat were also laughing secretly. Heh, now is a world where channels are king. What's the use of buying such a big company? Without channels and business, it will still lose money. The boss behind this Fake Company is really mentally ill. No one was optimistic about Lu Fei after he took over Hake. What results can be achieved? Only Lu Fei was laughing. The profits from salvaging sunken ships and catching valuable marine fish are much greater than those from shipping. Detention Center. Yang Hake's secretary went to see him. Have you found out who bought my shares? The secretary looked embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Director Yang has already found out. Who? Yang Hake began to feel a bad feeling in his heart. The secretary said with a bit of a pain in his teeth, We have investigated and found that Lu Fei, the boss behind Fake Financial Investment Company, is the sole investor. Not only did he acquire all your shares, he also bought out the entire Hake Group and completely delisted Hake. Now, he is the only person who has the final say in Hake. Lu Fei. A very familiar name. Yang Hake's face gradually darkened. A long time. Crack. One of his teeth was actually broken by himself. It's him. It's him. Just for a small matter, he actually destroyed my life's work. Yang Hake roared angrily. He grabbed the iron railing with both hands and shook it hard. My whole body was twitching constantly. White foam suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The secretary was horrified. Someone come. Someone come quickly. Not long. Medical staff arrived. But he shook his head helplessly. Cerebral hemorrhage. There's no hope of recovery. The secretary was silent for a while. Shake your head and leave. Without even looking at Yang Hake, who had fallen silent. Yang Hake is dead. When Lu Fei got the news, he didn't feel any fluctuation in his heart. Whether it is Yang Hake or Zhou Shicheng, none of them are good. It's better to be dead. Has the company stabilized? Lu Fei asked. Qin Shihan said, It has stabilized, and the company's assets have been counted. Excluding other things, only counting heavy assets such as ships and farms, Hake Group owns heavy assets worth more than 18 billion yuan. Adding other things, the assets on the surface alone exceed 25 billion. This wave of buying has made a lot of money. Pretty. Lu Fei clapped his hands. Said, Reorganize the company first, and follow my instructions for the next step. Okay, Mr. Lu. Hang up the phone. Lu Fei stretched and walked out of the room. Outside. The sun sets, and the setting sun is like blood. Just walked out of the room. Yu Menglan came towards them with Lin Shi and Lu Ruoxin. Lu Fei? Let's go and have dinner. 3 women and 1 man walked towards the restaurant together. Sit inside the restaurant. Ordered the food. The conversation at the table next to him attracted Lu Fei's attention. The youngest son of the shipping tycoon, who had sought face in front of him last night, was talking to an elite man who was probably in his early 30s. Mr. Chiu, you used to be the CEO of Hymax Shipping. Are you interested in working for Mo's Industrial Shipping Company? Executive President. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Listen with interest. Chapter 98, Snatching People from the Shipping King. 35-year-old Zhou Wenbin shook his red wine glass in an elite manner. Said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Mo, for thinking highly of me." After saying that, he changed the subject and said, "But Mr. Mo may not know that the main business of Himax shipping is not shipping, but fishing and marine exploration. But as far as I know, the main business of the Mo family's shipping industry is shipping, right? So shipping is not my strongest point, although I have some knowledge of this business area." Mo Chiyun smiled indifferently and said, "Mr. Chiu should know what happened today. The Shanghai Hake Group was in turmoil and was acquired by a financial investment institution. We at Mo's believe that this investment institution will eventually ruin this company, so we want to enter the fishery industry. As long as Mr. Chiu joins our Mo's group, he will be the new CEO of Mo's Fisheries." Zhou Wenbin was stunned. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was previously the CEO of Himax Shipping. He has a deep understanding and operational capabilities in both the fishing and expedition industries. Now he has been hit so hard that he has returned home in disgrace. If you can enter the Mo family, it would be a good choice. But now there is no trace of MOS branch, which is tantamount to a blank check. Just at this moment, Lu Fei suddenly raised his glass to him. "Mr. Chiu, right?" Zhou Wenbin was stunned and turned to look at Lu Fei. "Who are you?" "Opposite." Mo Chiyun's face darkened. "Why, Mr. Lu is also interested in shipping?" he asked calmly. Lu Fei nodded very straightforwardly and said, "Of course, shipping is one of the 3 major transportation methods in the world. It's not surprising that I'm interested in it, right?" Mo Chiyun sneered and said, "Mr. Lu, as far as I know, although you are worth more than 30 billion, apart from this Shindu luxury cruise ship, you only have 10 buildings in Moda to collect rent. Why don't you just be a landlord or a shipowner, but insist on getting involved in the muddy waters of the shipping industry? But we are friends after all. If Mr. Lu insists on visiting the shipping industry, I can help Mr. Lu on behalf of the Mo Group." Mo Chiyun spoke loudly on purpose. It immediately attracted the attention of many people eating in the restaurant. "Oh? Mr. Lu actually wants to enter the shipping industry? Just buying a few boats is a lot of work. Now the shipping is complete. That's nothing." Last night, Mr. Lu openly slapped the young master of the Mo family in the face. If he dares to enter the Mo Group, I guarantee that he will be swallowed up skin and bones. Amidst the discussion, Yu Menglan frowned slightly. He looked at Lu Fei with a little worry. "Lu Fei, why are you?" Lu Fei turned around. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and stood up. Walk up to Zhou Wenbin. "Hello, Mr. Chiu." Zhou Wenbin stood up. He clinked his glass with Lu Fei and nodded, "Hello, Mr. Lu, nice to meet you." Lu Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Look at Mo Chiyun, who was sneering. He extended his hand and said, "Mr. Chiu, let us get to know each other again. I am Lu Fei, the boss of Feek Financial Investment Company." Zhou Wenbin was stunned. Then he exclaimed, "Feek Investment Company? It was you who forcibly acquired Hake Group and directly withdrew this group company from the stock market." Lu Fei nodded with a smile and said, "Mr. Chiu, the new Hake company is still lacking a helmsman. I wonder if Mr. Chiu is interested in talking to me." Zhou Wenbin pondered for a moment. Glanced at Mo Chiyun. Then he smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, I'm really interested in what you're talking about, but it seems that your 2 brothers and Mr. Mo are in charge of the Mo family now, so?" Although it was not stated explicitly, the meaning was clear. You, Mo Chiyun, are just a dandy young master who relies on the reputation of your family to cheat people. But this Mr. Lu is a real rich man. Which is more important? Zhou Wenbin saw it clearly. Mo Chiyun also heard it very clearly. His face became completely gloomy. Especially when he found out that this was the second time he was raped in front of everyone and his woman. "I was slapped in the face like this. Mr. Chiu, have you thought it through?" He had a gloomy face and a grim tone. Zhou Wenbin frowned and his expression turned cold. "Mr. Mo, I haven't heard any news that the Mo family has entered the fishing industry. If so, I would be very happy to be appreciated by Mr. Mo." After saying, "Turn around directly," he walked to the sofa next to him and sat down with Lu Fei. Then we started chatting as if no one was around. We chatted for a short while. Lu Fei began to understand Xiao Wenbin a little. This person is very capable and is very proficient in both ocean exploration and fishery salvage. But just as he showed, his personality is somewhat similar to Lu Fei's own, and he is somewhat lacking in social aspects. Otherwise, nor would he damage Mo Qiyun's reputation so openly. Exactly for this reason, Xiao Wenbin was kicked out of Hex Shipping. Mr. Lu, excuse me for being blunt, but I don't quite understand your operation. Xiao Wenbin said directly, you bought Hate Group, but directly delisted it, and directly held 100% of the shares. I have never heard of such an operation. Lu Fei smiled leisurely, because I don't want to share a huge profit with others. Xiao Wenbin was stunned. Lu Fei continued, it's okay to tell Mr. Qiu, I have an ancient sea chart that records the locations of several ancient shipwrecks in detail. As long as we can salvage those sunken ships, it will be a huge profit. Besides, I didn't spend much money to buy the Hate Group. Even if we sell the fixed assets now, we won't lose a penny. Chapter 99. Are women nowadays so violent and direct? Xiao Wenbin was skeptical. But as Lu Fei said, the Hate Group that he bought for over 20 billion yuan has more than that amount in fixed assets alone. Guaranteed profit. So Mr. Lu is planning to change the business scope of Hate Group? Xiao Wenbin asked. Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, we will continue to do the shipping and deep-sea fishing as usual. I just want to expand my business into ocean shipwreck salvage. Mr. Qiu, are you interested in trying out what it feels like to be in charge of a shipping group in Zhuxia? Xiao Wenbin took a deep breath. Raise your glass. Bite. After taking the initiative to touch Lu Fei, he smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I would love to be in charge of such a group company. Then we have a happy cooperation. Someone will talk to you specifically about your salary issue. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. Lu Fei shook hands with him. Xiao Wenbin nodded vigorously. I'm looking forward to it. Finished the meal, Lu Fei directly informed the captain. The helicopter on the ship was used to send Xiao Wenbin ashore. Then Xiao Wenbin boarded a plane and flew to Shanghai. On deck, watching the helicopter disappearing, the sea breeze blows gently. Did you really buy the Hate Group? Lin Shi asked in surprise. Lu Fei shrugged. Of course, I am an honest man and never lie. Lu Ruoxin on the side rolled her eyes. You are such an honest ass. Yu Menglan said, you have offended Mo Qiyun, the young master of the Mo family. Will it affect your business? Lu Fei shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. Don't be fooled by this guy who seems to be very powerful, but in fact he is nothing in the Mo family. Besides, even if the Mo family really takes action, I won't be afraid at all. Holding two trump cards. Even if the Mo family takes action, can only eat hammer. Inside the room, the Mo Qiyun mentioned was on the phone. Hey, Dad. Well, I'm Qiyun, I'm at sea. Dad, do you know who the new owner of Hate Group is? Let me tell you. What? You know everything? This is okay. Mo Qiyun called to take credit with great pride. As a result, the Mo family had already found out that the person behind Feek Investment Company, which acquired Hate Group in full, was Lu Fei, the upstart in Shanghai. His excitement suddenly turned into cholesterol. Damn! How come these guys can check things so quickly? Mo Qiyun snorted, and then said, Dad, I met Xiao Wenbin, who used to be the executive president of Hex, on the ship. On the other side of the phone, Mo Honghan, the real helmsman of Mo's shipping, had a flash of eyes. Asked, have you invited him to join the Mo family? Mo Qiyun said honestly, yes, I invited him, and I said that our Mo family is interested in setting up a fishery business and invited him to take charge. But he was intercepted by that bastard Lu Fei. As soon as he heard that Lu Fei asked him to take charge of Hate Group, he left immediately. He also ridiculed me and was very disrespectful to the Mo family. There was a gleam in Mo Honghan's eyes. Said, okay, I know about this matter. After saying, he pondered for a moment and said, the ship you are on should be arriving at Nanao soon, right? Will it stop there? Mo Qiyun said, well, we will arrive in Nanao soon. The itinerary says that we will stay in Nanao for 2 days. Mo Honghan's eyes flashed. He said, it just so happens that we have a banquet the day after tomorrow to celebrate your younger sister's birthday. Go and invite this Lu Fei to the banquet. Mo Qiyun was stunned. Then he showed a look of surprise. Dad, what do you mean? Mo Honghan snorted coldly. I don't mean anything, just go ahead and invite me if I ask you to. A few minutes later, Mo Chiyun knocked on Lu Fei's door. Lu Fei, who had just returned from dinner, opened the door. Mr. Mo? What do you want from me? Mo Chiyun crossed his arms and said calmly, my sister will be turning 18 the day after tomorrow. My father invites you to attend the birthday party. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Is this how you invite people? Sorry, not interested. Bang! He simply closed the door. Mo Chiyun was stunned. Furious. But he remembered his old man's final cold snort. He took a deep breath, trying hard to force a smile. He took out a hastily prepared invitation letter from his pocket. Knock on the door again. It took a while before Lu Fei opened the door. Mr. Lu, I, Mo Chiyun, on behalf of the head of the Mo family, Mo Honghan, sincerely invite you to attend my sister Mo Xian's 18th birthday dinner the day after tomorrow. Both hands handed out the invitation. Lu Fei took the invitation letter casually. Okay, since you're still sincere, I'll go the day after tomorrow night. Just. The boat will arrive at Nanao tonight. 2 more days of docking. It wouldn't hurt to meet the legendary shipping magnate. Bang! Lu Fei closed the door. Put the invitation letter in the bag. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Lu Fei frowned. Opened the door. A shadow flashed by. A petite figure came into his room. Wei Han, what are you doing? Lu Fei asked confusedly. Wei Han came into the room and shook her short hair, her face slightly flushed. Sudden. He was immediately caught. Brother Fei, I like you. The girl made a bold confession. After saying that, she snuggled into his arms. He was clumsy while drilling. Lu Fei was stunned. Are women nowadays so violent and direct? Chapter 100, Ruoxin, what is going on between you and Xiaba? Wei Han attacked quickly. Perfectly implement the sister's idea of a quick and decisive blitzkrieg. Before Lu Fei could react, the little girl had already pushed him to the ground. Halfway. Someone knocks on the door. No response. Until almost 9 o'clock in the evening. The ship will dock soon. Wei Han ran out of Lu Fei's room in a panic, walking in a strange manner like a thief. Corridor corner. When Lu Ruoxin saw this scene, her scalp exploded. Lu Fei, this bastard, actually had an affair with Han Han. She felt her heart throbbing. What a beast! Bang, bang, bang. She knocked hard on Lu Fei's door. 10 seconds later, Lu Fei opened the door. Lu Ruoxin quickly got in. Looking at the disheveled Lu Fei, Lu Ruoxin's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Lu Fei, you bastard. How dare you do that? Lu Fei is still a little confused now. What do you mean I really had the guts to do it? I didn't do it at all. I was the passive one for more than an hour. He is now in a state of panic. This Wei Han, he is not paying any attention at all. Who knew this little girl could be so cruel? Just get in and start. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Lu Ruoxin's face was gloomy. He raised his hands and slapped Lu Fei. As a result, he slipped on the ground and fell into Lu Fei's arms. Click. His door suddenly opened. At the door, Lin Shi and Yu Menglan stood there, staring in amazement at Lu Ruoxin, who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, and Lu Fei, who was in dishevel. Picture. It suddenly became still. Yu Menglan's expression changed slightly. Then he said with a smile, "Hey, you young people really know how to have fun. Did I disturb you? Xiaoxi, let's get out of here. Then let us go to Lelingxi." Lin Shi didn't move at all, just staring at Lu Fei. After a while, she smiled and said, "Ruoxin, when did it start? Now I can finally get rid of this bastard in a fair and square way, and my mother will never force me to meet him again." Lu Ruoxin panicked. "No. It's not what you think." Lin Shi's face gradually turned cold. Pointing at the ground, said, "Not like that? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Lu Ruoxin looked in the direction of her finger and her face gradually turned green. It's really not like that, Xiaoxi, please listen to my explanation. Lin Shi smiled. What are you explaining to me? It's normal for two people to do this if they are in love. Alright, put on your clothes quickly, the boat is about to dock at Nanao, get ready. After saying that, he closed the door as if nothing had happened. Inside the room, the atmosphere is very calm. Lu Ruoxin slowly turned around. Won't you explain? Lu Fei shrugged and said as he sorted out his clothes, what's there to explain? We are all adults, it's normal. Lu Ruoxin gritted her teeth and collapsed, but the key is that I have nothing to do with you. Lu Fei's face darkened. His face looked calm. It's like the calm before the storm. Just staring at Lu Ruoxin. Said, say it again, you have nothing to do with me. Lu Ruoxin was stunned. My heart suddenly trembled and I dared not say a word. Just standing there stupidly. After a while, he said carefully, I didn't mean that. Lu Fei finally smiled. He patted her head and said, just admit it, call me daddy now. Lu Ruoxin was stunned. A huge sense of grievance welled up in my heart. You bastard. You're still telling me this at a time like this. Speaking of. Tears started falling. Lu Fei was stunned. Why are you crying? I just asked you to call me little daddy. If you don't want to, forget it. Lu Ruoxin covered her mouth. He raised his neck stubbornly and finally stopped crying. Lu Fei. I will reveal your true identity to Xiaoxi. Just wait. Lu Fei shrugged and said, whatever, but before you expose me, please help me pick up my clothes. You pressed it down. Lu Ruoxin silently stepped aside. Lu Fei put on his clothes and packed his things into the suitcase. Then he walked out the door pulling the suitcase. At the door, Yu Menglan gave him a look. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Shi. He simply put his arm around Lin Shi's shoulders. Said, come on, brother, I'll take you to have some fun once we get ashore. Yu Menglan? Lu Ruoxin? Lin Shi? All three women were stunned. What the hell does this have to do with anything? As soon as Lu Fei said this, Lin Shi subconsciously followed. After walking a distance, she was too embarrassed to worry about anything anymore. Lu Fei, you are a complete bastard. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and muttered softly. Lu Fei shrugged. Asshole? Once you get to know me better, you'll know I'm more than just an asshole. Later, Yu Menglan and Lu Ruoxin walked together. But suddenly something went wrong. Ruoxin, when did you become related to your little dad? Lu Ruoxin was stunned. His face turned pale with anger. What are you talking about, Mom? Yu Menglan glanced forward. Just looking at her calmly. Said, Ruoxin, I am very disappointed in you, you know that I like Lu Fei. But she stopped us from being together, and now she is doing this kind of thing with him secretly. My stepmother has really raised you in vain all these years, you ungrateful bastard. Lu Ruoxin was about to collapse. What the hell is going on? Chapter 101, Mom, did you go out last night? Little Mom. I really have nothing to do with little dad. That wasn't me. It was that damn girl Wei Han. Lu Ruoxin growled with her remaining sanity. Oh. So that's how it is. Yu Menglan muttered quietly for a while. He looked at Lu Ruoxin and said, then I will believe you this time. But you have to help me keep an eye on that little girl Wei Han, and don't let her be alone with your little dad again. Lu Ruoxin's mind went blank, and she nodded hurriedly, I know, little mom. I'll help you keep an eye on him. Yu Menglan smiled and patted Lu Ruoxin's shoulder hard. Ruoxin, stepmother is very pleased that you finally acknowledge your stepfather. After saying, he turned around, put his hands behind his back and leisurely chased after Lu Fei. Later, Lu Ruoxin was the only one left at the end. It took me a while to come back to my senses. When did I admit it? Yu Menglan. You woman. Your tricks are too deep. Lu Ruoxin gritted her teeth. A trace of dejection flashed across his face. How far has the relationship between this woman and that guy Lu Fei progressed? How come it hasn't broken yet? Lu Ruoxin was filled with despair. But I could only follow quietly. The night is cool as water. The Shindu cruise ship docked in Nanao. There will be a 2-day inspection and replenishment. Some people decided to stay on the boat, while most went ashore. walked into Nanao, the oriental gambling city. Lu Fei went ashore with a group of young girls. In the crowd, Wei Yihan walked unnaturally, glancing at Lu Fei shyly from time to time. Then he lowered his head again. Lu Fei didn't look away. Under the attention of many people, he paraded through the city with a group of women. We got on the car, left the port, and checked into the hotel we had booked. It's already late, don't go out at night, just call the hotel service if you need anything. After tomorrow you will be free to move around. If you want to go back to Shanghai, you can book a flight ticket directly. If you want to stay in Nanao for 2 more days, you can also do that. But there is a principle: you are not allowed to go out after 8 o'clock in the evening, and remember to form a group when playing during the day. After all, you are all young and beautiful girls, very eye-catching. Lu Fei gave a few instructions in the corridor before returning to his room. The girls returned to their rooms chattering. In the middle of the night, Yu Menglan got up quietly again. Found Lu Fei's room. Tell me, who was the woman on the boat before? Aunt Yu's face was as cold as ice. Lu Fei raised his hands. It's that little girl Wei Yihan. I don't know where she learned this move from. I opened the door and rushed in, and then he attacked me fiercely. I wanted to resist. But you also know that young people are full of energy and can't bear it. The frost on Aunt Yu's face gradually disappeared. Slowly lower your head. Just like the time I did that time? Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, she is still a little girl after all. She doesn't have as much theoretical knowledge as you. Aunt Yu hummed a few words. The matter was not pursued further. From the beginning she knew very well that Lu Fei could not be tied down by her alone. So let us cherish the present moment. At least. When she was with Lu Fei, she felt as excited as a little girl. Until about 5 in the morning. Aunt Yu dragged her tired body back into the suite. She just opened the door. I met Lu Ruoxin, who got up in the middle of the night to look for water and was a little dazed. Little mom, where have you been? Lu Ruoxin asked, rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, Aunt Yu's back was wet with sweat. Well, I didn't go anywhere. I just came out to drink some water. Confused, Lu Ruoxin said, oh. After drinking the water, he returned to the room in a daze. Early the next morning. Yu Menglan hasn't gotten out of bed yet. Lu Ruoxin rubbed her head and went into her bedroom. Little mom, tell me the truth, did you go out last night? Yu Menglan was sleeping in a daze. He shook his head and said, no way, let me sleep a little longer. I haven't slept well in the past 2 days. I'm so sleepy. Lu Ruoxin frowned. Did I remember it wrongly? But I clearly remember that she seemed to have gone out last night. She scratched her head, a little confused. Lu Ruoxin was unwilling to give up, so she got up and packed her things. Just go and knock on Lu Fei's door. Lu Fei rubbed his head and opened the door. Are you sick? Why are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? Seeing that he looked a little tired, Lu Ruoxin became even more suspicious. These 2 people. Did he go on a secret date at night? Think of this. Lu Ruoxin felt that this was really possible. Were you with my stepmother last night? Lu Fei grinned. Discovered? He said honestly, oh, your stepmother stayed at my place all night last night. Pooh. Lu Ruoxin turned and left. He took 2 steps and turned back. I don't believe it. Lu Fei shrugged. Okay. Believe it or not. Bang. Just closed the door. Lu Ruoxin was furious. Afternoon. Lu Fei and Yu Menglan finally got out of bed. After lunch, I was dragged to go shopping with a group of girls. Magic City. Qiu Wenbin has completed his onboarding. As someone who once worked as the executive CEO of Himax Shipping. As soon as he took office, he took drastic and rapid measures to sort out the group's affairs. The group's business, which originally seemed a bit chaotic, was put into good order by him in just one afternoon. This person's ability is unexpectedly strong. Qin Shihan reported. Lu Fei said, in addition to the annual salary, give him a 2% dividend for the time being. Qin Shihan nodded and said, Mr. Lu understands. Lu Fei casually put down a Zhuxia knot. He said, I will send you a map later. There may be a treasure ship that sank from the Shenwansan family during the Ming dynasty. You give the map to Chiu Wenbin and ask him to immediately form an expedition team from the Hake group to go there and check if there is any sunken ship. Chapter 102, The Banquet of the Wealthy Family Shocks the Celebrities. After sending the map to Qin Shihan, she will naturally know how to operate it. Chiu Wenbin also knows how to do it. Lu Fei doesn't need to worry too much. Went shopping. Bought a lot of good things. A group of people sent some girls off and boarded a plane back to Shanghai. The next day, Yu Menglan and others also returned to the Magic City. Lu Fei was the only one left in Nanao Airport. After Lu Fei saw them off, he turned and left the airport. At the airport gate, crunch! A charming blue sports car suddenly stopped in front of Lu Fei. The car window was rolled down, revealing a face full of mixed race charm. "Where are you going, Mr. Lu?" "I'll take you there." The accent is a bit strange, but the voice is very majestic. Lu Fei looked at her. 96 points for appearance, plus 1 point for mixed race, 97 points in total. The figure and explosiveness can reach 98 points. The temperament is also very unique, with a kind of contradictory feeling, 96 points. She is an extremely rare and stunning beauty. "Do we know each other?" Lu Fei didn't get in the car immediately. The beauty smiled gently and said, "Mr. Lu doesn't know me, but I know Mr. Lu. At your cosplay celebration party, Mr. Lu's behavior really pleased us women. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Yushi, and I am a native of Nanao." "Oh? It seems to be a previous tourist." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Even if I wasn't there, those little bastards wouldn't be able to bully them." After saying, he shook her hand and said, "You should know my name, Lu Fei." Chu Yushi smiled faintly. He said, "Of course I know Mr. Lu's name, and many people in Nanao have been talking about you these past 2 days. After all, you are the first person who doesn't give face to the shipping tycoon's family." Lu Fei got in the car. He waved his hand and said, "No, I respect the shipping king. He even invited me to attend his daughter's birthday party tonight. I'm ready to buy a gift." Chu Yushi was stunned. He started the car and said, "Does Mr. Lu need a female companion? If not, I can make a cameo appearance." Lu Fei glanced at her. He said indifferently, "If Miss Chu is willing, of course it would be an honor. Let's make it a deal then. If you want to buy a gift, I can also give you some advice." Lu Fei smiled. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Chu." As soon as the words fell, the sports car rushed out and headed towards the old street of Nanao. 2 hours later, at the gate of the shipping king's family manor, the red carpet spreads. A star-studded cast. As the top family in the south, the Mo family's little princess coming-of-age ceremony was attended by not only a number of business tycoons but also many celebrities. Behind the cordons on both sides of the red carpet, reporters kept taking pictures. The lights are flashing. A blue sports car arrived. Lu Fei got out of the car, buttoned up his suit, and reached into the car. A small white hand fell into his hand. Then a long leg stepped out. At last, Chu Yushi walked down completely. Suddenly, this caused the surrounding media to exclaim in surprise. "Fuck! This is Miss Chu Yushi from the Chu family. Who is this man? Isn't it rumored that the eldest son of the Mo family is pursuing her? And isn't shipping magnate Mo Homhan also very optimistic about her?" Hiss. This is a provocation. Eat Guagwa's provocation. Quick! Check who this man is. Amidst the exclamations, Lu Fei's information was quickly found out. Hiss. This guy is that Lu Fei? What exactly is the Chu family going to do? Tonight's dinner will be interesting to watch. I wonder how the eldest son of the Mo family will treat Lu Fei. Amidst the discussion, Lu Fei turned his head and looked at Chu Yushi, who was holding his arm. Said, "Miss Chu, aren't you afraid that your elders will cause trouble for you by doing this?" Chu Yushi smiled sweetly, waved to the people around her and said, "Mr. Lu should not be afraid." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "I'm not afraid of you, but I feel it's not worth it to be a shield for Miss Chu for nothing." Chu Yushi's eyes flashed. Why, Mr. Lu still wants to make the fake play real. You have so many confidants around you, are you still missing someone like Yushi? Lu Fei took direct action and hugged Chu Yushi's slender waist. Although I have many female confidants, a man never minds having one more. A cold light flashed in Chu Yushi's eyes. She wanted to shake off Lu Fei's arm that was around her waist. But he found that his strength could not shake Lu Fei at all. Mr. Lu, this is in Nanao. Aren't you afraid of accidents if you are so bold? Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Of course I'm afraid, but dying under the peony flowers is also romantic. After saying, the fingers dance like piano playing, jumping back and forth on Chu Yushi's tight waist. A surge of anger rose in Chu Yushi's heart. But when she thought of Mo Honghan's eldest son, Mo Qibing, she endured it with a sweet smile. Mr. Lu has a good attitude. I hope you can still remain calm when the shipping king makes trouble later. Lu Fei shrugged. Trouble? He can't do anything to me. Chu Yushi smiled faintly. I hope so. Speaking of. The two continued walking along the red carpet. Inside the Mo family manor. The news of Chu Yushi and Lu Fei's joint appearance soon alarmed Mo Qibing, the eldest son of the Mo family. Brother! This is absolutely intolerable. Now the whole Nanao knows that Chu Yushi is the woman you like. Now that this incident has happened, it will definitely cause an uproar in the city tomorrow. Our Mo family will lose all face. Mo Qiyun jumped up and down. I was laughing like crazy in my heart. This bastard Lu Fei is such an idiot. Even when he arrived at the Mo family's territory, he still dared to be so arrogant. Moreover, it also dealt a blow to Mo Qibing's reputation, which was really a relief for him. Chapter 103, Shipwreck Treasure valued at over 10 billion. Mo Qibing looked at Mo Qiyun, who was gloating over his misfortune. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Leisurely said, tonight is my younger sister's coming of age ceremony, and everyone who comes is a guest. No matter what the other party has done, as the host of this place, the Mo family should show their grace. But your current mentality is really incomprehensible. If you really do as you say, the Mo family will become the laughingstock of the entire Nanao tomorrow. Originally, my father told me yesterday that he wanted me to arrange for you to join the company and be responsible for the new fisheries salvage task that is about to be opened. Now it seems that your ability and mentality are not suitable for doing such an important thing. I will communicate with my father and make new arrangements for you. Mo Qibing's voice was very soft. But Mo Qiyun's smile froze on his face. No, brother, I didn't say anything. Mo Qibing glanced at him. Stop talking nonsense and go with your third brother to receive the guests. Don't be idle all day. The voice was indifferent. Without any emotion. Mo Qiyun slowly lowered his head. He turned and left with a pale face. A sneer appeared on Mo Qibing's face. His fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. Lu Fei? Ha! This time the Mo family is involved in the fishing business. I will follow up personally. The hate group that you bought with your own money has been turned into a pile of scrap metal. The voice is cold. As if from the netherworld. The red carpet is long, but it always has an end. The moment Lu Fei hugged Chu Yushi and walked into the manor hall, attracted countless people's attention. Look at Lu Fei. The bigwigs in Nanao and Nanjiang all showed an inquiring look. Soon, the news about his identity spread secretly. He is the one who swallowed up the hate group? He seems like a promising young man, but unfortunately he is too arrogant. The elders of the Chu family should also be here today, right? I wonder what their expressions are like. Amidst the discussion, Chu Yushi glanced at Lu Fei. Said, Mr. Lu, are you not going to let me go? Once the Mo family members come out, there will be no way to turn back. Lu Fei smiled. But he hugged her even tighter. Turn around? After I swallowed up the hate group from many investors. There is no room for the Mo family, who want to take the opportunity to expand the family business, to turn around. Either I fight my way out of this encirclement, or I am completely devoured by the Mo family. You are just a small episode in this dispute. Miss Chu, don't take yourself too seriously. Lu Fei's voice was very flat. Chu Yushi felt humiliated. I tried my best to use you as a shield, but you said I'm not important? So angry. Chu Yushi was furious. But in order to get rid of Mo Qibing's pursuit, she had no choice but to compromise and let Lu Fei take advantage of her. Holding Chu Yushi, the Pearl of Nanao, in his arms, Lu Fei handed the gift to the host as if no one was around. He completely stepped into the fame and fortune world of Nanao, an upper-class society. Wherever I go, countless people are watching. But no one dared to talk to Lu Fei. He is now confronting the shipping tycoon, the Mo family, and these celebrities don't want to get into trouble. On the third-floor balcony of the huge manor, a middle-aged man and an old man in his 50s or 60s were standing on the balcony together. Nephew Chu Yushi is still so willful. Mo Honghan sighed with a lack of energy in his voice. Beside Chu Yushi's father, Nanao real estate tycoon Chu Weinan frowned. He said in a seemingly respectful tone, "Then do you want me, your nephew, to go down and warn this damn girl?" Mo Honghan's eyes flashed. He laughed and said, "That's not necessary. Someone will naturally let this river-crossing dragon surnamed Lu know whose territory this is." The sound is very faint, but there was a tremendous force sweeping over. Chu Weinan's eyes flashed. He nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. After all, Uncle Mo's reputation in Nanao is second to none other than the god of gamblers' family." Speaking of the god of gamblers' family, a cold light flashed in Mo Honghan's eyes. He has been fighting with the god of gamblers Gao Chang for decades. Now he is still being suppressed by the opponent. "Let's go, it's almost time. Let us go see how powerful this dragon from across the river is," Mo Honghan said. "Turn around and go downstairs." There was a gleam of light in Chu Weinan's eyes. A look of anticipation appeared. "Oh, I wonder if this young man can make it across the river tonight." Inside the hall, Lu Fei held the wine and took a sip casually. "It's quite sour. Not very tasty." "Put down the wine." His cell phone suddenly rang. "Ms. Yushi, you are temporarily free," Lu Fei said with a smile. He released his hand that had been on Chu Yushi's slender waist, took out his cell phone and walked to the corner to answer the call. "Hello? Mr. Lu. I'm Chiu Wenbin. Just got the news that our company has just formed an expedition team. An ancient shipwreck was indeed discovered at the location you gave. After preliminary investigation, it was determined that it was a shipwreck from the merchant fleet of the wealthy Shenhuansan in the early Ming dynasty. There were 3 shipwrecks in total. In addition to being filled with a large amount of gold and silver, there were also a large amount of porcelain. Conservative estimates suggest that there are more than 2 tons of gold and more than 10 tons of silver. There are countless porcelain, ivory products, and other things. According to conservative estimates, the value of these shipwreck treasures salvaged will definitely exceed 10 billion, or even more than 20 billion. The relevant images have been sent to your WeChat account." Chiu Wenbin's voice was extremely excited. "We had just formed a sea expedition team and we unexpectedly found such a treasure. According to the International Treasure Hunting Regulations and the various treasure hunting regulations of China, everything found in the sea belongs to the discoverer." Lu Fei took a deep breath. Said, "Pay attention to blocking the location information. As for the news of treasure discovery, you should sort it out and send out a tweet. Hake has been badly hurt, and the enthusiasm of its employees is not very high. It is time to give them a new shot in the arm." Chiu Wenbin nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will make arrangements." Lu Fei smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have proved your ability with your actions." Chiu Wenbin also laughed. He has been under a lot of pressure these 2 days. Now, just get the news out there. The whole of Zhuxia will be boiling. Chapter 104, Let's go to the hotel and have a try. Lu Fei hung up the phone. "Look back." Then I saw a man in his 30s standing next to Chu Yushi. The man also had a mixed-race look, was polite and a typical nobleman. Although Chu Yushi had a smile on her face, she frowned from time to time while speaking. It was obvious that he was not very fond of this noble young man. "The eldest son of the Mo family?" Lu Fei smiled. "Put your phone in your trouser pocket." He walked over slowly. "See him coming." A surprised smile appeared on Chu Yushi's face. He took the initiative to come forward and hugged Lu Fei's arm. "Honey, are you done with the call?" After asking, without waiting for Lu Fei to answer, she pointed at the nobleman and said, "Dear, let me introduce someone to you. This is the eldest son of Mr. Mo, the shipping magnate, Mo Qibing." Opposite. Mo Qibing had a warm smile on his face. There was a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu." He shook hands with Lu Fei. Use slight force on your hands. Lu Fei was stunned. I didn't expect that such a nobleman would actually use this kind of trick. Idiot. He opened his mouth and uttered 2 words silently. The muscles in my arms tightened. Then the terrifying power was directly released. Ah! Mo Qibing screamed softly, and a look of pain flashed across his face. Lu Fei let go. Said, Mr. Mo has great strength in his hands. Mo Qibing's face turned blue and then red. After taking a deep breath, he put his hands behind his back, shaking slightly. After taking a deep breath, he said, Mr. Lu, I heard that you bought the Hake Group. It just so happens that our MO Group is also planning to develop deep-sea fishing and some related businesses. We are all in the same industry, so if we have a chance we can sit down and talk about how to expand and improve the industry. Lu Fei looked at him. Shake your head and laugh. Mr. Mo, you should think about how to keep the current territory of the MO Group. As for how to expand and improve the industry, if Mr. Mo is interested, I can give you some advice. Lu Fei said honestly. With 3 detectors in hand, Hake Group's deep-sea fishing will definitely dazzle everyone's eyes. If we can get other good things in the future, it is not impossible to expand the business of Mo's shipping. But it fell into the ears of Mo Qibing and others. But he seemed arrogant to the extreme. Mo Qibing's expression became extremely exciting. He had never seen anyone so crazy. Mr. Lu is the craziest person I have ever met. Mo Qibing sneered. Lu Fei shrugged. He said honestly, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow it. Mo Qibing's smile became even colder. It's hard to imagine that someone like Mr. Lu could have obtained tens of billions of assets. Sure enough, success these days still requires some luck. Lu Fei smiled. He lowered his head and asked Chu Yushi, what do you think of Mr. Mo's luck? Chu Yushi cooperated and said, Mr. Mo's luck is naturally the best. After all, not everyone is born with a father who is a shipping tycoon. Mo Qibing held his breath. He gave Lu Fei a fierce look. Finally, he could no longer maintain the appearance of a polite nobleman. Mr. Lu, I hope you can still be so arrogant when our Mo Group's fishery business expands. The voice was cold and there was a chill in his eyes. Lu Fei shook his head and said, whatever Mr. Mo said, many people in Modu know that I, Lu Fei, am an honest and reliable young man. The word arrogant has nothing to do with me. If you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for suing you for defamation. Mo Qibing's face was gloomy. Turn around and walk away. He felt like continuing to talk to Lu Fei. I think my lungs are going to explode. Are you really not afraid of the shipping king? Chu Yushi asked curiously. Lu Fei shrugged and said, why should I be afraid of him? Chu Yushi blinked. There's really no reason. You're awesome. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. How about we find a hotel after the dinner? I'll let you experience something even more amazing. Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. Come on, if you really do it, do you believe that Mo Qibing can keep you from leaving Nanao? Lu Fei shrugged. If you dare, I will dare. Chu Yushi was scared and didn't dare to say anything. Inside the room, Mo Qibing walked in angrily. Shipping magnate Mo Honghan shook his head. Ah Bing, I'm disappointed. The sound is neither salty nor bland. Mo Qibing's whole body stiffened, and then he showed a look of shame. I asked you to invite someone, but you didn't succeed and you were tricked. And look at how you look now, do you look like the head of a group company with a market value of hundreds of billions? The shipping tycoon is awe-inspiring without even getting angry. Mo Qibing lowered his head silently. 2 minutes later, he walked in front of Lu Fei again. He said very humbly, Mr. Lu, my father wants to see you. The voice was actually respectful. Lu Fei was stunned. He burst out laughing. Ha! Your family education is really interesting. I just got slapped in the face. Now he's licking my face again? Money. Lu Fei couldn't understand. But I am interested in meeting the legendary shipping tycoon. Following behind Mo Qibing. Walk into a lounge. Lu Fei met the legendary shipping magnate Mo Honghan from Nanao. But in addition to Mo Honghan, there was also a middle-aged man. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. He first bowed to Mo Honghan. Mr. Mo is in good spirits and still has the demeanor of a shipping tycoon. Mo Honghan waved his hand. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. I heard that Mr. Lu acquired the Hake Group in full and directly delisted such a large group company? What a courage! If it were me, I would definitely not be willing to give it up. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed a hero in his youth, with the spirit of a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. While talking, this completely put Lu Fei's identity in the position of a junior. Chapter 105, The Shipping King's Earnest Deception. Lu Fei looked at Mo Honghan. He rubbed his eyebrows. Suddenly he asked, Mr. Mo, excuse me, can Mo Shipbuilding make a net profit of 10 billion yuan a year? Mo Honghan frowned. He said, after deducting all expenses, the net profit of Mo's shipping industry in a year is about this number. Oh, the profit margin is indeed very low. This industry is also a sunset industry. Lu Fei sighed. Mo Honghan was furious at his words. The Mo's boat was also his proudest achievement in his life. Lu Fei said one sentence. The composure he had maintained for decades collapsed in an instant. What does Mr. Lu think of doing business? Making money is only our second priority. Our first priority is to drive economic development and provide jobs for enough people. Mr. Lu can earn more than 1 billion yuan a year from the 10 office buildings in Shanghai. But you spent more than 2 billion to buy the building, and your profit margin is not as good as Mo's shipbuilding. Mo Honghan smiled coldly. There is a feeling of looking down on the world. Lu Fei smiled slightly. He nodded gracefully and said, Mr. Mo is right. I am grateful for your advice. He looks like a good student and a good child. He is completely different from the person just now. Mo Honghan's mood suddenly improved a lot. He said meaningfully, so it is better for young people to be down to earth. No industry is as simple as you think. You can't build a career just by acting on impulse. Don't let yourself get hurt, or even ruined, and then blame yourself for not having anyone to guide you. The voice is old and leisurely. It has a flavor of taking advantage of one's seniority. Lu Fei's smile became even brighter. He nodded and said, what the old gentleman said makes sense. Young people still need more guidance from seniors like you. Mo Honghan became more and more complacent with the contrast between his past and present behaviors. Just open the conversation. Said, since Mr. Lu is so modest, then I, an old man, will say a few more words. You spent more than 20 billion to buy Hake Group, and it seems to be a profitable deal. But don't forget that after Yang Hake's death, you took full control of Hake Group, and the previous interest chain and relationship chain were broken. The operating environment of Hake Group and its large number of employees will inevitably become the biggest burden. You need to burn a lot of money every day to revitalize this stagnant pool. Otherwise, what you buy is a pile of junk metal that is worthless. If you trust me and sell Hake to me, I will not let you lose a penny, and I will give you an additional 10% based on the purchase price. How? Shipping magnate Mo Honghan's true colors are revealed. She said this in a voice full of seduction. An image of me being a senior and doing this for your own good. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh. He said, Sir, you are so righteous. It's hard for me to refuse you. Mo Honghan smiled. He said, Mr. Lu, please think about it carefully. I have never told a lie. Lu Fei lowered his head and took a sip of tea. Lost in thought. It seemed like he was really thinking about Mo Honghan's suggestion. Aside. Chu Yushi's father Chu Weinan frowned. Shake your head slightly. Great ambition but little talent. It's of no use. Compared with Mo Qibing, he is far inferior. He stood up. He bowed to Mo Honghan and said, Uncle Mo, please talk to Mr. Lu slowly. I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. Mo Honghan looked up, a gleam in his eyes. Hold on, nephew Chu. I'm going out soon too. Chu Weinan walked out of the room. Soon, I found Chu Yushi who was chatting with a few friends. Yushi, come with me. Chu Yushi frowned. I just followed him obediently. Yushi, you have your own ideas and as a father I shouldn't interfere with you. But you are really too outrageous today. That Lu Fei is just an idiot. Just wait and see. In half a year at most he will be bankrupted by that old fox Mo Honghan. It's a joke that you use him as a shield. Your actions tonight have angered Mo Qibing, and he probably won't tolerate it any longer. He will definitely propose to you in public later. You'd better think clearly about what choice you should make. Chu Weinan looked solemn, and his voice was oppressive. Chu Yushi was stunned. No way? That guy doesn't look that bad. Chu Weinan sneered and said, just now in the lounge, that old fox Mo Honghan fooled that guy with just a few words. It is estimated that he will soon agree to sell the newly acquired hate group to the old fox Mo Honghan. But you should know how cunning that old fox is. If the guy surnamed Lu wasn't fooled into throwing his money and interest into the sea, he would be considered smart. Chu Yushi was silent. A long time. Okay, I got it. She muttered something, lowered her head and walked into the crowd again with a heavy heart. Not long. Wearing a crown and a moonlight dress, the little princess of the Mo family finally appeared wearing the crown. The little princess of the Mo family has really opened up. As expected of a ship king's genes, so beautiful. It's really beautiful. It seems like the threshold of the shipping king's house is about to be trampled down. Amidst the discussion, Mo Shiyan walked slowly in front of Chu Yushi. He held up a necklace with both hands. She said delicately, Sister Yushi, this is a gift from my eldest brother. He was too embarrassed to speak up, so he asked me, his sister, to act as the middleman. He said he hoped you would accept his love for you. Sister Yushi, you are my best friend, and today is my birthday. My elder brother is courting me so sincerely, you shouldn't refuse, right? Suddenly, there was silence in the banquet hall. Looking at the little girl in front of me who follows me and calls me sister every day. Chu Yushi's face darkened. It turns out that none of the women from wealthy families are simple. He is so shameless at such a young age. Not simple. As Chu Yushi sighed, she was caught in a dilemma. Sudden. What did you say? A scream from the lounge broke the silence. Everyone was stunned. Shipping King. What happened? Chapter 106, I'm just kidding you, the king of ships is so mad. Inside the lounge. Mo Qibing stood in front of shipping magnate Mo Honghan. He handed over a tablet. Dad, the news is true and has spread throughout Xuxia. The corner of Mo Honghan's mouth twitched. He took the tablet and swiped it quickly. Shocked. After the hate group completed the reorganization, it immediately formed an expedition team. And successfully found a Ming Dynasty shipwreck somewhere in the East China Sea. Get rich overnight. The shaky hate group ventured into ocean exploration for the first time and successfully found the sunken ship of Xin Wansan's caravan. According to sources from the hate group, there are 3 shipwrecks found this time, with more than 2 tons of gold, more than 10 tons of silver, and a large number of porcelain and ivory products as well as medieval treasures from Europe, with a conservative estimate of more than 15 billion. Just now, several professors from the XX Museum jointly released news that they suspected that there were night-shining pearls on the ship. Its value is inestimable. Many antique experts jointly estimated that the value of the shipwreck treasure has soared again, and the conservative estimate is more than 25 billion. Looking at the news that has been flooding the internet, Mo Honghan took a breath of cold air. This. His hands began to tremble like chicken claws. The look he gave Lu Fei was as if he had seen a ghost. How did you do that? Lu Fei shrugged and said, No, I just happened to get an ancient sea chart and marked a few places. I thought that since this is the case, I might as well buy a fleet of boats for fun. As a result, I accidentally bought the hate group. Mr. Mo, you have to believe me, this was really an accident. Lu Fei said with a very honest look. Mo Honghan was so angry at his expression that he trembled all over. The finger pointed at him tremblingly. Almost vomited blood. So, you were teasing me on purpose? Lu Fei looked surprised. Mr. Mo, you are quite smart. You knew I was kidding you. That's amazing. Mo Honghan drew a puff, pointing at Lu Fei as if he was having a seizure. You. Mo Honghan could no longer utter complete sentences. This guy is so hateful. He must have known it a long time ago, and without his instruction. There is no chance that this incident will appear in the news. So, the way he just acted like he was fooled was just an act. Purpose. I just want to laugh at myself. Mo Honghan understood. The anger he was holding in his heart made him feel even more aggrieved. Good. Very good. The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. Mo Honghan roared twice in frustration. Suddenly rolled his eyes. Fainted. Mo Chibing panicked. Dad! 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 What's wrong with you? Quick! Doctor! Go call a doctor! Amidst the panicked screams, the Mo family was in chaos. Soon, all the celebrities on Nanao and Nanjiang Islands received the news. Shipping magnate Mo Honghan fainted. And the reason? It was all because of that young man from the Magic City. The shipping tycoon wanted to buy the hate group from Lu Fei. When Lu Mingming learned that 3 shipwrecked treasures had been found, he deliberately said that he would consider selling the hate group to the shipping tycoon. Finally, the news broke. The expedition team under the sky actually found a super treasure worth nearly 30 billion. The shipping magnate was originally very proud of himself when he heard the news. He was so shocked, angry, and ashamed that he fainted. Hiss! This guy has such a dark heart. He's playing tricks on the shipping king. If it were me, I'd be furious. Shipping king, a lifelong reputation, will become a laughingstock today. This guy's methods are really shady. These wealthy and famous people are well aware of this. At Mo Honghan's age, money is actually no longer that important. What matters most is reputation. After the incident at Hate Group, Mo Honghan had set his eyes on this piece of fat meat. As a result, it was swallowed up by Lu Fei, who showed up halfway, leaving no residue. Now, because of the hate group, he, Mo Honghan, will become the laughingstock of the entire Nanao, and even the entire Zhuxia. How could he bear this? When Lu Fei left the lounge and walked into the banquet hall, everyone looked at him with fear in their eyes. This guy's methods are so cruel. Even an old veteran like the shipping king has fallen into the trap, so you'd better stay away from him. Chu Yushi's father Chu Weinan looked at Lu Fei as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it! Even an old veteran like the shipping king dares to play tricks on him. This guy is so bold. The key is, he actually succeeded. Take a deep breath. Chu Weinan touched his face, which was a little painful. Slowly lowered his head. Da-day-day. In the sound of footsteps, under everyone's attention, Lu Fei walked in front of Chu Yushi. Sister, do you dare to go to the hotel and have a try? Straightforward. Straight to the point. Leaving the whole group far behind. Chu Yushi was stunned. The little princess of the Mo family, Mo Xian, who was standing in front of her, was also stunned. This man. So wild. No words? Then I'll take that as your consent. Let us go. Let us touch reality. Lu Fei directly pulled Chu Yushi up. Amid the confused eyes of countless celebrities. Left the Mo family's manor directly. Come outside. She opened the door and stuffed Chu Yushi into her sports car. Lu Fei sat in the driver's seat. Started the car. Boom! The sports car flashed a streak of light in the darkness. Disappeared at the end of the long street. Later. The flashlights flash. The media personnel were so excited that their hands were shaking. Soon. What happened within the Mo family was also spread by some people with ulterior motives. The entire Nanao. There was a commotion because of what happened between Lu Fei and the Ship King. Chapter 107, like me? Go to the hotel. Inside the Mo family manor. Because Mo Honghan was completely in a mess. Mo Chibing's face was extremely gloomy. Asked, where did that bastard go? Beside. The fourth son of the Mo family said, brother, he drove away with Chu Yushi. Bang! Mo Chibing slammed the door hard. The muscles on his face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Old 4. Call all those friends together, I don't need to tell you what to do. The fourth brother, Mo Chifan, nodded vigorously. Don't worry, bro. I'll do it right away. After saying that, he turned around and started making a phone call. Hey! Help me check the movement track of the blue sports car with license plate number. Lao Hu, gather the brothers immediately and drive to surround this sports car. Old one, do me a favor. A series of calls were made. Soon the whole Nanao was boiling. Boom boom boom. Modified performance cars and sports cars took to the streets. It was getting closer and closer to the sports car driven by Lu Fei. At the same time, a large number of people gathered. In the car, Chu Yushi's phone rang. It belongs to the little princess of the Mo family, Mo Xian. Sister Yushi, please come back soon. It's going to be hard, and you're going to get hurt. The little princess has a very sweet voice, but with a hint of chill. There was a flash of coldness in Chu Yushi's eyes. Said, "Don't worry, Sister Xian, no matter how injured I am, your brother won't be injured. If you have the time to call me, you might as well go and comfort your brother." Mo Xian's face slowly sank. There was a grim look in his eyes. Chu Yushi, do you really have to go this far? Chu Yushi sighed helplessly. He glanced at Lu Fei, who was driving with one hand. He sighed and said, "I don't want to do that either, but now that I'm in Lu Fei's car, I really can't turn back." After saying, there was a cold look in her eyes. "Also, don't think I don't know what happened when we had an accident last time we went on a trip. Mo Xian, go back and tell your brother that he used such a despicable method, which is simply an insult to the word despicable." After saying that, she hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone, Mo Xian looked up. "She knows that the last accident was set up by you, that's why she hates you so much, so your proud plan that you swore so confidently is simply a joke." Mo Qibing's face became even colder. The corners of his mouth twitched. "But I couldn't utter a word. Last time he arranged an accident, hoping to have a cliched hero saving the damsel in distress. The result was counterproductive. Anyway, this isn't just a matter between me and her anymore. This concerns the reputation of the shipping tycoon's family. I must get her back to me." Mo Xian sneered and said, "Don't forget that the Chu family is not weak either, and they have been very close to the gambling Godgao family recently." The meaning is self-evident. Mo Qibing's expression became increasingly solemn. Mo Xian regained her gentle smile, like an ordinary high school student. Patted Mo Qibing on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "Come on, big brother. I still hope you can succeed." After saying, "Jump away." As if. The fact that Mo Honghan was in a coma and the shipping tycoon's family was in chaos didn't seem to affect her mood at all. Mo Qibing looked at her back, his eyes full of fear. "This damn girl." He muttered something. His eyes gradually turned cold. "Lu Fei, you can't get out of Nanao." The voice was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld of hell. On the street, Lu Fei drove the car at a leisurely pace. Chu Yushi frowned and said, "The Mo family has a great influence in Nanao. After you slapped the shipping king in the face like this, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave Nanao?" Lu Fei drove very calmly. Said, "If I were afraid, I would not go to the so-called dinner party tonight." Chu Yushi's eyes flickered. She smiled sweetly and said, "You are so charming when you are arrogant. I find myself liking you a little bit." Lu Fei smiled coquettishly. "Like me? Then touch me." Chu Yushi's face darkened. He snorted coldly, "Wait until you drive the car safely to the hotel before we talk." Lu Fei smiled silently. "How long has it been since you acquired god-level driving skills?" "Apart from the time when I chased Zhang Jijia's brother-in-law in Shanghai, I haven't really used it much. This time, you can make good use of it. Be careful, I heard the sound of bombings on the street, they are approaching. If I were you, I would definitely stop the car and find a place to hide nearby." Chu Yushi said as if she had made sure of Lu Fei's victory. Because the noise from the street bombings that were gradually coming from all around was too loud. Whistling in. Getting closer. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. "What are you panicking about?" As soon as the words fell. Buzz. Several mountain bikes emerged from the alley. Rushed towards Lu Fei's car. Boom boom boom. The engine roars. Someone pulled out a machete hanging on the car. The bright light of the knife flashed. Rushed towards Lu Fei. "Careful." Chu Yushi's face changed drastically and she cried out in surprise. Lu Fei smiled calmly and worked quickly with his hands and feet. Boom. A muffled sound. The sports car went off track. A tailspin. The butt of the car lightly hit the railing on the street. The railing collapsed, and several motorcyclists rushed up and flew out of the windshield of the sports car with their riders and knives. Boom. Lu Fei stepped on the accelerator. The sports car passed by several wailing riders. "Walk away. You're a pretty good driver, but now the car behind you is catching up to you, and the two cars in front of you are stuck. How are you going to get through?" Chu Yushi sneered. Lu Fei didn't even look at her. He looked at the two vans riding side by side in front of him and operated calmly. Buzz buzz buzz. The sports car engine roars, rushing towards the middle of the two cars at an extremely fast speed. Shu Yushi's face finally changed. "You're crazy. Stop the car," she screamed. Pale face. Chapter 108, The Shipping King's family became a laughingstock. Amidst the screams, Lu Fei turned the steering wheel. Sudden bang. A muffled sound. The left side of the McLaren supercar suddenly took off. Then he rushed out diagonally. Bang, bang, bang. After a muffled sound, the sports car squeezed through the gap between the two cars, landed on the ground with a bang, disappeared around the corner in an instant. Shu Yushi was still in shock. I covered my chest and felt like my heart was going to jump out. She tilted her head, looking at Lu Fei, who had a very relaxed expression from beginning to end. He asked in surprise, "How did you do that just now? I thought this kind of situation only happened in movies." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "It's very simple. Just do this and then do this again, and the car will stand up." Shu Yushi? She rolled her eyes. He simply leaned back in the chair with his arms folded, and just stared at Lu Fei. She suddenly felt. This man was alone, facing this situation, yet he remained calm and seemed to be in control of everything. It's so handsome. Compared to those male celebrities who pose in coquettish ways on TV, he is tens of thousands times more handsome. Shu Yushi felt her heart was beating, and even began to sink a little. "Which hotel do you think is best for us to go to?" Lu Fei suddenly asked. Shu Yushi's face darkened and she yelled, "Asshole, I want to go home. I don't want to go to the hotel." Lu Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. "In the night," he said, "actually, we don't have to go to the hotel. The moonlight is just right tonight, and using the sky as a blanket will be a good story." Shu Yushi gritted her teeth, glanced at Lu Fei. He lowered his head and said nothing. Being moved is one thing, but going to a hotel to try it out is another. "I will never give in." Driving. Lu Fei turned many turns and went through many small alleys. They soon shook off the large number of sports cars sent out by Mo Chibing to pursue them. Even the Sky Eye couldn't track Lu Fei's whereabouts. More than an hour later, he drove his sports car and arrived at the beach silently. Drove into a seaside BB. "Lu Fei, you are serious?" Shu Yushi was scared. Lu Fei looked at her disdainfully. "Are you scared? Are you scared? Why were you pretending to be a heroine before? If you are scared now, just drive away by yourself. It doesn't matter whether you get hit or not. Tomorrow the whole of Nanao will know that you have cheated on the eldest son of the Mo family." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the BB. His last contemptuous look. It deeply hurt Shu Yushi's self-esteem. She gritted her teeth. He stomped his feet with an unpleasant look on his face. "Fuck you. Touch me if you want. I'm not afraid of you." 10 minutes later. Inside the homestay. Shu Yushi screamed. "You son of a bitch. Be gentle." Shortly after Lu Fei and Shu Yushi entered the BB, Mo Chibing finally received the news. "Brother, Lao Hu and the others have completely lost us." The fourth brother, Mo Chifan, came over and lowered his head. Mo Chibing's expression became extremely ferocious. "So, I'm doomed to be cuckolded?" Mo Chifan lowered his head and said nothing. Beside, the eldest and third son of the Mo family, as well as the children from other branches, all lowered their heads. His shoulders shrugged. I was laughing so hard in my heart. "Oh. Mo Chibing. So what if you are the eldest son? Now you are the laughingstock of the entire Nanao. I wonder if you will have the nerve to take charge of such a huge Mo group in the future." Mo Chibing also understood the significance of this matter. His eyes were cold and the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Lu Fei. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. "But I can't find a place to vent." Old 4. "Search. Keep looking for me." Mo Chibing roared. However, the words had just fallen. The eldest and third sons of the Mo family, as well as the children from other branches, all jumped out. Brother! I object to this matter. Father is in a coma now. We can't continue to torment him. If we continue to make trouble, our entire MO family will become a laughingstock. Brother, the MO family is not just yours. MO Chibing was stunned. After a while, he slowly lowered his head. Okay. I won't look for it anymore. His eyes were cold. Sitting on the sofa, fell into silence. The MO family disciples dispersed one after another. Everyone has their own thoughts. Early the next morning, various news came out. The MO family, a shipping tycoon family, was pushed to the forefront. Shocking news. Shipping tycoon MO Honghan wanted to buy Shanghai Hake Group, but was teased by Hake's new owner Lu Fei. The shipping tycoon is old, can he still make a living? The shipping magnate's fame was ruined in an instant. The shipping tycoon wanted to increase the price by 10% to buy Hake Group, but Hake Group discovered an ancient shipwreck worth tens of billions. Is it luck or inevitability? Unearthing the story behind the billion-dollar shipwreck. Love in a wealthy family, Miss Chu holds hands with the upstart in Magic City, and the eldest son of the MO family sheds tears on the spot. MO Chibing's reputation has suffered a huge blow, and he may be squeezed out of the core management of Mo's Industrial. The media in Nan'ao and Nanjiang have always had no moral integrity. Write in a way that attracts attention. Overnight, shipping magnate MO Honghan and his MO family became the laughingstock of countless people. MO Honghan is in trouble this time. After all this time, it turns out that they bought Hake Group not to do any serious business, but to go treasure hunting. I heard that Lu Fei had a treasure map of an ancient shipwreck, so he was able to find such a huge treasure right after buying the Hake Group. The girl from the Chu family is good at judging people. As soon as she found out that this man surnamed Lu was not simple, she immediately abandoned Mr. Mo. Amidst the chaotic discussion, Lu Fei had woken up on the tatami in the BB. Beside, lying there was Chu Yushi, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Look at this woman. All kinds of crazy images flashed through Lu Fei's mind. Ma Dan. This must be the woman I fucked the fastest that I've ever met. Asshole, how long are you going to watch? Chu Yushi suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 109, I have a 200,000 square meter plot of land in Shanghai. Lu Fei smiled coquettishly. They say that drinking some beer the next morning after a hangover can help sober you up. I'll use the same principle to help you recover. More than another hour passed. Lu Fei got up refreshed. After a while, Chu Yushi limped out. Lu Fei, you are a complete bastard. The beautiful Chu took a deep breath as she walked. Lu Fei chuckled. I gave you a chance to leave last night. Chu Yushi's face became even uglier. Who would have thought? She just acted on impulse and wanted to find a shield. Just to get rid of Mo Chibing, that disgusting pursuer. In the end, I managed to get rid of it, but ended up getting myself into trouble. Turn on your phone. There was a series of missed calls. There is Mo Chibing S. There is Mo Xian S. There are many friends and girlfriends. There were also calls from her father Chu Weinan and her mother. Lu Fei, I'm done. Chu Yushi looked up. The eye sockets are a little red. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Why, are you afraid your father will beat you? Chu Yushi lowered her head. My father is not afraid, the problem is my mother, it's over. She collapsed on the sofa. Lu Fei said indifferently, what are you afraid of? Although the Mo family has hundreds of billions of assets, how much will Mo Chibing have after dividing it? I am different. Although I have less money, I can make my own decisions on everything. Chu Yushi thought about it. That seems to be the case. She felt much better. Then he sat up and started eating lunch with Lu Fei. After lunch, Lu Fei checked out. Get in Chu Yushi's car and drive towards the Chu family. After all, you are taking away the cabbages that someone has grown for 20 years. There's no harm in going and meeting him. Chu family. Chu Weinan's face was as gloomy as water. His wife, the former Nanjiang actress Zhong Sihong, frowned and flipped through the newspaper. Old Chu, what should we do now? Chu Weinan sighed. What else can I do? I was just thinking of damaging the reputation of the shipping magnate, and then taking more initiative in future marriages. Unexpectedly, Yushi, that damn girl, actually played it for real. She even stayed out all night with a man she had only known for less than half a day. Now our Chu family has completely broken off with the Shipping King's family, but fortunately we have a good relationship with the Gao family. Old man Mo Honghan doesn't dare to touch us easily, so let's just wait for that damn girl to come back. As soon as the words fell, an old man in his 50s walked in. Sir, ma'am. The young lady is back with Mr. Liu. The voice fell. Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong were stunned and both stood up. This bastard actually dared to come to the Chu family? Chu Weinan was furious. Zhong Sihong patted his shoulder. Said, actually, I think that young man is quite good. You have built such a great foundation at such a young age, which is much more impressive than when you were young. Chu Weinan was stunned. He asked, you are not the one? Is this the beginning of the mother-in-law looking at the son-in-law? Zhong Sihong shrugged and said, it's not a bad thing to meet them, and they are here. Besides, your daughter has brought someone home, so it's obvious what happened. Chu Weinan was stunned. Then his face turned livid. This damn girl. He gritted his teeth. Let's go. It's good to go and meet the young talents in the Magic City. Zhong Sihong took the lead and walked out. Chu Weinan cursed angrily and followed him out. Inside the Chu family's living room, Lu Fei crossed his legs and sat comfortably on the sofa. Instead, Chu Yushi seemed a little restless. Sudden. Ding. The host's Earth clone D29 dies. You will receive a plot of land with an area of 286,400 square meters in the Magic City high-tech zone. You will also receive a set of design drawings of an extraordinary commercial building from the future. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. Lu Fei was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. Oh. The sleepy head meets the pillow. Sat and waited for less than a minute. Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong arrived together. Tug. It felt like there was a spring installed on Chu Yushi's butt. He jumped up all of a sudden. Standing in front of the sofa, he lowered his head and whispered, Dad, Mom. Chu Weinan raised his brows. You still know that I am your father? The voice was flat, but anger was bubbling inside. Zhong Sihong glanced at him and looked at Lu Fei, who also stood up. Nodded with satisfaction. You are Lu Fei, right? You look quite energetic. Lu Fei nodded with a smile. Madam, you are well maintained. When we watched the Nanjiang movie a few years ago, you were the dream lover of many of us young people. Zhong Sihong was stunned and giggled, covering her mouth. Chu Weinan looked at Lu Fei even more displeased. Damn. He destroyed the lush cabbages that he had been raising for 20 years. Now you are flirting with my wife in front of me? Lu Fei, do you know that your current situation is very dangerous? Chu Weinan decided to take the initiative. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the power of the Shipping King in Nanao is so great that he can cover the Chu family with one hand? Chu Weinan choked and his face looked even uglier. Zhong Sihong frowned. He interrupted, Xiao Lu, right? Sit down quickly. Talk to Auntie, what do you think of us female stars? Lu Fei had a smile on his face. He sat down obediently. Zhong Sihong waved her hand, Auntie, serve the tea. Afterwards, Lu Fei started chatting with Zhong Sihong. Madam, you must not know that the actresses of your generation have been deified. Most of the female celebrities nowadays are artificial products carved out of the same mold. Compared with the actresses of your time, there is a huge gap between them. And when it comes to professional skills and morals, there is no comparison. Lu Fei casually recounted everyone's current evaluation of the former Nanjiang goddesses. Zhong Sihong laughed so hard that the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes could no longer be concealed. He, Xiao Lu, you are quite interesting. Stay for dinner tonight. Suddenly, Chu Weinan's face darkened. Chapter 110, Chu Weinan, who was arrogant at first but respectful later. Zhong Sihong saw the change in Chu Weinan's expression. She glanced sideways. Chu Weinan's face froze. Just as he was about to say something, he was blocked again. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that this female star who married into a wealthy family is more powerful than I imagined. She can actually eat up a rich man like Chu Weinan. Compared to her, those actresses whose husbands cheated on them at the same time are really miserable. Lu Fei sighed in his heart. Zhong Sihong continued chatting with Lu Fei. Chatting and chatting. Zhong Sihong suddenly asked, Lu Sheng, What are your plans for the future? Speaking of. He glanced at Chu Yushi secretly. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. He said, there is no plan. But I have a project that I can work with Mr. Chu on. Chu Weinan frowned. Zhong Sihong also felt dissatisfied. Is this young man going to just pull up his pants and ignore us? Isn't this too unreasonable? Lu Fei said leisurely, Mr. Chu, I have acquired a plot of land of 286,400 square meters in the Magic City high-tech zone. Mr. Chu is in the real estate business. I wonder if he is interested in working with me. 286,400 square meters. This sentence. Shocking. What does a plot of land of 286,400 square meters mean? The area of Thompson 1 is only a little over 20,000 square meters. Although the high-tech zone is not in the city center, it is also one of the future economic centers of Shanghai. A plot of land of 280,000 square meters. Worth at least tens of billions. Key. Such a large piece of land may not be acquired in one go even if you have money. Gurgle. Chu Weinan swallowed hard. He glanced at Chu Yushi, who was already stunned. He looked at Zhong Sihong again, whose eyes were shining. The voice was hoarse. Is it the newly designated high-tech zone? Lu Fei nodded and said, yes, that's it. Chu Weinan took a deep breath. Adjust your mindset. Sat down opposite Lu Fei. How does Mr. Lu want to cooperate? Lu Fei leaned back on the sofa and said, actually, I don't have to cooperate with Mr. Chu. After all, there are a lot of powerful real estate developers in Modu. Chu Weinan became anxious. Although the Chu family's Chu group is powerful, it has been on a downward trend in recent years. The key is that the roots of the various states are very shallow, and most of their strength is developed overseas. However, it is generally acknowledged that overseas real estate has been difficult to do in recent years, and the environment is much worse than in other parts of China. Chu Weinan's hair has turned white due to worrying about the transformation of the group company. In order to continue the group company, Chu Weinan even walked between the gambling Godgao family and the shipping king Mo family. Be indecisive and have the best of both worlds. Now, because of Lu Fei, he has severely offended the shipping king's family. It is difficult to develop in other areas in this small piece of land in Nanao. But if he could get in touch with Lu Fei, he could use the Magic City as a springboard to enter the real estate industry in Zhuxia. After making some money, it may be a good choice to take this opportunity to slowly seek transformation and further enter Zhuxia, the world's largest population market. Thinking of this, Chu Weinan's face was already full of smiles. He sat directly next to Lu Fei. He waved his hand and said, sister-in-law, serve some good tea. From serving tea to serving fine tea. Lu Fei felt the changes clearly. Really? This world still depends on financial resources. Sitting leisurely on the sofa. Chu Weinan no longer had any displeasure in the way he looked at her. With a big smile on his face, he said, Lu Shang, can you tell me where that piece of land is? Lu Fei shrugged and said, if Mr. Chu is interested, why not go to the Magic City and take a look at it for yourself and you will know. Lu Fei himself doesn't even know where the ground is. Chu Weinan thought about it and it seemed to be true. He forced himself to suppress his inner curiosity and started talking to Lu Fei in a very friendly manner. If the location of that piece of land was just a little better, there would be at least tens of billions in profit after construction was completed. It will definitely greatly alleviate the current predicament of the Chu group. Lu Fei held the trump card in his hand and spoke to Chu Weinan in a neutral tone. This was completely different from the treatment he received when he first arrived at the Chu family. Seeing that they were chatting, Zhong Sihong simply stood up with the unhappy Chu Yushi. Lu Sheng, Chu, you guys continue chatting first. Yushi and I will go prepare afternoon tea. Leave the living room. Chu Yushi pouted and said unhappily, Mom, why is Dad like that? His expression changes so quickly. Zhong Sihong patted her. You stupid girl, you still have the nerve to say that? You almost pissed your dad off to death. After saying. She winked again. Asked, were you with that Lu Fei last night? The corners of Chu Yushi's mouth twitched. Nodding silently, well, actually he is quite amazing. Zhong Sihong blushed. You stupid girl, why are you telling your mother anything about how powerful I am? Chu Yushi was stunned. Rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? I said he was pretty powerful. The Mo family sent out so many people to chase and intercept him last night. In the end, he got rid of him in no time, and the Mo family didn't find him all night. Zhang Sihong nodded and said, "It's really impressive. The key is this family business." Having just acquired the Hake Group, it has now quietly acquired a plot of land of more than 200,000 square meters. Have you ever asked him what his family does? How come they are so capable and wealthy? Xu Yushi shook her head and said, "I don't know anything. I only know that he bought the Hake Group." Zhang Sihong sighed helplessly. "You don't know anything, yet you are just aren't you usually very proud of yourself and very smart?" Xu Yushi blushed. "I was forced to do this. This guy used words to bully me, and I got angry. Plus, I thought I had offended the Mo family anyway, so I just..." Zhang Sihong. "Forget it, now that things have come to this, you can take care of it yourself." After saying, "I was busy preparing afternoon tea." Chapter 111, Making Chu Weinan Run Around in Circles. Chatted with Chu Weinan for a while in the living room. This guy is very talkative and can talk about anything. After chatting for a while, Lu Fei's cell phone rang. "Take it out and take a look." It was a message sent from Shanghai, with an electronic map attached. Open a map. The location of the land that Lu Fei bought is marked on it. Took 2 glances. The location is good. It is right in the center of the high-tech cluster. So, can we build a commercial complex and then an office building cluster like Tianhe Plaza? Lu Fei muttered softly. Aside. Chu Weinan heard a few words and saw what looked like a map on the screen of his mobile phone. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. He asked casually, "What is Lu Shang looking at?" "It looks like a map." Lu Fei closed the map and put his phone in his trouser pocket. Said, "Nothing, just an unimportant little thing sent to me by someone from the company." Chu Weinan was furious. This bastard. It was definitely intentional. It was obviously a map. In all likelihood, it is the location map of the land plot of more than 200,000 square meters. Why do you have to talk about some unimportant little things? Damn it. It's just that I gave you a little disrespect just now. After all, you just took the cabbage that I raised for 20 years. Can't you give me a little face? Chu Weinan was furious. Lu Fei, however, acted as if he didn't see it and took a sip of tea leisurely. Finish your tea. Glanced at the time. Said, "Mr. Chu, it's getting late. If there is nothing else, I think I will leave first." After saying that, he stood up. Chu Wei went south. "I haven't negotiated anything for all this time, and now you want to leave? Lu Shang, you must not leave. If you leave, how will the people in Nanao see me, Chu Weinan? Since Lu Shang is visiting us, we should at least have a meal together first." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "But it is indeed a bit boring to just sit like this." Chu Weinan suppressed his anger. Said, "Oh, so that's how it is." He took a deep breath and said, "There is a horse farm in my manor. If Lu Sheng is bored, he can ask Yushi to go horseback riding with him." Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. "Horse riding? This is fine. Then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful." 10 minutes later. Inside the horse farm. Lu Fei and Xu Yushi stood side by side. "Lu Fei, do you really have a plot of land in the Magic City?" Xu Yushi asked. Lu Fei shook his head and said, "I'm a fool. I lied to you." Xu Yushi was furious. "Asshole. How could you do this?" "My dad has gone to a meeting with the board of directors." Lu Fei turned around. Surprised, is he so impatient? Xu Yushi was furious. He whispered, "No, I have to call him right away and tell him that you lied to him." Speaking of. He took out his cell phone and dialed. "Dad. Wait a minute and get out of here. That bastard Lu Fei lied to you. He doesn't have any land at all." "Yes. He just told me." "What? You want to talk to him? Then wait a moment." Xu Yushi picked up the phone and turned around. But he found that Lu Fei had already mounted his horse and rushed out. Drive. Galloping on horseback. Fine clothes and fast horses. Lu Fei rode the horse and disappeared from Xu Yushi's sight. Dad the bastard rode away on his horse. Xu Yushi hung up the phone. He also rode a horse to catch up. A few minutes later. Chu Weinan, who had just gone out, hurried back to the manor. With a gloomy face, he strode onto the sightseeing bus. To the stables. 10 minutes later. Chu Weinan arrived at the racecourse. He saw his daughter lying on the grass. That bastard Lu Fei was riding on his daughter. Chu Weinan's face suddenly turned blood red. Assholes! What are you doing? He roared. He strode forward. Lu Fei turned around. He stood up and pulled Chu Yushi up. Said, "Is this what they call BA0 Western Jiu-Jitsu? Don't make me laugh to death." Chu Yushi looked desperate. "How come you are so good at everything?" Lu Fei did a bodybuilding move. "Everything you eat tastes delicious and you feel great. You experienced that last night." Chu Yushi's face darkened. "Look back." Her father rushed over as if he wanted to eat someone. "Chu Yushi! What were you doing just now?" Chu Weinan growled. Chu Yushi was stunned. Said, "I am sparring with him." Chu Weinan's face turned green. "Do you think I'm blind? Go to the kitchen right now. Help your mother." After saying. Looking back at Lu Fei. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Lu Shang, is it fun to play tricks on me? Now our Chu family doesn't. Lu Fei's cell phone suddenly appeared in front of him. Above is a scanned document. Lu Fei said calmly, "This was just sent to me by the general manager of Feek Investment Company. All the procedures for the piece of land I bought in Shanghai have been completed, and I just need to complete the relevant construction application procedures. Construction can start on that piece of land at any time. I just checked it out. It's right in the center of the high-tech zone, so it can be used as a plaza-type building complex with mixed commercial and office buildings." After saying. He seemed very curious. Asked, "By the way, Mr. Chu, you just said that your Chu family doesn't have anything?" His expression was calm, but there was a hint of smile in his eyes. Chu Weinan looked at the documents and bright red seals flashing like slides on his phone. "And that map? The snake's head is almost tangled." His face changed. "But it is even more exciting to the extreme. Just the right clothes look angry and hurried." But when Lu Fei handed over the phone, his expression gradually changed: shock, joy, shame, and then anger. There is also irrepressible ecstasy. This location. It's simply a prime location. If it is developed into a mixed commercial and office complex. Absolutely huge profit. Aside. Chu Yushi was also stunned. She slowly turned around and looked at Lu Fei. There was a look of rage on his face. "Lu Fei, you bastard. You actually lied to me." Chapter 112, Nanao Legendary Figure God of Gamblers. As soon as the words fell, Chu Weinan turned around suddenly. He shouted at Chu Yushi, "Yushi, how can you talk like that? You are a girl. How did I teach you? Is that how you speak so eloquently?" After saying. Chu Weinan turned around and gave Lu Fei a warm smile. Said, "Lu Shang is really interesting, he has coaxed this girl around. If I had half the skills that Lu Shang had, I wouldn't have had to work so hard to chase her mother." After saying. He shook his head inside, "Young people are to be feared. Young people are really to be feared." There was no trace of the anger he had just shown. Moods and facial expressions change so quickly. Make Lu Fei feel inferior. He is indeed an old fox in the business world. This is so thick-skinned that it is impressive. As long as Mr. Chu understands, it's just that Yushi doesn't understand romance. We were just joking, but she took it seriously. Even I didn't expect that she would call you in such a hurry. Otherwise I would have stopped her. It's really embarrassing to make Mr. Chu make another trip," Lu Fei said with a smile. Chu Weinan knew that he did it on purpose, but he could only smile alone. Chu Yushi, who was standing by, blushed with anger. A moment of grinding teeth. Chu Weinan laughed and said, "We old antiques don't understand the tastes of you young people." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Mr. Chu, the tricks your generation played are not something we young people can play. At least I don't dare to play golf or anything like that, so if we're talking about the best, you old veterans are the best. After all, the old ones are the wisest." Chu Weinan was stunned. Almost laughed out loud. This guy. Isn't it what happened back then? But it was indeed a sensation. Are you kidding, Lu Shang? You and Yushi can have fun while I go to the company." Lu Fei nodded with a smile. He said, "Mr. Chu, take care." Come back and we'll discuss how to cooperate. Chu Weinan smiled. Nodding, okay, I'll be leaving now. After that, he turned around and told Chu Yushi, play with Mr. Lu. Dad is going to the company. After saying that, he turned around and strode away. Chu Yushi stamped her feet. Lu Fei said from the side, your father told you to play with me. I want to play ball now. Chu Yushi was stunned. 5 minutes later. Inside the bowling alley in the Chu family manor. Bang! Lu Fei threw the ball. A perfect one. Chu Yushi was confused. Are you sure this is your first time bowling? Lu Fei shrugged and said, of course, you taught me personally, how could it be false? Chu Yushi doubted her life. This is amazing. Lu Fei said, you have tried something even more powerful. Chu Yushi rolled her eyes. I don't want to talk to Lu Fei anymore. Played in the bowling alley for a while. Lu Fei and Chu Yushi went to their family gym again. Sweating profusely for an hour. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Instead of having afternoon tea, the two of them made fried rice in the gym's locker room. It was already past 5 o'clock when we finished eating the fried rice. Chu Yushi, with a rosy face, took Lu Fei's arm and returned to the villa. Look at her face. Zhong Sihong's eyes changed slightly. Look at Lu Fei. Shake your head and sigh. Have a look. My daughter is being taken advantage of by the other party. Yushi and Lu Fei, please sit down and have some tea. Old Chu will be back soon, and the gambling god Mr. Gao will also be a guest. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. The god of gamblers Gao Chang? He is a legendary figure in Nan'ai. Mr. Gao is coming over? Then I'm kind of looking forward to it. Gao Chang is a very legendary person. He started out as a gambler and has a very high prestige in Nan'ai. Even many gambling movies in Nanjiang were based on his deeds. I sat in the living room for about 20 minutes. Chu Weinan and the gambling god Gao Chang, who was over 70 years old and had a head full of white hair, walked in side by side. Gao Shang, let me introduce you. This is Lu Shang from the Magic City. After saying. Then he said to Lu Fei, Lu Shang, this is the god of gamblers Gao Shang. Lu Fei took the initiative to extend his hand. He said modestly, Mr. Gao is an idol in the hearts of people of my generation who grew up watching Nanjiang movies. It is a great honor to meet Mr. Gao today. Gao Cheng smiled and shook hands with Lu Fei, saying, it is my honor to meet a young talent like Lu Shang. Everyone flatters me and calls me the god of gamblers, but compared to Lu Shang, I think Lu Shang is the god of gamblers. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. Mr. Gao, you are too kind. I am not very good at gambling. Gao Cheng smiled and shook his head. He said, Lu Shang is indeed a master of gambling. After all, not everyone dares to mortgage his property for a loan of 20 to 30 billion just because of a fictitious treasure map. Directly by a large shipping and fishing group like Hake Group and gamble on the illusory treasure. The key point is that you, Lu Shang, really made the right bet. You found a treasure worth 2 or 300 billion overnight, and earned back the money you put into buying Hake Group in one go. It's like you didn't spend a dime to acquire a comprehensive shipping company like Hake Group. No wonder Xiao Mo is so angry with you that he is still in the hospital. Lu Fei was stunned. Come to think of it, it seems to be true. After all, others don't know that he has a golden finger that allows him to make sure that what he gets is 100% real. What he called ancient sea charts, in the eyes of others, were nothing more than gambling. Ha ha. Lu Fei laughed. The god of gamblers is worthy of being the god of gamblers. This is indeed the truth. There was indeed an element of gambling involved in my purchase of the Hake Group. Gao Cheng smiled. Said, in this case, today I have a bet, I wonder if you dare to take it, Lu Shang? Chapter 113, Identity? Lu Fei was stunned. He asked, what's the bet? Gao Cheng glanced at Chu Weinan. He shook his head and said, let's talk about this later. I heard that you got a large piece of land in the Magic City, and Xiao Chu is jealous. So you should discuss this matter with him first, and then I will talk about our bet. Lu Fei glanced at him. My heart skipped a beat. What is this old guy planning? Chu Weinan was also very nervous. The god of gamblers Gao Chang is unfathomable and even more frightening to him than the old man from the Mo family. Why did you let him come? Zhong Sihong asked in a low voice. Chu Weinan glanced at her and tried to lower his voice and said, "He said he wanted to come, how could I refuse?" After saying, he shouted, "Okay, I have something to discuss with Lu Shang." Just in time, Mr. Gao is here too. You and Yushi should go to the kitchen and ask them to prepare more dishes. Zhong Sihong greeted Chu Yushi. Said, "Come on, Yushi, come with me to take a look." Chu Yushi left reluctantly. Gao Cheng sat on the sofa, drinking tea leisurely. Chu Weinan sat next to Lu Fei. "Lu Shang, let's be frank and not beat around the bush. I want to cooperate with you and work on that piece of land together. What are your conditions?" He also understood Lu Fei's character well. Asked directly. Lu Fei pondered for a while. He said, "Two options. First, I will provide the land, the blueprints, and the money, and ask you to be responsible for the construction. The Chu Group should be able to make a profit. The second option is that I still provide the land and the blueprint, but you provide the money and build the house. I will set up a sales company to be responsible for operations and sales, and I will take 80% of the final profits and you will take 20%. Chu Weinan fell into deep thought. Both options have their own advantages and disadvantages. The first one is a sure win, but the profit is good. The second option requires more effort and investment risk, but the returns should be greater. Thought for a while. Chu Weinan said, "I want 30%, otherwise I can't explain to the shareholders, and our Chu Group needs to review the drawings." Lu Fei shook his head directly and said, "I don't like bargaining with people. It's only 20%. You can cooperate if you want." Chu Weinan's face darkened. "No room for negotiation?" Lu Fei shook his head and said, "Giving you 20% is already very good. You should know that the most expensive thing in real estate now is land. Moreover, with the capabilities of your Chu Group, you will never be able to obtain such a large plot of land in the Shanghai high-tech zone in your lifetime. If you want to enter the Zhuxia market, you should take appropriate risks." Chu Weinan was in a dilemma. Gao Cheng on the side coughed lightly. Said, "Xiao Chu, sometimes changing your life is a gamble. You lack the gambling nature, which is both your strength and your weakness. Otherwise, Chu would not be in such a half-dead state as it is now. It would either have completely perished or had already been reborn from the ashes. As for the shareholders on the board of directors, if they are unwilling, tell them to come to me anytime they want to sell their shares." Gao Cheng's words finally made Chu Weinan make up his mind. He looked up. Said, "Okay. I choose the second option. But before I sign the contract, I need to see the drawings and evaluate the proposals." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Okay, I'll let you know when I get back to the Magic City and finish the design." Chu Weinan nodded and said, "Okay, then it's settled." Lu Fei shook hands with him. "Don't worry, I don't like to play those little tricks." The two people reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Gao Cheng said, "Xiao Chu, please arrange a room for me. I want to talk to Lu Sheng alone." Chu Weinan frowned and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Gao, and Lu Shang, please follow me." 2 minutes later. Inside a lounge. Lu Fei and Gao Cheng sat down. Chu Weinan closed the door. The atmosphere fell silent. Gao Cheng didn't say anything. Lu Fei was too lazy to speak. "I simply took out my cell phone and opened WeChat." "Lu Fei, what's going on between you and the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Nanao? My father and mother are almost mad at me now." Miss Lin, she sent a message. Lu Fei replied casually. He said, "You know that I am a romantic and outstanding person. The eldest daughter of the Chu family fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to marry me. She kicked out the eldest son of the Mo family and wanted to live with me. But don't worry, I am a determined person and I have kept my chastity and didn't do anything. Tell Uncle Lin and Aunt Ju that my body and my heart are still clean, and tell them not to worry." Puff. Gao Cheng, who was drinking tea nearby, almost spit out the tea. Look at Lu Fei. His eyes were full of amazement. "Oh shit. I have been traveling around the world for decades, from high-ranking officials to peddlers. What kind of people have I not seen? But I have never seen anyone with such a thick skin in my life." Lu Fei ignored the old man. He opened the message sent by Yu Menglan again. "Xiao Lu, you started having sex in Nanao right after I left. Ruoxian was so angry after reading the newspaper that she almost died. She also yelled at me not to have any contact with you anymore. I tried my best to say good things to Ruoxian, but you ruined it in a minute. Do you still want her to call you daddy?" Lu Fei chuckled. If no one else replied, what? Are you jealous? When I return to the Magic City to find you, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. After saying, he looked up Lu Ruoxin's message again. Lu Fei. You bastard. Did you have a great time in Nanao? I'm telling you. I've already told my stepmother that she will never talk to you again. Chapter 114, God of Gamblers, the granddaughter is yours, and the Gao family is also yours. Finished. Finally, Wei Yihan's prestige was brought up again. Brother Fei, how could you do this? You hooked up with someone else right after she left. Although I don't mind being a mistress, I hate having a mistress outside of a mistress. Lu Fei curled his lips and said, Mistress? You think too much, just move a few seats to the back. Aside. There was more than just surprise on Gao Chang's old face, but full of admiration. I have been in the love field for decades and have married several wives. But compared to this Lu Fei, I am as innocent as a teenager. Gao Chang felt like fucking a dog. It felt like everything I was proud of was turned into ashes in an instant in front of Lu Fei. In terms of money, he is very young, but his assets are close to 100 billion. When it comes to the number of wives, young people are better at having fun than me. Anyway, no matter what aspect I talk about, I seem to be inferior to them. Old. Gao Chang sighed. Lu Fei put down his phone. He said, everyone will grow old, why should you be sad about the passing of time? Gao Chang shook his head and sighed, although this is human nature, who can really let it go? Lu Fei was too lazy to discuss this kind of nonsense with him. He asked directly, Old sir, please tell me why you came to me. Gao Chang laughed and said, I really want to make a bet with you. Lu Fei stretched out his hand. I'd like to hear more about it. Gao Chang fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally spoke. Lu Sheng is not from Nanao, so he probably doesn't know much about our Gao family. Now, apart from me, an old man, there is only one daughter left in the second generation of our Gao family. Except for the eldest granddaughter Mo Han, who is an adult, the others of the third generation are still young. The Gao family seems to be prosperous, but they have already reached the edge of a cliff. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. I am old now and can no longer support the Gao family. Speaking of. Gao Chang was filled with sorrow. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, but what does this have to do with the so-called bet? Gao Chang sat up straight. Of course it matters. Because you are the only one who can make Mo Honghan lose face. Mo Honghan has been eyeing our Gao family covetously and has secretly eroded a lot of Gao family's assets in the past few years. Among them is the Huncheng Cruise, which once hosted the World Gambling Competition. A few years ago, I was assassinated and returned seriously injured. My two relatively capable sons also died in accidents one after another. If there is no Mo family involvement, I don't believe it at all. Speaking of. Gao Cheng's eyes were already filled with coldness. He said, so I want to make a bet with you, and the bet is the entire Nanao Gao family. Do you dare to accept it, Mr. Lu? Lu Fei was stunned. What does this mean, Mr. Gao? Lu Fei asked with a frown. Gao Chang sat on the sofa and adjusted his sitting position. He said, as long as you can swallow up the Mo family, the Gao family will be yours. My Gao Cheng's granddaughter will also be yours. I am old now, and I don't have too many other requests. It is enough for the child born from you and my granddaughter to have the surname Gao and leave him half of my Gao family's assets. That's true. Lu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Yet he did not fully believe it. People like Gao Cheng who have climbed from humble beginnings to their current position. How many truthful words can come out of your mouth? He just wanted to use his hand to help deal with the Mo family in Nanao. Simple strategy to drive out the wolf and devour the tiger. Mr. Gao thinks so highly of it, so I definitely can't refuse. But I am a very suspicious person, so I can deal with the Mo family. You have to let me see your granddaughter first, right? Although I like women, I only like high-quality ones. I don't like ordinary ones. The corner of Gao Cheng's mouth twitched. A gloomy look flashed across the old face. Then he took out a photo from his arms and handed it to Lu Fei. This is my granddaughter Gao Mohan, you can take a look first. Lu Fei took the photo casually. After taking 2 glances, showed a smile. She looks good in the photo, but the photos nowadays don't do her justice. It would be best if we could meet her in person. Gao Chang was stunned, holding back the anger bubbling in my heart. Nodding, he said, "It's okay to meet. I can arrange a meeting for you tomorrow." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Okay, let's talk about it after we meet. As for the Mo family, it depends on the situation. Anyway, I can't bring down the Mo family, so it won't be a big loss to you." Gao Chang nodded with a smile on his face. "Okay, then I'll watch your performance, Lu Shang. If you need any cooperation from the Gao family, just call me." After saying, gave Lu Fei the private phone number. "Don't worry, I won't be polite when I need you." Gao Chang nodded with a smile. A smile flashed across the old face. The two men stood up and left the lounge. Not long. Zhong Sihong called for dinner. Several people gathered around a table and started eating and drinking in a very lively atmosphere. Finished the meal. Xu Weinan saw Gao Chang off. Zhu Yushi came close to Lu Fei and asked, "Lu Fei, why did old man Gao look for you?" Zhong Sihong scolded, "Yushi, how can you call Mr. Gao like that?" Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Nothing special. He wants to introduce his granddaughter Gao Mohan to me and asked me to go on a blind date tomorrow." Zhu Yushi rolled her eyes. "Come on, can you write a draft if you brag? And you're going on a blind date with that ice cube Gao Mohan? Ha ha." Lu Fei shrugged. He said indifferently, "Believe it or not." Night. Lu Fei stayed in the Chu family. Early the next morning, Lu Fei received a call from Gao Chang. "Tell Lu Fei to go to the Ferris Cafe at 10 o'clock, Gao Mohan will be waiting for him there." "Girl, come on. Accompany me on a blind date." Lu Fei lifted Chu Yushi's chin. "Bah! Stop pretending. If you want to date me, just say so." Chu Yushi's face was full of pride. Lu Fei shrugged and said, "You'll know in a moment." Chapter 115, Girl, accompany me to a blind date. Half an hour later. Outside of Nanao Ferris Cafe. Chu Yushi looked at Gao Mohan, who was sitting straight in the booth and exuding a cold aura. His neck turned slowly as if it was rusted. Dumbfounded. You really came here for a blind date with Gao Mohan?" Lu Fei shrugged and took out the photo from his pocket. Raised it. "Look, this is the photo that old man Gao Chang gave me yesterday." Chu Yushi's eyes widened. "This? You really want to go on a blind date?" Lu Fei nodded and said, "Of course, Gao Mohan is not bad looking, her appearance and figure are not worse than yours, and her temperament is that of an iceberg goddess. You definitely don't know that this kind of woman will arouse a man's strong desire to conquer her, so I'll go and make the appointment with her." Chu Yushi was so angry that her face turned blue. "Asshole, you were with me last night, you went on a blind date in front of me today, are you being worthy of me?" She was going crazy. Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Don't worry, it's just a formality. I'll let you lean on my chest muscles tonight." Chu Yushi stepped on the instep of his foot. "Do you think I'm air?" Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Don't you also treat my female confidants as nothing?" A sentence. Chu Yushi's face turned pale. "All right. You're awesome." After saying, she turned around directly. Stride away. Then, I sat in the car and sulked. Lu Fei shrugged. He walked over, opened the car door, and said, "Don't worry, that old man surnamed Gao is trying to set me up, and this woman is just a bait. Wait for me in the car, and I'll take me to eat your Nanao specialties later." Chu Yushi's expression looked a little better. He snorted, "You'd better be careful. The old man surnamed Gao is not an easy person to deal with, and his granddaughter is definitely a rose with thorns." Lu Fei shrugged and said, "Don't worry, you don't know my methods. What's the use of having thorns? I can remove all the thorns on her body with one move." Bang! A muffled sound. He closed the door of the McLaren. Stride out. In the car. Chu Yushi cursed angrily. But I felt much better. Walk into the cafe. Lu Fei took the photo and sat opposite Gao Mohan. "Hello Miss Gao, I'm Lu Fei. Speaking of. Hand over the photo. Ms. Gao looks almost exactly like in the photo. I didn't believe she could be so beautiful in real life." Opposite. Her facial features were extremely delicate and she was wearing a long white dress. Gao Mohan, who exuded an icy aura, moved his expression. "But when I saw you, I was disappointed. The voice is cold." Keep people at a distance. Lu Fei smiled. Said, I understand Miss Gao's feelings. After all, she was treated as a pawn by her own grandfather and met a playboy. Even without knowing it, you were treated as a commodity, so your reaction is understandable. But Lu Fei's expression gradually became indifferent. But this has nothing to do with me, since Miss Gao can come to the cafe to see me today. That must mean you were willing to follow Mr. Gao's wishes, but if that is your attitude, I'm sorry I'm not very interested in Mr. Gao's bet. After all, compared to an ice cube, I prefer Chu Yushi's. Gao Mohan's expression changed. Looking at Lu Fei, who looked indifferent, there was a hint of expression on his cold face. Surprise. Angry. There is also a hint of curiosity. Hearing you say that, it seems to make sense. She spoke lightly. Lu Fei shrugged and said, so either you turn around and leave now, or you stop looking so cold. I really don't like this expression. Gao Mohan took a deep breath. The chillness all over my body gradually dissipated. It looks much more normal. You're different from everyone else, she said with a frown. Lu Fei shrugged and said, of course, otherwise your grandfather wouldn't have chosen me. Gao Mohan nodded and said, so, what do you want? Lu Fei said, I don't want anything. The two people fell into silence. Not long. The coffee was served. Lu Fei took a look. Please give me some sugar. Gao Mohan was stunned. I felt angry again. But he obediently added 2 sugar cubes to Lu Fei. Lu Fei smiled. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. Said, okay, give me your phone number. Gao Mohan frowned. Then he silently told Lu Fei the phone number. Lu Fei stood up. That's all for today. I'll call you if there's anything else. After saying, he turned around and left the cafe. Gao Mohan sat in the booth. Look at his back. There was a gleam in his eyes. A quite interesting man. Come out of the cafe. Lu Fei got in the car. Chu Yushi gloated and said, ha, it's over so soon? It seems like you've also been frustrated. Lu Fei turned around and looked at her. No explanation. Said, drive, let's go eat something delicious. Chu Yushi giggled. I started the car and drove towards Nanao's famous food street. Not long. 2 people stood on the food street. Following the crowd, we started to taste the delicious food in Nanao. Portuguese egg tarts, tofu, Portuguese chicken, pork chop buns, Portuguese oysters, green pomelo duck. A variety of delicious food. Lu Fei wanted to try it. While he and Chu Yushi were eating. South Concave. St. Ho Hospital. Mo Honghan, who had been in a coma, finally woke up. Dad. You finally woke up. Mo Chibing and the second generation of the Mo family rushed forward and surrounded Mo Honghan. The doctor quickly scolded. Disperse. Everyone disperse. The patient needs quiet and fresh air. The second generation of the Mo family dispersed with unhappy expressions, leaving Mo Chibing standing in front of the window. Dad, you're awake. Mo Honghan nodded. Asked, how long have I been unconscious? Mo Chibing said, it has been more than 10 hours since last night. Mo Honghan nodded. He waved his hand and said, you all go out, the boss stays. Suddenly, the second generation of the Mo family was even more unhappy. Damn. Why is he always the boss? Wait until all these people go out. Mo Honghan sat up. Asked, tell me exactly what happened from last night to now. Mo Chibing was a little hesitant. Mo Honghan said firmly, speak. I can bear it. Mo Chibing lowered his head. He told her everything that happened after Mo Honghan fell into a coma last night. Bang! Mo Honghan slapped the bedside with his hand and said with a gloomy face, are these all true? Mo Chibing smiled bitterly and said, it's all true. Now our Mo family has become the laughingstock of the entire Nanao, and even the entire Zhuxia. Mo Honghan's face gradually turned cold. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Go to Beishu village to find your Uncle Lu and tell him I don't want to see that kid named Lu anymore. Chapter 116, Using the God of Gamblers as a Gun. Mo Honghan lay down again. Don't worry, Dad. I'll go out right away and look for Uncle Lu myself. Mo Chibing said something. After Mo Honghan nodded, he opened the door of the ward and walked out. You can go in and see Dad, but remember not to make any noise. After saying, he walked away quickly. Go downstairs and get in the car. Left Xingha Hospital. More than an hour later. An incense hall in a fishing village. Uncle Lu, my dad asked me to come here. He doesn't want to see someone anymore. This is his photo. Mo Qibing respectfully handed Lu Fei's photo to a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. The middle-aged man took the photo. He said calmly, go back and tell your father that this is the last time I will take action. From now on, I have repaid the favor I owe him. Just a wave of the hand. Lu Fei's photo flew into the air. Duck! With a flash of cold light, a dagger pierced through his forehead. Pin this photo on the wall. Mo Qibing wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. Nodding, he said, okay Uncle Lu, I'll go back and tell my dad. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, he was about to leave. Uncle Lu suddenly called him. Wait a minute. Mo Qibing was stunned. What? Uncle Lu stood up. He looked up at Mo Qibing slightly, raised his hand, and a cold light flashed. Puff. There was a bloody hole on Mo Qibing's leg. Blood is flowing. Ah. He fell to the ground wailing. Cold sweat. Why? Uncle Lu wiped the blood off the small dart on his trouser leg. He said expressionlessly, last year, you got drunk and spent a night with a girl named Hui and then you completely forgot about her. That little girl is my niece, do you accept it? Mo Qibing struggled to stand up and nodded with a pale face. I surrender. I surrender. After saying, he endured the severe pain and dragged his injured leg to leave this remote fishing village. Inside the incense hall, Uncle Lu picked up Lu Fei's photo. After taking a look, then shred it. You are a very daring fellow, a bit like me back then, but it's a pity that I have to attack you. God is jealous of talented people. With a sigh, Uncle Lu slowly walked into the darkness. Made a phone call. Help me keep an eye on this person. I want to know all his movements. This person is from the Magic City. His name is Lu Fei. Nanao Food Street. Lu Fei had just finished eating a Portuguese egg tart. Sudden. Ding. Your Earth clone D46 died. Gain skills, God level Jeet Kune Do, physical fitness plus 10, nerve reflexes plus 10. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. Countless images of fighting exploded in his mind. After a few seconds, countless Jeet Kune Do secrets were directly imprinted in his body instincts. At the same time, a warm current swept through his body. Lu Fei clenched his fist. Ka ka ka. There was a burst of crackling sounds from the joints. He now had a strange confidence that he could kill an elephant with one punch. Aside. Zhu Yushi frowned and asked, what's wrong? Lu Fei unclenched his fist and said, it's okay, I just feel like I suddenly opened up my Ren and Du meridians and became a peerless master. Zhu Yushi rolled her eyes. TSK. I thought it was something else. Eating an egg tart can make you like this? If I treat you to some other delicious food, will you go to heaven on the spot? Lu Fei was too lazy to talk to her. I was a little nervous when I walked down Nanao Street. After all, the Shipping King's family is not simple. Now he is not weak at all. God level Jeet Kune Do, so awesome. Let's go, I think there seems to be seafood over there, let's go and try it. Lu Fei waved. Zhu Yushi was a little dumbfounded. You can still eat. Lu Fei smiled proudly. Nonsense, I'm such a strong man, if I can't eat how can I have the energy to fight with you? A blush flashed across Zhu Yushi's face with mixed race features. Pa! Durian mango. In the midst of playing, the two continued to move through the crowd and headed towards the seafood stall. I ate a lot at the food stalls. Lu Fei was finally full. Not bad. Although the taste is quite strange, it is also unique. He commented. Zhu Yushi curled her lips and said, it tastes weird? I don't think so. Lu Fei shrugged and said, of course you don't think so. You grew up eating these things. When you go to the Magic City, I will take you to eat real food. It will definitely open your eyes. Zhu Yushi curled her lips again, but didn't say much. Everyone knows. The place with the most delicious food in the world. It's really Zhu Xia. Many other places that produce delicious food also have a close relationship with Zhu Xia. For example, the Dongdao Mud Bomb. Finished eating. Lu Fei and Chu Yushi returned to the Chu family. I exercise after dinner, and then make fried rice after exercise. After making fried rice, Chu Yushi collapsed from exhaustion. However, Lu Fei received a call from Gao Mohan. Mr. Lu, are you free now? I want to ask you out to play. The voice was still cold. Lu Fei could clearly feel the resistance in her heart. But he did not refuse, but agreed readily. Okay, where shall we meet? Gao Mohan mentioned a location. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fei did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his notebook and, after some operations, hacked into the Mo family's address. Start searching for some confidential documents of the Mo family. Soon. He actually found a video footage. Opened the video. He saw a scarred man stabbing to death a refined man in his early 30s in a long street during a thunderstorm. The scar-faced man fought with great ferocity, just like the killer Aji in the movie SPL. The man who was stabbed to death was named Gao Yuan. He just happens to be Gao Cheng's eldest son and Gao Mohan's dead father. Oh, good stuff. Lu Fei downloaded the video directly to his mobile phone. Clear all traces and turn off the computer. Lu Fei took his cell phone and drove Chu Yushi's car towards the agreed location. Gao Chang, you old man want to use me as a gun, I can also use you as a gun. Chapter 117, Bang. A slap in the face. Portuguese Street. Lu Fei parked the car. I met Gao Mohan, who was so aloof, again. Miss Gao, we meet again. Lu Fei greeted casually. Gao Mohan nodded and said, Good afternoon, Mr. Lu. Is there anywhere you want to go? Lu Fei shook his head and said, There's nowhere I want to go. Gao Mohan pondered for a moment and said, There is a nice beach in the south. It is a resort in Nanao, and there is a bonfire party every night. If Mr. Lu is interested, we can go and have a look. Lu Fei nodded and said, Okay, let's go and take a look. After saying that, he turned around and got in the car. Gao Mohan got on the passenger seat. Start the car. Lu Fei did not start immediately. Instead, he smiled and handed over the tablet computer he had brought with him. Said, Ms. Gao, I accidentally found a very interesting video today. I thought you could watch it if you were bored. After saying, I clicked on the video of Gao Yuan being stabbed to death. Then start and drive towards the navigation location. On the passenger seat. Gao Mohan held the tablet computer as the picture appeared. Her expression changed slightly. Dad? She exclaimed quietly. As the video moves forward. Her face grew paler and paler. My whole body is shaking. While driving, Lu Fei looked back at her. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If Gao Chang, the gambling god, wants me to take action, then I will force him to take action first. See who is the fisherman. Dad. A dreamlike voice came out of Gao Mohan's mouth. She took out her cell phone tremblingly. Called Gao Chang. Hey, my dear granddaughter. Gao Chang's voice came. Gao Mohan took a deep breath and said, Grandpa, I know who killed Dad. Bang. The teacup in Gao Chang's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Who is it? How did you know? The voice is urgent. Full of shock and rage. It's totally different from the state a man in his 70s should be in. Gao Mohan looked at the replayed video and said, Lu Fei just showed me a video, which showed the surveillance footage of my father being killed. He was killed by a man with a scar on his face who used a throwing knife and a dagger. After saying, Gao Mohan's face gradually darkened. Finally, I couldn't help crying. Grandpa, Dad died so tragically. The voice is mournful. On the other side of the phone, Gao Cheng's face had become completely gloomy. Lu Fei. He gritted his teeth and snorted. There was murderous intent in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I was wrong about you. He gritted his teeth. Crushed a cigarette. Stand up. Comforting him, don't be sad, Mohan. Now that we know who it is, Grandpa will avenge your father. Just take Mr. Lu to have fun, and leave the rest to Grandpa. Until now. He still didn't give up on using Lu Fei. Hang up the phone. Gao Mohan looked up. She looked at Lu Fei with red eyes. Thank you for helping me find the truth, but can you tell me where you got this video from? Lu Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Said, you're welcome, after all, you are my friend. It doesn't matter where the video came from, what matters is who the person is. Are you right? Gao Mohan did not ask any further questions. She believed her grandfather could find out who that person was. There was silence in the car. There is only the sound of music, melodious and pleasant. Gao family manor. Gao Chang was sitting in the study. After smoking 3 cigarettes. Made a phone call. Hello. The voice on the other end of the phone was hoarse and a little cold. Lu, you killed my son, right? Gao Chang asked calmly. It was as if the one who died was not his son, but a stranger. On the other side of the phone, Uncle Scarlet, who was sitting on the beach watching the sunset, froze. Then he nodded and said, yes, it's me. The voice was still cold, but with a hint of guilt. Why? Gao Cheng's eyes were filled with frustration and anger. Uncle Lu said bitterly, Mr. Gao, Mo Honghan once saved my family's lives, and I once promised to help him do 3 things. Now I am about to help him do the 3rd thing. After I finish this thing, I will come to you in person and give you an explanation. The voice was calm and the tone was even. Gao Cheng finally couldn't help but explode. Explain. What the hell are you going to explain? You killed my 2 sons. 2 sons. The Gao family's bloodline was almost cut off because of you. Now I am old and there is no one to succeed the Gao family. You are going to destroy my Gao family just for the sake of so-called repaying a favor. Angry roars continued to sound. Uncle Lu had already hung up the phone. I said I would explain to you, and I will definitely explain to you. I helped Mo Honghan kill your 2 sons, and I will help you kill his 2 sons. Uncle Lu put the phone back into his trouser pocket. Stand up. It's time to go. Let's put an end to the last worries. He stood up, carrying darts and daggers. He walked down the reef slowly and steadily. Nanao Beach. Lu Fei parked the car in the resort's parking lot. He got out of the car with Gao Mohan, who seemed a little dazed. Miss Gao, I see that you seem to be worried. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Lu Fei said. Gao Mohan looked up and shook his head stubbornly, I'm fine. Let's go over there and take a look. I really want to see someone I know. Lu Fei followed her gaze. His eyebrows suddenly raised. An acquaintance indeed. Among the beauties over there, isn't one the heroine of last night's dinner, the little princess of the Mo family, Mo Xian? Since you're an acquaintance, let's go over and take a look. Lu Fei said. Gao Mohan nodded calmly and said, okay. After saying, take big steps forward, walked towards Mo Xian. Isn't this Gao family's eldest daughter Gao Mohan? Lu Fei? You're actually with this guy? It seems that the Gao family has indeed fallen on hard times. You are actually competing with Chu Yushi for a man. Mo Xian looks young, but her mouth is very poisonous. He started with a barrage of sarcasm. Around. A group of 2nd-generation followers of the Mo family laughed out loud. Gao Mohan stared at her. Sudden. Bang. She slapped Mo Xian hard in the face, who was caught off guard. Suddenly. It was as if time stood still and there was complete silence. Chapter 118, Top Master? Kill with 2 moves. A slap fell. There was a cold light flashing in Gao Mohan's eyes. Mo Xian, remember this slap. This is the beginning of the Gao family's revenge on your Mo family. Her voice was indifferent, filled with cold murderous intent. Mo Xian covered her face. His eyes gradually turned cold. Beside her, none of the famous 2nd-generation men and women in Nanao moved. The Gao family and the Mo family are both overlord-level existences. These small fry dare not get involved casually. Gao Mohan, do you want to die? Mo Xian smiled coldly. Suddenly took a step forward. He swung his hand fiercely. Also aimed at Gao Mohan's face. Gao Mohan's eyes were cold. He nimbly avoided the slap. Just wave your hand twice. Pa! Mo Xian's face turned red from the beating, and the anger in her eyes almost burst out. Gao Mohan, I want you to die. Mo Xian's face was ferocious, and she scratched Gao Mohan's face with her hands like claws. But Gao Mohan had obviously practiced fighting skills for some time. No matter how Mo Xian chased and hit him, Gao Mohan couldn't let her even touch the corner of her clothes. And the sound of applause continued. Mo Xian's face slowly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mentality of this little princess who was smart since childhood and was the center of attention in the Mo family completely collapsed. Ah! Gao Mohan! I want you to die. Asshole! Asshole! Amidst the roar, the few second-generation people who came out to play with Mo Xian finally couldn't sit still anymore. Men and women stood up one after another. Stop hitting me! Ms. Gao! Ms. Mo, stop fighting! I've called the police! Shouting. These people rushed towards the battle group of two women. Prepare to take sides. Lu Fei's eyes flashed. Walked in front of them. Get out of the way. A young man who looked a bit like Wang Hong stretched out his arm and put it on Lu Fei's shoulder. Roll. Lu Fei's shoulders trembled. Took a step forward. He directly knocked the rich second generation out. Bang, bang, bang. Several people were knocked to the ground by him. Dry. Get him. Fuck you. Amidst the roar, several rich second generations who didn't dare to attack Gao Mohan all found their targets. He got up from the ground and rushed towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei stood where he was. One hand made them run around in circles. It attracted countless people to watch on the beach. This handsome guy is so handsome. Wow, you're so strong. I can't stand this little puppy anymore. Amidst the discussion, Uncle Lu, who was hiding in the crowd, put his hands on his waist. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Attack suddenly. Chirp, chirp. Amidst the harsh sound, a total of 6 throwing knives flew out almost at the same time, pointing directly at Lu Fei's eyebrows. And where he might appear next. In the center of the crowd, Lu Fei felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. The god-level Jeet Kune Do fighting instinct was instantly awakened. His body twisted like a snake. In an instant, he was freed from the siege of 6 flying knives. Puff, puff, puff. 6 flying knives flew past him. All of it fell on the shoulders of a few rich second generations. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst the muffled sound, the flying knife directly pierced through the bodies of several people. It brought up a puff of blood. Bang, bang, bang. Several second generations fell to the ground. Wailing on the ground, Lu Fei turned around. His expression was solemn. Looking at Uncle Scarla striding out from the crowd. I didn't expect you to be such an expert. Uncle Lo looked solemn. Then he grinned. But you will still die today. He slowly pulled out 2 daggers and rushed towards Lu Fei at an extremely fast speed with strange steps. Lu Fei looked heavy. Not moving. Swish. With a flash of cold light, the dagger pointed directly at his throat. Lu Fei's arm stretched out like lightning. He grabbed Uncle Li's wrist. Push hard. The terrifying power boiled over instantly. Puff. A muffled sound. The dagger went straight through Uncle La's palm and stabbed into his own shoulder blade. Moment. His right hand was nailed to his left shoulder blade. Roar. Uncle Lu roared in horror. The left hand stabbed out fiercely. Lu Fei attacked again like lightning. He grabbed his left wrist directly. A pinch and a turn. Puff. His left hand was directly inserted into his own thigh by Lu Fei. Bloody. Just 2 moves. Uncle Lu made Nanao terrified. A top expert who killed the 2 sons of the gambling god Gao Chang. He was killed instantly by Lu Fei. Fell to the ground and wailed. What kind of move is this? What kind of move is this? How can there still be a master like you in this era? Too strong. Too strong. Uncle Lu howled in despair. He was invincible on both Nanjiang and Nanao Islands. But I didn't expect it. I was killed instantly with 2 moves today. 3 views collapsed. Lu Fei looked down at him. There was a faint light in his eyes. 1 kick. Crushed his leg bones. amid the sound of bones cracking. He said softly, because I'm cheating. Uncle Lu was left struggling and wailing on the ground like a bug. Lu Fei turned around. Gao Mohan and Mo Shiyan have stopped fighting. The two of them just stared at him blankly. It was like seeing a ghost. How did you do that? Too strong. Lu Fei walked over. He said to Gao Mohan, call your grandfather and ask him to send someone to clean up the mess. Gao Mohan shuddered all over. Nodded quickly. He took out his cell phone and called Gao Chang. Lu Fei wiped his hands. Turned around and got in the car. Grandpa. Uncle Lu has taken action. He wants to kill Lu Fei. A sentence. Gao Chang's hands trembled. His face turned ugly. Said, Mo Honghan, you are still so cruel. If Lu Fei dies, I have to find someone else to deal with the Mo family. After saying, he added, Mo Han, leave quickly and don't worry about Lu Fei. It's very dangerous there. Gao Mohan was stunned. He said silently, but Grandpa, Uncle Lu only made 2 moves and was killed by Lu Fei in seconds. He is lying on the ground now, his arms and legs are broken, and he can't even get up. Gao Chang lost his voice. Chapter 119, The God of Gamblers is furious, blood is flowing. Half an hour later. Goziong is a beach that can be reached directly by boat. At this moment, medical staff have arrived, and the rich second generations who were pierced by flying knives have been sent to the hospital. And the murderer, Uncle Lo, was still lying on the beach. I took a look at Uncle Lo, whose hands were nailed into his bones. I listened to the doctor's brief explanation of the injury. Gao Cheng's face was filled with horror. He walked to the front of the car step by step, looking at Lu Fei, who was playing with his mobile phone in the car. His eyes were full of fear and shock. Mr. Lu is such a hidden expert, and he is actually such a master. Lu Fei raised his head. He shook his head and said, what experts are not are just empty talk. The corner of Gao Cheng's mouth twitched. Thank you for what happened today, Lu Sheng. I owe you one more time. Lu Fei looked up. He said indifferently, it's okay. If Mr. Gao really wants to thank me, just give me 10 or 8 billion. Gao Cheng's face darkened. He laughed dryly, Mr. Lu is joking. Lu Fei looked up at the time. Said, Mr. Gao, please help me with the problem here. I'm a little hungry and want to go eat. Gao Cheng nodded quickly. Okay. Don't worry, Lu Sheng, I will help you with this. After that, he waved to Gao Mohan and said, Mohan, go eat with Lu Sheng. Gao Mohan got in the car. Start the car. Drive forward. As he drove, he said, thank you, Mr. Lu, for today. Lu Fei turned around. Then do you want to pledge yourself to me? Gao Mohan was silent. Lu Fei curled his lips. Leaning on the sofa, he muttered, women are all the same, saying thank you but not taking any real action. Gao Mohan's ears turned red. But still said nothing. Not long. The two of them arrived at a specialty restaurant and sat down to eat. St. Ho Hospital. Mo Qibing, whose wound had already been treated, limped into the ward. He shouted to Mo Honghan, Dad. Uncle Lu failed. That Lu Fei is a master. Mo Honghan was stunned. He exclaimed, how is this possible? Back then, he was invincible on both islands. Mo Qibing's face was also filled with horror. Said, this is true. Shi Yan was there at the time. She saw with her own eyes that Lu Fei only used 2 moves to cripple Uncle Lu. Hiss. Mo Honghan took a breath of cold air. His face was full of shock and anxiety. This Lu Fei. How can it be so strong? He took a deep breath. He said, immediately withdraw the family's strength and guard against the counterattack of that Lu. Mo Qibing nodded vigorously. The entire Mo family was in chaos. Had dinner. Lu Fei drove back to the Chu family's villa. Inside the living room, the Chu family of 3 were sitting on the sofa. See Lu Fei come back. Chu Yushi jumped up suddenly. Rushed to Lu Fei. Lu Fei. You defeated the legendary boss Chen Lo with just 2 moves this afternoon? The words fell. Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong couldn't help but look over. Lu Fei shrugged and said, I really don't understand you guys. How can you be so shocked by just dealing with such a weakling? Chu Weinan and Zhong Sihong looked distressed. Damn it! That was Chen Lo, who was invincible on both islands in the past. There are even Nanjiang movies adapted based on him. How come I become a weakling when it comes to you? Mr. Lu, this is really unexpected. Zhong Sihong spoke with difficulty. Chu Weinan nodded. Chu Yushi's face turned red with excitement, and she asked in a chattering voice, tell me quickly, what moves did you use to defeat the opponent? Black tiger digging out the heart? Monkey stealing peaches? Or stabbing the eye and locking the throat? Lu Fei glanced at her. Said, where did you learn these filthy moves? I have to go to the gym to exercise, do you want to come? Chu Yushi's eyes kindled. Nodding, he said, okay, I'll go too. You can teach me a few more moves by the way. Then he went to the gym with Lu Fei. Chu Weinan and his wife sat on the sofa, looking at the backs of the two people. I always feel like something is not right. Fitness. Hot dishes. Fried rice. Lu Fei was enjoying it. The Mo family was in great pain. After confirming that his son was killed at the instruction of Mo Honghan, the old man Gao Chung finally exploded. Overnight, 5 people from the Mo family's direct lineage died, and more than 10 people from the side branches died. At the same time, the Mo family's industries also suffered attacks to varying degrees. Although Mo Honghan knew very well that this was Gao Cheng's revenge, but now he can only swallow his anger. Compared with the Gao family, the Mo family has a large number of members and more targets. The key point is that Chen Lu was disabled, and his subordinates turned their guns on the Mo family and joined the Gao family to attack the Mo family. Old bastard. Mo Honghan was so angry that his face turned green. But I can't think of a better way. All night long, he didn't sleep well. The next morning, Gao Mohan called Lu Fei. Lu Shang, are you free today? I would like to treat you to a meal. Lu Fei shook his head and said, no, I have to go back to the Magic City to handle business today. Gao Mohan was stunned. I quickly asked, what time is your flight? I'll take you to the airport. Lu Fei said, the flight takes off at 10:10 a.m. I will go to the airport right now. Gao Mohan nodded and said, okay, I'll go to the airport right away. Half an hour later. Nanao Airport. Gao Mohan met Lu Fei. In addition, I also met Chu Weinan and the senior engineering team of Dichu Group. Miss Gao is here to see Mr. Lu off? Chu Weinan asked, a little surprised. Gao Mohan nodded. Walk in front of Lu Fei. Gritted his teeth. Suddenly stood on tiptoe. Lu Fei was ambushed and was slightly stunned. Gao Mohan's face turned slightly red. Thank you, said in a low voice. This icy beauty returned to her expressionless look. He waved his hand and said, Lu Shang, I came here on behalf of my grandfather to tell you that the agreement between you and him will be valid forever. Lu Fei nodded. Okay, I understand. Gao Mohan bowed slightly to him. Then I'll be leaving first. Have a safe trip, Mr. Lu. After saying, turning around, throwing away his long legs, he left gracefully. Chapter 120, Return to Magic City, Hate Group S Arrangements. Lu Shang, you are really a young and romantic man. Chu Weinan muttered with a bad look on his face. After all, how could Lu Fei be considered his daughter's boyfriend in Nan Ao? Chu Weinan was not sure whether the relationship between Lu Fei and his daughter Chu Yushi could be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. But as a father, he feels a little uncomfortable now. Lu Fei smiled and said, Mr. Chu, if you have nothing else to say, let's get on the plane. Chu Weinan felt pain in his balls. There is no position to say anything more. The group boarded Chu Weinan's private plane. Direct flight to Shanghai. After getting off the plane, this time it was Qin Shihan who came to pick us up at the airport. It was also the first time that Lu Fei met the head of his investment company. A woman wearing a professional suit, with an amazing appearance and figure, and a temperament somewhat similar to Gao Mohan. But the aura of a strong woman in her is even more powerful than Gao Mohan. Hello, Mr. Lu. The hotel has been arranged. Can we take Mr. Chu and his team to the hotel now? Qin Shihan bowed slightly. Lu Fei turned around and said to Chu Weinan, Mr. Chu, I still have some things to deal with here. You and your team should go to the hotel and rest for a night. How about we discuss cooperation tomorrow morning? Although asking, But the attitude is already very clear. Xu Weinan nodded and said, "Okay, whatever you arrange, Lu Shang, I'm fine with it." Xin Shihan sent someone to take Xu Weinan and his team to the hotel. She and Lu Fei drove to Hake Group together. In the Hake Group office, Lu Fei met Xiao Wenbin again. As soon as they met, Mr. Chiu wanted to kneel on the ground and worship Lu Fei. "Mr. Lu, you are truly amazing. I have hired relevant experts to help salvage the treasure from the shipwreck. All the gold and silver were taken out yesterday afternoon. According to tests conducted by authoritative organizations, the purity of the gold and silver is quite good, and the value is estimated to be around 1 billion yuan. The most valuable items are the porcelain antiques. According to experts, there may even be yuan blue and white porcelain among them. In addition, there are a large number of medieval treasures from Europe, and the value of those antiques is definitely more than 20 billion. Mr. Lu, you really are this." Xiao Wenbin couldn't find any words to describe it. His admiration for Lu Fei is like the endless rushing of a river. Lu Fei patted his shoulder. "Sit down on the sofa," he asked, putting aside the company's expedition team. "Let's talk about the company's work in the three areas of fishery farming, shipping, and deep-sea fishing." Xiao Wenbin coughed lightly. "Sit down. Ask the secretary to pour the tea quickly. Then start reporting." "Boss Lu, I have been checking these projects right after I took office. But at present, the fishery farming industry has been severely hit due to the use of banned drugs, and many businesses dare not import our products. Therefore, the fishery breeding branch is currently in a loss-making state. As for the two business segments of freight and deep-sea fishing, they can still be maintained for now. But I heard that the Amo family in Nanao is going to take action against us, and I guess our freight business will gradually be affected. Finally, only deep-sea fishing is left, which faces relatively little resistance." Lu Fei crossed his legs. After patting his knee, said, "Okay, I got it." He stood up. Said, "Does the company have deep-sea fishing vessels in the port now?" Xiao Wenbin nodded and said, "Yes, 4 fishing boats just returned yesterday and are now at the port." "Okay, let's go and take a look." Half an hour later. Port Terminal. Lu Fei boarded the first deep-sea fishing vessel. Without leaving any trace. A valuable marine fish trapped the size of a fingernail was stuffed into the mast of a deep-sea fishing boat. Immediately following, he boarded the ship one after another. The remaining 2 traps were also stuffed into the deep-sea fishing boat to ensure that no one would find them and that they would not be damaged.